The signal oil program, The Whistler. That whistle is your signal for the signal oil program, The Whistler.
I am the Whistler, and I know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. Yes, I know the nameless terrors of which they dare not speak.
Yes, friends, it's time for The Whistler. Rated by independent research, the most popular West Coast program in radio history. And remember, let every traffic signal remind you, with new Signal gasoline, you do go farther than ever. Look for the familiar big yellow and black circle sign that identifies those popular Signal service stations in 7 western states from Canada to Mexico. And now the Whistler's strange story, The Trigger Man.
He was young, brilliant, confident. He had everything it takes to make a successful lawyer. But no matter how you looked at it, law school graduates were a dime a dozen, regardless of how brilliant and confident they were. And Stella and the baby had to eat. So that's why Martin Lane took his first case from Branch Malone, the gambler, and got an acquittal for him, the first of a long line of acquittals. Yes, his old classmates threw up their hands, said he was selling his soul to the devil, but there was good money in it. And he kept telling himself he had to get a start somewhere, so he kept right on getting acquittals for Branch, and the money kept rolling in. But it had to end sometime, Martin. There had to be a payoff eventually.
Gentlemen of the jury, have you agreed upon a verdict?
We have, Your Honor.
How do you find?
We find the defendant not guilty.
Very well. The clerk will record the verdict of the jury. The defendant is discharged from custody. Jury dismissed for the day. Court stands adjourned till tomorrow. Oh, Mr. Lane.
You wanted me, Your Honor?
Yes, Mr. Lane. I wanted to compliment you on the way you handled the case.
Well, I did my best, Your Honor.
It was more than enough.
Is that all, sir?
Mr. Lane, I know it isn't any business of mine.
What's that?
There's something I'd like to caution you about.
Oh?
I don't like to see a clean-cut young fellow like you getting mixed up regularly with an out-and-out criminal like Branch Malone.
I appreciate your interest in me, Your Honor, but I'm afraid I'm...
You're not impressed. Is that it? You've got what it takes, Mr. Lane. But I've seen it happen time and again. A boy gets a start, wants to go places, gets mixed up with a criminal crowd, and it's all over.
Is that all, Your Honor?
Yes, Lane, that's all.
Very well. Good day.
Good day.
Hello, Lane.
Oh, hello, Lieutenant.
Congratulations.
Thanks.
You know, sometimes I'm sorry I'm on the force.
Yeah?
Yeah, fussing around with the small stuff like homicides when I could be doing some great work like you are. Upholding the right, rushing to defend poor innocent little guys like Branch Malone.
Well, there seems to be lecture day at the Hall of Justice.
Justice? You can buy and sell it like a sack of potatoes.
You better run along, Radigan. I've got an appointment.
Yeah, I saw him. Malone the Mighty. He's waiting outside with your payoff.
Okay, Radigan.
Just a minute, Martin. I got a tip for you about cops. Don't give us the brush off because one of these days you're going to need us. Guys who play bang-bang with the big boys usually do.
Suppose we make that our little thought for the day.
All right, Martin. It's all right.
Yes, Martin, you're on your way, aren't you? Another acquittal. Another $500 in your pocket. It doesn't matter much where it comes from, does it? His money's as good as anybody's. And that night, as you sit in the living room reading the paper, you try and reason it through and file it away. But it keeps coming back.
Stella,
Yes, Martin?
is anything wrong?
No.
I thought something might be bothering you.
No, there's nothing, Martin.
I thought you'd be happy about the case and everything. We can buy that dining room set now.
Yes, we can.
It was an easy case. $500 for an afternoon's work. It's not bad.
No, not bad.
There's nothing to it. State's evidence was insufficient. One of their witnesses didn't show up.
Same as the time before.
Yeah.
And they found the witness at the bottom of the river 3 days later.
Well, I can't help that.
No, I suppose you can't.
Well, Stella, you're not suggesting I drop him, are you? For years I've sweated and struggled trying to make enough for you and Susan. It's my business to defend him. A lawyer isn't a criminal just because he defends a criminal. That's right, isn't it?
You're defending yourself now, aren't you?
Oh, now, wait a minute. I'm not going through that again. I've told you 100 times. I'll get it. Hello? Oh, yes, Branch. What's up? Oh, gee, that's tough. Sure, I'll be glad to. Uh-huh. Yeah, sure, I'll do it right away.
What does he want now?
He wants me to meet a friend of his and rush him home. His boy was just run over.
Oh, how terrible.
Branch isn't so good at this sort of thing. He wants me to tell the fella and take him home.
That's funny.
Don't worry, darling. You've just got the jitters. I'll be right back.
Just a little favor for Branch, Martin. It's the least you can do, isn't it? The tavern's only a few blocks away, and you arrive a few minutes later to find Mr. Williams in a booth at the rear.
Are you Mr. Williams?
What do you want?
I'm sorry. I'm afraid I have some bad news. You are Mr. Williams, aren't you?
What's on your mind?
Your son.
Lenny?
Yeah.
What's happened? Quick, tell me.
Now, try to be calm, Mr. Williams. He's had an accident.
What? What are you... Lenny?
He was run over.
My Lenny? How? How did it happen?
That's all I know about it. I'm terribly sorry.
Where is he? Where is he? I've got to go to him.
He's home.
Oh, Lord. My poor Lenny.
If I can help you, my car's right outside.
Thanks. Come on.
Branch, what are you doing here?
Little business deal, Martin. All right, Williams, get in.
No. No, Branch. I'll give you every cent I've got. Please, Branch.
I heard that before. Get in.
I'll do anything you want, honest. But put that away. Don't make me. I won't, Branch. I won't get in.
Suit yourself, Williams.
Oh!
Get in, Martin. Hear what I said? Get in.
You shot him.
I said get in. I'll take the wheel. You're sitting kind of quiet for a lawyer.
I can't understand it, Branch.
It ain't that complicated for a man with your talent.
I put the finger on him. Who was he?
Oh, I thought I told you, Martin. He's the witness who didn't show up this afternoon.
With the prologue of The Trigger Man, the Signal Oil Company brings you another strange tale by The Whistler. You hear people say there's a reason for everything. Well, there's certainly a reason why in just 14 years the Signal Oil Organization has grown from a mere handful of stations in Southern California to almost 2,000 dealers serving 7 western states from Canada to Mexico. Briefly, that reason is quality of product. 14 years ago, it was Signal Oil Company that introduced the first guaranteed anti-knock gasoline at no extra price. And since then, Signal gasoline has been constantly improved to give you the benefit of every latest development in the automotive and petroleum industry. In today's new Signal gasoline, for instance, the atoms in gasoline molecules have actually been rearranged to create amazing new power. Power that not only helps you enjoy quicker starting, faster pickup, and quieter anti-knock performance from your car, but also helps you go farther than ever on each gallon of Signal. So you see, there's good reason for the swing to Signal. Good reason for you to get acquainted soon with the friendly station in your neighborhood displaying Signal's familiar yellow and black circle sign. And now, back to the Whistler.
Well, Martin, you've discovered something, haven't you? The judge in Radigan. Even Stella tried to tell you, but you couldn't understand until now. It happened so suddenly that it stuns you. Williams is dead, and you put the finger on him, didn't you? Acted as messenger boy for Branch Malone. Stood by him like one of his gunmen while he pulled the trigger. And there's nothing you can do to make it right again. Nothing you can say to the murdered man's wife or her son or Stella.
Martin. Martin, where have you been? It's past midnight. I've been worried sick.
It's just a little business, Stella. You'd better go back to bed.
What's the matter, Martin? You're white as a sheet.
Nothing.
What was it? Tell me.
Nothing, I said. I just had a talk with Branch, that's all. Now, go to bed.
All right, Martin. I'm sorry.
There's only one thing to do now, isn't there, Martin? You're walking down a one-way street, and there's no way to turn back. You're part of the organization now, one of Branch's boys, his counselor, and the only witness living who could put a rope around his neck. And you know exactly how Branch feels about that kind of a witness. So there's nothing to do but keep your mouth shut and hope for the best. You can't face Stella the next morning at the breakfast table. So you leave the house before she wakes and go down to the office. No one's there. You try and concentrate on your work, but it's no use. Go down to the coffee shop and try to eat, but you're not hungry. Walk in the park for a while, over to the library. You can't get your mind off of it, can you? Finally, at 11 o'clock, you returned and find your secretary waiting.
I've been trying to get you all morning, Mr. Lane. There was a call from Mr. Malone.
What? When?
About an hour ago. He wants you to see him.
All right. Where, at his club?
At the Hall of Justice. He was booked this morning on suspicion of murder.
What happened, Branch?
I thought you might know, Counselor.
What do you mean?
There was a tip-off last night.
What?
Yeah. Know anything about it?
Oh, now, wait a minute, Branch. Don't look at me. Well, you don't think
I didn't say nothing.
Well, listen, I'd be crazy to do anything like that, Branch.
Sure you would. That's what I told Spike.
Spike?
My trigger man, Martin. Don't believe you ever met Spike, did you?
No.
Nice guy to have on your side when you're in a spot. We were trying to figure out if any witnesses might have been around last night. Any besides you, I mean. What's the matter, Counselor?
Nothing. It's just been a little tough on me, Branch.
Sure. You know how I feel about witnesses, Martin.
Listen, believe me, I'm not going to talk. I won't say anything.
That's what I told Spike.
What do you mean?
And Spike, he said to me, don't worry if they pick you up, boss. Where there's no witnesses, there's no case. You can figure that one out for yourself, Counselor.
But, Branch...
There won't be any prosecution witnesses, Martin, because you're the only one. And you ain't going to be on the witness stand. You're going to defend me just like before. Only this time, Spike's going to be real interested in how you're doing. Get it?
Lane.
Oh, it's you, Redigan.
Didn't mean to scare you like that, Martin. A little jumpy, aren't you?
What do you want?
Get it all settled with a big boy? Heard you just had a chat with him down in his cell. Did he put the heat on?
I'm sorry, Redigan. I haven't got time to stand
Yeah, I
around.
know. You're a busy man. You haven't got time to think about little things. Like a guy suddenly not showing up at home and his wife trying to explain it to his kid. What does your wife think of that, Martin? What does she think when she looks at your kid?
Cut it, will you?
Okay. Just had to speak my little piece. But I just want to tell you, you're playing with dynamite this time, Sonny. Your friend knows all his blue chips are on the table, and whoever put the finger on Williams in that bar is the guy who's going to hang him. And this time, so help me, the witness won't disappear.
What are you getting at, Redigan?
I think you know enough about this case to hang Malone, and I think you'll come through for us. And when you do, it's going to be dangerous.
Why are you telling me all this?
I want you to know why I'm putting a tail on you.
What?
One of my men's going to watch you day and night, and if you know what's good for you, you won't try and give him the slip.
Is this for my protection?
Right. Like I said, Martin, this time the witness isn't going to disappear.
That puts it up to you, doesn't it, Martin? You can take your choice. Go along with Branch and toss the rest of your life into the ash can. Or tell what you know and face Spike later in a dark alley somewhere. Spike will be there, too, won't he, Martin? And you won't have a chance, because you don't know him from Adam. All you know is that he's never missed yet. That when Branch gives him the order, the witness disappears. You can't eat, you can't sleep. And worst of all, you can't explain to Stella.
Martin,
Yes?
what are you going to do?
Oh, will you forget it, Stella? He's my client. I've got to defend him.
Do you?
Of course I do.
Why, Martin, you know he's guilty. Why must you involve yourself in it further? You've got a right to turn him down. He doesn't own
Stella,
you.
please, will you let me alone?
You're an accomplice. If you defend him, you're as guilty as he is. Where are you going?
Out. Come on, Joe. We may as well be sociable.
I'm sorry, mister. I don't
Radigan
think you-
told me.
Wonder why he doesn't tell me these things. By the way, my name isn't Joe.
What is it?
Ed Morris.
Okay, Ed. I saw you following me all afternoon.
Well, I thought you did.
I thought I'd walk around the block. That is, if you don't mind.
Why not?
Your boss would get a bang out of this, I suppose. Walking around together this way.
He just said to keep an eye on you. He didn't care how.
Is that all he said?
That's all. Radigan thinks you're a pretty good kid.
So what? Am I supposed to toss away the biggest case of my life just because he thinks I'm a good kid?
The guy's guilty and you know it.
What do you mean I know it?
If you didn't know it, I wouldn't be here.
You better stick to your gumshoeing, Ed.
Okay. Hey, there's a bar down the street.
I don't
here.
want to go on any bars.
Maybe it's just this bar, huh? Maybe because it's the one where William...
Did you hear what I said? I don't want to go on any bars.
All right, Martin.
I've changed my mind about taking a walk. I think I'll go home.
Yes, Martin, you're on a one-way street, a blind alley. There's no way to turn now, and there's a blank wall at the end. You've got to take the case. It's more than a matter of right and wrong. Yes, Martin. At this point, it's life or death. So you go to work on it. Visit Branch every day in his cell. Spend nights at the office preparing the case, plugging loopholes, anticipating points the prosecution is sure to bring out, making it another sure thing for Branch. You have 2 weeks until the arraignment, and Branch wants bail. 2 weeks without sleep, forgetting to eat, until you're almost ready to crack. And worst of all, you can't tell Stella. There's no way to make her understand. And then suddenly, on the night before the arraignment, you can't hold out on her any longer.
Martin. Martin, darling, you've got to tell me. You can't go on this way.
Please, Stella. There's nothing.
Are you afraid to tell me?
No,
Why did you lie to me, Martin? Why did you tell me you had nothing to do with the murder? Williams was the man you met that night, wasn't he?
Listen, Stella, you've got to forget it. Please, don't even
What
think...
are you afraid of?
All right, I'll tell you. I'm the witness. I'm the only one who can hang Branch. Radigan knows it. They all do, but they have no proof. That's why that guy's always waiting for me across the street. He's a guard. All I have to do is open my mouth and I'm dead. But if that's all there was to it, I wouldn't worry, see? It's you, too, and Susan. Don't you see? He won't stop at anything. Spike Robertson's waiting for me somewhere, waiting for me to open my mouth. And if I do, the guard won't make any difference. Spike won't stop until he gets us all.
Martin,
Well, now you know it. You were right, all of you. But it's too late now.
So you're going to defend him and let it happen again and again?
Yes.
Martin, I want you to stand up at the arraignment tomorrow and tell them everything.
Don't be ridiculous.
We'll take our chances, Martin. Susan and you and I. It has to be that way, dear. If we don't, there's nothing left, don't you see?
No, I'm afraid I don't. No. You'd better go on to bed, dear.
Yeah, you and me are going to do big things together, Martin. You're a smart boy.
Branch.
Yeah?
Branch, what if I told you that when I get you out of this arraignment and this jam, it was going to be the last time?
Huh?
That if I get you out of this one, we're all washed up.
What do you mean, if, Martin?
All right, when I get you out of this one.
How long you been thinking this over?
Oh, I don't know.
'Cause I don't like it, Martin. You just don't run out on this kind of a partnership. Not when a guy knows as much as you do.
Well, I'm not going to talk if that's what's worrying you.
Oh, you're wrong, Martin. I ain't worried. And okay, it's the last time if you want it that way. Of course, you won't be taking cases from anyone else either, but if you say it's the last time, there's nothing I can do but...
What do you mean, Branch?
I ain't in charge of ending partnerships, Martin. I leave that up to Spike.
So you go into the courtroom, Martin, and half-lit prosecution as you think about the one-way street with Spike waiting at the end. Stella is there watching you, her face white and tense. Branch, confident, half-smiling. The rest of them, Radigan, the judge, the jury, all looking at you, waiting, wondering what you'll say when the time comes. Then finally it comes, and you find yourself on your feet, going into your act.
May I remind the court that the so-called evidence presented by the prosecution is neither circumstantial evidence, nor is it direct evidence. It's nothing, gentlemen, but suspicion, based simply on the fact that it is alleged that my client had ample and sufficient motive to...
She's not looking at you now, Martin. She's bent over, her face in her hands. Radigan is turning away. The judge is looking down at the bench.
Williams' connection has yet to be demonstrated to the satisfaction of either the state or... I can't go on, Your Honor. I ask that the court disqualify me as counsel for the defense and offer myself as principal witness for the prosecution.
Martin. Oh, Martin, darling.
I knew you'd do it, kid. I knew it.
Thanks, Radigan. Thanks.
It's a new world, isn't it, Martin? There's a different feel to the sidewalk under your feet as you start home late that night after filing your statement with the district attorney's office. The streets are bare and deserted. Just you and Ed Morris, Radigan's guard.
Well, I missed you when I left the courthouse, Ed.
I was there, don't worry.
Well, looks like you've got a job on your hands now.
I'm ready. That was quite a thing you pulled. I thought Malone was going to pass out in his chair.
You know, it's funny, Ed. And now that it's over, I'm not scared at all.
They sent 2 men along with your wife. Stake out at your house, you know.
Yeah. Is this the car?
Yeah. Hop in.
Spike.
Yeah, that's right. Spike.
The Whistler will return in just a moment with a strange ending of tonight's story. Meantime, a question. How much longer will your car last? Well, the answer to that question depends pretty much on the care your car gets. That's why the extra care of Signal Double Check lubrication is really more important to you now than ever before. You see, when your signal dealer lubricates your car, in order to make doubly sure that not a single part can be missed, he uses the famous Signal Check Chart, on which the maker of your car shows every lubrication point. And your signal dealer checks each point against this chart not just once, but twice to make double sure. What's more, he uses 9 special types of signal lubricants, so each part on your car gets the exact type of protection it needs. Yes, there is a difference in a Signal Double Check lubrication, a difference that can spell longer, trouble-free miles for your car. If it's been 1,000 miles or 2 months since last lubrication, there's no better life assurance you can give your car than to drive into one of the friendly stations displaying Signal's yellow and black circle sign for a Signal Double Check lubrication. And now, back to the Whistler.
Well, Martin, Branch didn't waste any time, did he? 2 shots, and your guard lies dead at your feet. You look at the killer standing in front of you, the gun still smoking in his hand. There's nothing you can do, no way to turn. 10, maybe 15 minutes left to live. Long enough for him to take you to a lonely spot on the highway and make another witness disappear. Then, strangely, you find yourself thinking of the deposition, safe in the district attorney's office. And, stranger still, you discover you still aren't afraid.
No use checking him. He's dead.
Yeah. I don't miss very often.
Oh, what do we do now?
Well, maybe we better get in the car and hustle him over to the morgue.
What are you talking about?
That's what we usually do with the stiffs.
I don't get it, Spike.
Spike?
Yeah?
You know Radigan was putting a tail on you, didn't you?
Well, sure I did, but...
That's me, Stanley, DA's office. The guy in the gutter you've been palling around with for 2 weeks is Spike.
Next Monday at 9 o'clock, The Whistler will bring you another strange tale. The Whistler is broadcast for your entertainment by the marketers of Signal gasoline and motor oil and fine quality automotive accessories, and by your neighborhood Signal dealer. This program, produced by George W. Allen, written by Harold Swanton from an idea by Robert and Beatrice Gruskin, music by Wilbur Hatch, is transmitted to our troops overseas by the Armed Forces Radio Service. That whistle is your signal for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler. This is Marvin Miller speaking, reminding you to look for those familiar yellow and black circle signs that identify those popular Signal Oil stations in 7 western states from Canada to Mexico. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Signal gasoline. Let every traffic signal remind you do go farther with Signal. Yes, you do go farther with Signal. The Signal Oil Company and your neighborhood signal dealer bring you another curious story by the Whistler. Tonight, the dead man laughed.
I am the Whistler, and I know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales hidden in the hearts of men and women who've stepped into the shadows. Yes, I know the nameless terrors of which they dare not speak. That a man should laugh is not strange. That Henry Baker laughed, and under the circumstances, was very strange. Or so the reporters seemed to think. But then they didn't know. They had no idea of why Henry laughed, and so they didn't see the humor of the situation. But suppose we start back at the beginning, and perhaps it will be clearer. In the beginning, there was Charles Finch. Charles Finch, aging, gray, growing bald, with a pronounced bulge at the girth. A man respected and admired in the community. President of a large construction company. Successful, or so it seemed. But it all started the day Charles Finch sat across the desk from his partner, Malcolm Guthrie. Big, bluff, and hard. And Charles said,
Guthrie, you can't do this to me. You can't.
Can't is a word you taught me never to use, Finch. And I learned the lesson well. I not only can, I'm doing it. In fact, I've done it. I am now sole owner of the Finch and Guthrie Construction Company, and you're out. Completely.
Malcolm, how can you do a thing like that? You know what this company means to me. I started it. I built it. Made it successful. Why, it's my whole life. I've sacrificed everything for it. Marriage, a home, happiness, everything. You can't know what you're doing to me.
Oh, Finch, you're a fool.
A fool?
Yes, a fool. If you gave up everything for this, a fool if you let it mean so much to you, a fool if you didn't protect yourself any better than you did. Well, I'm not a sentimentalist, Finch. I'm a hard-headed businessman. I saw my chance to feather my own nest, and I took it. You'd have done the same if you'd been smart enough. But you weren't. No. So I won. And you're finished.
You cold-blooded swindler.
Get out, Finch.
All right. All right, you don't have to throw me out. I'll go. But you haven't heard the last of me yet, Guthrie. I'll pay you back if it's the last thing I ever do.
Oh, yeah? I'm scared to death. What'll you do? Kill me, I suppose, eh?
Might not be a bad idea.
Yeah? Well, you'd better make it good, Finch. You'd better figure all the angles. Plenty of people know how you feel about me. And if they found me plugged, you'd try for it. And you know it. So you better figure something practically perfect, Finch. If you can.
Okay. Maybe I'll do that.
I'm not worried. You haven't got the guts or the brains. Go on, Finch. Beat it. Beat it. Get out of here, and I don't want to see you around here anymore.
Don't worry. You'll see me again. Only once more. And it'll be the last look you'll ever have of me or anyone. You're as good as dead now. So long, Guthrie.
With the prologue of tonight's story, The Dead Man Laughed, the Signal Oil Company brings you another of the strange tales of the Whistler. Now, before the story continues, the Signal Oil Company wants to pass along the War Production Board warning to drivers about increasingly serious shortage of tires. Due to stepped-up military needs, the already low quota of new civilian tires for the first quarter of this year has been cut over 30%. Well, it's plain to see what this is going to mean. With so few new tires available, the only way to be sure your car will have tires is to keep your present tires in sound condition so they can be successfully recapped. Little injuries to the outer walls must be promptly repaired before they can spread and weaken the important inner carcass of the tire. And retreading must be done before the present tread is worn too thin. This requires two things. One, frequent inspection by the man with the experience and know-how of your Signal gasoline dealer. And two, the finer quality workmanship and materials that the name Signal stands for. Yes, and there's a third point. Your cooperation in not putting off this service until you have a flat and your tire is damaged beyond retreading. The tire shortage is now. Your tires need Signal's Go Farther service now. And the place to get it is your neighborhood Signal gasoline dealer. And now, back to the Whistler.
Well, Charles Finch, Malcolm Guthrie has only himself to blame for what is coming, doesn't he? He gave you not only the motive for murder by swindling you out of your share of the company, he gave you also the idea for murder, his murder, which you promised to carry out. But how, Charles? How? You haven't figured that out yet, have you? And as Guthrie said, it has got to be good, very good, because you don't want to die for it, do you? And so you rack your brains for the perfect crime, and you're lost in thought as you walk home along your usual path through the park. Lost in thought until...
Hey, mister. Huh? Mister, you couldn't help a fellow out, could you? I haven't had a bite to eat all day.
Oh, sure. I... Say, haven't I seen you around here before?
Well, maybe. I sort of stay here in the park sometimes. I haven't got a home to go to.
Yes. Well, here's a quarter.
Gee, thanks, mister. Thanks.
It's all right. Yes, it's all right.
Now what's on your mind, Charles? Why are you standing there, staring after the shabby tramp as he shuffles off toward the hash joint on the corner? What's that look in your eye? And what did you mean by, it's all right?
Yes, that's it. Of course. What could be more perfect?
Yes, perfect, isn't it, Charles? The very idea you needed. And what makes it so funny is that Guthrie furnished this for you, too. It was he who, one day, as the two of you walked through this park, pointed out the tramp. Yes, the very same tramp. And what was it Guthrie called him?
A dead ringer. A dead ringer for me. Yes.
Yes, Charles, a dead ringer. Same age, same size, same graying, balding head, same punch. It was a funny coincidence at the time. Now it's funny, but in a different way, because that shabby old tramp has started the ideas going around in your head. And you follow him, don't you, Charles? Watching him go into the hash joint, order some food, and sit down. You pace up and down in front of the door, watching him eat. And by his manner, you realize something that's almost too good to be true. You go in and slip into the chair beside him.
You mind if I sit down here?
Yeah, huh? Oh, no, I guess not.
You know, I'm surprised you're able to eat sandwiches so well with your false teeth. I never can.
Oh, I get along all right. Say, it was swell of you to stake me to this. Maybe I can pay you back sometime.
Oh, forget it. You haven't got a job, have you?
Just who are you, mister? Cop?
Cop? Oh, certainly not.
What's your racket?
No racket, I assure you. This is strictly legal, strictly on the up and up.
Yeah? Well, I've been plenty careful so far. I ain't never been pulled in by the bulls, and I don't want to begin now.
I assure you what I have to offer will get you in no trouble with the police.
What do you have, mister?
Ham and eggs, please.
Okay. I'm listening.
Well, it's this way. I want you to help win a bet for me tonight.
Huh?
Yes, I have a friend of mine that, I bet him that I could pick up a hobo off the street, clean and dress him up, and pass him off as a polished businessman. I think you're the man I need. You're just about my size, so my clothes will fit you. And you can have them to keep afterwards.
And what else goes with them?
Oh, yes, $100. I might even throw in a bottle of scotch, which is more valuable these days.
For one night's work. You got a lot of dough for just a joke?
Well, I'm not financially strapped exactly.
No, I guess you're not. But, you're sure this is legal, all right? You know, I can't afford to take no chances.
Absolutely. Oh, here's my card. It has my address. I'll expect you there tonight.
Hey, this is a long walk. Way out.
Oh, here. Here's $5. That should get you there. And don't spend it on liquor. I'll have plenty of that and good stuff when you get there.
Okay. Don't worry. For the rest of this lettuce, I'll be there. With bells on.
Oh, we can do without the bells. As a matter of fact, since this is to be a surprise, be sure to keep it a secret. Better come in through the side door from the side street. And don't let anybody see you come in.
Huh?
Well, he might come early. I wouldn't want the joke spoiled just by his seeing you go in. He's taking chances.
Oh, yeah. Okay, I'll get in all right.
About 8, then?
Yeah.
Fine. Don't worry. You'll see. It'll be a great joke. In fact, it'll kill him.
Yes, it will, won't it, Charles? You've figured the perfect way to kill Malcolm Guthrie, and this tramp is going to be a big help. A big help. You'll never get another chance like this one. Never. Maybe that's why you're so nervous as you pace the floor of your home, waiting for him to come. Supposing he doesn't. Suppose he got drunk with that $5. Suppose he's lying in some gutter somewhere right now. You'd never find another perfect double like that, even to the false teeth. You were a fool to trust a hobo, Charles. He's probably taken your $5 and headed out of town. But no, there he is, right on the dot of 8. And you breathe a sigh of relief as you open the door.
Hi, mister.
Well, hello. Come in. You're right on time. Glad you could come.
Wow. Ooh, some layout you got here. Hey, you weren't kidding when you said you was well heeled.
Oh, it'll do. And it won't be long before you fit right into the surroundings as if it were yours.
Well, I don't know about that. I kind of feel like a fish out of water. But if you think so...
You were careful about coming in. Nobody saw you.
Oh, no, I'm sure nobody saw me. Wasn't nobody inside.
Good. Now, if you'll just step into the bathroom over here, you'll find everything you need. Shaving things. Take a good close shave, a hot shower, then put on the clothes I have hanging there.
Christmas, look at that. A real monkey suit. And, brother, silk underwear.
Yes, put it all on. Don't leave off a thing. Everything will fit you, I'm sure.
Hey, this is almost like a dream. I never thought I'd be decked out in a monkey suit like this until I was laid out for my own funeral.
A monkey suit for his funeral. He doesn't know how right he is, does he, Charles? And Guthrie, if he only knew what plans were unfolding. You wait impatiently for the tramp to complete his change. It's very important that it be complete, that he resemble you closely. Will he? Did you figure it right? Well, you'll know in a moment. The door opens and you clench your fist.
Well, how's this?
Why, I wouldn't have believed it.
Not bad, huh?
Perfect.
Hey, how's about a slug of that stuff you promised me?
Oh, yes, certainly, the scotch. Here, I'll pour you a glass.
Yeah. You know, I did just like you said. I didn't have a drink all day. Hey, that looks like good stuff. Don't see much of that anymore.
Here, try this.
Yeah, thanks. Hey, that hits the spot. You know, I think I'm going to like this kind of life.
Here, have another. Help yourself to the bottle.
No fooling. Well, thanks. Hey, when do we get the payoff in this joke?
Oh, any minute now. By the way, what's your name?
Baker. Henry Baker.
Baker.
That one tastes just like another. Hey, this is the life. Funny thing, I almost didn't come up here.
No? Why not?
Oh, I don't know. Seems sort of fishy. Money guy like you picking me up to do a job for real lettuce? I figured there must be some catch to it somewhere. But all I gotta say now is that Hey, what's up? What's the big idea? Look, what's the gun for? You ain't gonna... Hey, mister, cut it out. No, don't shoot. Oh.
That's it, Baker. End of joke.
Okay, Charles Finch. That's the first step. Or should I call you Henry Baker, who answers the description of Charles Finch, lying dead on the floor, his face disfigured just enough. Now it's a simple matter to take out his false teeth, exchange them with yours, put on the clothes of the tramp, and then, quickly, sprinkle kerosene over the body, the room, and set a match to it. In 5 minutes, the fire is spread to the drapes, the furniture, and now it's time to get out, fast. Not too fast, Charles. No one in sight. But don't hurry. Now at the corner, pause, look around. Not a soul in sight. You're clear, Charles Finch. Oh, pardon me, Henry Baker. Charles Finch lies dead in his home, doesn't he? The flames licking away any telltale identification and completing your job. And you're on your way to pay a debt. But take it slowly, Charles. Tomorrow, Thursday, will be Guthrie's chauffeur's day off. He'll drive home tomorrow night by himself, and you'll be waiting beside the garage. Until then, you take a room in a cheap hotel. You're Henry Baker, hobo now. But next day, you stop in and see about the ticket you ordered for Mexico. It'll be ready Friday afternoon, the day after you get Guthrie. Just right. Perfect. Everything's all set. All you have to do is wait for tonight. And how would Henry Baker do that? Why, sit in the park, of course.
Hiya, brother. Got a match?
Yeah, sure. There you are.
How's it going?
Okay. Same as usual, I guess.
Ain't it the truth? It's getting tough to be on the street these days. Well, like as not, a guy will just come up and offer you a job right on the street. Say, that your paper there?
Yeah.
Mind if I take a look?
Oh, go ahead.
Thanks. Wealthy clubman murdered. Say, is that in this town? Yeah. Jiminy, somebody's always bumping somebody else off.
Yeah, it seems so.
And this guy was burnt up. Couldn't hardly identify him, it says here. Yeah, except his dentist identified his false teeth.
I read it.
Yeah, probably some dame. Sounds like a dame. Playing with fire. Hey, what am I laughing about? Only means trouble to me.
Trouble?
Sure, them dumb cops. When they can't find the right guy in one of them things, they come down here and run us all in.
You mean they arrest us bums?
Sure. Just a routine roundup. You know, like they're always doing. Keep us there a couple of days, just so they can tell the newspapers they got some suspects. Well, I hope they get that guy real quick. Otherwise, me and you better hit the road for a while.
Yeah, I'm not worried. That's just what I plan to do, hit the road. But I got a couple of things to attend to first. Yeah, just a couple.
Yes, Charles, another 24 hours and you'll be on your way to Mexico. Free and revenged. But now it's time to get started. At 11, you're waiting in the shadows by Guthrie's garage. He's always arrived home from the club about this time. Everything is perfect for the climax.
Up with your hands.
What is this?
Get back in the garage and you'll find out.
Okay.
All right, keep your hands up.
If it's money you want, my wallet is...
I'm not interested in your money.
I don't understand.
Turn around, you'll see what I mean.
I still don't get it.
Maybe if I stepped into this shaft of moonlight.
Finch.
Yes, Guthrie. Are you surprised?
But the papers. Papers said you were dead. Murdered.
Yes, I know. You thought I was dead, and so did the police. It's just what I wanted them to think. Now, when they find you, They'll never dream Charles Finch could have done it, will they? After all, a dead man can't kill, can he?
Look, Finch, you don't know what you're doing. You can't do this.
Can't I? You told me that once before. Said I didn't have brains enough or guts enough. But now you see your mistake. I did have guts enough. Already I've killed a man. I did have brains enough because the police think that man was Charles Finch. So I'm free. I'll never be caught for this.
Look, Finch, let's...
Keep your hands up.
Let's talk this over.
Keep your hands up.
All right, I'll pay you anything. Give you the business.
I've got enough to take me to Mexico. To start over after I take care of you.
Finch, give me a chance. For God's sake, I'll do anything you say.
That's right. Get down on your knees. Crawl, Guthrie. Crawl. That's the way I've wanted to see you.
I'll confess everything. Confess it all. Give you back everything. Do anything. I say, Finch. Don't.
Well, Charles, your revenge is complete. And back in your shabby hotel room, you sleep soundly. There's no qualm of conscience, no ache of remorse as you walk through the park next morning. You did what you had to do, and you're satisfied. All that needs to be done now is to go to the ticket office and get your passage to freedom. It's all so simple, isn't it?
Hey, Bo.
Me?
Yeah, you. Come on. Get going.
Huh? What's the matter?
Cops.
Cops?
Come on. Don't waste time. Come on. It's like I told you yesterday, a roundup. Only I didn't expect it so soon. Come on. Get moving. If we stroll out the other end of the park, they may miss us. They started back there and... Uh-oh.
Okay, you two. Wait a minute.
What's the matter, copper? I ain't done nothing.
Never mind. Get over there and get in the wagon. You too, bum.
But, officer, you have no right
Is
to...
that so? I said get over there and get in the wagon.
But I've done nothing.
Tell that to the show-up crowd. Come on. You're going in.
Ah, this is something you hadn't counted on, isn't it, Charles? But then there's nothing to worry about, is there? They can't possibly connect the hobo Henry Baker with the murders. And your friend, the other hobo, told you they'd only keep you a couple of days. That means only that your trip will have to be delayed a little. But what difference does that make, as long as you get away in the end? You're fingerprinted and photographed and stood up in the line under the lights. But you're not worried. Not really.
Step forward when I call your name. Alonzo Allen. Alonzo Allen, alias Allen James, vagrant, 37, 5 feet 10, 132, dark complexion, brown eyes, brown hair. Picked up on suspicion. Rearrest for vacancy. All right, step back. Henry Baker.
Yes? Yes, I'm Henry Baker.
Henry Baker, vagrant, 54, 5 feet 8, 170. Gray hair, blue eyes. Picked up on suspicion. No record.
Something is wrong. You sense it, don't you, Charles Finch? As the silence lengthens, you stand there straining. The perspiration pops out on your forehead. You listen intently, waiting for that step back. Your eyes strain into the blackness out there, but you can't make anything out. Not even those faces staring up at you. What's wrong? How could anything be wrong?
Henry Baker, step down. No, not that way. Out here. We want to ask you some questions.
What did you say your name was?
Henry Baker.
What other names have you used?
None.
Sure of that?
Of course I'm sure. My name's Henry Baker.
Okay. Now, take a look at those.
What? They're just fingerprints?
Yes, your fingerprints. The ones we made a few minutes ago.
Well?
Take a good look. Notice the little whorls there. Very distinctive ones, see?
Yes.
Okay. Now take a look at these. Notice anything different?
No.
Neither do I. They're the same fingerprints. They're yours, and it doesn't take an expert to see it.
So what?
So nothing. Only this second set of prints we got off of a liquor glass in the burned house of a guy who was murdered a couple of days ago. Guy by the name of Charles Finch. That name familiar to you?
I never heard of him.
Okay. That's your story. But we're booking you. Booking you for murder.
that's not all of tonight's story. The Whistler will return in just a moment with a strange ending of tonight's tale. Meantime, here are 2 tips for making today's rationed gasoline go farther. Tip number 1 is from Uncle Sam. It's carpooling, and it's saving gasoline for millions of motorists. Take the case of 4 men driving to work, each in his own car. By riding together, 3 of the men can leave their cars at home. Gasoline, tires, and wear and tear are saved on 3 cars. Yes, carpooling really works. And now tip number 2. This one is from thousands of Western motorists who for years have kept track of their gasoline mileage and found they do go farther with Signal gasoline. Do I hear you saying, but today's gasolines aren't what they used to be? True, certain ingredients which gave gasolines their... But there's the important point. Today, as always, Signal is producing the finest quality gasoline that can be made. And Signal still places the emphasis on mileage. If you haven't tried Signal in your car, it's high time you discover that all of today's gasolines are not the same. Invest your next ration coupons in the famous longer mileage gasoline, Signal Go Farther gasoline. And now, back to the Whistler.
Yes, Charles Finch, you forgot about the fingerprints. You made the mistake of pouring the tramp a glass of liquor. The glass was found beside the body. Of course, later they found your prints all over what was left of the home, and so they booked you for murder. But then, not exactly you, Charles Finch. They booked Henry Baker for the murder. They convicted Henry Baker. They sent him to the execution chamber. And the reporters wondered why. Just before the switch was thrown, you threw back your head and laughed. Laughed long and loudly until suddenly you could laugh no more. They didn't see the humor in the situation. You were the only one who saw that. Because you were the only one who knew you were being executed for your own murder. The murder of Charles Finch. You couldn't tell them who you really were without exposing yourself to another murder, that of Malcolm Guthrie. So you died for murdering yourself. And when you laughed, it was a dead man laughing.
Next Monday at 9 o'clock, the Whistler will bring you another strange tale, the curious story of how murder opens a gate. The Whistler is broadcast for your entertainment by the marketers of Signal gasoline and motor oil and fine quality automotive accessories, and by your neighborhood Signal dealer. This program, directed by George W. Allen, with tonight's story by Lewis Herman, music by Wilbur Hatch, is transmitted to our troops overseas by the Armed Forces Radio Service. Bob Anderson speaking, and suggesting that you let every traffic signal remind you do go farther with Signal gasoline. Yes, you do go farther with Signal. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The Signal Oil Program, The Whistler. That whistle is your signal for the Signal Oil Program, The Whistler.
I am the Whistler, and I know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. Yes, I know the nameless terrors of which they dare not speak.
Yes, friends, it's time for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler, rated tops in popularity for a longer period of time than any other West Coast program in radio history. And Signal gasoline is tops, too, tops in quality. It takes extra quality, you know, to give you extra mileage. And Signal is the famous Go Farther gasoline. So look for the Signal circle sign in yellow and black that identifies friendly dealer-owned Signal stations from Canada to Mexico. And now the Whistler's strange story, The Silent City.
For 15 years, George Malcolm had been a reader for the Latimer Publishing Company. 15 years plowing through the tangled syntax, the dull metaphors, the silly little scribblings of people who think they can write without learning how, and he was sick of it. Why, George Malcolm knew more about writing than they ever would. However, he hadn't been able to sell that idea to his boss, Mr. Latimer, though he'd tried time and time again without success. Yes, George Malcolm knew the meaning of the word frustration too well. But on that morning early in April, as he walked into Mr. Latimer's office to try again, George didn't realize that he would also soon learn the meaning of the word murder.
Mr. Latimer?
Oh, yes, George, you wanted to see me.
Yes, sir. I've written a few chapters of a new novel.
Oh, now, George, really, you haven't been writing again.
Oh, this time, Mr. Latimer, I think I've hit on something.
Look, we've been all through this before. You write well, yes.
Yeah, if you'll only let me tell you about it, sir.
All right. Tell me about it.
Well, it's about a sea captain, a young man from Boston, the year 1805. He sails for the South Seas.
You ever been to sea, George?
What, sir?
You ever been to sea?
Well, no, sir.
What do you know about sailing ships, the South Seas?
Well, I suppose I know as much as the next fellow, enough to get by.
Enough to get by? George, listen to me. You're a good reader. You can spot talent at 10 paragraphs in someone else's manuscript. But when it comes to writing, your stuff just doesn't have the heart. You just won't write about things you know.
Won't you even read what I've written, sir?
Oh, very well. Leave it on the table on your way out.
It's the same old runaround, isn't it, George? You're burning with rage as you leave Latimer's office. Walk between the stacks of new novels, bright in their gaudy jackets. And seeing them, you know that more than anything else in the world, you want your name on books such as these. And you don't care how it gets there. When you reach your desk, you find it piled high with manuscripts. You begin to leaf through them, thinking more of how your $100 a week looks stacked beside the royalties of a bestseller than what you're reading. And then deep at the bottom of the stack, you find a manuscript typed on cheap bond. You're about to toss it aside when the title catches your eye. The Silent City, a novel by Mary Jordan. You lean back in your chair and begin to read.
There is a city we see and a city we hear, and the silent city of terror. There is the crying gargoyle that lies behind the laughing face of the silent city. There is frustration here for the big and small. Well, not bad. Not bad at all.
It interests you, doesn't it, George? Hastily you glance through the first few chapters. There are some mistakes in construction, in approach, but the talent, the heart is there. The mistakes can be corrected. And how you wish you had written this novel. You turn back to the top sheet.
What's the matter, George? You've hardly said a word all evening. Haven't you been listening to me?
Oh, I'm sorry, Ilka.
Has the mind rejoined the body?
Yes, sure, baby.
Can't waste our date just daydreaming, huh?
Oh, some date bringing you to a cheap joint like this. I'm sick of these places, Ilka.
What?
But it won't always be like this, darling. Someday we'll be sitting on top of the world, the two of us.
I know, honey. I haven't been complaining.
No, you've been swell, but I mean it. It won't always be like this.
Oh, you've been thinking?
I've been thinking about writing another book.
I thought so. Mention it to your boss. What's his name, Latimer?
Oh, Latimer. He would know a good novel if you hit him over the head with it. Why, that old goat can't see any farther than the tip of his cigar. Your stuff just doesn't have the heart, George. You just won't write about the things you know, George. Why, I could bash his ugly...
Take it easy, darling. Take it easy. You'll have everybody in the place gawking at us.
Let him gawk.
Your new book. What's it about?
Well, I'd rather not tell you about it now, Ilka.
Surprise, huh?
Yes. Yes, that's it.
Well, darling, whether you ever write the great American novel or not, it wouldn't make any difference to me.
It would to me. Just one book, Ilka. That's all I need to break the ice. One good novel.
Perhaps the novel you're going to work on, George. Perhaps that'll be it.
Yeah. I've got a hunch it will be.
After you take Elka home, you walk the streets for a long time, thinking about the silent city, Mary Jordan, and Beachmont. It's a desperate chance to take, isn't it, George? And you're afraid to think of the consequences. It's almost 2 a.m. when you return to the downtown district, and suddenly up ahead you see the red neon sign flashing on and off over the wide doors. It's like an answer, and you know what you're going to do. You hurry inside the depot, then to the ticket window.
Yes, sir?
When is the next bus pulling out north on the main line?
Not till 3:30. Get you up to Goldfield by noon.
I'm not going that far. Give me a ticket to Beachmont.
With the prologue of The Silent City, the Signal Oil Company brings you another strange story by The Whistler. Friends, you've heard me tell about the more thorough, more conscientious attention cars get at Signal service stations because each Signal dealer owns his own business and has a personal interest in pleasing you. Well, typical of this is the free inspection of your radiator and cooling system, now being offered by Signal dealers throughout the West from Canada to Mexico. You see, as a car grows older, its radiator may become clogged with rust and sludge, or develop small leaks. To correct such conditions, Signal dealers offer a complete radiator service. They have special rust and sludge dissolving compound that restores your radiator's cooling efficiency but can't harm the metal. If your radiator has any small leaks, your Signal dealer has radiator sealer that stops them in a jiffy. And in any case, even with new cars, it's wise to add rust preventive that protects both radiator and motor from future corrosion. So the next time you stop at a Signal station, be sure to ask for your free radiator inspection. This is just another in our complete line of Signal safety services, each designed to help your car run better, look better, and last longer. And now back to the Whistler.
And so, early Saturday morning, a few hours before dawn, you're aboard the bus rolling north toward Beachmont and Mary Jordan, author of The Silent City. Quite a novel, isn't it, George? It's literature, something you would have been proud to have written. And you're certain of something else, too, aren't you? You're certain that when the book is published, it will carry your name. It's a few minutes after 10 in the morning when your bus arrives at Beachmont, a quiet, sleepy little town just off the main highway. And a quarter of an hour later, you're walking down Miller Avenue, a quaint little side street shaded by huge pepper trees. In the middle of the block, you find the address you're looking for, 375, a flight of wooden steps and a flat upstairs.
Yes?
Miss Jordan? Miss Mary Jordan?
Yes, I don't think I know you.
But I know you, Miss Jordan. That is, I should say, I know your work.
My work.
I'm George Malcolm. I represent the Latimer Publishing Company.
The Latimer... Oh, yes, won't you come in?
Thank you.
Oh,
I hope I'm not disturbing you, Miss Jordan. I know it's a little
Oh,
early.
no, not at all. I'm sorry the apartment is... Well, I didn't expect you.
May I sit down?
Oh, yes, please do. Here, I'll get these things out of the way.
So you're Mary Jordan.
Oh, yes. Oh.
Well, we've read your novel, Miss Jordan.
Oh?
Yes, and frankly, we like it. We like it a lot.
You like it? Oh, I've worked on it so long.
Put in a good many hours on it, huh?
Oh, yes, most of it during the evening. Well, fortunately, I have the flat to myself. It's so much easier to write.
Oh, you live alone?
Yes, that's right. I've only been here in Beachmont a short time. I'm from Illinois.
I see.
And when Mother died, well, there was nothing to keep me back home, and, well, I just thought it would be better if I went out on my own.
Of course, I understand. Tell me, Miss Jordan, what do the good citizens of Beachmont think of your writing?
Oh, they don't.
Well, what do you mean?
I mean, they don't know anything about it.
Oh, they don't.
Oh, no. In a small town like this, they'd laugh at me. Besides, what does a waitress know about writing novels?
So that's where you got your material for the Silent City.
Oh, yes. I met so many interesting people, so I wrote about them. Oh, I've always wanted to write, and it was easy writing about people. I was told always to write about the things I know.
Yes. Now, about your novel, Miss Jordan. As I said before, it's far better than the average. However, we feel it will need considerable rewriting.
Oh, I wouldn't mind rewriting. I wouldn't mind at all.
You'll need help, of course. That's why I came up here to Beachmont, Miss Jordan. It's part of my job, you know.
Oh, then you're really going to publish my novel?
Just as soon as we make all the necessary changes.
Oh, well, about the rewrite, will I have to go into town?
Oh, no, that won't be necessary. I think we can work better right here. Nice and quiet, no one to disturb us. And the sooner we start, the better.
Well, I don't have to go to the cafe until 5 this afternoon. Then I suppose I could get Margie to work tonight for me.
Yes, why don't you do that? And do you think you could arrange to have every Saturday off from now on? That would fit into my schedule perfectly.
I'll try. I think Margie would be willing to trade days with me. I'll call her right now. She doesn't have to know why.
Good. And, you know, Mary, if I were you, I wouldn't let anyone know you're working on this novel until it's ready for publication.
Oh, I won't tell a soul if you think it's best. Oh, you don't know what it means to me to have my book published.
It means a lot to me, too, Mary.
It couldn't have worked out any better, could it, George? All day Saturday and into the black hours, you sit by Mary Jordan and her typewriter and guide the writing of the Silent City. It's almost 3 o'clock in the morning when you decide it's time to return to town. You leave Mary with a handful of notes, suggestions for her to work on during the week while you're gone. When you return to your apartment in town, you tumble into bed without bothering to take your clothes off. It's almost noon when the phone wakes you.
Hello.
Good morning, George.
Oh, Elka.
George, I thought we had a date last night.
Oh, I'm sorry, Elka. I couldn't make it. I was busy.
Well, you could have called me, George.
Yes, sure. But I was writing, and I just didn't want to be bothered.
Oh, am I bothering you, George?
Oh, baby, listen.
Oh, let it go, George. I don't want to quarrel with you.
Elka, give me a break, will you? I've got a lot on my mind.
Another girl?
Oh, sweetheart, what kind of talk is that?
I couldn't make it any clearer.
Elka, you've got to believe me. I was busy writing.
All right, George. All right.
Now, look, honey. Look, I'm dead tired. Be a good girl and let me finish my nap, huh? I'll see you tomorrow. Okay?
Oh, very well. And, George.
Yes?
If there is anyone else, don't let me know. I wouldn't like it.
Come in, George. Come in.
Your secretary said you wanted to see...
Yes. I want to have a talk with you, my boy. Sit down.
Thank you, Mr. Latimer.
You know that stuff about the sea captain, George? Terrible. But this, my boy, this story about the waitress in the small-town cafe, wonderful. Frustrated people. Bestseller stuff if I ever saw it.
The Silent City?
Wonderful title. And these first 3 chapters are beautifully written.
Well, I'm glad you like them, sir.
When can you give me more? A week? 2?
Well, I can have 3 more chapters next Monday.
That's pretty fast writing.
Oh, I can handle it, Mr. Latimer.
Oh, fine. You know something, George? This work shows great improvement over your past performances.
Oh, I think I've touched on the answer to my writing problems, Mr. Latimer.
Good. Stay with it, my boy. Stay with it.
Well, I will, Mr. Latimer. I will. Frustration, Mary. You've got to show it here. We want the reader to understand what frustration will drive a man or a woman to do.
Yes. Yes, I see what you mean.
Of course you do, and you're doing fine, Mary.
How many chapters have you turned in now, George?
12, Mr. Latimer, and all quite good, too, don't you think?
Yes, excellent. You think we can finish The Silent City by, say, around the 1st of June?
Well, now I don't know.
I tell you what. Suppose you take the rest of the month off, huh? I'm anxious for you to finish the novel. I'd like to start it rolling as a serial in one of the national magazines. Drum up interest, you know.
All right, Mr. Latimer. I'll see what I can do.
Now, I don't want inferior work, but I want speed. And I'm willing to pay for it. Does this check convince you?
$5,000.
A token of our faith. Call it in advance. What do you say, George? 1st of June?
1st of June, Mr. Latimer. 1st of June, you'll have my novel.
You leave Latimer's office, keeping your hand in your pocket, feeling the crisp authority of the check between your fingers. And you know that this is only the beginning. But Mary Jordan, you haven't been wanting to think about that, have you, George? But now you've got to think about it. What's to become of Mary Jordan?
$500? Why, George!
It's all yours, Mary. A token of our faith. Call it in advance. Do you think that will take you away from the cafe?
Oh, I'm as good as through now.
Then what do you say we get right to work? We have a lot to do if you're going to get the novel finished by the 1st of June.
The 1st of June? Oh, I'm sure I'll have it finished by then.
Days flow into weeks, and as you sit there making notes for Mary to follow at the typewriter, you're a little surprised with yourself. You're actually beginning to feel a little sorry for her. Too bad that things have to turn out this way. But you can't think about that now, can you? The book is more important, and it must be finished. Then a week before deadline, you drop in and see Latimer again.
Well, George, we're almost finished, aren't we?
Yes, I'm just about ready to wind up my first novel, Latimer. Just about ready to wind it up.
Good. You know something, my boy? I've mentioned your novel to a friend of mine. He's with one of the big motion picture studios. Just sketched the idea briefly to him, and he's crazy about the Silent City.
Oh, he is, eh?
Naturally, I told him I'd have to talk to you before we went ahead with anything.
Well, naturally.
You know what it means, of course. Why, they'll pay a fortune for your novel, and what publicity. My boy, take my word for it. In another few months, you'll be sitting on top of the world.
Hello, Mary.
Oh, George, come on in. I've been waiting for you.
Well, I'm sorry I'm so late, Mary. I had a lot of things to do in town, you know, and I missed the bus, too. Say, isn't that a new dress?
Uh-huh. You like it?
Wow. Turn around. Very pretty. And say, what's this? The table's all set, candles. You're not expecting someone, are you?
Oh, just a little celebration for the two of us. I thought it would be nice if we had dinner.
Oh, yes.
We should celebrate, shouldn't we?
What? Oh, what do you mean?
Well, you'd already made your final note, so I thought I'd surprise you. I worked all last night after you left, and most of today, and I finished the last chapter.
You finished it?
Yeah. Oh, I knew you'd be surprised. I made up my mind last night. Oh, you've been so wonderful about everything, so I decided I'd finish up that last chapter if it killed me.
You glance over the completed chapters on the desk next to the typewriter. And then you look at Mary, standing there in the middle of the room, in her bright new dress, glowing with pride. You hadn't expected the end to come so soon, now that you're faced with it. You've got to do it now, before you change your mind. You remove the silk scarf from your neck, tie a knot in it. Mary has her back to you. She's fussing around the dinner table. And slowly you cross the room toward her.
So-called silverware, George. That's all I have. Oh, gosh, I should have bought some rolls, too. I guess we can get along without...
Yes, it's all very sad, isn't it, George? But it had to be done. You pick up the final chapters of The Silent City, stuff them into your briefcase, along with all the other papers on the desk. You can't leave a single trace of The Silent City here, can you? Then one last thing before you leave. You step to the dinner table and blow out the candles. You hurry down the stairs and out into the dark, deserted street. A few yards up the block, a car is parked at the curb, but you pay little attention to it. And then as you walk past it, you stop in your tracks.
George?
Huh?
George.
The voice is familiar, isn't it? Yes, very familiar. You turn and walk slowly to the car.
Hello, George.
Elka, what are you doing here?
You mind if I ask you the same thing?
So you've been following me. You've been...
Uh-huh. I know all about your little trips to see Mary Jordan. At least that's the name on her mailbox.
I wish you hadn't done it, Elka.
Get in, George. I'll drive you back to town. We have a lot to talk about, don't we?
Yes. We have a lot to talk about.
Oh, hello, Mr. Malcolm.
Hello, Fred. How's everything?
You know how it is afternoons. Kind of quiet, just the regular customers. Bourbon like always, Mr. Malcolm?
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, Mr. Malcolm, I seen something in the papers a little while ago. That that lady used to come in here with you a lot, Miss Robinson. I heard you call her Elka.
Yes.
Funny. I mean, it's a kind of unusual name. That's why I remember. Well, in the afternoon paper, there's a story about...
That's right, Fred.
Oh, gee, that's tough. What do you suppose happened?
Well, just as the papers say, I guess. Evidently drove her car off the road.
Lost control, huh? Went into the river and drowned. Oh, gee, that's tough. Well, that's the way it goes.
Uh-huh. That's the way it goes, Fred.
The Whistler will return in just a moment with a strange ending to tonight's story. Meantime, for the benefit of you who missed last week's Whistler, I want to repeat what we honestly believe is today's greatest tire value. I'm referring to Signal Dealer's new price on Lee Deluxe 4-ply tires, just reduced from $15.25 to only $12.95 plus tax. Imagine only $12.95 for a nationally advertised top-quality tire in the popular 616 size. Other sizes proportionately low-priced. If you've been comparing prices, you know that $12.95 is actually less than the second-line price of some tires. But this is not a second-line tire. In fact, Lee of Conshohocken has never in 45 years made anything less than top quality. And today's Lee Deluxe 4-ply tire, which Signal Dealers are now featuring at $12.95, is the same quality, has the same patented double-life cord construction, which made Lee tires outstanding among leading brands. So if you're going to be needing tires, save by taking advantage of Signal's special for your summer driving safety. Get your Signal Dealer's trade-in offer for your old tires now. See for yourself that for value plus quality, your best buy today is the top-quality Lee Deluxe tire, which Signal Dealers are now featuring at only $12.95. And now, back to the Whistler.
Yes, George, you can rest easily now. It's all over. there isn't a soul alive who can trace you to 375 Miller Avenue, Beachmont, and to the murder of Mary Jordan. There's a small news item about it in the afternoon paper, the same edition that carries the story of Elka's accidental death. That was unfortunate, too, wasn't it? But then Elka was the link, the only link connecting you with Mary Jordan, and that link had to be broken. Now the novel is finished. Your novel, George. And soon you'll be seeing your name on that stack of gaudy jackets. Yes, that's what you've wanted all along, isn't it? Early Monday morning, you walk into Latimer's office with the final chapters of The Silent City.
Good morning, Mr. Latimer. How's the old... Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't know you were busy.
Come in, George. Come in. George, this is Lieutenant Bates of Homicide.
Hello, Mr. Malcolm.
Well, how are you, Lieutenant? Look, if you gentlemen are discussing something, I'll come back another...
This concerns you, Mr. Malcolm.
Oh? It's about The Silent City, George.
Your novel, isn't it?
Why, yes. Yes, it is.
A girl was just found murdered up at Beachmont. Mary Jordan. Ever hear of her?
Jordan? Mary Jordan? No, I'm afraid not, Lieutenant.
Never heard of her, hmm?
No.
Okay, Mr. Latimer. Read him the letter.
Letter? Well, what letter?
I received it Saturday morning, George. It's from Mary Jordan.
What?
Says something about putting it in the book, wanting it to be a surprise, repaying you.
Read him the last part of Miss Jordan's letter, Mr. Latimer.
To the man who spent so many unselfish hours aiding me in writing my first novel, The Silent City, in gratitude, this book is dedicated to George Malcolm.
Let that whistle be your signal for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler, each Wednesday night at the same time. Brought to you by the Signal Oil Company, marketers of Signal gasoline and motor oil and fine quality automotive accessories. Signal has asked me to remind you, to get the most driving pleasure, drive at sensible speeds, be courteous, and obey traffic regulations. It may save a life, possibly your own. Featured in tonight's story were Wally Mayer and Sarah Selby. The Whistler was produced by George W. Allen, with story by Gilbert Thomas and music by Wilbur Hatch, and was transmitted to our troops overseas by the Armed Forces Radio Service. Next Wednesday, for a full hour of mystery over most of these stations, tune in a half hour earlier. Enjoy The Saint as well as The Whistler. This is Marvin Miller speaking. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Let every go signal remind you that you do go farther with Signal gasoline. The Signal Oil Program. The Signal Oil Company and your neighborhood signal dealer bring you another curious story by The Whistler. Tonight, Death Sees Double.
I am the Whistler, and I know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales, many secrets hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. Presently I'll tell you of nameless terrors of which they dare not speak.
But first, Signal Oil Company is happy to devote this time to an announcement from the United States government on today's most important event, the opening of the 6th War Loan Drive. Many Americans, unfortunately, won't be hearing this announcement beside their home radios tonight. Some are crouching in rain-filled foxholes in the Philippines or Burma. Others are slogging through cold and mud in northern Italy or in France, plagued by the new German stratosphere bomb. But they're not complaining. They're just asking for the weapons they need to get the fighting over and get them home again as soon as possible. That's where you come in. It's going to take more B-29s, lots more, at $600,000 each, and M4 tanks at $67,000 each. Yes, millions and millions more dollars. But you're not being asked to give your dollars. Just invest them in the world's safest investment, a United States war bond. Make it a $100 bond this time. Your war bond dollars not only pay you excellent interest while ensuring your future security, but they say to the boys we sent over there, you're not quitting, neither am I, till it's over there. And now, the Whistler.
You've heard of identical twins, haven't you? Yes. You don't run across them very often, but once in a while you'll find two people who look so much alike that even their own parents can't tell them apart. And that can lead to all sorts of complications. There's one case I have in mind especially, the case of Mona and Martha Spencer, identical twin sisters. They were exactly alike. Their friends couldn't tell them apart. Their mother and father, before they died, had trouble distinguishing between them. After their parents' death, they were alone in the world. Two devoted, loving sisters. At least that's what everyone thought. Two loving sisters, beautiful, popular, surrounded by admirers. Then along came Bill Everett, handsome, successful, the catch of the season, as they say. And Mona caught him. Yes, they became engaged, and Mona bought out the stores for her trousseau. And one night, she and Martha stood in Mona's room, admiring the beautiful dresses and lingerie she had purchased.
And this dress, and this robe, and... What's the matter, Martha? Oh, nothing. I think they're beautiful, all of them. Especially this dress. I wonder how I'd look in it. Well, you'd look lovely, dear, the same as I will. Why don't you try it on? You mean it? Well, of course. It'll be like looking in a mirror as myself. Go ahead. I'd like to see how it will look on me. Well, if you're sure you don't mind. Of course I don't mind. Go ahead. Try it on. Oh, you're a very lucky girl, Mona. Lucky? Be so lovely and have Bill. Well, if I'm lovely, so are you. We're both alike. Yes, except for one thing. Well, Martha, what is it? We've never had secrets from each other. How aren't we alike? You have Bill. Oh, I do believe you're jealous. Are you in love with Bill, too? Nonsense. I just can't help feeling a little jealous, naturally. You found your man, and I... Well, do you blame me? We're not alike in another respect, Martha. You're weak, and I'm strong. Weak? Yes. I found my man, as you put it, because I made up my mind to find him. You should do the same. Darling, what's happened to all your boyfriends? You've been staying home so much lately. Well, I just haven't felt like going out, that's all. Martha, sometimes I don't understand you. You're so moody lately. Oh, that's probably Bill. Run down and let him in like a good girl. I'll be dressed in a minute. All right. I'm coming. Hello, Bill.
Hello, Mona. Oh, wearing your new dress, huh?
Oh, yes, but
Well, it's beautiful. Well, get your coat. We're late.
Oh, but Bill,
Oh, I'm sorry. I forgot.
Oh, really? Well, that's hardly the way to kiss a sister.
Huh? Oh.
I've been trying to tell you, Bill. I'm Martha.
Poor Bill can't tell his fiancée from her sister. Yes, It's too bad that incident at the door had to happen, because it gave Martha an idea. She tried to put it out of her mind, but she couldn't. She thought about it all evening while Mona and Bill were out having a good time.
Tell me from Mona. Couldn't tell me from Mona. Not even when he kissed me. He couldn't tell.
Yes, that little voice kept whispering to her over and over and over again. It wouldn't go away. The thought was there, insistent, growing. If even Bill couldn't distinguish between them, why not? Why not? By the time Mona came home, the thought had grown into a plan, and Martha was waiting for her sister.
Oh, hello, Martha. Still up? Yes, I couldn't sleep. Oh, what's the matter? I've been thinking. Really? Oh, that's good. Oh, now run along to bed like a good girl. I'm dreadfully tired. Suppose you had a good time with Bill tonight. Wonderful. Where did you go? To the 74 Club in Maisie's, and... Oh, I'll tell you all about it tomorrow. Tell me now. Martha, what's the matter with you? Why are you still up? It's late. You should have been in bed long ago. I couldn't sleep. Well, that's too bad, dear. Why not take something? I was thinking. I didn't want to sleep. Well, that's a waste of time. Now run along and get to bed. I'm certainly not going to stay and talk just because you don't want to go to bed. I'll tell you all about tonight in the morning, dear.
Mona goes on about the absorbing business of getting ready for bed, but Martha stays in her room, sitting, watching her, and through her mind go the details of the plan, carefully, minutely. She watches her sister's beauty preparations with a stoic look on her face, but with hatred burning and growing inside her. Then Mona is ready. She climbs into bed and prepares to turn out the light.
Run along, Martha. I'm going to bed. I want to talk. I told you we'd talk in the morning. No, we won't. What? There isn't going to be any tomorrow for you, Mona. What do you mean? What are you trying to do, scare me? I remember when we were little girls, you used to try to scare me. We're not children anymore, Martha. No, we're not, are we? But one thing is still the same. You always get the best of everything. That's the same. I've hated you for years, never really known it until now. Hated having a sister who always got the best of everything. And then Bill came along. So I was right. You are in love with Bill. Yes, Mona, I'm in love with Bill. You were right about another thing. I'm jealous of you. You're just lucky. You always have been lucky. You met him first, so he fell in love with you. Why couldn't it have been me? If I'd met him first, he would have fallen in love with me. Yes, you're laughing at me now, but you won't laugh much longer. You were right about several things, Mona, but you were terribly wrong about one thing. You said, I'm weak and you're strong. Well, you were wrong, Mona. I'm not weak. I'm strong. I'm stronger than you. I'm strong enough to kill you. You're a fool. You wouldn't gain anything by killing me. Wouldn't I? Now stop this nonsense and go to bed. We'll talk about it in the morning when you're more calm. You don't believe me, do you, Mona? You don't believe there isn't going to be any morning for you. But it's true, Mona. You're going to die tonight. I'm going to kill you. Martha! Where did you get that gun? That gun? Why don't you remember, Mona? This was Father's gun. Put that down! You can't order me around any longer. I thought it all up. Get away from me! Martha! Clumsy, aren't you, Mona? You can't run away from me. Martha! No! No! I'm following you, Mona. You won't go far. Just to the top of the stairs. Then you'll be down on your knees, begging me not to kill you. But it won't do you any good. Martha, in heaven's name! You see, it's you who's weak, not me. I'm strong. Martha! Martha, no! You're making a mistake. It won't do you any good. Martha, wait, please. Listen to me. You see, Mona, I told you you'd be begging on your knees. You must listen. No, you listen. You don't think I'll gain anything by killing you. You think I'll be caught and convicted and die. Well, you're wrong again, Mona. I won't be caught and I won't die. No one will even know you're dead, Mona, because after I kill you, I'm going to become you. They'll think I died. They'll think I committed suicide. Mother, please! Perfect, Mona. Perfect in every respect. Isn't it lucky we're twins? How fortunate we look exactly alike. How fortunate we sound exactly alike. You are me now, Mona. And you're going to kill yourself. No! Mother, don't! No! Mother, no! No! struggle. Won't do you any good. I'm strong, Mona. I'm strong enough to put this gun to your head. It must look like suicide, Mona. The gun. Close. Powder burns on your face. Hold still, Mona, while I pull the trigger.
So Martha Spencer killed her twin sister, Mona. Then, carrying out her plan, she immediately assumed Mona's identity. She changed into Mona's dress, arranged the gun in Mona's hand, took Mona's engagement ring and diamond clip, dressed Mona in one of her robes, and put her dinner ring on Mona's finger. Oh, yes, it was perfect. Perfect in every detail. What could the police suspect when not even Bill Everett could tell Mona and Martha apart?
Hello? Police department? I think you better come to 437 Oak Street right away. My sister just committed suicide. What? Oh, yes, I'm Mona Spencer.
Yes, it's done now. Now there's no turning back, Martha. So don't get nervous. Keep calm and face the police just as if it really had been suicide. Nothing is going to go wrong, nothing. Not if you keep your head. Your plan is perfect. And when the police arrive, you do keep your head. They ask only a few simple questions. And Bill, who arrives soon after, is with you to keep you steady. So you carry it off rather well.
I'm sorry to subject you to these questions, Miss Spencer. I know how you must feel.
Poor Martha. She threatened to kill herself, but I didn't think she'd do it.
Had she been depressed recently?
Oh, yes, very depressed. She seemed to be losing control of herself. She was never quite the same after our parents died.
Do you suppose your forthcoming marriage had anything to do with it?
Well, I'm afraid it did. You see, Martha and I were always very close to each other. She had no boyfriends. I couldn't understand it. She was very attractive.
Yes, just as you are.
Yes. But for some reason, no one ever became seriously interested in her. And then when Bill and I...
Yes, I understand. By the way, Mr. Everett, did Martha Spencer say anything to you that might lead you to believe she contemplated suicide?
Well, No, I can't say she did.
It's all right, dear. You needn't spare me. I'm sure you must have noticed how strangely she'd been acting lately.
Well, come to think of it, she didn't quite seem to be herself.
I see. Well, I don't think we need to trouble you any further, Miss Spencer. These were just routine questions. The coroner's verdict was suicide. I'm satisfied.
Then if you'll excuse me.
Of course. I'll be running along. Oh, don't bother to show me out. I can find my way.
Thank you. Goodbye, Inspector.
Goodbye.
Goodbye, and good luck.
Well, Mona, I think I better be running along, too. I'll call you in the morning, huh?
Oh, must you go, Bill? I don't want to be alone for a while.
Well, yes, I know, but... Well, see here, Mona, I thought perhaps in view of what's happened, you might want to postpone our marriage for a while.
Oh, nonsense, Bill. I feel badly about poor Martha, of course. But we can't help her now. We may as well forget it and enjoy our own happiness.
As you wish.
Bill.
Yeah?
You haven't kissed me since Martha died.
Oh, sorry.
I love you, Bill. And now you're mine. Forever.
You are listening to The Whistler, brought to you by your friend, the Signal Oil Company, marketers of famous Signal gasoline, your best buy today. Remember to let every go signal remind you that you do go farther with Signal gasoline.
Well, several weeks went by. Martha thought she'd better wait a little while to make certain that the cold-blooded murder of her sister was not suspected. Yes, she was a clever girl, this Martha Spencer, posing as her twin sister, Mona. Martha knew she looked exactly like Mona. But did she talk exactly like her? and walk and act and make love exactly like Mona. At first, the possibility bothered her.
Bill, kiss me.
Okay. There.
Bill,
Yeah?
you sometimes act so cold. I haven't done anything to make you feel differently.
Oh, you know better than that. What's eating you, Mona?
Nothing. I mean, I just wondered if I'd changed any. So much has happened.
No, you haven't changed, Mona. You'll never change. Never in this world.
Yes, everything was going all right. Bill didn't suspect a thing, neither did the police. And after a few weeks, Martha felt secure. Bill didn't act as she had expected him to act. There was a sort of a chilly detachment in his attitude toward her, but perhaps that was only because he was shy or reticent to show his feelings before they were married. So the thing to do was to hurry up the marriage.
Bill, why should we wait? Why don't we go ahead and get married? Right away.
Okay, I suppose we might as well get it over with.
That's a fine way to talk about our marriage.
Okay, so we'll get married. We'll drive out to Raleigh tomorrow and get the license.
Raleigh?
Yes.
Why drive way out to a little town like that to get it?
Well, you know why as well as I do.
Oh, yes, Of course, dear, anything you say.
That's strange, isn't it, Martha? You don't know what he meant by that, do you? There must be some secret between Mona and Bill that you didn't know about. But never mind, it can't be very important. And he didn't suspect you. Don't worry about it as you drive out to Raleigh. Go to the courthouse and sign the application. But now there's something else. You watch amazed as Bill signs the application for a license.
Bill?
It's all right. I've signed correctly. Look, you can see for yourself.
Bill,
Stop it, Mona. What's getting into you?
Next, please.
Oh, yeah. Here you are.
Let's see now. Seems to be all right. That'll be $2, please.
There you are.
Thank you. We'll have to wait 3 days, you know. Oh, well, better wait a moment now than later in a divorce court. Let's see, let me check these names here again. Miss Mona Spencer and Mr. George Garrett.
There was something wrong, something terribly wrong. Why did Bill sign the license, George Garrett? A cold chill clutched at Martha's heart, but she didn't say anything to him. On the way home, he suggested that they celebrate the occasion by going out that evening to a little roadhouse up in the mountains. She accepted, of course, and told him she'd be ready at 7. She left his car and went up the steps of her home. Yes, her home now, all hers. She opened the front door. And as she closed it, something on the stairs caught her attention. She looked at the top of the stairs. There was nothing there. She shrugged her shoulders and walked up. Just her imagination. Or was it? She paused at the top and looked at the rug. This was where she had killed Mona. She could almost see her, hear her.
Martha, no! You're making a mistake! It won't do you any good! Martha, wait! Listen to me!
Stop it, you fool!
Yes, stop it, Martha. You're beginning to hear things. She went to her room, Mona's room. It was good to be alone, to enjoy Mona's trousseau. All those wonderful things. She slid open the closet door. Such beautiful dresses. Which one should she wear tonight? She tried to concentrate, sat down at the mirror, and there was her reflection. Mona's reflection. Oh, now isn't that a shame? Breaking that beautiful mirror and that fine bottle of perfume. She got up and paced the floor. She simply couldn't get it out of her mind. Why? Why did Bill sign his name George Garrett? And why do Mona's words keep coming back to her?
You're making a mistake. It won't do you any good. Martha, wait! Listen to me!
I won't think about it. I won't.
That's right, Martha. Don't think about it. Get dressed. Make yourself beautiful as Mona was. You should be happy tonight, Martha. In just 3 days, you'll be married to Bill. That's what you wanted, wasn't it? Well, then, be happy. Enjoy yourself tonight with Bill.
Bill,
Yeah?
what's the matter?
Matter? Nothing. Why?
You've been so quiet. You've hardly spoken a word since we started.
Oh, I'm sorry. Beautiful night, isn't it?
That's no good, Bill. Something's wrong. What is it?
Now, look, Mona, I don't remember that part of the bargain was catering to your whims.
Bargain?
Oh, never mind.
Bill, there's something I don't understand.
Yeah, what?
About the name you signed on the marriage license.
It's okay, I told you once. I signed my right name.
Your right name?
You saw it yourself. For heaven's sakes, Mona, will you cut it out?
Oh, yes, of course, Bill. I'm sorry.
Sorry. That's a hot one.
Bill,
Yeah?
you don't love me, do you?
Oh, why go into that?
Because I want to know.
Okay. I love you. I love you. I love you. I love you. Do you have to keep hammering at me?
Sorry, Bill. Please don't shout at me. Bill,
Well, what is it now?
where are we going?
I told you once, to a little roadhouse.
Well, I don't seem to recognize this road. Where are we?
Well, we're up in the mountains. We'll be at the top soon.
Bill,
You have to talk, Mona. Aren't you satisfied? You've had your own way. What more do you want?
I want to know why you don't love me.
I do love you. I'm crazy about you. Now leave me alone, will you?
I'm not a fool, Bill. I want the truth.
Oh, you do? Well, just be patient, Mona. We're almost there.
Almost where?
At the top. Yeah. Just around this curve. There. We're here.
I don't see any roadhouse.
No, there isn't any, Mona.
Then why are we stopping?
So you can get the truth. You're always getting everything you want. All right, Mona. Look over there.
Where?
Over there, while I...
Bill, what are you doing?
I'm just tying your arms. And now I'm gagging you.
No, why are you doing this?
There we are.
No.
Oh,
No,
neat. How does it feel to be gagged, Mona? Oh, no, Mona, it's no use. You're going to listen to me now. You had your own way long enough. Always talking, always ordering, demanding. Well, I'm not going to go through with it, Mona. I'm not going to marry you. You can only torture a man so long, and then he does something about it. And I'm going to do something about it right now. Yes, Mona. Yes, I'm going to kill you. I've tried to reason with you. I've begged, I've pleaded, I've threatened, but you've only laughed at me. You thought because you knew my secret, you could force me to marry you. Well, you can't. I'd rather go to prison than marry you. No, I won't marry you. And I won't go to prison because this is going to look like an accident. I've got a perfect alibi, Mona. I can count for every minute of this evening. When they find you, they'll think you took that curve too fast, and they'll pronounce it accidental death. Perfect. This is your car, and there's nothing to connect me with even being here this evening. And I'll be rid of you, Mona. I'll be free to marry Lois. Oh, you didn't know Lois, did you? You didn't even know such a person existed, did you? Well, she does. And I'm in love with her. I love her, not you. And I'm going to marry her.
Please,
Won't do you any good to beg, Mona. I can't trust you. I trusted you once with a secret, and you tried to blackmail me into marrying you.
Oh, don't do anything about it. You
No,
got
but
the wrong girl.
I can't let you go over the cliff, bound and gagged. No. No, that was just to make you listen, so I could tell you why you're going to die. Wouldn't do to have them find you with your arms tied together. That wouldn't look quite like an accident, would it? Well, this is it, Mona. Now, you won't feel a thing when I bruise your pretty little head. Now, just remove the gag and the ropes. Release the brake. Engage the clutch. Stop the engine. Goodbye, Mona. Pleasant dreams.
The Whistler will return in just a moment with a strange ending of tonight's story. Meantime, let's test your memory. How long has it been since you had the lubricant changed in your transmission and differential? That's an important question, because the tremendous pressure under which the gears in most modern cars operate gradually pulverizes tiny metal particles and turns even the best lubricant into a grinding, harmful abrasive. That's why, if it's been 5,000 miles or over 6 months since you had your transmission and differential lubricant changed, your neighborhood Signal gasoline dealer suggests that now is a good time to do it. Now, when you bring your car in to have its Signal safety chart lubricated for winter protection. Your Signal dealer has the equipment to thoroughly flush out the old, worn-out lubricant. And his Signal safety chart shows the exact type of scientific high-pressure gear lubricant prescribed by the maker of your car. It's just another part of your neighborhood Signal gasoline dealer's complete, conscientious service to help your car go farther. And now, back to the Whistler.
Poor William Everett, or George Garrett. That was his real name. He didn't get away with it. His alibi was foolproof enough so far as the accident was concerned. But he forgot that Inspector Dudley would check up on the marriage license and see his name signed big as life. The name of George Garrett, an escaped convict. Yes, Inspector Dudley didn't have to pin a murder on him. All he had to do was send him back to prison to finish serving a term of life imprisonment. Poor Bill. He only committed murder to protect his secret, and he never knew that it wasn't Mona he killed. It was Martha. And Martha hadn't the slightest idea that he had a secret, so she would never have given him away. Too bad Martha couldn't have known the truth before she killed Mona. Oh, well. That's what happens sometimes when you're a twin and you're in love with the same man as your sister.
Next Monday at 9 o'clock, the Signal Oil program will bring you another strange tale by the Whistler. The Signal Oil program is broadcast for your entertainment by the Signal Oil Company, marketers of Signal's famous Go Farther gasoline and motor oil, and by your neighborhood Signal Oil dealer, who is at your service daily to keep your car running for the duration. The Signal Oil program, produced and directed by George W. Allen, with story by Ralph Rose and music by Wilbur Hatch, is transmitted to our troops overseas by the Armed Forces Radio Service. Bob Anderson speaking for your friend, the Signal Oil Company, and suggesting once again that you let every go signal remind you that you do go farther with Signal gasoline. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The Signal Oil program, The Whistler. That whistle is your signal for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler.
I am the Whistler, and I know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. Yes, I know the nameless terrors of which they dare not speak.
Yes, friends, it's time for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler. Rated tops in popularity for a longer period of time than any other West Coast program in radio history. And Signal gasoline is tops, too, tops in quality. It takes extra quality, you know, to give you extra mileage. And Signal is the famous Go Farther gasoline. So look for the Signal circle sign in yellow and black. that identifies friendly dealer-owned signal stations from Canada to Mexico. And now the Whistler's strange story. Night Final.
She was a newspaper woman, and a good one. Words came easily to her. Fresh, new, interesting ways of saying what she saw or felt or heard. Her critics and colleagues agreed that regardless of her shortcomings as a person, Helen Conover was a superlative reporter, holder of the Guild Award for on-the-spot reporting, the first woman to win such an honor. Yet now, as she stood in the courtroom, she found it was hard to put her feelings into words, impossible to describe the exhilarating sense of freedom she felt when the judge announced his decision.
That's all, Mr. Delavan?
That's all, Your Honor.
Very well. Divorce granted.
As she left the courtroom and started down the hall, she saw her husband's lawyer a few steps ahead.
Mr. Jackson.
Huh? Oh, Mrs. Delavan. Oh, I mean, Miss Conover.
Well, you almost got out of the building before I could thank you.
Thank me.
Yes, for everything. For the quick, painless way you handle the divorce.
Miss Conover, divorce at best is never a painless operation.
Well, it is the way you handle it. Is Malcolm really out of town?
No, of course not.
But then why didn't he...
It was all arranged beforehand. I convinced Malcolm it'd be wise not to contest the divorce.
Oh? Why?
I'd rather not go into that now. He's at home, I think. You'd probably know better than I.
Mal was such an angel about it. You know, somehow I suddenly feel a little tender toward him. He was so gentlemanly and everything.
Considering the circumstances, I'd say he was.
What do you mean, Mr. Jackson?
You noted, of course, that Paul Wilson's name wasn't brought into the proceeding.
Well?
Didn't that strike you as unusual? Wilson was a full-fledged co-respondent if I ever saw one. Your husband isn't entirely blind, you know.
See here, if you're implying...
You can take it any way you like. Malcolm's a very generous man, Miss Conover. Had he been otherwise, this divorce proceeding might have had some unfortunate overtones. For you, at least.
Well, there was nothing wrong. I made it very clear about Paul and
Yes, of course. Incidentally, Malcolm told me he'd like to see you when it's convenient. You might drop around sometime today.
Perhaps I will.
Fine. Good day, Miss Conover.
Hello, Malcolm.
Oh, nice of you to ring the bell, Helen.
Oh, now, don't be that way. I've come to tell you how nice you were.
For what?
Being such a good sport. We can still be good friends.
Yes, I suppose that's the fashionable thing for divorced couples, particularly among your pseudo-intellectual friends.
Sorry, darling. I'm not going to let you draw me into an argument, especially now.
With love on the wing, huh?
Right. Let's have a drink, Mal, to our separate futures.
Well, if you say so. What'll it be?
Bourbon, dear.
Oh, you might find something on the desk that'll interest you.
Oh, don't tell me. Let me guess. Oh, here we are. A new letter opener. Oriental sheath knife, isn't it? 14 notches on the handle. Ooh, long and bloody history. Now, why do you ever collect these things?
It isn't Oriental. It's South American, and that's not what I'm talking about. Take another look.
Nothing else here. Just a letter. Mal, where did you get this letter?
In the mail. Perfectly normal routine.
It's from Paul. Why is he writing you?
He'll be in town tomorrow night. For some reason or other, he wants me to come to his apartment at 9. Here's your drink.
But why would he...
Oh, maybe at long last he's heard about the divorce. Airline pilot's out of touch with things, you know.
You're going to see him?
Of course. Let's drink to him, Helen, to our good friend, that wife-stealer superb Paul Wilson.
That's not necessary.
You saw now, because you didn't even know he was going to be in town. I knew it and you didn't. That's a great story. Man bites dog.
Stop it, Mal. I won't have you talking like that.
All right, Helen. You're a great girl, a fine reporter. I resent losing you, I admit it. Just too bad you didn't take enough time out from your reporting to learn to be a woman. Now you'd better go.
Listen, Mal.
I said you'd better go. He's probably in town now waiting for you. Well?
All right. Goodbye, Malcolm.
Well, Miss Conover.
Hello, Ed. How are things down in the press room?
Oh, unholy mess as usual. Still setting up big headlines for little stories. Now, if you folks was on the
you're
ball...
never satisfied, Eddie. Where's Ann?
Well, I just saw her go into the office.
Thanks.
Hi, Bern.
What do you say,
Say, your story this morning was great.
Anne? Well, crack out the champagne. I hear you did the trick.
Yep, it's all over.
The old Liberty Bell. Let freedom ring.
Skip
huh?
it. Any calls?
Our dear city editor called. Wants to be sure you're covering the circus opening tomorrow night. Though why you do it, I'll never know.
Sentiment, Annie. My first assignment was a circus opening. Haven't missed one since. Though I wish I hadn't promised this time.
Other things on your mind, darling? Paul Wilson, maybe?
Paul, he called me here?
Shouldn't he have?
Did you tell him where I was?
Shouldn't I have?
Anne, you can be exasperating.
Sorry. I guess I'm just jealous of the success type. A career, lots of men. But really, did you want me to tell Mr. Wilson you were in court? Shedding last year's husband?
You didn't?
No.
Wonder why he's here.
How did you ever keep it from him, dear? The divorce, I
He's
mean.
out of town most of the time. I just didn't tell him.
He'll be surprised.
Yeah.
I suppose you have it all planned to marry him as soon as it's final.
Don't rush me. I'm just out of this one. What did he say?
He wants to see you at 8 tonight. I told him you were tied up tomorrow with the circus.
Oh. You'll go with me, won't you?
That's your department. Why don't you take Paul? I have another pass you can use. Business and pleasure and all that sort of thing.
I'm afraid he doesn't love me that much, but I might ask him tonight.
Let me know what he says, will you?
Why?
Oh, I don't know. Just curious.
For the rest of the afternoon, you try to catch up on your work. But it's hard, Helen, trying to concentrate with your mind on Paul this way, trying to analyze this strange new freedom, different now, with a thrill gone out of it and a curious, unsettled, half-bitter feeling in its place. And it hasn't left you hours later as you drive toward Paul's apartment in a taxi. Halfway across town, the driver pulls up at a red flare on the left of the speedway.
What is it, driver?
Accident up ahead. Looks like a tough one.
All right.
Oh, wait a minute, driver. Wait a minute.
Keep it moving.
What is it, officer?
Get back in that car there, lady.
Helen
Come on,
Conover,
driver.
Daily Post.
Huh? Oh, reporter, huh?
Yeah, was it bad?
Yeah, 3 people killed. One of them was a state senator. Kavanaugh was his name.
Senator Kavanaugh?
Yeah.
Driver, here you are. You go along. I've got a story to file.
Yes, Helen, on duty or not, you're a reporter above everything else. A state senator killed. The bodies of 2 high school students in the wreckage of the other car. So it's 2 hours later, nearly 10 o'clock, when you finally arrive at Paul's apartment.
Well, so you finally decided to show up, darling.
I'm sorry, Paul. I got here as soon as I could. There was a bad accident. I had to get the story in.
You're not supposed to be working this late.
I'm a reporter, dear. When a story breaks and I'm there, the Daily Post gets it.
Yeah. For God, for country, and the Daily Post, eh?
Well, I'm not a reporter now, dear.
No?
I'm a woman. A single woman.
Yeah, I heard about it.
Aren't you glad?
Nope.
What did you say?
Helen, just because I buy you a few drinks, take you dancing a couple of times, doesn't mean I intend to break up a man's home.
Paul, I told you about
You
Malcolm.
didn't tell me half of it. A man named Jackson looked me up. Your husband's lawyer.
Jackson, what did he say?
You should have let me in on all these plans of yours, Helen. Malcolm, too.
What are you trying to say?
I wouldn't have let you go ahead with this divorce.
Well, it's all over, Paul. I have my divorce. I did it for you so I could be free.
You made a mistake. A bad one. You see, I'm not getting a divorce.
You're married.
That's right. And Malcolm knew it. I don't know how, but he did.
You what?
Seems that you got into the wrong game, baby. Ordinarily, it'd be time to pick up your chips and go home. Now you can't even do that.
You can't do this to
It
me.
was your own doing, Helen. Don't go blaming me.
Rotten.
Careful,
low.
sweetheart. You'll spoil your makeup.
You'll never get away with it, Paul. Do you hear me? You'll never get away with it. I'll
You don't know
kill
how
you
funny
first.
you look, really.
Did you hear what I said? I'll
Hey, wait a minute.
kill you.
Wait a minute. Don't. No. Oh, that's a dirty shame. that vase belonged to my favorite aunt. Don't slam the door.
With the prologue of Night Final, the Signal Oil Company is bringing you another strange story by The Whistler. But first, a word about some of the convenience features that today's drivers can enjoy. More and more of the new cars are featuring no clutch, no gear shift, Some even have windows that raise or lower automatically at the mere touch of a button. But whether or not your car has these features, there's one convenience that every driver can enjoy. That is a Signal credit card. For instance, instead of paying cash every time you stop for gas, oil, or a lube job, you merely tell the Signal dealer to charge it. And because Signal credit cards are honored at all Signal service stations throughout the 6 Pacific Coast states from Canada to Mexico, you'll find one especially helpful on trips. You're relieved of the necessity of carrying large sums of money, yet you're prepared for those unexpected emergencies that can arise. Moreover, at the end of each month, when you pay for your driving needs with one check, just as you now pay your phone, light, or department store bill, you have a handy record of what it costs to run your car. When you consider how much ease and pleasure all of this adds to your driving, it's no wonder more and more motorists are stopping by their Signal service stations to fill out an application blank for a Signal credit card. And now back to the Whistler.
The blood rushes to your head as you run out of the apartment, down the stairs to the street. A hatred for Paul boiling up inside you, twice as powerful now as the love ever was. Because it's a helpless hatred. Because Paul is up there now, laughing at you, and you're helpless. Then, as the damp fog begins to clear your head, as your heart stops pounding, a cold, curiously logical idea comes home to you. And you realize that the thing you shouted in anger at him back in the apartment, that you could kill him, wasn't really hysterical at all. It was a statement of fact. You could kill him, Helen. You aren't helpless at all. By the time you arrive at the office the next morning, you've decided exactly how it's going to happen. It begins with Anne. There are things you must plant in her mind, and with Anne, you have to be careful.
Congratulations, darling. You scooped the whole town with that crash story last night.
Really?
Oh, now, don't be wide-eyed, dear. It doesn't become you.
Well, it was a lucky break, Anne.
And you did a nice job of covering it, I might add.
Mm-hmm.
Say, what's wrong with you? You're not very enthusiastic.
Oh, it's nothing, Anne.
Oh, cut it out. I know better. Now, what is it?
It's Malcolm.
Oh? Malcolm's found out about Paul?
Yes, and you know what a temper Malcolm has. Well, he was at his worst, made all sorts of threats.
Against you?
No, that's why I'm worried. He acted as if he might take it out on Paul. You've never seen anyone so jealous, Anne.
Well, keep them apart until it's over. That's all you can do.
It's not so easy.
You can't hide Paul in a crowd tonight.
Hmm? How do you mean?
Take him to the circus with you. That's the one place Malcolm won't go. Not in his frame of mind.
Oh, I'm afraid Paul isn't interested in circuses either. I still want company, though. How about you? Change your mind?
The boss won't let me off the rewrite desk. I'll be at it all night.
Oh, I'm disappointed.
I'm not. If you spot any stories, call me, will you?
Sure. Still wish you were going with me. They say it's quite a show.
Yes, Helen, quite a show. But you knew all along that Anne would have to decline your invitation, didn't you? That was part of your plan. Part 2 takes place at the apartment, your old apartment, to which you've still got a key. From your years as Mrs. Delavan, you know that Malcolm isn't home. At his desk, you pick up Malcolm's long, thin letter opener, hide it in your purse. Half an hour later, wearing a conspicuous red bolero jacket, you're standing in line at the ticket booth in front of Seeley Brothers' giant show. And there's a reason for not using your pass, isn't there, Helen?
Hurry, come on.
Yes, sir, who's next?
Right here. 2, please.
2, here you go.
Thanks.
3 in the grandstand. 3 grandstand, thank you.
1, please, grandstand.
Yes, ma'am, 1 grand. A $50 bill. That's the smallest you got, lady.
I'm sorry.
For crying out loud, 50
I
bucks.
said I was sorry.
Okay, I can handle it.
a red bolero jacket, and a $50 bill. You know the man in the ticket booth will remember you, don't you, Helen? And inside the main tent, you slip the jacket off, turn it inside out, and fold it over your arm. Just one of the crowd again. And then, a few minutes later, you slip quietly out a side exit and make your way to the street. It'll be a simple matter to reach Paul's apartment unnoticed on the crowded streetcar. You're standing in an alcove in the hall outside Paul's apartment, waiting for Malcolm to complete his visit and leave. It's nearly an hour before you see him come out and start down the stairs. Almost before he's out of sight, you're down the hall, ringing the doorbell.
Helen.
Aren't you going to ask me in, Paul?
Should I? There's a vase or two I forgot to nail down.
I'm sorry, Paul. I won't stay long.
Okay. Your timing was perfect. Just missed your husband.
Yes, I know.
Oh?
He showed me your letter, Paul. What did you talk about?
Oh, Helen, it's all over. Why go on talking about it?
It meant a great deal to me, Paul.
I'm sorry.
No, you're not.
Helen, please. Why did you come here?
I want to say goodbye, Paul.
Goodbye.
Yes, I won't bother you anymore. But would you mind too terribly, Paul? Would you mind kissing me goodbye?
Of course not. Come here.
Oh.
Helen, I never meant to. Helen, you.
It was a kiss of death, wasn't it, Helen? You stand for a moment, looking down at Paul's still face. And then you hurry to the door, cautiously let yourself out of the apartment, hurry back to the circus. The crowd is pouring out of the main tent as you get there. You slip on the red bolero jacket, mingle with the others as they move away from the entrance, babbling excitedly.
Hey, what were their names?
The Flying Carbonis. They've been working together for years.
I never seen anything like it. Never. Oh, excuse me, lady.
Certainly. A taxi.
Where to, lady?
Daily Post. No, wait a minute. I'll call the story in. Take me home, driver. Brockhurst Apartments.
That about all, Miss Conover?
Give me the last paragraph again, will you?
Sure. But while last night's performance followed the Shaw Brothers formula right down to the waltzing bear and the death-defying acrobatics of the Carboni troupe, its very adherence to circus tradition assures it a profitable engagement.
Mm-hmm. Profitable engagement in a city which has long since demonstrated its loyalty to tinsel and tan bark. Got that?
Right.
Okay, print it. Well, this looks like it. Hello?
This is Anne, Helen.
Oh, good heavens, Anne, it's 3 a.m. If it's about that review,
It isn't about the review, darling. You'd better brace yourself. I have some pretty shocking news.
What is it?
Paul Wilson was murdered tonight.
What?
They're holding Malcolm on suspicion.
I'll be right down. Anne, I got here as fast as... Ed, what are you doing here?
Oh, I had a little extra work to do in the composing room tonight.
I've been talking to Ed about the murder, Helen.
Horrible. I can't believe Malcolm
That's
would...
just it. Neither can we. Pretty crude stuff, you know. Advertising a motive all over town like that. Then knocking off your rival with an Oriental curio that a correspondence school detective could trace to you.
He must have lost his reason.
Oh, no. He was pretty jealous, but he wasn't stupid.
Well, that's beside the point now. Suppose they'll want me down at police headquarters.
You can relax, honey. Police headquarters is coming to you.
What's this all about, Anne? Why
Just a minute. All right, Lieutenant Jacobs. This is Lieutenant Jacobs, Helen.
How do you do?
How do you do?
I'd like to ask you a few questions.
Well, I'd like to ask a few myself.
You'll have a chance in just a moment, Miss Conover. I won't be long. You see, I only have one question.
All right.
Where were you at 10:15 last night?
Well, Anne could have told you that. I was at the circus.
Are you sure, dear?
Well, I've thrown the story into the rewrite
Didn't
man.
you stop to wonder why I wasn't on the rewrite desk?
Well, no, I
You
didn't.
should have. You see, I changed my mind. I went to the circus, too. I used the other pass, the seat next to the one you were supposed to be using.
The Does this mean you actually suspect me of murdering Paul Wilson?
Well, I admit it gave me pause.
Your ex-husband claims he and Wilson talked things over, that Wilson was giving you the air.
That's a ridiculous lie.
Malcolm is pretty sure of his facts. He suggested, quite loudly, too, that you were trying to frame him.
It all depends on that one point, Miss Conover. Where you were at 10:15 last night.
I already told you. I was covering the circus. If you're awfully concerned about that ticket business...
We are.
I'll produce the pass I didn't use. It's at home in my tan coat. See, I changed to my red bolero jacket and discovered when I got there I'd left the pass at home. So I bought a ticket in the grandstand.
You can prove that?
I think so. All I had was a $50 bill. The man at the ticket window was terribly irritated with me.
I see.
I suggest you find out who he is and ask him about the woman in the red bolero jacket. He'll remember me.
Well, that's an angle.
Now, let me tell you something, Lieutenant. My good friend Anne over here seems to have engineered this. You might be interested in her reasons.
Wait a minute,
First
Helen.
off, she's been jealous of me and my position with this paper ever since she came here. She hates me. She'd do anything to ruin me and my career.
Helen.
You better tell the truth, Annie. It's all going in the record. And this is the topper, Lieutenant. I introduced her to my former husband at a cocktail party 3 years ago. She's been in love with him ever since.
What?
She'd do anything right now to save him. Ask her if that's true, Lieutenant. Ask her to answer that one, under oath.
Well, what about it, Miss Stoddard?
All right, I do love him.
The Whistler will return in just a moment with a strange ending to tonight's story. Meantime, 2 points it'll pay every driver to remember if you want to be sure of the tops in quality when you buy gasoline. 1,
in gasoline, it takes extra quality to go farther.
and 2,
Signal is the famous Go Farther gasoline.
yes, it's a fact. Mileage is the best yardstick of gasoline quality. After all, in order to give you quicker starting, faster pickup, and smoother knock-free power, Signal gasoline has to help your motor run more efficiently. And when your motor runs more efficiently, naturally you see proof of it on your speedometer in mileage. That's why we're so proud of Signal's good mileage, which has made Signal gasoline known from Canada to Mexico as the Go Farther gasoline. And it's why we say, to be sure of the tops in gasoline quality, there are just 2 things to remember. 1,
In gasoline, it takes extra quality to go farther.
and 2.
Signal is the famous Go Farther gasoline.
And now back to the Whistler.
It's a tense scene, Helen. The 3 of you, Anne, Lieutenant Jacobs, and yourself, grouped around the dingy rewrite desk under the cruel white light in your office at the Daily Post. Ed, the compositor from the press room, sitting quietly on the sidelines. It was an awkward moment, explaining away your absence at the circus. But you're sure now, with a ticket man available to place you at the circus at the time of the crime, with Anne admitting her love for Malcolm, that you're in the clear. It's almost a full minute after her admission that Anne finally speaks.
Ed.
Yeah?
Bring me the paper, Ed. The morning edition with the review of the performance last night. You've got it.
Yeah, sure. Right here.
Now let's get this straight, Lieutenant. We're all agreed everything depends on where my capable colleague was at the time she claims she was at the circus.
Why don't you let him check my review, Annie?
I've already read it.
Yes. You see, it's a rather important piece of evidence. The next time you see that typescript, it'll be marked Exhibit A.
What do you mean?
You're a top reporter, Helen. Never missed a trick. But you did last night. That's why we didn't print your story. We used mine instead.
You what?
Take a look at that headline.
The black letters stab into your brain like neon, swim before your eyes. The floor seems to open up and swallow you as the sense of it strikes home.
Flying Carboni troop plunges to death in circus accident.
You're unprepared, off balance now. No defense for this.
Important piece of evidence, Helen. Marked Exhibit
And as you try frantically to think of some excuse, some way out, Lieutenant Jacob starts bearing in with questions about Paul, about Malcolm, about the knife, the apartment. The whole thing, Helen, the whole hideous truth. Until you can't think anymore, until you find yourself admitting every word of it.
And I guess that's all. Now, just let me sleep. Leave me alone.
They'll do what they can for you down at headquarters, Miss Conover. Come on, let's go. Oh, thanks, Ann.
It was a pleasure.
And a good idea. You know, we could use a head like yours downtown.
What are you talking about?
That morning edition we had Ed print up especially for you, Miss Conover. You see, the flying carbones didn't fall last night. But you did. And for a phony headline at that.
Let that whistle be your signal for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler, each Wednesday night at this same time. Brought to you by the Signal Oil Company, marketers of Signal gasoline and motor oil and fine quality automotive accessories. Signal has asked me to remind you, to get the most driving pleasure, drive at sensible speeds, be courteous, and obey traffic regulations. It may save a life, possibly your own. Featured in tonight's story were Betty Lou Gerson and Joan Banks. The Whistler was produced by George W. Allen, with story by Bob Platt and music by Wilbur Hatch. It was transmitted to our troops overseas by the Armed Forces Radio Service. Next Wednesday, for a full hour of mystery over most of these stations, tune in a half hour earlier. Enjoy The Saint as well as The Whistler. This is Marvin Miller speaking. This is CBS, where 99 million people gather every week. The Columbia Broadcasting System. The Signal Oil program, The Whistler. That whistle is your signal for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler.
I am the Whistler, and I know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. Yes, I know the nameless terrors of which they dare not speak.
Yes, friends, it's time for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler, rated tops in popularity for a longer period of time than any other West Coast program in radio history. And Signal gasoline is tops, too, tops in quality. It takes extra quality, you know, to give you extra mileage. And Signal is the famous Go Farther gasoline. So look for the Signal circle sign in yellow and black that identifies friendly dealer-owned Signal stations from Canada to Mexico. And now the Whistler's strange story, Concerto of Death.
For the audience gathered at Symphony Hall, it was a beginning, the start of a promising career for a brilliant young violinist. but for the tall, angular musician spotlighted in the center of the stage. It was an ending, the final triumphant movement of a life's concerto that had opened with a melancholy theme, progressed through a somber adagio, and was reaching its climax now, tonight, in the glittering atmosphere of the concert hall. Yes, Victor Carroll, American violinist, was making his debut. But the theme that had run through his entire life's concerto had its beginning many months before. In Italy, after the end of the war, in a tiny, austere cottage that clung to the terraced hillside above a war-weary village. It began with American Sergeant Victor Carroll and an old Italian named Lavertu.
And so you have come, my boy, to tell me you are leaving Italy.
I'm afraid so, Maestro. Our orders came through this morning. We're sailing at dawn.
See, I have expected it. But now that it comes, it is no less sad. I will miss you, Victor. These talks we have had, hearing you play, you know, you have a great talent, my son. A great talent for the violin.
You really think so, Maestro? With so little time to practice, my fingers have been all tied up in knots.
Oh, that is nothing. And to prove the confidence I have in you, I will show you something. Something very few people have ever seen. You wait, you see. It's a plain black wooden box. But when I open it, there, you look.
It's Stradivarius?
Stradivarius. No, my boy.
An Amati, then?
No, not Amati. It's a finer violin even than Amati or Stradivarius.
But...
Del Gesu. This is a Del Gesu.
Del Gesu? Why, that's impossible. There are only a few in the world. There's one at the museum, Genoa. I saw it.
See, but this is another Del Gesu. It has been the treasure of my family all of these years. My great-great-great-grandfather, Del Gesu, made it for him when he was only a child.
Maestro, may I... Would you allow me to...
Play it? Yes, my boy. I want you to play it. Careful, eh? There, now. No, wait. Oh, not that kind of music for this violin. No. Here, let me show you. There, inside, you see. It is marked leggero, soft, light. Del Gesu made this violin for a child. It's meant for a lullaby, like a Brahms lullaby. You listen.
It's beautiful. Beautiful. With a violin like that, I could...
You say something, my boy?
Maestro, you have no family, no one close to you. You're very... Well, you don't have many years to live.
The violin will be buried with me, if that is what you're thinking.
But an instrument like that, beauty like that...
Listen to me. Victor, I have thought of it many times. I will leave my Del Gesu for the whole world to enjoy, I have said to myself. But they would only put it in a museum. They would place on it a price. The value of music, measured in dollars. No. I've protected with my life. My Del Gesu will die with me.
No.
Victor, what is it? You look at me.
The violin, it can't die with you. It mustn't.
I think I should not have shown you the Del Gesu. Victor!
You're right, Maestro. You shouldn't have shown it to me.
Next. Drexel Roger, Private 35942-336.
Any perfume, silk, jewelry, furs?
Nope.
Okay. Next.
Carol, Victor, Sergeant, 347-20170.
Any perfume, silk, jewelry, or furs?
No.
Okay. Oh, wait.
Yeah?
What's that in that old black box?
Just a violin?
A fiddle?
Yeah, a fiddle.
You guys will pick up the darndest junk. Okay, go, boy.
With the prologue of Concerto of Death, the Signal Oil Company brings you another strange story by The Whistler. Friends, you've been hearing a lot about improved tires, but tonight I want to tell you about a completely new type tire, just announced this month in the Saturday Evening Post, and now at your Signal dealers. It's the new 8-rib Super Deluxe tire by Lee of Conshohocken, a name famous for over 40 years for top quality. And believe me, you can actually see and feel the extra quality in this new Lee Super Deluxe tire. You can see the extra rubber in the broad, flat 8-rib tread that's packed with so much extra mileage, Lee gives you a 15-month guarantee against road hazards, plus a lifetime guarantee against defects. And you can feel the difference in quicker stopping and greater non-skid protection, in easier steering and turning, and the way they absorb road shocks. Oh, but here's the best part. These new Lee Super Deluxe tires not only cost nothing extra, but right now, Signal dealers are offering special trade-in allowances plus liberal credit terms. That's why any way you look at it, for quality or value, your best tire buy today is the new 8-rib Super Deluxe Lee tire at Signal service stations. And now, back to the Whistler.
The Italian theme of Victor Carroll's life concerto ended as he walked up the gangplank and stared out across the silent water that reached white-capped fingers toward the United States. But the second movement was not long in beginning. No, Victor. The first notes were struck as you walked out of the Army Separation Center and saw a familiar face focused on yours. Your wife, Peggy. And you wonder how you'll explain the priceless Del Jesu you carry in the little black box.
Vic, over here!
No, excuse me.
Take it easy, man.
Now, pardon me.
Oh, Vic.
Hello, Peggy.
Hello, Vic. Oh, darling, I'm so glad you're back. I was afraid you might not recognize me, that you might have changed.
What are you talking about?
Oh, it's been a long time, Vic. And I love you even more than I did. Oh, Vic, I'm so happy.
Peggy.
Yes, darling.
Peggy, I have changed.
You... Well, Vic, what do you mean?
My fingers are stiff. I've hardly touched a violin. I've forgotten everything I knew about playing.
Oh, is that all? Come on, let's get out of this crowd. It'll come back to you, darling. In a few weeks, you'll be better than you ever were. And besides, I got a surprise for you. Oh, I wasn't going to tell you until we got home, but... Vic, remember that room in the attic where we used to store trunks and things?
Uh-huh.
Well, I had it made over into a studio. You won't even recognize it. They put in a big window that looks out over the ocean. You'll be able to practice there and nobody'll bother you. It'll be all yours. Well, Vic.
Sounds wonderful, Peggy.
Oh, darling, we'll be so happy now. You'll have your music, and I'll have you. Nothing else can come between us ever. Now, let me help with your things. How about this black box? Can I carry it?
Yes, Peggy. You can carry it.
You follow her to the car, still feeling like a stranger somehow, still wondering how much you can tell her, if anything. Outside, pulling away from the curb, you happen to glance back. A dark little man in a striped suit and crushed felt hat is looking after you, staring curiously. You're certain you've seen him before, but you're not sure just where. You twist around in the seat to get a better look. But Peggy swings the car around a corner, and he's lost from sight.
Everything all right, dear?
Yeah. Yeah, sure. Everything's fine.
But Peggy, after all, Vic's been home over 3 weeks now. We've asked you over several times. Clint's so anxious to see him, and, well...
Yes, I know, Lisa.
Is something wrong? Is Vic mad at us? Have we done anything?
No, it's... Well, Vic hasn't wanted to see anyone or be around anyone. I guess it's the war. Something that happened over there. We've got to give him a chance to come back to us.
Of course, dear. Vic?
Yes.
Oh, it's lovely.
He plays up there for hours, alone like that. I told you I built a studio for him in the attic.
Mm-hmm.
Lisa, I'm afraid I just don't understand him.
You poor kid.
And you know, it's funny. But I've never been inside the studio since he came home.
What's he hiding up there? The stolen crown jewels or something?
Oh, someday Vic will come out of whatever's bothering him. Then I suppose we'll all have a good laugh about it.
Of course, dear. I'm sure we will.
Morning, Peggy.
Oh, hello, Vic.
What are you doing?
Oh, just looking through this photograph album you brought back. Who are these people here?
Oh, people from the village. They loved having their pictures taken.
The girls are rather attractive, aren't they?
Yeah, I guess so.
This one here next to you. She's very pretty. What's her name?
Oh, I forget. Amelia, Nella, I don't know why.
Oh, nothing. Vic, you practiced late last night.
Yes, I did work late.
I waited for you till 3 this morning. Vic, won't you give up your music for a while, a few days, take a vacation? We could go away for a while.
Why don't you ask me to die?
Is your violin that important to you?
I haven't told you, Peggy, but I've been practicing for something very special. Not that I have much hope. Every violinist in town has been after it.
After what, Vic?
Dr. Kruvitz announced he's going to play the Max Bruch Concerto in G minor at the opening concert of the season. And he's going to use a new young violinist.
He's heard you play?
No, not yet, but he will. You see, they've had auditions for a month, and the board finally narrowed it down to 6. Kruvitz will make the final choice next week.
Oh, Vic. Then that's why you've been shutting yourself up, practicing so hard. Oh, he'll pick you, I know. Listening to you last night, well, it was so beautiful that I almost couldn't believe it. You know, Vic, the music sounds different when you're upstairs. As if there was something or someone... Vic.
Yes?
Was there someone else? A girl in Italy? Someone you remember? Someone you played to at night there in the attic? Oh, I know it may be foolish, but sitting here alone night after night, nothing to do but look at the window. Vic, I'd like to know...
Look out the window now, Peggy.
Please, Vic, I'm asking you something.
No, there across the street, a little man in a striped suit. You see him? I noticed him the day we drove away from camp.
A little man?
He's gone.
Vic, don't try to throw me off. Answer my questions. Tell me what happened in Italy, won't you? And the black box.
What about the black box?
What's in it, Vic? Tell me, please. Is it keepsake memories of her? Vic, where are you going?
Upstairs.
No. No, Vic. You can't just walk out every time I ask you something. I won't let you.
Let me go, Peggy.
Vic, I want to come into your studio, listen to you play. I want to share, Vic, whatever it is.
There's nothing to share, Peggy, nothing at all. I'm working. I audition for Kruvitz tomorrow, you know that.
I'm coming upstairs with you, Vic.
No. No, you're not, Peggy. You're going to stay down here. Because if you ever go into that room, I'll leave you. Did you hear me, Peggy? I'll leave you.
It's the next day that you've been waiting for, isn't it, Victor? The day when you and a handful of others assemble in an empty, half-darkened auditorium. Wait around in the wings until Dr. Kruvitz is ready to hear you play. to become more and more nervous as the hours go by, listening to the others one by one as they step out on the stage to play for Kruvitz. Then, finally...
I'm sorry you've had to wait so long, Mr. Carroll.
Oh, that's all right. I don't mind.
Dr. Kruvitz has a bad habit of forgetting all about time. I hope waiting here hasn't made you nervous.
No, it's all right. See, I've been waiting years for an opportunity like this anyway.
Of course. Well, if you want to take your violin and step out on the stage with me,
sure.
I'll introduce you to him.
It's him.
Oh, well, Dr. Kruvitz does look rather formidable.
No.
But don't worry.
No, not Dr. Kruvitz. The little man in the striped suit at the back of the theater.
What are you talking about? I don't see anyone.
He ducked back into the shadows. I'm sorry, I can't stay. I can't.
Mr. Carroll!
No, Victor, you can't wait. You remember now, don't you, where you first saw this strange little man in the striped suit? It was in Italy, at Maestro Lavertu's. You're certain of it. But you hurry home to look in the photograph album and make sure. Yes, there it is. The same round, dark face staring up at you from the photograph. His name comes back to you now, Dino Brovelli. You saw him many times at Lavertu's place.
I'll get it, Vic.
No, wait, Peg. Dr. Kruvitz.
Well, do I just stand here or do you ask me in?
Well, of course, come in.
So you are the young man who is so impatient. The young man who cannot wait, not even for Kruvitz. Well, I don't blame you. And who is this?
Oh, excuse me. This is my wife.
Dr. Kruvitz.
You, my dear. So you're married. I approve of marriage. Well, why did you run out on me, Carol? Come, an explanation.
Well,
I
it's
know,
just...
I know. You heard the others playing, and you were nervous. Well, a good musician should be nervous. Perhaps even you felt inferior to some of them. A good musician should be humble. And perhaps you were angry with me for making you wait so long. Well, a good musician should have fire. So, you may be a good musician. We shall find out. Get the fiddle. Come, get the fiddle.
Wait, here, right
now? Of course. Why do you think I come? I'm a thoughtless old man. I do things stupidly. 6 musicians all at once, one after the other. Ah, such noise. Who could play? Who could sound well? But here, perhaps, one of them will play and will sound well. Huh, Mr. Carrot?
You do play well, don't you, Victor, in spite of the fear in your heart? Yes, and Kruvitz listens carefully. Occasionally a frown crosses his face, but the greater part of the time his head bobs up and down in silent approval. He seems impressed, yet you can't be certain, and you wonder what the final decision will be. Then the following morning you're summoned to his office. As you enter, Dr. Kruvitz is standing by the window, his hands clasped behind him. After what seems like an eternity, he finally turns, peers at you over his glasses.
Oh, so? You did not bring the fiddle, no?
Well, you see, your secretary didn't tell
me
me
that...
that...
a minute, a single moment. The concert is only a week away. We must begin rehearsals as soon as possible.
Rehearsals? You mean I...
Of course, yes. I have decided, my boy, that you shall play the concerts. What have you to say to that? Well, don't try, I know. Your heart is pounding so in your throat you cannot speak. Your knees are shaking. You want to run. Run to your wife. Tell her, huh? Yes, I know.
Well, Dr. Kruvitz, I don't know how to
Go,
thank
I'll
you.
give you 1 hour. Tell your wife, then we begin the rehearsal.
All right, sir.
And one more thing.
Yes.
The fiddle, yours. A good instrument, yes, but perhaps we should try to borrow something else for the concert. Not a Stradivarius, but a Ruggeri.
Well, that won't be necessary. I have a...
Yeah?
I have a friend. He has a very fine violin.
Good. For this concert, the best violin we can get.
You're a little sorry you mentioned the violin to Kruvitz, aren't you, Victor? But at that moment, nothing mattered. You forgot about the Italian village, Lavertu's murder, and the mysterious dark-skinned little man in the striped suit. No, nothing mattered. You had been selected by Dr. Kruvitz to play the concert. But now you're afraid to bring the Del Gesù around to the studio. And in the days that follow, the endless hours of rehearsal, you stall off Dr. Kruvitz. You make excuses. Your friend is out of town. Then, on the day of the concert, after a late afternoon rehearsal, you return home to pick up the Del Gesù. Quickly, you start up the stairs. You stop suddenly on the first landing. Someone is moving around in your studio. Peggy. Yes, perhaps she isn't spending the afternoon with the Presbys after all.
Peg, I warned you not to...
Good afternoon, Signora Carl.
Standing in the middle of the room is the small, heavy-set man in the striped suit. At his feet, the black box open. And on the table is the Del Gesù.
What are you doing here?
I was curious, Signor. Now that I have found what I was looking for, well, we have much to talk about, no?
You shouldn't have come after me, you know. That was a bad mistake.
One moment.
I killed once for this violin. I won't hesitate to kill
Signor,
again.
I warn you. Do not come closer.
I won't hesitate to kill again. Ah!
The Whistler will return in just a moment with a strange ending to tonight's story. Meantime, here's good news. Brand new, up-to-the-minute road maps have just arrived at signal service stations in time for your summer trips. And friends, pardon my enthusiasm, but these new signal maps are without a doubt the finest I've ever seen. Prepared by Rand McNally, they have all the latest road changes and conditions, as well as many places of interest not included on ordinary maps. Jumbo in size and printed in full colors, they're easy to read and have the new accordion fold for easy handling. In addition, these new signal maps have handy extra features, such as enlarged sections of metropolitan areas. Also, a radio log showing where on the dial you'll find your favorite programs as you travel. Plus, a Western States mileage chart and a list of interesting places to see. Yes, Signal Oil Company has gone all out to bring you the finest road map obtainable. And now they're yours for the asking at any Signal service station. Now, back to the Whistler.
The final movement of Victor Carroll's life concerto was coming to a magnificent climax that night at Symphony Hall. The final triumphant movement of a concerto of death. The first movement had begun in Italy 6 months ago, had ended with the death of Lavertu. The second movement had also ended with a murder of Dino Brovelli. And 2 hours later, Victor Carroll stands spotlighted on center stage. Yes, the concert was a triumph, Victor. But as you stand there taking your bows, you're thinking of the small, heavy-set man in the striped suit who is sprawled out on the floor of your attic studio with a bullet in his heart and thinking how to get rid of him. You hurry out of the hall, the applause still ringing in your ears. Sending your wife and friends on ahead to the reception, you hurry home alone. As you slip the key into the front door, 2 men emerge from the shadows beside you.
Mr. Carroll?
What do you want?
Lieutenant Paul, FBI. Been waiting for you. Shall we go in?
I don't understand. What's wrong?
You mind if I take this?
My violin?
Yeah. Uh-huh. I think this is what we're looking for. This and a gent named Dino Brovelli.
Brovelli?
Look, Mr. Carroll, we know you spent a lot of time in Italy. Made a lot of friends there. People like this guy, Brovelli.
No, I don't...
Not that I blame you. Probably didn't know too much about him. Naturally, when he showed up here...
I didn't even know what you're talking about.
Sure. So you're trying to help this guy out. But you're not being very smart. Rovelli is wanted by the Italian police for murder.
Murder?
They say he killed a man named Lavertu. To get this violin, he's trying to sell you.
What?
Yeah. And our immigration department would like to have a little chat with him, too. Maybe you didn't know about that either, huh?
Now, look, Lieutenant.
Oh, it won't wash, Mr. Carroll. One of our boys saw Rovelli come in your house late this afternoon, and he hasn't come out. So, play it smart, huh? Call him out. Or we have orders to search your house and find him. Well, what do you say, Mr. Carroll?
Let that whistle be your signal for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler, each Wednesday night at this same time. Brought to you by the Signal Oil Company, marketers of Signal gasoline and motor oil and fine quality automobile accessories. Signal has asked me to remind you, to get the most driving pleasure, drive at sensible speeds, be courteous, and obey traffic regulations. It may save a life, possibly your own. Featured in tonight's story were David Ellis and Gene Bates. The Whistler was produced by George W. Allen, with story by Frank DeFelitta and music by Wilbur Hatch, and was transmitted to our troops overseas by the Armed Forces Radio Service. Next Wednesday, for a full hour of mystery over most of these stations, tune in a half hour earlier. Enjoy The Saint as well as The Whistler. This is Marvin Miller speaking.
This is CBS, where 99 million people gather every week, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The Signal Oil program, The Whistler. That whistle is your signal for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler.
I am the Whistler, and I know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. Yes, I know the nameless terrors of which they dare not speak.
Yes, friends, it's time for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler. Rated by independent research, the most popular West Coast program. In gasoline, you know, it takes extra quality to go farther. And Signal is the famous Go Farther gasoline. So look for the Signal circle sign in yellow and black that identifies Signal service stations from Canada to Mexico. And now the Whistler's strange story, The Deadly Penny.
It was only day before yesterday, just last Saturday, in fact, that Millie Parker made a decision. It wasn't a hasty decision, not by any means, for Millie was not the type of person who made hasty decisions. There was a mountain of thought behind this one, long, sleepless nights, careful consideration of possible outcomes. She knew, of course, that it would involve stepping over the line into illegal territory, that very possibly she would find herself a fugitive from justice. But Millie was the kind who'd rather be a wealthy fugitive than a law-abiding citizen who was poor. It was the loss of pride that bothered her most. The fact that after a full year of separation, she'd need her estranged husband, Yancey, again. So by the time she arrived at Yancey's run-down boarding house last Saturday morning, Millie was preparing herself for the old tongue-in-cheek approach she knew Yancey would use when he saw her once again.
Well,
Hello, Yancey.
mind if I pick myself up off of the floor?
It's been a long time.
Yeah, 13 months. I counted them. Well, I see you haven't changed a bit, honey.
Thanks for the compliment.
It wasn't a compliment.
Mind if I come in?
Yeah, sure. Sure, I mind, but so what? You'd come in anyway.
Thanks.
Take that chair by the window. No, don't lean back in it. That's Mrs. Jolly's best Duncan 5. Oh, wonderful landlady, Mrs. Jolly. She and I have the same appreciation of fine things. The old and the rare, you know. Now, take that dresser. Got it for a song only the other day at a junkyard on 3rd Street.
Yancey.
Yep.
Yancey, you have had a tough time, haven't you?
Oh, not at all, Millie. As a matter of fact, I've got myself a new soul. No more worldly pleasures, just the life of the mind.
Please don't be ridiculous.
All right, Millie. What do you want?
It's about you.
Yeah? You know, of course, that the divorce business is out of the question.
It's not that.
Only one other thing could bring you here, then. Money.
Yancey, you've got to...
Wait a minute. Tell me first. Is it money?
Yeah, it's money.
You ought to have known better. I'm not exactly wealthy, Cherub.
You will be if you stop making a fool of yourself.
Well, I'm listening.
You know I'm working at the Consolidated Investment Company.
Naturally, I called there 3 times this morning.
Why?
I got your message about coming today. I was just trying to save you a trip.
What did you tell them?
Oh, relax, darling, relax. When they said you weren't there, I hung up.
Oh.
The same old Millie. The blonde hair, the Cupid's bow lips, and deep in the eyes, the little sparkling dollar signs. How much are we going to steal, darling?
Please, Yancey.
Come on, get to the point. You're here for one reason. There's some big dough kicking around loose, and you want me for a fall guy.
That's not it, Yancey.
Oh, I know you, baby, just like a book.
You're not the fall guy.
Go on.
It's $45,000, Yancey.
And you walked out on me because you were through with the rackets.
Just petty rackets, Yancey. Listen, you know I'm private secretary to Mr. Poole of Consolidated Investment. He has a lot of faith in me.
Poor guy.
I do his banking. I'm the only one besides Mr. Poole who can get into the safe deposit box in the bank.
That's interesting.
This morning he gave me $45,000 in negotiable bonds to deposit in the box. I've been expecting it for some time.
Mm-hmm. And being a dutiful wife, you want me to share in the windfall.
I'm not finished. Last week was the end of the company's fiscal year. Yesterday, an accounting firm finished auditing the books. That means it'll be almost a year before they go through the books again.
So what?
So now they're through. Mr. Poole won't go near the safe deposit box until next year. Unless I leave, of course. That's why I came to see you. There's only one sure way to turn those bonds into cash, and that's to do it before they're known to be missing and the traces are sent out.
So that's where I come in, huh?
You have an unusual talent for selling securities without exciting much attention.
Touching the way you trust me?
I think I can trust you. You're smart enough to know...
Yeah, sure. What is it, 50-50?
Right, you can sell them in San Francisco. Stay at the Harbor Hotel. I'll meet you in 2 weeks.
When do I take off?
Now.
Where are the bonds?
I just happen to have them here in my purse.
You've thought this over, Millie? You know what's going to happen.
Yes, I know what's going to happen.
We could have a lot of fun on $45,000.
Just like before, Yancey. Places we can go together, the things we can do.
Just like it used to be, Millie. Just like...
What's the matter, Yancey?
The dollar signs again. Right where they always were, in those great big baby blue eyes. Skip it, Millie, skip it. Give me the bonds. I'll see you in San Francisco.
Yes, Mr. Poole?
Would you mind coming in a minute, Millie?
Yes, sir.
just get in, Millie?
Yes, sir. I was down at the bank.
Oh, of course. I sent you down with the bonds. I forgot all about it. I've been buzzing you for 10 minutes.
That's quite all right, Mr. Poole.
Millie, I don't quite know how to begin. It really isn't any of my business, but somehow I feel quite concerned.
Is something wrong, Mr. Poole?
Millie, you know how I've always valued our friendship. I really feel quite close to you. That's why I'm taking the liberty of saying what's on my mind.
What? Why, go right ahead, Mr. Poole.
It's over a year since you left your husband, Millie.
Yes, I guess it is.
He called here at the office 3 times this morning.
Oh, that's nothing, Mr. Poole.
Then, why are you so nervous?
What?
You're shaking like a leaf.
Oh, I didn't realize.
Millie, you're afraid of him, aren't you?
Well, he's harmless, Mr. Poole. It's just that he and I didn't agree on the separation, and, well, he's always hounding me, trying to get me to come back.
I don't think he's harmless, Millie. Matter of fact, I think he's rather dangerous. I want to help you if I can.
Please, there's nothing you can do. I'm just keeping away from him as best I can. It'll just take time.
Oh, very well, Millie. I still think you're being a little foolish, though. That's all I wanted to talk to you about.
Thank you, Mr. Poole.
Oh, Millie.
Yes?
I'm sorry. There was something else. I wondered if you'd help me out a little this afternoon. I know it's Saturday, but I thought if you hadn't planned anything...
What was it, Mr. Poole?
We're in quite a spot with that audit. Houston and Company just told me they're tied up on another account every morning of next week. They can't send the auditors over here until the afternoon.
The auditors?
They were here all last week, Millie. Surely you know them by now.
What are you talking about? The audit was all finished yesterday.
Of course. I was thinking you were here when they called this morning. Oh, I'm afraid we're going to have to get things ready for the auditors all over again. That's why I was hoping you'd stay.
Mr. Poole, what do you mean, get things ready?
It seems our books were out of balance by the impressive sum of 1 cent.
Do you mean they're going to have to do another audit for 1 cent?
It seems silly.
It's ridiculous.
But it's necessary. Since the auditors are only available afternoons, we'll start Monday by checking the securities down at the bank. And this time, I'm going over it with him.
I see.
How about it, Millie? Will you stay this afternoon and help me out?
I'm sorry, Mr. Poole. I don't feel well at all. I've been working pretty hard.
Of course, Millie.
I thought I'd go home this afternoon and rest. You don't mind?
I'm not such an ogre as that. Go ahead. I don't have to tell you that anything you want is all right with me, do I?
With the prologue of The Deadly Penny, the Signal Oil Company brings you another strange tale by The Whistler. At the beginning of these programs, you've heard me say, in gasoline, it takes extra quality to go farther. And of course, if you've lived out west any length of time, you know that from Canada to Mexico, Signal is famous as the go farther gasoline. But perhaps you're one of those folks who like proof. So I'd like to take just one moment now to explain what those qualities are that make Signal's good mileage possible. Look at it this way. Anything that gets extra efficiency from your motor also helps you get extra mileage, right? Well, when science increased the power of today's Signal gasoline, they naturally gave you quicker starting, faster pickup, and quieter, higher anti-knock. And it's because of this improved performance that you now go farther than ever with Signal gasoline. That's why Signal says your speedometer is the best yardstick of gasoline quality. It really does take extra quality to go farther. Good reason why more and more drivers are switching to Signal, the famous Go Farther gasoline. And now, back to the Whistler.
Well, Millie, you weren't lying when you told Mr. Poole you weren't feeling well. His remark about the return of the auditors had pretty much the effect of the floor being suddenly yanked out from under you, and you had to hang on to the edge of his desk for support. The minute you're out of his office, you grab your hat and coat and hurry down to the drugstore on the ground floor. There's a telephone booth just inside the door.
Mrs. Jolly speaking.
I'd like to speak to Yancey Parker, please.
Well, hang on a minute. I'll see if he's in.
Your mind is spinning now, trying to grab the essentials, fighting to get through the maze that has suddenly sprung up before you. It's Saturday now. The auditors won't be available until Monday afternoon. That gives you 2 hours, from 10 until 12 Monday morning, to get the bonds back from Yancey and into that safe deposit box.
Hello?
Yancey?
Well, it's my little apple dumpling again. In case you're interested, baby, the airlines are all tied up over the weekend. I can't get out till Monday morning.
Wait a minute, Yancey. Something terrible has happened.
Don't tell me. Let me guess.
Listen to me. The auditors were a penny off.
Huh?
They've got to do the audit all over again. Mr. Poole's going down to the bank with them Monday afternoon to check the securities.
What kind of malarkey is that? A penny off?
I know it sounds crazy, but it's true.
When did all this happen?
This morning while I was gone.
Well, that kind of puts a finger on me, doesn't it? I better get a move on.
What do you mean?
Get rid of them today somewhere.
What are you talking about? We wouldn't have a chance. They'd know they were gone 2 days after you sold them. They'd catch us in nothing flat.
So, what's the other answer?
I've got to put those bonds back.
What?
I'll come over and get them right now, and sometime between 10 and 12 Monday, I'll put them back in the box.
Uh-huh. The old dollar signs again.
What do you mean, Yancey?
Just came over me like a flash, honey. You suddenly decided old Yancey wasn't good enough for their 50-50 split, so you found yourself another boy.
Don't be stupid.
No, not stupid, honey. Just careful. You've done it before.
Please, Yancey, you got to believe me this time.
Where can I see you?
I'm going home right now.
I'll be right over.
Thanks, and darling.
Skip the darling.
Yancey, bring the bonds, will you?
All right, baby. I'll bring the bonds.
Thanks. Pardon me,
Not at all. Come on, Millie.
Oh. Mr. Poole, what are you doing here?
Never mind. Come on, get in my car.
All right, Mr. Poole. All right. What is it?
Just this. Next time you take it upon yourself to go home sick without letting me offer you a ride, you're fired. Is that clear, Millie?
Yes, Mr. Poole.
I'm glad that's understood. Now, suppose you tell me where you live.
It's right there in the next block. You can let me out here, Mr. Poole.
Nonsense.
Please, it's no trouble.
The Poole limousine service operates only on a door-to-door basis.
You've been very nice.
I'm trying to be in my own crude way. Incidentally, Millie, I thought for a long time that you're quite nice, too.
I'm flattered, Mr. Poole.
Think nothing of it. Here we are.
You stay right there. I'll get out.
I wouldn't think of it. At your service. Come on. Right up to the door.
Mr. Poole.
Part of the service. Hey, wait a minute. Hey, you, stop. Ran out of the alley as we walked up. You see who it was?
No, I
I did. It was your husband.
It's nothing at all. He's hanging around all
I
the
think
time.
it's high time someone did something about him, don't you?
You can't do anything, I tell you.
We'll see about that. Now, you'd better go in and get some rest. You're a pretty sick girl. You let me take care of Yancey, will you?
Well, Millie, it's getting a little beyond you, isn't it? The minute you're in your room, you close the door and put a call through to Mrs. Jolly's boarding house. And it's only after she tells you Yancey is out that you realize it was stupid. He simply hasn't had time to get back yet. So you call an hour later, and an hour after that, but still he hasn't arrived. It's 9 o'clock when your phone finally rings.
Yancey.
Well, you're psychic, baby. How'd you know it was me?
I've been trying to get you all afternoon.
And I wasn't there. Incidentally, I'm still not there.
I've got to see you right away.
Gonna bring Mr. Poole along?
I couldn't get out of it, Yancey. He insisted.
Yeah, sure. 13 months you worked for him, and you're waiting for me until I'm as hot as a firecracker with 45 grand in my coat pocket to bring him home with you.
I said I was sick. He wanted me to work.
Skip it. If I could add it up, I'd quit cold right now.
You're in it as deep as I am.
Took the words right out of my mouth. Now, let me see. The auditors will hit that safe deposit box about 1 on Monday afternoon, right?
Yes.
Then if you get the bonds back by Monday morning, you're in the clear, okay? Now, look, I want to talk this over with a friend of mine, Millie, so I'll be out of town tomorrow. I'll meet you here at the boarding house at 9 sharp Monday morning.
What about the bonds?
That's what I'm going to talk to my friend about. So long, baby. Pleasant dreams.
Well, Millie, if you live to be 100, you'll never face another day like Sunday. Deadly, tense, interminable Sunday, with a wall clock ticking like a sledgehammer in the corner, the ashtrays filling with half-smoked cigarettes, the floors littered with unread magazines, and Monday hanging over your head like an axe. It's just 9:15 on Monday morning when you race up the stairs of Mrs. Jolly's boarding house and down the hall to Yancey's room.
Yancey! Yancey! Where is he? Yancey!
Looking for Mr. Parker.
Yes, he said he'd be here this morning.
I'm Mrs. Jolly. Sort of keep track of my boarders.
I don't know why he doesn't answer.
For good reason. What? Well, he ain't in there. Left about 15 minutes ago.
But he told me that...
Oh, don't make no difference. Queer that, Mr. Parker. Hard to follow his comings and goings.
Where did he go?
Don't know rightly. Had his suitcase with him, though.
Oh. Thanks, Mrs. Jolly.
Flight 28, Phoenix, Tucson, El Paso. Loading now at gate 7.
Yes, ma'am?
When's the next plane to San Francisco?
Let's see now. Flight 8 just left.
What did you say?
Flight 8 just left for San Francisco 5 minutes ago. The next one's at 10.
Oh, thank you.
Can I help you?
No, not now. Thanks.
Pardon me, sir. Are you next?
Looking for someone?
Yancey.
Surprised?
What are you doing here?
Checking my baggage.
Oh, I thought you ran out on me.
As a matter of fact, I am in a few hours. I was just on my way back to the house to meet you.
Glad to hear it.
Crushing blow, knowing you still don't trust me.
Where are the bonds?
But we must be discreet, my child. Suppose we return to my chambers and discuss that very thing. Shall we?
Please, Yancey, I told you I didn't want a drink.
But this is quite an occasion, darling. I gotta bring it off in style.
We haven't got time.
Relax, honey, relax. It's only 10:15. You have at least 2 hours before the auditors get there. Aha, there we are. Basically turpentine, of course, but blended with the skill of a master. Shall we drink to the old times, Millie? Oh, the stony silence. Very well, I drink to old times, to the Millie that used to be before the dollar signs came into her eyes.
Are you through?
You know, it's too bad you aren't in the mood for the niceties. It's quite an occasion, Millie.
Where are they, Yancey? Where have you hidden them?
Millie, my dear, first of all, you're right. There's no chance to dispose of the bonds. My friend agrees with you. Still, it puts me in an unusual position. For the first time since I've known you, Millie, I've got the upper hand. It'd be a shame to throw it away.
Yancey, will you give me those bonds?
Not so fast,
I want
darling.
them, Yancey. I want them right now.
You're going to get them. I've decided to let you have them, darling. Just on one condition, though.
Go on.
You'll get them back, Millie. Sound and whole on Tuesday morning.
Wait a minute. That's too late, Yancey. They'd be...
You're going to get them on Tuesday morning, and I'll be out of the state. Oh, it's going to be tough, I admit. I hate to miss the explanation scene this afternoon when you try to put it past those auditors.
You wouldn't. I'd tell
I'll
them...
take my chances, baby.
I won't let you. Give them to me, Yancey.
Oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Put down that gun, Millie. The rough stuff won't go.
You tell me where they are, or
Take it easy,
I mean every
kid.
word I said, Yancey. Either I get them right now, or I pull the trigger.
All right, Millie. Look in that table drawer over there.
Where?
In the back. I put him in the back. Oh, no, you don't. Pull a gun on me, will you? I'll break your arm. Too bad.
Yancy. Yancy, I didn't mean to. Yancy.
It's too late now, Millie. And it only takes a second for the first shock to wear off, for that practical dollar and cents mind of yours to start clicking again. You've still got more than 2 hours, and you know the bonds are somewhere in the room. You go through Yancey's clothes first, and a piece of paper you find in his wallet saves you looking further. It's a receipt from the Eagle Delivery Service.
Delivered not before Tuesday morning to Mrs. Millie Parker, Consolidated Investment Company. Insured value $45,000. He was going to double-cross me. He wasn't kidding. But...
Open up. I said open up or I'll shoot out the lock. You all right, Mrs. Parker? I heard the shot. Well.
He came at me
Wait a
and
minute.
I...
Drop that gun. Hurry up. Yeah. That's better. Is it yours? Doesn't matter. We'll check it. You know, this is very funny. I was hired to protect you from him. That's how I happen to be here. Thoughtful boss you got. Cost him $20 a day. I've been trailing you ever since Sunday.
I didn't mean to do it. Listen, I've got money. I'll pay you anything you want if you'll only...
Sit down, lady. If you're going to talk, you may as well be comfortable.
The Whistler will return in just a moment with the strange ending of tonight's story. Meantime, with chilly nights and mornings definitely here to stay, here's a timely tip for you drivers. Don't forget that your car needs a special diet of Signal winter lubricants if you want to keep wear down when the thermometer's down. For your transmission and differential, that means draining, flushing, and refilling with Signal winter gear lube. If it's been 5,000 miles since your wheel bearings were serviced, better have them removed, thoroughly cleaned, and then repacked with Signal long-life wheel bearing grease. And for your motor, it's high time to drain out summer weight oil. Refill with pure paraffin-based Signal Premium Motor Oil. 5 scientific new compounds in Signal Premium Motor Oil not only make it flow freely instantly in coldest weather, but also keep motors 6 times cleaner and reduce cylinder wear 1/3. Well, there you have it. The lubrication essentials your car needs now. Drive in for them this week at your nearby Signal service station. You'll drive out with a good feeling of confidence, knowing that your car has the cold weather protection it needs to keep it purring through another winter. And now back to the Whistler.
Well, Millie, it's something you'll never forget, isn't it? The awful scene in Yancey's room. Mr. Poole's private detective sitting opposite you, toying with his automatic as you tell him everything. From the moment you decided to steal the securities and sell them through Yancey, until a minute ago when he broke through the door to find you standing over Yancey's body. You watch him carefully as you talk. Notice the interest in his eyes when you mention the $45,000. And there's a foolish, stupid glimmer of hope in your heart as you finish.
That's all I know. Yancey hated me. That's why he turned the bonds over to the delivery service marked delivered Tuesday morning. He knew they wouldn't get there until too late. Listen, Mr.
Kelly. Trite but true. I'm a detective named Kelly.
Mr. Kelly, you could say you lost me back at the airport. I'll give you everything I have. There's a few thousand in my name, and I... What about it, Mr. Kelly?
No. I'm not for sale. Let's go, huh?
All right, Mr. Kelly.
No, it's too bad, Mrs. Parker. All seems so useless when you look back at it. Guy gets himself knocked off. Beautiful dame goes up for murder.
It was useless.
How right you are. You say the auditors were only working afternoons?
Yes.
Huh. The bonds would have been in your hands tomorrow morning. That's a dirty shame.
What do you mean?
Why didn't you wait, baby? You could have put them back in that safe deposit box tomorrow morning. You had all the time in the world.
No, I just told you the auditors will be at the bank today, this afternoon.
Not this afternoon, kid. This is Armistice Day. The banks are closed.
Let that whistle be your signal for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler, each Monday at 9. Brought to you by the Signal Oil Company, who have asked me to remind you to get the most driving pleasure, drive at sensible speeds, be courteous, and obey traffic regulations. It may save a life, possibly your own. Featured in tonight's story were Betty Lou Gerson and Wally Maher. The Whistler was produced by George W. Allen, based on a story by Bernard Gerard, music by Wilbur Hatch, and was transmitted to our troops overseas by the Armed Forces Radio Service. This is Marvin Miller speaking for the Signal Oil Company. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System. The Signal Oil program, The Whistler. Yesterday, the Whistler visited the Jack Benny program, where Mr. Benny sounded something like this. I am the fiddler. As always, Mr. Benny, theme by the real Whistler, will sound like this. That whistle is your signal for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler.
I am the Whistler, and I know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. Yes, I know the nameless terrors of which they dare not speak.
Yes, friends, it's time for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler, rated by independent research the most popular West Coast program. In gasoline, you know, it takes extra quality to go farther. And Signal is the famous Go Farther gasoline. So look for the Signal circle sign in yellow and black that identifies Signal service stations from Canada to Mexico. And now the Whistler's strange story, Masquerade.
There was a strained, tense silence in the room, broken only occasionally by the sound of the whirring roulette tables downstairs and the muffled cries of the croupiers. Sam Baxter was serious this time, deadly serious. Irene could tell it by the nervous habit he had of blinking his eyes, cold, gray, heartless eyes, stabbing at her now as she sat in the chair across the room. It was like Sam, she told herself, to tackle it this way. to sit there quietly for minutes on end and let the silence work for him. She was almost ready to scream when he finally spoke.
Been hitting it pretty lucky, Irene. How much you win tonight?
Go ask your cashier.
I hate to see that. Gambling's an awful vice. Don't want to encourage you.
I've made a pretty good living at it. I got no complaints.
From now on, you can make your living somewhere else.
What does that mean?
Means you're barred from the casino. It's from now on.
Is that why you called me up here?
Yeah, I got a little advice for you, baby. You better hit the road. The town's no good for you no more.
If I want advice, I'll go to a lawyer.
Well, you can save yourself the time. I'm giving it to you now. For nothing. I'm going to treat you right, Irene. Yeah, here's a set of railroad tickets with a little expense dough. The vacation's on me.
Well, that's a funny way to look at it, Sam. I'm making money for you, bringing in the suckers, doing my job.
That's got nothing to do with it.
What is it, then?
I think a lot of my kid brother, Irene.
What's Joe got to do with this?
Plenty. He's a sucker for dames.
Listen, you...
Ah, shut up. I'm telling you, he's a sucker for dames. Had to get him out of one spot before, and I'm not going to let it happen again. With you or anybody else.
He's old enough to know his own mind. Where do you get off telling me how to run my personal life?
Like I said, baby, the town's no good for you no more. You're taking the train tomorrow.
What does Joe think of this?
He likes it okay now that I explained it to him.
Now listen, Sam, get this through your thick head. I love the guy. I'm on the square.
Ah, well, forget it. He doesn't love you.
You've got a lot of crust, Sam Baxter. I'm going to see what Joe has to say about this.
Wait a minute. Don't be surprised if Joe acts like he's cooled off a little. He's done a little thinking this afternoon. And to remind him of a couple of things.
Like what?
Another dame like you. Rumpling his hair with one hand and counting his dough with the other.
Why, you low-down, cheap, double-crossing...
Watch it, baby. I don't take that from nobody. Now, go on over and see him. He'll tell you where to get off.
You might be surprised.
And, Irene...
Yeah?
You forgot something. Your train tickets.
You can keep them.
Better take them, baby. A vacation might even be good for your health.
Yes, Irene, Sam hates you. As you leave the casino and walk toward Joe's apartment, the cool night air clears your head, and you realize how afraid you really are. How easy it would be for a man with Sam's power to snuff you out like a candle. Joe is alone in his apartment when you arrive. And the minute you see his face, you know Sam has put the fear into him, too.
Joe, darling, what's the answer?
I don't know, Irene.
I'm not going to leave you, Joe, not now. Nobody's big enough to separate us, not ever.
Irene, darling,
Oh, I love you, Joe. I love you so much it makes me sick inside. Oh, hold me, darling. Hold me close. Nobody's ever going to keep us apart.
Irene.
What's the matter, Joe?
Irene, you don't know Sam. He's too big for us. He gets what he wants. There are guys working for him clear across the country.
He can't be everywhere. We'll leave the country. Anything so long as we're together.
I don't know.
There's no other way, Joe. If you stay here, he'll make a mug out of you, turn you into a criminal. You'll spend the rest of your life dodging the police and on the stir on the lam all the time. That's no way to live. Oh, we've got to try, Joe. We've got to try. Joe. Whose gun is this on the table here?
It's mine, Irene.
You see, he's got you carrying a gun already. Oh, Joe, if you love me, you've got to do it now. Here. Here, Joe, sit down.
What are you...
Please.
All right.
Now, here's a pen, paper. Go ahead, Joe. I want you to write a note for me to Sam.
But, Irene,
Please. Say this. Dear Sam.
Okay.
Dear Sam, I've thought it over, and I've decided I can't go on like this. So I'm taking the only way out. Irene and I are in love.
I can't do it, Irene.
Why not, Joe?
Not now. This isn't the time for it, baby.
What do you mean?
Look, you go ahead like Sam says, see? I got some things to clear up here. I can meet you later somewhere in a couple of months.
Oh, wait a minute, Joe. Just a minute. You love me, don't you?
Oh, it's not that, but like I said, there are a couple of things.
You're lying to me, Joe.
Listen, Irene.
That's what Sam was talking about.
No, you got it all wrong.
That's what he meant, isn't it? You're different now. Sure, I don't count anymore. Forget Irene. There are plenty of other women around. Just listen to Brother Sam. He's the big boy. He's the only one who counts. Everything's great till Sam gives the word. Then you sell me out for a dime. It's always been like that, hasn't it, Joe? Hasn't it? And I've been too blind to see it.
Oh, now wait a minute,
right,
baby.
So
You got it.
Sam. So it is another day, money, anything, I don't know. You never loved me. You just lied to me.
Oh, stop it,
Get away
Irene.
from me. All right, Joe, all right. Have it your way.
Irene, put down that gun.
I'll get out of here. I'll do what the boss wants. It doesn't matter anymore.
No, wait a minute, Irene.
Joe. Oh. Joe. Oh, my God.
With the prologue of Masquerade, the Signal Oil Company brings you another strange tale by The Whistler. Have you had a ride in one of the new 1946 cars yet? Well, I did this evening when a friend gave me a lift down to the studio. And man, was he proud. I was especially interested to hear him brag about the engineering improvements that not only gave faster pickup and smoother speed, but also better gasoline mileage. Because you know, friends, that's the same thing science did for today's Signal gasoline when they upped its power. The first thing you notice, of course, is Signal's quicker starting, its faster pickup, and its quieter, higher anti-knock. But if you check your speedometer, you'll find today's Signal gasoline also gives you a bonus of extra mileage. For after all, it stands to reason. A gasoline that helps your motor perform more efficiently also helps you get more miles per gallon. And that's why Signal says look to your speedometer for the best proof of gasoline quality. It takes extra quality to go farther. Good reason why so many drivers are switching to Signal, the famous Go Farther gasoline. And now, back to the Whistler.
So it's over now, Irene, and it's decided once and for all. Joe will stay and you will go. That's all you can think of at first. After the awful finality of the thing that you did begins to sink in. It happened so quickly, Irene. First his fumbling excuses, then the doubt. A few seconds later, the blinding flash of hysteria. The gun in your hand, the shot. And Joe lying at your feet, still and silent. Then you start out of the apartment, and your eye falls on the note on the desk.
Dear Sam, I've thought it over carefully, and I've decided I can't go on like this. So I'm taking the only way out. Irene and I are in love. Why, it sounds like a suicide note.
Yes, like a suicide note. Quickly, you pick up the gun. Wipe the fingerprints off of it with your handkerchief. Press it into Joe's limp hand and let it fall to the floor again. The handkerchief again now. On the doorknob, the fountain pen, everything you touched. Then quickly out of the apartment, into the service elevator, through the alleyway and into the street. You remember now with immense relief that the night clerk was asleep when you came in, that no one saw you leave. A half hour later, you walk into your apartment house. The clerk looks up as you enter.
Now, Miss Ricardi, you have a visitor waiting upstairs.
What? You didn't let him into my room.
Oh, it's a man. It isn't a man, miss. It's a young lady, an old friend of yours. She didn't leave her name.
Who's here? Who? Oh, Mitzi.
Hello, Irene.
I thought you were in Las Vegas.
Nobody stays in Las Vegas forever.
Just passing through?
I don't know. Might stay a while. You seem to be doing all right, darling. Nice place you got here. Nothing like a job with Sam Baxter, is there?
Why do you say that?
Easy, baby. I'm not going to bite you. Something wrong?
What are you doing here, Mitzi?
Just looking up an old friend. You know, if this was Las Vegas and I was you, you know what I'd do?
Mitzi, I'm sorry, honey. I'm just not in the mood.
I'd offer me a drink. How about it?
All right, Mitzi. What'll it be, ginger ale or soda?
Ginger ale, thanks. I dropped in on Sam Baxter this afternoon.
Oh?
He tells me you're taking yourself a vacation.
We talked about it.
Good idea. You need one.
Think so?
I know a case of shakes when I see one, and baby, you got 'em. Sam got anything to do with it?
No. Sam has nothing to do with it. Here's your drink.
Thanks. Here's to you, darling. Oh, I forgot to tell you I'm staying here tonight.
Oh, now listen, Mitzi.
Not another word, darling. No trouble at all. I'll sleep on the couch. You'll never know I'm here.
You can get a room at the hotel.
All fixed up. I checked them an hour ago. Just be for tonight, so don't worry your little head.
Mitzi, darling, I want to be alone tonight. I don't feel well.
You have got the shakes. Spill liquor down the front of your dress.
Oh. Wipe right off with the handkerchief. Got my handkerchief right here. My handkerchief. Where is it? I left my handkerchief in...
Here, use mine. What's the matter with you, Irene? You look like a ghost.
Nothing. It was a nice handkerchief with my initials on it.
Forget it. I'll buy you one tomorrow. Better let me put you to bed, baby. You got yourself a case of nerves.
Well, Irene, what about your handkerchief? As you lie in bed, you try and tell yourself you must have dropped it on the street, that the chances are against anyone finding it where it would do you harm. But every time you close your eyes, you see it lying on the floor of Joe's apartment, where Sam is sure to find it. It seems like hours later when the phone bell cut through the darkness like a knife.
Yes?
Irene?
Yes?
This is Sam Baxter, Irene. I hate to wake you up like this, 2 o'clock in the morning and everything, but
What do you want?
I'm up at Joe's apartment. I got pretty worried when he didn't answer his phone.
Why are you calling me?
You know I am calling you, baby.
Oh, listen, Sam, I'm sleepy. I don't want to play games.
I always told Joe a dame was going to get him sooner or later. Why'd you have to do it to him, baby? The beef was with me.
Do what to him?
Kill him.
Kill him? Well, Sam, you're kidding.
You know, I could almost believe you if I didn't know you better.
But tell me, what's this all about? What do you mean?
I mean, someone shot Joe tonight with his own gun.
Joe dead?
Oh, baby, you're great. You're terrific. You ought to be on the stage. Yeah, he's dead. There's a suicide note in his desk. In his own handwriting. Everything's ready for the cops. If it wasn't my kid brother, I'd call it a wonderful job.
Listen, Sam, I had nothing to do with it.
You were going to see him tonight?
Well, I called it off. I told him later.
I'll give it to you straight, Irene. I think you killed him. I ain't sure yet, but I got ways of finding out. If I'm right, you won't have to worry about the police.
Listen, Sam.
You listen. You won't have to worry about the police because I'm going to let them think Joe committed suicide. So I can take care of you myself. Might happen in a taxi, maybe in a crowd, on a street corner, maybe even in bed some night when you're asleep. But you won't have to worry because you'll never know what hit you. Get it?
Sam! Sam, please listen to me!
That's all, Irene. So long.
All you can think of is the lost handkerchief. And what will happen if Sam finds it? You're wondering now, imagining things, fighting the desire to run. And then you discover you're cold and walk to the closet for your robe. As you throw it around your shoulders, your eye falls on something white, sticking out of the lining of the fur coat you wore tonight, just below the right pocket.
The handkerchief. Here in my coat all the time.
You take one look at the blood stain on the corner and decide to burn it right now. Quickly, through the side door into the kitchen. You touch a match to some papers in the incinerator and throw the handkerchief into the blaze. And gradually feel better as you watch it go up in smoke, and then a door closes in the other room, and you remember Mitzi. She's still asleep on the couch. Or is she? You wonder how she could have slept through that ringing phone. If she was watching you as you burned the handkerchief.
Wake up, Irene. Irene, it's 9:30. Irene.
Oh, yes, Mitzi.
Getting late, darling. Gonna have breakfast?
Oh, go on, Mitzi. Leave me alone. Fix yourself some breakfast in the kitchen, then run along like a nice kid, will you?
What about you?
I don't want any breakfast. I don't want any. I'm going out.
You sit in the coffee shop now, trying to choke down a piece of toast, with a morning paper in front of you, carrying a small article at the bottom of page 1 on the suicide of Joseph Baxter. That's all. 4 or 5 lines. Just another suicide. Nothing more. But over and over again inside your mind, you hear something else playing like a phonograph record.
Maybe in a taxi. Maybe in a crowd on a street corner. Maybe some night while you're asleep in bed. Maybe
And you know how short your time really is. That perhaps right now he's making up his mind how it's going to happen. You know now you're going to have to run for it, Irene. No matter how useless it might seem to try to run from Sam Baxter, it's your only chance now.
Why, yes, miss. Of course we can dye that blonde hair any color you want it. It just seems a shame.
Black. I want it black.
And we'll change the arch of your eyebrows like this?
That ought to do it. Go ahead now and hurry.
Oh, why, yes, we can fit you to a pair of horn-rimmed glasses. Your eyes are in pretty good shape, though, and I'd hardly
I'm buying them. Go on, make them up. I want a pair of spike heels.
How high, miss? They run all the way up to 4 inches. That'd add a couple of inches to your height. Not so good if you got a short boyfriend.
I'll take a pair, size 5.5, and never mind the boyfriend. Here's my ticket. Car 15.
Yeah, you're just in time, lady. Right up here. 2 cars forward. Oh!
I hope you don't mind my sitting next to you, miss. It's nice to have someone to talk to. Of course, I have my knitting, but even at that, it's a long trip. How far are you going?
Montreal.
Montreal. My, that must be a lovely city. Regular piece of France, they say, just across the border. This your first trip?
Yes, it's my first trip.
Well, isn't that nice? Well, we stop up here at Hanford for a minute, and then we'll begin to get some real nice scenery. Then there's a tunnel just beyond there, and then we get into the mountains.
Please, if you don't mind.
Say, is that a friend of yours up here?
No, I don't have any friends.
Well, isn't that funny? She turned and looked at you just as if she'd...
What did you say?
Well, that girl crossed the car a few seats ahead. The one with the yellow hat.
Mitzi.
Yes, Irene. Mitzi is sitting up there on the other side of the car, just a few seats ahead. It's clear now. Yes. She saw you burn that handkerchief, of course. You realize how stupid you've been. How it never entered your head that Sam would use Mitzi to put the finger on you. Las Vegas, Reno, Tijuana. It comes back to you now. Mitzi and Sam together most of the time. Perhaps even in love with each other. And that's why she came to your apartment last night. Sam sent her there, and that's why she's here now.
Might happen in a taxi, on a crowded street. Maybe even some night when you're asleep. Might happen in a taxi.
Where are we?
Hanford, it only stops for a minute.
Excuse me.
Oh, no time to get off.
Please, let
miss.
me out.
Well, I never. I thought you was going to Montreal.
You still have a chance, Irene. Mitzi's not sure of you yet, thanks to the disguise. You move down the aisle to the car exit with the commuters, start down the steps, and in one glance you realize how hopeless it all is. There on the station platform, carefully watching each passenger get off, is a big hulking man with a telltale bulge of a shoulder holster under his left arm. You turn back into the car just in time, sick with fear, knowing now that Sam was right. There's no running away.
Excuse me. Oh, you come back. I thought you were...
I just went back there for a little air.
Oh, it does get mighty stuffy in these cars. Sometimes you can smell that smoke a clean way back to the What's the matter? Oh, I see what you're looking at. Now, what do you suppose that tough-looking fella's doing up there?
I don't know.
Maybe one of them survey fellas asking questions. Looks like that's what he's doing with those folks up front.
How do we get to that tunnel?
What's that?
The tunnel you told me about. Where is it?
Oh, that's about a half mile beyond Hanford. We ought to hit it any minute now. Well, I wonder what that fella's up to. Expect he'll ask me what brand of prunes I'm using.
Well, Irene, you're praying now that the train will plunge into the blackness of the tunnel before the man, the same man you saw on the platform, reaches your seat. He's moving closer now, almost to Mitzi, stopping at each seat to look carefully at its occupant, then moving backward in the car, closer, and then... The train hits the tunnel, and in that precious moment of darkness, you struggle out of your seat and back into the next car. The train leaves the tunnel, and it's light again. You hurry down the aisle toward the end of the train in the observation car. The sound of steps behind you makes you turn. It's Mitzi, Irene. She's following you. You're almost running now. It doesn't matter what the passengers think anymore. As you run through the observation car toward the rear platform, you see her come in the other end. And you know it's up to you now. It's your life or hers. You slam the door, stand behind it, open your purse, and take out the little .32 automatic you hoped you wouldn't need.
All right, Mitzi.
She slumps to the floor, and you turn toward the railing. The train's moving too fast, but you're going to have to jump anyway.
Wait a minute, baby.
Let go.
No, you don't. No, you don't.
Oh,
No
me.
jumping off a train today. There. As of right now, baby, you're all washed up.
The Whistler will return in just a moment with the strange ending of tonight's story. Meantime, a word about the extra something you get when you have your car lubricated at a dealer-owned Signal gasoline station. You see, Signal dealers, being in business for themselves, do go out of their way to give you the kind of job they're proud to stand back of. It's why, for instance, they take no chances on memory when they lubricate your car. Instead, they check against Signal's factory-recommended lubrication chart, which shows every lubrication point on your car. And they use 9 specialized Signal oils and greases, so each part will have the exact type of protection it needs for long, trouble-free service. But do they stop there? No, sir. Just to make doubly sure not a single part has been overlooked, they check each point again, which is why it's called Signal Double-Check Lubrication. Now, that's the kind of lube service you want when today's aging cars have to last until there are enough new ones to go around. And that's the kind of lubrication you get from your friendly, dealer-owned Signal service station. And now, back to the Whistler.
Well, Irene, there's no use fighting anymore now. It's all over, and Sam Baxter has won. Suddenly, you're weak and dizzy. The sky turns a sickish green, and the floor gives way underneath your feet. When you open your eyes, you find you're up forward in one of the coaches. The train has stopped near a crossing, and some men in white uniforms are carrying Mitzi into an ambulance. You try to lift your hand to your head and discover you can't.
It's a handcuff, baby.
Handcuff? Why? Oh,
New York Police, homicide detail. The name's Stone.
police. Oh, you know all about it.
I couldn't miss it. Everyone in the car saw it through that window onto the back platform.
No, I mean about Joe.
Joe who?
Wait a minute. Why did you come onto this train? Why did you follow me?
We weren't following you, lady. We were following that dame you knocked off, Mitzi Rogers. And I'm afraid it's going to go pretty tough on you. Still murder, you know.
What are you talking about?
Mitzi was wanted for the murder of her ex-boyfriend at his office this afternoon.
Who was it?
Oh, a guy that was giving her the runaround. Gambler by the name of Sam Baxter.
Let that whistle be your signal for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler, each Monday at 9. Brought to you by the Signal Oil Company, who have asked me to remind you to get the most driving pleasure, drive at sensible speeds, be courteous, and obey traffic regulations. It may save a life, possibly your own. Featured in tonight's story was Lorene Tuttle. The Whistler was produced by George W. Allen, based on a story by David Kahn, music by Wilbur Hatch, and was transmitted to our troops overseas by the Armed Forces Radio Service. This is Marvin Miller speaking for the Signal Oil Company. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The Whistler, another Signal mystery.
I am the Whistler. And I know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales, many secrets hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. Yes, I know the nameless terrors of which they dare not speak.
Tonight, the Signal Oil Company, marketers of Signal's famous Go Farther gasoline and motor oil, bring you another in a series of strange tales by the Whistler. A story of darkest Africa and two strangers who brought it no light. Listen to Black Magic. But first, I'd like to read you what the driver of a 1929 LaSalle thinks of Signal's Go Farther service. Wilfred Pollard of Los Angeles writes, naturally, when a car gets 15 years old, parts wear out and are difficult to replace. My radiator cap, for instance, is rusted so it no longer holds tight. Pop Figgett, at my signal station on Western and Harold Way, has on 3 occasions spent considerable time with pliers and wire repairing it. Pop does it without asking, and with a smile that makes you feel like you're doing him a favor. It's this kind of service, over and above the line of duty, that makes me like to trade with Signal oil dealers. Many folks are surprised these days to find Signal dealers going out of their way like that to please a customer. But there's a reason for it. Each Signal dealer is permanently in business for himself. He knows that the best way to keep his business good year after year is to give you thorough, reliable service that will keep you his steady customer. Such service is the reason so many drivers who want their cars to go farther are switching to Signal stations. Why don't you drive in and get acquainted with your neighborhood Signal dealer this week? Now, the Whistler.
In the vast wilderness of equatorial Africa, a land of violent rains and oppressive heat, a small village huddles at the mouth of an American-owned mine. Carefully set apart from the squalid native huts stands the house of Paul Arnold, manager of the mine, master of the village. On this sticky afternoon, Paul is busy with his reports. Suddenly, his door is opened, and a tall man in dirty whites enters.
Yes? Nothing. I just wanted to tell you 4 more in the last hour.
Maybe you want to add that to your report.
I can take care of the reports without your help.
Ah, so? Perhaps you can run the mine without my help. Perhaps you can run the mine with half the natives dead of malaria.
I told you I've done everything possible. Dr. Kent should have been here days ago. Until he arrives, there's nothing more we can do.
We could have forced the natives to take the quinine before this...
Coming from you, that's a laugh. You've been here long enough to know you don't force these devils into doing anything. When Kent gets here, we'll take care of it. Until then, I don't want to hear anything more about it.
Eh bien. But I think this doctor must have taken one look at Africa and turned back.
Yes, Ahmed.
Pardon, Mr. Arnold. The automobile from Diana.
Oh, good. You'd better give up thinking, Pepe. That's Kent now. Come on. Oh, Ahmed, stir up some of the natives to help with the luggage.
If I can, Mr. Arnold?
Never mind ifs. Do as you're told.
Yes.
Pepe, be careful what you say to this doctor. You understand?
You make it very clear.
Oh, welcome, Dr. Kent. Hello. Well, we got here finally. Well, we'd almost given you up. I'm Paul Arnold, of course. Let me...
But don't look so startled. This is my wife, Nora Kent. Paul Arnold.
How do you do, Mr. Arnold?
How do you do? Well, this is something I hadn't counted on.
I'm sure it must be.
I mean, of course, your letters, Kent. You didn't say anything about bringing your wife.
I know. Nora decided to come at the last minute.
Well, this is an honor, an unusual honor. We'll do our best to make you comfortable, Mrs. Kent.
I'm sure I'll be able to manage quite well.
Yes. Yes. Well, come along into the house. It keeps out a little of the heat, some of the rain, and none of the bugs. Pepe will see to unloading your equipment, Doctor.
Well, thanks, but that's something I make it a rule to see to myself. Can't afford to have anything broken out here. If you take Nora in...
Of course. This way, Mrs. Kent.
Thank you, Mr. Arnold.
Nora. Nora Martin.
Surprised, Paul.
Surprised? Good Lord.
Oh, Paul, it's worth it. It's worth every unbearable mile of the trip out here just to see the look on your face.
Yes, I must be very amusing. Just a clown.
You don't have to be nasty.
You, married to Kent. When did that happen?
When do you suppose? After you ran away so suddenly.
I ran away. You're not going to pretend my leaving had anything to do with it.
I'm not pretending anything.
No, this is all very open and above board, isn't it? Your husband, does he know anything about me? I suppose you've told him all about us?
I've told him nothing. I didn't even know it was your mine we were coming to until after we left.
Otherwise, you wouldn't have come.
I didn't say that.
You thought it.
You hate me, don't you, Paul?
What do you expect? To be welcomed with flowers and kisses after the way...
It's all past, Paul. Perhaps we weren't just right for each other then. But, well, I know it'll sound crazy to you, Paul, but I need you now.
You need me?
Well, you have no idea why I'm out here. You couldn't possibly know, but... Oh, Roger's coming. I better warn you, he's very jealous.
Now it's my turn to laugh. Jealous. I pity him.
Well, everything's all set.
Oh, good, Doctor. I'll see about some coffee. After your wife's description of the trip, you can probably use some.
Thanks. Sounds wonderful.
Just make yourself comfortable.
Right. Seems like a nice guy, Arnold.
Very.
Of course, this isn't exactly paradise, but I'm sure we'll be able to manage quite well.
You're enjoying this, aren't you? Enjoying it immensely.
And aren't you, darling?
Oh, sometimes I could kill you. Dragging me out to a hellhole like this.
When you'd much prefer to stay in New York with your many friends. No, I'm sorry, darling, but you happen to be my wife.
Roger, I won't stay in this horrible place.
You'll stay wherever I want you to stay. Besides, it's too late to think about getting out now.
I'll get out of here more easily than you can imagine. Much more easily.
I don't think so, darling. It's really going to be almost like a second honeymoon. Just you and me.
Just you and me, Roger. And Mr. Arnold.
So, Paul Arnold's guests, Dr. Kent and his lovely wife, Nora, begin a delightful stay in Africa. They unpack, eat sparingly of a dull dinner, and spend the evening in equally dull conversation. Now it's the following morning, and while Nora sleeps late, Paul and Dr. Kent begin the work at hand.
How far to this building you say I can use for a clinic, Arnold?
It's there, just ahead through the grove.
Not too well isolated from the village. Not too large.
This is Africa, Doctor. You can't expect to find everything exactly to your liking.
I realize that. But I'm alarmed about the death rate. From your reports to the company, I didn't gather it was nearly this bad.
Most of the deaths have occurred since you and Mrs. Kent left the States. By the way, where is Mrs. Kent this morning? I'm surprised she's not with you.
What do you mean by that?
Well, you did insist on bringing her out here.
Do you think it was a mistake, is that it?
Since you ask, yes, it is. If I were you, I'd send her back as soon as possible.
Perhaps. But Nora happens to be my concern. If you don't mind, I'd rather not discuss it.
As you say.
Who's that fellow making all that noise?
The native medicine man. He's calling off the evil spirits.
My competition, eh? Yeah, so far he hasn't been very successful.
No, but don't underrate his influence with these people. What's that? I don't know. Sounds like trouble in the village. Come on. Right. Pepe! Pepe, what's the trouble?
The usual thing. This fellow refuses to work.
All right, take care of it.
Just a minute. I'd like to talk to him.
Go ahead. You others, go on. Get back to your houses.
You. What's your name?
Me, Nebo.
Why aren't you at the mine?
Digging in earth evil. Bring curse. Big sick.
But we're going to take care of the big sickness. You go back to the mine.
Nebo go to Mazaka.
Mazaka? What do you mean?
No evil in Mazaka. Nebo go.
But I'm trying to tell
You're
you
wasting your breath, Kent. You can't reason with them. Take him away, Pepe.
Come on, you.
What was he talking about? This Mazaka?
That's a village on the plateau. They'll all run there if you don't watch them.
Why?
Oh, some more of their magic, I suppose.
He said no evil in Mazaka. What did he mean?
The natives have an idea there's no malaria there.
It's possible. An area of immunity, maybe.
I don't know. Let's get back to the house.
Might as well. These people, they don't seem to be too fond of you.
I'll take care of that. You stick to your test tubes.
Yes, Kent, stick to your test tubes. There's not time to lose. The mine's output, you know. Besides, Nora is beginning to act strangely. Almost as if some kind of a plan were beginning to take form in her pretty head. And you really can't watch her properly while your job is yet to be done. Can you, Doctor?
Still experimenting, eh, Kent?
No, hello, Arnold. Glad you're here. Just tried to call you at the mine, but I couldn't seem to make the phone work.
Maybe you didn't crank it right. Anyhow, what's up? Find out something?
Have you heard of blackwater fever, Arnold? It's a form of malaria, particularly deadly form.
And that's what hit us?
No, that'd be easy. I've treated blackwater cases. The worst of them was nothing like this.
What are you getting at?
I'm telling you that we're up against something. This is a form of malaria worse than anything I've ever seen before. Frankly, I don't know exactly what it is. But I do know that the usual treatments, quinine, arsenical salts, and the rest don't even touch it.
What do you intend doing?
I'm going to Mazaka.
Mazaka?
If it's an area of immunity, as the natives seem to think, there must be some reason.
You'll go up there alone.
That's what I intend.
And you won't find the natives too cordial to white men.
I know that. I have to take my chances.
It's your funeral, Kent.
Maybe. I'm starting for Mazaka this afternoon. And if you should happen to run into my dear wife, you might tell her that. Well, Nora, I see you've packed my toothbrush. Anxious for me to leave?
You don't have to be crude. I don't think you should make this trip, Roger.
Oh, don't worry. I'll be back. At least there's no fever in Mazaka.
Oh, stop it. I'm sick of hearing about it.
Get hold of yourself.
Oh, ouch. Don't you hurting my arm.
You listen to me.
I don't want to listen.
This time you're going to. While I'm gone, I want you to stay away from Arnold.
Jealousy again?
You think I've forgotten? Just wipe the slate clean and start over?
No, Roger, you don't forget. You're like an elephant.
I don't want to forget.
Night after night, you running around while I planned how to do away with myself so I could stop thinking.
You were always so busy. You resented the fact that men found me beautiful.
We'll see how much good your beauty does you out here.
Oh, Roger, can't you give up this trip to Mazaka? Can't we both get out of here? I'll change. I'll do anything you say, only let's leave this place.
After you've learned your lesson, Nora.
All right, Roger, have it your way. You make me glad for every hour I've made you suffer.
Yes, come in. The guides are waiting, Kent. Fine, I'm ready. Why don't you give up this insane trip? Still trying to talk me out of it? It's for your own good. I wonder if all you're worried about is my health. You're a stubborn fool. Remember, I told you. You too? That's my second warning in the last few minutes. Well, I'm off. Oh, yes, one thing more, Arnold. While I'm gone, see that Nora doesn't leave this house.
Don't worry. I'll be here, waiting.
You are listening to The Whistler, another signal mystery brought to you by your friend, the Signal Oil Company, marketers of Signal's famous Go Farther gasoline and motor oil.
Well, a fine send-off. And Dr. Kent is on his way to Mazaka, leaving two people with very much on their minds. To help things along, rain has begun to fall. Cold, drizzling, clammy rain, falling without stop for 3 long, dreary days. Now it is night. Nora's pacing the room like a caged tigress. Arnold is trying to get something on the radio.
Paul, stop fooling with that thing.
Static's pretty bad tonight.
Turn it off.
My, what a case of nerves we're developing. Why don't you relax?
Oh, this everlasting rain, rain, rain.
You'll get used to it in
I
time.
don't want to get used to it. He had no right bringing me here.
Well, that's your affair. Why don't you try to get some sleep?
Oh, sleep. Lie there in my room listening to the rain, feeling the decay that's all around.
There's no use getting all worked up again.
It's easy for you sitting there so calm.
You think for 1 minute that I like it here? 10,000 miles from nowhere, day after day, with nothing but filth and disease?
I can't understand why you stay, Paul.
I have my reasons.
You could go back where there are people. The theaters, the cafes. You could be happy.
Let's not talk about it.
Oh, Paul. Oh, we meant so much to each other once.
You killed all that.
We could go away together. Anywhere. Start all over again. Well, I promise I'll make you happy. Like we were before.
You couldn't make any man happy.
You love me. You still love me.
Stop it, Nora.
We're meant for each other. Our meeting here again proves
Keep away from me.
We'll go away now. Tonight. I love you. I swear it.
Very pretty. Fine performance.
Oh,
You never could love anyone. Men are just something that you fit into that world you've built around yourself.
but it's true. I do love you.
It isn't going to work this
Oh,
time.
can't you forget what's past?
Oh, no, because I know what you're after. You want to get away from here, and I look like a convenient return ticket home.
How can you say that?
You're afraid. Afraid of being out here with him.
No. Roger will do anything I say.
I overheard your little love scene when he left. Looks like he's finally onto your tricks.
Oh, stop it.
And now he's going to make you pay. I'm your last hope, but it isn't going to work.
You know everything, don't you?
I know you, Nora. You're bad medicine. Just a minute, we have visitors. Who is it?
Ahmed, the chief of the natives is here to talk to you.
Just a minute. Nora, go to your room.
Gladly.
All right, come in. Why are you here, Chief Ostman?
My brother, the fever has him.
What do you want from me?
The new one. When does he return from Mazaka?
No, 2 or 3 days.
You send for him now. Maybe he say my brother.
I've got my own troubles.
You told me the new one will help us.
Can't you understand? It takes time.
Too much time. The fever very bad.
I'm sick and tired of hearing you complain. Get out.
For so long, you do nothing, bring no help.
I said get out.
You tell company nothing. You want my people to die, I know.
What did you say?
You want mines to be bad. Company, go away. Leave the mines.
Shut up.
You want to take mines. I will tell the new one.
I'll stop your blabbing tongue.
No, don't. You're joking, eh? Take your hands on his
Never talk after I
get to him.
Through with you.
The curse of Legba on your head.
All right, now talk, you stupid fool.
You killed him. Chief Osmond.
He threatened me. You heard him?
The curse is evil. You should not have killed him.
He deserved it, always talking. All right, take him out of here. Make sure they won't find him. And if you say anything about this,
I shall take him.
Remember, Ahmed, not a word to anyone.
So, Paul, that's your little scheme. Let the natives die off so the company will abandon the mines. Then you will take over. Very clever, perhaps. Oh, Ahmed won't dare talk, and Osman can't. Now there is only Kent and his beautiful wife, Nora. Another day passes, and still another. Now it is night. The rain is gone, and the quietness has come. The sort of quiet that creeps into the bones and ferments in the mind. But now suddenly the silence is broken.
Ahmed, the drums. They're beating the drums.
It is the village.
They haven't done that for days. I don't understand.
What's happening?
The natives, something's wrong.
It began so suddenly. Oh, they're shouting.
Listen to them like wild savages.
It's strange.
I don't like it. Come on, Ahmed, let's see what's wrong.
You can't leave me here alone.
You'll be safe.
But I'm going with you. I won't stay here.
Oh, all right. Look at that glow in the sky. They've got a fire going.
Drums. They can seep right into your blood.
It's the chant of Zora.
Some more of their stupid magic.
To my people, magic is important.
What good does it ever do you?
It can save. That we call white magic.
White magic?
It can also kill. That is black magic.
That's enough of that kind of talk, Ahmed.
Oh, look there. There through the trees. You can see them dancing around the fire.
Wait a minute. This is close enough.
Yes, it is better that they do not see you.
Oh, I'm afraid. Let's go back.
Stop your whimpering. Be quiet.
Look at those two. They're tying him to that post.
No. It is not a man.
Well, what is it?
An effigy, a straw image of one who is evil. We call it a Legba.
A Legba?
Paul! That effigy. It looks like you.
No, you're imagining it.
That man holding the white spear. He's walking toward the Legba.
Ahmed, what's he saying?
He says, O Osman, great chief, thy death shall be avenged.
Osman? They found him.
He says, with this white spear, I call black death upon the evil one who killed our chief. The curse of Legba upon him.
He threw the spear into it.
The curse of Legba! No, not me! They'll never get me!
Away!
They'll never get me!
That's right, Paul. They'll never get you, not you. That's right. Hurry madly back to the house. Now get your things together. Hurry, there's no time. You've got to get away.
I've got to get away. I have to hurry. There's no time. Who's there?
It's us, Paul. What's the matter?
I'm getting out of here right now.
But there is no boat for 3 days.
I'll hide out in jail. Now, hurry, Ahmed. Help me.
Oh, listen to me.
Don't bother me. There's no time.
I'm going with you. You can't leave me here.
Don't be a fool. Your husband...
My chance. I'm going with you.
I'd be crazy to take you. You're poisoned.
No use, Paul. You'll never get on that boat without me.
Why not?
Because I know why you're running away. That effigy. It was you.
No, I tell you, it wasn't.
You killed that chief. Unless you take me, the police will be waiting for your chatter.
You tell them?
You know I would.
Get your things. Hurry.
I'll be ready in a minute.
Ahmed, bring my other bag.
I have it here. And your gun.
Good, I may need it. Oh, what else? A car.
Someone is coming.
Kent, you're back.
I heard drums, natives on the road. What's going on here?
They've gone mad. I don't know what.
Arnold, your bags. What's happened?
I'm getting out. They're after me.
What are you talking about?
They'll kill me. The curse of Legbars.
Calm down, man. Listen to me.
I'm all ready, Paul. We can... Roger.
Nora. And your bags. You were going with him.
Now, wait, Kent. I can explain.
Yes, I'm going with him. We love each other.
Nora, she's lying. Can't you see she's
We've
lying?
loved each other for a long time.
That's not true.
And now Paul is taking me away.
No, he isn't. I'll kill him first. Keep away from me. I've got a gun.
You sneaking around.
Stay back. Stay back, I tell you. Don't. You made me do it. Ahmed, quick, the car.
Yes, I'll go.
No one can stop us now, Paul.
Stay here and rot.
Paul, you can't. You can't. I'll go mad.
You won't. Here, my gun. You do it yourself.
No, Paul. Paul, wait for me. Wait, Paul.
No use, Nora. He's gone.
Roger. I thought you...
Just cut me in the shoulder.
He will come back for me. He will.
Couldn't get away. Just a telephone call. They'd stop you with the boat. Bring him back.
You think you've got me now? That you'll keep me here?
Come here.
You think I'm beaten, that everything will go just like you wanted?
Listen.
Well, you're wrong. You're wrong.
Nora,
You better
what's
start
my gun?
changing your plans.
Nora.
Beginning right now.
Ah!
Hello? Pepe? Paul Arnold is on his way to Jana. Catch him. He just killed my husband.
Now, in just a moment, the Whistler will return to give you the strange ending of tonight's tale. But first, I'd like to recall for you Oliver Wendell Holmes' poem, The One-Horse Shay. It lasted 100 years to a day, and then the whole thing fell apart. That's a lot different from the way cars wear out today. Only one vital part that can't be replaced has to wear out, and the whole car goes off the road. Uncle Sam says that will happen to 1 in every 12 cars this year. Well, so that no vital part on your car will wear out from lack of lubrication, signal dealers take special precaution when they lubricate your car. They use the famous Signal safety chart, on which the maker of your particular car shows every lubrication point and the exact oil or grease it should have. Before your signal dealer returns your car to you, he checks every point on your car against the safety chart, not just once, but twice, so not a single part can be missed. That's your guarantee that every part on your car will have its full share of the lubricant that will help it last out the duration. Yet you pay no more for this finer, longer life lubrication. So if it's been 1,000 miles or 2 months since last lubrication, why not protect your car by driving it into your neighborhood signal dealers for a Signal safety chart lubrication? And now, back to the Whistler.
Well, everything has worked out fine, hasn't it, Nora? Only a few minutes now, and you'll be saying goodbye to Africa forever. That's right. Sit down at your stateroom dressing table. Admire your beauty in the mirror. You did get away after all. Of course, poor Paul. But he's getting just what he deserves. And now the boat is moving. You think you played your cards well. Of course, you couldn't know that Roger had found the answer to the strange form of malaria, that he was planning to take you away. You couldn't know that. So admire yourself in the mirror. Oh, what's the matter? No use breaking the glass, Nora. It's too late. You've seen it. That strange pallor to your skin. The fever is in your beautiful body, Nora. The fever Roger said was much worse than Blackwater. But of course, Roger is dead, and he can hardly save you now.
is broadcast for your entertainment by Signal Gasoline and Motor Oil and your neighborhood signal dealer, at your service to keep your car running for the duration. The Whistler was produced and directed by George W. Allen. The story by Salstein and Martin Wark. Music composed and conducted by Wilbur Hatch. This program is being transmitted to our troops overseas by the Armed Forces Radio Service. Listen again next Monday night at 9 for The Whistler. Bill Pennell speaking. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The Signal Oil Program, The Whistler. That whistle is your signal for the Signal Oil Program, The Whistler.
I am the Whistler, and I know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. Yes, I know the nameless terrors of which they dare not speak.
Yes, friends, it's time for the Signal Oil Program, The Whistler. Rated by independent research, the most popular West Coast program. In gasoline, you know, it takes extra quality to go farther. And Signal is the famous Go Farther gasoline. So look for the Signal circle sign in yellow and black that identifies Signal service stations from Canada to Mexico. And now the Whistler's strange story, The Blue Legend.
In most cases that lead to murder, the original impulse is a basic part of a man's character, a hidden ingredient in his makeup that may take years to find its way to the surface. And George Canto was no exception. For months, Canto had been a hanger-on around Juneau, a nattily dressed man with a vague background and enough book knowledge of mineralogy to get him by. But even though Canto himself didn't realize it, murder was already there. And it began to come to the surface that day he looked up Big Mike Brennan in his polished pine domain on the hill in back of town.
Oh, now, wait a minute, Canto. What are you trying to hand me?
Only the biggest thing you ever got a whiff of, that's all, Mike.
You know, I like you, Canto. You've got your dreams. Only when you've been around this country as long as I have, you won't fall for every rumor that comes along.
Okay, so you're a big operator and smart. But I tell you, I've hit, and hit good. I got this from the assayer an hour ago. Take a look.
You're really serious about this, aren't you?
Read the little figures on the paper and find out why. Well?
The sample was out of the seam you found?
Certainly. You think I'd try salting on you?
I don't know. I got a lot of land around here, and I've never seen anything run this high. 15,000 to the ton ain't bad digging. Just exactly why did you bring this to me, Canto?
I'm broke. You've got capital and equipment and know-how. I've got nowhere.
What's the deal?
50-50 partnership. We pool all our holdings, split even. It'll pay out for you inside of 6 months.
You just told me you were broke.
I also just showed you the assay.
Where is the strike?
Not till it's a deal.
You own the land?
Make an agreement with me, and I guarantee I'll get it.
You know, Canto, I'm just sucker enough to go for this deal.
You haven't done badly, Mike. This isn't exactly a shack you've got here. Do I draw up some papers?
No, papers can come later.
My handshake's good enough around here.
Okay, partner. We're partners.
Yeah. Now, where's our strike located?
You got a map of the Blue Lake area?
Yeah, sure. Here it is.
Now, pull the light over.
Yep.
Now, you see this range here left of Blue Lake?
Yeah.
The seam's right there.
There.
Uh-huh.
Canto, you... That's the Blue Legend. That's my property.
Our property, partner. Remember?
Well, I'll be... Okay, Canto. Where do we go from here?
There's no doubt about it. Murder was there right from that first meeting with Big Mike. But you didn't know it, Canto. Not yet. You were too concerned with whether Mike would really stand still for the shrewd deal you'd put across. And even when he finally broke out into a big, hearty laugh at his own expense, you wondered if you'd really won. And later that evening, when Big Mike's wife, Helen, came downstairs to see you, another idea began to run around in your brain. As she walked into the room, you suddenly realized that she was more beautiful than you'd thought, even though she was angry at you, Canto.
Canto, what is this? What are you trying to do to Big Mike?
What do you mean, Helen? We just made a business deal.
You know I had Mike almost talked into giving up mining. He's sick, Canto. He goes crazy when he gets started. His heart can't stand it.
Oh, now, Helen, he's not going to have to work that hard.
It's not a matter of work. Right now, he's upstairs getting his clothes ready. He's already called Gartland to have the supply plane ready to leave in the morning.
Well, sure. We'll have to go up and get more samples, see what machinery we'll need.
The doctor says he shouldn't fly. The altitude.
Little flying won't hurt Mike. Big guy like that. Besides, he's risked more than his neck for a strike like this.
A strike. There's always a strike. It's all I've heard ever since I came here. I'm sick of it. Don't you see, Canto? It's not good for Mike.
You're showing a lot of concern for the big guy's health.
What do you mean by that?
Let's not kid ourselves, Helen. I've watched you since I've been here in Juneau. I've been interested. You don't love Big Mike. You never have. You married him because you thought you saw a good thing.
Is that the lowest thing you could think of to say to me?
Truth hurts, huh?
All right. So it hurts. I did marry Mike because it looked like a good thing. I was tired of being kicked around. But I've come to realize what a great guy he is.
But you don't love him.
Oh, I've wanted to. I've tried.
But you don't love him.
He doesn't know that. He isn't going to know it. If I could get out now without hurting him. If I could leave and never come back. But I won't hurt him. And I won't have you hurt him either.
Mike's a big boy now, Helen. He makes his own decisions.
Well, everything's all packed. We'll be able to get off before... Hey, what's the matter with you two?
It's nothing, Mike.
We were just talking about the Blue Legend.
Telling her how you got me for a partner, eh, Canto? Come on, buck up, you two. There's nothing so tragic about ore running 15,000 to the ton, right?
Right, Mike.
That's settled, then. Think this calls for a toast.
Mike, you know what Dr. Lawrence said about you drinking?
Oh, this is an occasion, Helen. A little drink can't hurt me once in a while. Canto?
No thanks, Mike.
Oh, you don't drink here. Here you are, Helen. Now, don't you worry about me. I can take care of myself.
After all, Mike...
Well, we're just going to make a fast round trip up tomorrow morning, back in a day or two. Now, here's to the Blue Legend. Well, Helen, won't you drink to it?
Of course, Mike. To the Blue Legend.
Yes, Canto. From the beginning, murder was hidden there, just behind your shrewd, friendly smile. But as you stood there watching Helen lift her glass toward Mike, you realized with a start that it had broken through to the surface. The idea, Canto, that was running through your brain. Helen, she is beautiful, isn't she? And the Blue Legend, it is fabulous. And all that really stands in your way is Big Mike Brennan. And you're still thinking of that the following morning as the supply plane taking you and Mike to Blue Lake lets down over the flat, grassy meadow. Gartland, the pilot, skillfully guides it through an avenue of tall hemlock and spruce. The wheels touch, and the plane comes to a stop.
Well, looks like we made it.
Well, you aren't nervous, are you, Gart?
I'm always nervous sitting down in a potato patch like this.
Come on, Mike, last stop. Hey. Look at that, will you?
Sleep. Must have dozed off on the way.
Hey, Mike, wake up.
Hey, wait a minute, Gart.
What's the matter with him?
He's not asleep. He passed out.
Uh-oh. His heart, the altitude.
Well, that drink he took just before we left. Cut his collar open. I'll rub his hands.
He'd better get wise. Doc Lawrence told him to lay off.
Mike, come on, Mike. Hey, he's coming around.
I better take him back to town right now.
No, not on top of this. He can't tackle that hump again until he's had a chance to rest up. Mike, come on, big boy.
You know, Canto, someday this guy's going to wake up dead.
Huh?
I said one of these days this bird's going to wake up dead.
Yeah. Yeah, Gotland. I'm afraid you may be right.
With the prologue of Blue Legend, the Signal Oil Company brings you another strange story by The Whistler. But now a question. What would you think of a driver who deliberately did something that clogged up his motor with 6 times as much carbon and wore out his cylinders 50% faster than necessary? Well, get ready for a shock, because that's just what you're doing if you're still using old-fashioned straight motor oil. Listen to these facts. In exhaustive road and laboratory tests, today's finest straight motor oil was compared with the amazing new type Signal lubricant that combines 100% pure paraffin base with 5 scientific new compounds, Signal Premium Motor Oil. The result? The motors using Signal Premium Oil actually showed only 1/6 as much carbon and 1/3 less cylinder wear. Now get that. Motors stayed 6 times cleaner. Cylinder wear was reduced 1/3 with new Signal Premium Motor Oil. And that holds just as true for old cars as for shining new ones. Good reason, I'd say, for making your next oil change a change to the new type Signal lubricant. That's your guarantee of a sweeter running motor. Signal Premium Motor Oil. And now, back to the Whistler.
Well, there it is, Canto. Murder. The idea that was in the back of your brain. And right out in the open, too, where you can look at it and recognize it for what it is. You're going to murder Mike Brennan. And suddenly you know, too, that it was there all the time. There the day you tricked Mike Brennan into a partnership, giving you half of the Blue Legend. There the night you argued with Mike's wife, Helen, and found her more beautiful than you'd ever realized. And most of all, it was there when the supply plane let down at Blue Lake, and you found that Mike's heart condition was worse than anyone but Helen had admitted. Yes, it was all there. Motive, a ready-made explanation of the death, and you know how to get the perfect opportunity, don't you, Canto?
Ah, there you are, Mike. Feeling any better this afternoon?
Oh, I'm fine, Canto. That wasn't anything at all this morning. Forget about it.
Just like that, huh? It's not that easy, Mike.
Look, will you stop trying to take care of me the way Helen does all the time?
Okay, but you gave me quite a scare in that
I
place.
said forget it, Canto. Got some samples? I got a little assay set. We might make a preliminary, then we can...
Now, wait a minute, Mike. I sort of had the idea it might be better for you to stay up here for a few days before tackling that return trip.
Huh?
Better rest up a little, Mike.
Rest up? What for?
Do you good. Besides, you've been saying you wanted to stay up here longer.
Sure, but you know how Helen feels about that.
Well, supposing I go in with the samples tomorrow morning, and I'll just telephone Helen and tell her you had a narrow squeeze.
No, don't tell her that. She'll dream up all sorts of things. She worries about me.
Maybe you're right. Well, I'll just say that you're getting a kick out of it. You are, aren't you?
You know I am. I miss this kind of thing.
Then it's settled. I'll handle Helen for you.
You're okay, Canto. Thanks.
Well, gotta take care of my partner, don't I?
Did you take a look at Mike?
Yeah, Guard. He's sleeping like a baby.
I'm kind of worried, Canto. Well, I don't know.
Oh, he's okay. Forget it.
Well, he's not himself. Didn't touch his dinner. I don't think we ought to leave him up here alone.
You heard what he said. He wants it that way.
There's something else. That bourbon.
Bourbon?
I unpacked his stuff for him. There's a full bottle in his suitcase.
He won't touch it.
No, you don't know him. He'll putter around the claim tomorrow until he's got a good chill. Take one look at that bottle on the shelf.
Oh, skip it, Guard. Mike's over 21. You'll just make him sore if you do anything. Come on. Let's hit the sack. They're taking off at 5.
An hour later, you're both in bed, and you lie there quietly waiting for Gart to fall asleep. You're glad he didn't make an issue of the bottle of bourbon, because it's suddenly become very important to you, hasn't it, Candace? Yes. You know Mike'll want a drink to warm himself tomorrow when he comes in from working the claim. You're counting on it, aren't you, Canto? The assay fluid. It's deadly poison. You're thinking that a man couldn't live very long with some of that inside of him. Mike couldn't live very long, could he, Canto? It's 1 o'clock when you finally decide Gart is asleep. Quietly, you get out of bed, walk to the cabinet over the sink. The bourbon bottle is still there. You pour a little down the sink, and then reach down in the space under the basin for the bottle of assay fluid. Fill the bourbon bottle back up to the full mark, and then carefully put them both back in their places. You return to bed now, knowing that when Mike Brennan pours a drink out of that bottle tomorrow, he'll be dead in a matter of minutes. There's no sleep after that, of course. Just a kind of weary stupor, full of visions, of planned answers to the questions that might come, of tossing and turning, of thinking of what it will be like to own the Blue Legend.
Ghetto.
Of what it will be like to have Helen Brennan turning to you for sympathy.
Ghetto.
And then...
Canto, wake up.
What? What's the matter?
It's 5 o'clock. Let's get rolling.
Oh. Where's Mike?
He's still asleep. Now, take it easy. We'll slip out without waking him. I'll fly you to Juneau, pick up the supplies, and be back here tonight. Let him sleep. He really needs a rest.
Yeah, you're right, Cart. Mike needs a rest. A long rest.
Yes, Canto, it's only a matter of time now until the Blue Legend and Helen Brennan are yours. Mike will have a long rest. You've seen to that. There's a strange feeling of satisfaction inside of you, of exultation over a victory that's all but won. It's not quite 7 o'clock when Gartland sets the little supply plane down at the Juneau airport, and you hurry to a phone booth to call Helen.
Hello?
Hello, Helen, this is Canto.
Oh? Is Mike with you?
Well, that's why I called Helen. The Gartland flew me down. He's flying back tonight. We thought it would be better for Mike to stay up there and rest.
What do you mean? Is something the matter?
Well, Mike didn't want me to say anything to
Tell
you,
me,
but...
Cato.
Well, it's nothing serious, Helen. Really, it isn't. Mike had a slight attack. It must have been the altitude.
I knew it. I knew he shouldn't have gone up there.
Now, take it easy, Helen. He'll be all right. Told me to give you his love. Look, let me come over and talk to you.
What about, Cato?
I've made a decision, Helen. About Mike working. I think you were right. May I come over?
I'll be waiting.
You hang up the receiver, stand in the phone booth thinking for a minute, running over in your mind the things you're going to say to Helen. Things that will make her trust you, turn to you when she learns that Mike is gone. This is the hardest part of all, isn't it, Canto? To stand in front of Helen saying things you don't mean.
I'm really worried about him, Helen. He just passed out.
I tried to tell you.
And I didn't listen. I was wrong, Helen, dead wrong. Mike had no business taking that trip. He is a sick man.
I've been so worried about him.
Helen, I promise you it won't happen again. Now, look, when Mike comes back from Blue Lake, I'll ask him to stay here while I run things up there.
Would you, Canto? Would you?
He won't like it, but you just leave it to me. I'll make him stay here. Then there won't ever be any more danger.
Oh, Canto, I'm so glad.
And, Helen,
Yes, Canto.
the way I talked to you that day, the things I said, I want you to know that I'm sorry.
Are you, Canto?
Yes, Helen, I want you to know you can count on me as your friend. Your closest friend.
I don't know what to say.
Just tell me that you trust me, Helen.
I trust you, Canto.
Thank you. Thank you, Helen.
And that's all there is to it, Canto. You were so convincing you almost believed it yourself. There's nothing to do now but wait. At 9 o'clock the next morning, you settle into an easy chair in the lobby of your hotel with a newspaper, sure now that it must be all over. A minute later, you look up. Gartland is standing over you.
What are you doing here, Gartland?
Canto, I got bad news.
You don't mean Mike?
Yeah, Mike.
Another attack?
Worse than that, Canto. He's dead.
Dead? Good Lord.
I found him up at the cabin when I flew in the supplies last night. He was dead when I got there. Flew the body down just now.
Why, I can't believe it. Why, only yesterday.
I know. His wife was right all the time. That trip was too much for him.
You're sure it was his heart?
What else?
Oh, poor Helen. Somebody's going to have to break the news to her. That isn't going to be an easy job.
Don't worry, we won't have to.
Huh?
The coroner saved us the trouble.
The coroner? Oh, what do you mean, coroner?
He called Mrs. Brennan an hour ago. It seems there's going to be an inquest.
Is that all?
Not quite. They wanted her permission for an autopsy.
Autopsy? What for? Everybody knows Mike had a bad heart. I'm sure Helen had never allowed him to...
She already has.
That bottle of bourbon, Canto, sitting up in the cabinet over the sink where you left it night before last, with its lethal dose of assay fluid ready to testify against you. You can see it now, can't you? Exhibit A in the case of the government versus George Canto. The charge? Murder. An autopsy. Over 1,000 heart failures every year, and they had to land on this one with an autopsy. There's only one way now. You've got to get to that poison bottle of bourbon before they do.
Wait a minute, Gartland. Where's the plane?
The airport, of course. What's that got to do with it?
We've got to go up there.
Up where?
The cabin.
What are you talking about?
Well, the claim papers. They're all there. We'll have to have them right away.
If you're talking about Mike's baggage, I brought it back with the body.
Oh, no. Has nothing to do with the baggage. These papers, Mike was keeping them. They shouldn't get out of our hands.
Look, Canto, if you're trying to tell me to get in that thing and fly back up there after last night...
That's exactly what I am telling you. I'll get into some heavy clothes and meet you at the airport in 15 minutes. Well, almost Blue Lake, huh?
Yeah.
Look, Guard, I'm sorry I blew up before. You know, Mike's death and everything.
Sure, I know. He was a great guy, Canto.
Oh, you don't have to tell me that.
Stubborn as a mule. Wouldn't listen to anyone. You know, Canto, this will probably surprise you. I heard Doc Lawrence tell Mike once that if he ever took another drink, it'd kill him. But did that bother Mike? Nah.
You think that had anything to do with it?
Oh, that's what I started to tell you back at the airport. Helen had the coroner's report when I called.
The report? You mean the autopsy's been held already?
Yeah, early this morning. It seems there was some question about that liquor business. Well, you know how Mike was.
What do you mean?
Well, they thought it might have something to do with his death. One drink too many or something. Of course, that wasn't it at all. It was partly that attack he had here in the plane with us.
You mean the autopsy showed it was his heart?
Well, it shouldn't be any surprise to you, Canto. But here's the thing that surprised me.
Yeah? What's that?
The time of death. You know, that morning we left, Mike was already dead. He never left his bunk.
Never left his... But then he couldn't have drunk... Then it wasn't the liquor.
No. Hey, wait a minute. Let me put this crate on the ground. One of these days, I'm going back in the Army and get me a job at a nice big airfield where... Hey, Connor, hang on. Brake's jammed. We're going to ground loop. Look out!
When When you open your eyes, Canto, there's a throbbing pain in your head, a sick feeling in your stomach, and the roof seems to be whirling, whirling.
Oh.
Everything's hazy, tumbling around in your head. You've got to do something.
Oh.
You've got to do something very important.
What is it? I've got to.
The room clears a little, and slowly, as if from a long way off, it appears. The bourbon. The bottle of bourbon. That's what you were trying to remember.
Yes, I've got to.
There's a terrible ringing in your ears as you try to lift yourself off the cot. That sickening feeling in your stomach comes back again, and then suddenly you remember.
It doesn't matter.
Yes. Mike died a natural death. The autopsy showed that. It comes back to you now. The poison bottle of bourbon isn't so important anymore. So you fall back on the pillow, and then...
Well, you feeling better now, Canto?
Huh? Oh, Scotland. Where... I didn't see you.
I know. I've been sitting here waiting for you to come around. Hey, you've been out but good. Hey, you better take it easy. You've been muttering like that for 5 minutes.
Muttering? What did I say?
Well, nothing I could understand. Hey, you sure you're okay now?
Yeah, I'm sure, Gotland. Everything's okay now.
The Whistler will return in just a moment with a strange ending to tonight's story. Meantime, let me ask you drivers something. In gasoline, which do you think is more important, mileage or quality? Well, don't bother to answer that one, because the plain fact of the matter is, in gasoline, it takes extra quality to go farther. That's why we're so proud of the fact that Signal is the famous Go Farther gasoline. You see, you get those quick signal starts, that fast signal pickup, and smooth knock-free signal power because Signal helps your engine run more efficiently. And naturally, the more efficiently your motor runs, the more mileage you get. That's why Signal says your speedometer is the best yardstick of gasoline quality. Check yours, and you'll find it's true. In gasoline, it does take extra quality to go farther. And, of course, Signal is the famous Go Farther gasoline. And now back to the Whistler.
So you're in the clear at last, aren't you, Canto? The coroner's report indicates Mike Brennan died of heart failure at the Blue Legend mine on the night that you decided to kill him. Yes, Canto, you can relax now. It'll be easy to pour the poison bottle of bourbon down the drain. It's all yours at last. The Blue Legend with its rich storehouse of wealth. And Helen. She's free now, Canto, to leave Alaska as she always wanted. But you feel somehow that when she leaves, you'll be by her side. Gartland, the pilot, is sitting at the foot of the bed watching you carefully.
Yeah, that was a close call, Canto. When that brake jammed, I thought we were done for. Lucky we didn't crack into the trees.
What happened?
Oh, you cracked your head on the instrument panel.
I feel awful weak.
You'll be okay.
It isn't just my head. My stomach. Oh.
Well, you were out for quite a while, you know, probably still dizzy. Had me worried for a minute, Canto, but I finally found a way to bring you around.
What did you do?
Do? I just gave you a couple of healthy shots of that bourbon of Mike's. That's all.
Let that whistle be your signal for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler, each Monday at 9. Brought to you by the Signal Oil Company, marketers of Signal gasoline and motor oil and fine quality automotive accessories. Signal has asked me to remind you, to get the most driving pleasure, drive at sensible speeds, be courteous, and obey traffic regulations. it may save a life, possibly your own. Featured in tonight's story were Alan Reed and Virginia Gregg. The Whistler was produced by George W. Allen with story by E. Jack Newman, music by Wilbur Hatch, and was transmitted to our troops overseas by the Armed Forces Radio Service. This is Marvin Miller speaking for the Signal Oil Company. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Have you heard the strange tales of the Whistler?
I'm the Whistler.
Paul, it was pitch dark. I was feeling my way along the wall, and then it seemed to me that something passed in front of me, crossed from one wall to the other. I don't think I really heard anything. It was almost more as though I felt it.
Another Sunday night, and again CBS presents The Whistler.
I, the Whistler, know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales, many secrets, hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. And so tonight, I tell you the strange story of Patience for the Doctor. Have you any idea what a burning desire to practice one's profession may lead to? A man whom I know can tell you of such a desire. He is Dr. James Harris, and he lives with his wife, Mary, in an isolated cabin at the end of a lonely road high up in the Snoqualmie Mountains. The Snoqualmies are treacherous, especially in winter. Many people find themselves in need of a doctor throughout the year in these mountains, but winter snows, thawing with the spring rains, can also prove treacherous. Treacherous enough to keep a doctor rather busy.
James,
Yes, my dear.
what are you doing?
I was just...
What have you there?
Just my medical kit.
Where do you think you're going?
My patient is very badly hurt. I must go to him.
You will not set one foot out of this house tonight. Not in a storm like this.
But, my dear, a man's life may depend upon me. A doctor's place is with his patient, storm or shine.
James, did you understand me? I said you're not going out tonight.
But, Mary, my patient may die.
You are not going out.
Very well, Mary. But someday you'll be sorry. It isn't right to keep a doctor from doing his duty. It's...
James.
Very well, my dear.
That's a strange thing. Mary seems bent on keeping the doctor from doing his duty. And that's too bad. For there are people who need a doctor tonight. People such as the three riding along the Snoqualmie Pass Highway, riding there in that car under the jutting buttresses of that glacier which hangs dangerously out over the highway. Hangs there ready to come roaring down at the slightest provocation. Such provocation, for example, as rain. Rain, the import of which is not immediately apparent to Paul Evans, his wife Jane, and his mother-in-law, Mrs. Whitcomb. Anything as awesome as a giant glacier would be dangerous to Mrs. Whitcomb, even though quiet, for she is suffering from an extremely weak heart, a heart which must not be subjected to shock.
Look up there ahead. There's a sign. Maybe it'll give the miles to the next town. Can't be much farther. Can you read it, Paul?
Oh, wait till I get the spotlight on it.
Oh, it just marks that little side road.
Oh, Dr. James Harris.
What do you suppose a doctor's doing way up here? He couldn't possibly have any patients.
Oh, hardly.
I'll bet there's not another house 5 miles in any direction. Well, perhaps he's retired.
Yes, that's probably it. Oh,
Paul! Paul, that's a slide! Paul, stop the car!
oh yes, yes.
Oh, thank goodness. We're safe.
Oh, well, it wasn't too close.
Mother. Mother.
What's the matter with her? Mrs. Whitcomb. Mrs. Whitcomb. She's fainted.
Oh, her heart.
But Mrs. Whitcomb is more hardy than her daughter imagines. 5 minutes later, Paul has hurriedly turned the car around and drives back up the road to the turnoff marked Dr. James Harris.
What is that? The slide. Mother, it's all right. We're safe. We're all right. Oh, I must have fainted. Do you feel all right now? I don't know.
Don't try to talk, Mrs. Whitcomb. We're taking you to the doctor.
Oh, Paul, try to drive more carefully.
Well, I'm being as careful as I can, Jane. This isn't much of a road.
Does the bumping bother you, Mother?
No.
Bridge up ahead. We're on the right track. See the sign? Dr. James Harris, welcome.
Paul, be careful going up onto the bridge. You may jar Mother.
All right.
Oh, Paul, for heaven's sake, don't stop so short. What's the matter?
Take a look at that bridge.
Oh, but it doesn't look very safe.
I'll say it doesn't. 2 planks out, rail gone. If you ask me, the weight of the car would have been enough to bring the whole thing down.
That ought to be marked.
That's just what I was thinking.
Perhaps it happened so recently that...
Those aren't new brakes. No, this bridge has been out a long time. Maybe all winter. And no sign but Dr. James Harris. Welcome. What a welcome. Toss on your head in the creek.
But if the bridge has been out all winter, well, how've the people in the house gotten in and out?
That's a good question. Well, suppose we back up a little.
Look, Paul, they're on the right-hand side.
Uh-huh. I thought it might be something like this. A way to drive around. We missed it coming up.
So it has been a while. And they haven't even put up the slightest barricade.
No. And this detour, do you notice? It's almost as if it were intentionally concealed. Well, let's go on.
Paul. I don't know. Maybe we better not go on.
What else can we do? We can't risk going back to the highway. Might be another slide. Anyway, it'll be tomorrow afternoon before they can get the road cleared, even if the storm lets up.
But maybe strangers aren't wanted here in spite of that sign.
Well, that's the chance we take.
But strangers are wanted. Wanted very much indeed, in spite of any appearance to the contrary. Even though it may seem a long time to wait for someone to answer the door as you 3 stand there.
Funny they'd have a fancy door knocker like this way up here.
Nobody answers.
Perhaps there's no one here.
That's possible, but I've got an idea there is. I'll give it another try. Yeah, sounds like someone's coming.
Yes, it does.
I wonder if...
Oh, hello. Your sign said welcome, so we thought that...
The sign is wrong. You aren't welcome here. We don't mean to intrude, but the highway's closed off. There was a slide. I heard it. Well, then you know.
We wouldn't insist, but my mother-in-law isn't well. We'd like to see the doctor if we could.
He's asleep. I wouldn't disturb him.
I see. Well...
But he wouldn't see you anyway. I'm his wife. I can speak for him.
It's Mother's heart, Mrs. Harris. It's really serious.
So much more the reason not to come where she's not wanted.
Well, All right, just as you say, Mrs. Harris.
Oh, but we...
Come on, Jane. Mother.
Mary.
Now you see what's happened.
Mary,
Yes, James?
is there someone down there?
No, no one.
What if that's the doctor?
No, there's no one here.
Is it a patient, Mary?
There's no one here, James. Now will you go? You see you're not wanted.
I'm not so sure. Hello, doctor. Yes, there is a patient here.
What's that? Who are you?
There's a patient here. Will you come down and see her?
You fool. All right. I'll go get the doctor. Just a minute, James.
You mind if we step inside?
Please yourself.
Well, you'd better take this chair, Mother.
Thank you.
How do you feel now?
A little better.
Oh, good.
They're in the living room, James.
Here they come.
Which one of you is the patient?
Why, my mother-in-law, Mrs. Whitcomb.
Oh, yes. Now, what's your complaint, madam?
Oh, Doctor, it's my heart.
Please don't be alarmed at my appearance.
Oh, no, of course not.
Dr. Harris was burned several years ago when our house in Seattle was destroyed.
Yes. It was a serious fire. We lost everything. Fortunately, we had insurance, but insurance can't bring back old keepsakes, mementos accumulated through a lifetime.
No, that's true.
But I saved Evie. Evie's our daughter.
Never mind that, James.
No? Well, now, Mrs. Whitcomb, about the heart condition. Do you think you could sketch the case history for me?
Half an hour later, Dr. Harris gives Mrs. Whitcomb a sedative and sends her off in the care of his wife to be shown a room where she will be able to enjoy a long and peaceful sleep. Later, when Paul and Jane are in their room, Jane goes out and down the hall. A few moments pass, then...
Why, Jane! Jane, what is it? What's the matter? Jane, darling, you're trembling.
Oh, I was so frightened.
Frightened? What happened?
I hardly know. It was so dark.
In the hall?
Yes.
But there was a light on a few minutes ago.
Oh, I know. There was when I went out, but...
Did someone turn it off?
Yes.
Well, maybe they were just closing things up for the night.
Oh, no, it wasn't that. They turned it off on purpose.
Are you sure?
Yes. When I came out into the hall again, it was pitch dark. I couldn't see a thing. I thought I heard a sort of creaking sound. I don't know how to describe it. Like boards being pried up. Although I don't suppose I thought of it that way at the time, but it was very slight, and I stopped, and then I thought my mind was playing a trick on me, that there wasn't a sound, just the rain dashing against the window down at the far end of the hall, so I started forward again. I was feeling my way along the wall, and then it seemed to me that something passed in front of me, crossed from one wall to the other. I don't think I really heard anything. It was almost more as though I felt it.
Felt the person?
No, not really. Sensed them, I should say.
Oh, Jane.
Oh, no, Paul, there was someone, and just then, just after they passed in front of me, I stumbled. I fell forward, and one hand, Paul, part of the floor was missing. I felt the hole with my hand.
Good heavens.
I was on my hands and knees, and I felt across the gap. It was only a foot or so, and then I heard someone move behind me. I didn't stop to think. I was too frightened. I scrambled to my feet, and I ran.
And did the person follow you?
I don't think so. I don't know.
Well, we'll soon find out.
Oh, no, Paul, don't go out there, please.
Of course I'm going out there. Just get my jacket on it. It's lucky I brought the flashlight from the car.
Paul, I'm going with you then.
I don't think you'd better come.
I don't want to be left alone.
Well, maybe you're right. All right, come on. Now, keep back while I open the door.
Yes.
All right. Step past me. This way.
down the hall.
Oh, looks solid enough to me.
It must have been right about here.
There's no gap there that I can see.
No.
Oh, wait. This section right here. Watch this.
So that was it.
Just get it in here. You can lift it right out.
And someone did lift it out.
No. No, I'm sure not.
What?
Mrs. Harris.
Don't shine that light on my face. Thank you. That's better. No, I'm sure no one was careless enough to leave this section of floor out.
Oh, but it was out.
Never mind, Jane. Go on, Mrs. Harris.
This is an old house. Once the boards fitted so perfectly, it was impossible to see the juncture. There was a little place to cache valuables beneath. It was an earlier owner's idea.
I see. Not exactly the place anyone would look for things to be hidden, was that it?
I suppose so. The man was very rich, and this is a lonely neighborhood.
Yes, it is. You don't have many visitors, do you?
No.
I gathered that from the condition of the bridge.
Oh, yes, the bridge. Well, good night.
Well, good night. How do you like that?
Paul, something's awfully funny.
Yeah, I think so, too. She walks along in the dark like a cat.
Do you suppose Mother's all right?
I was just wondering about that myself.
But someone else also seems concerned about Mrs. Whitcomb's safety.
Mrs. Whitcomb. Mrs. Whitcomb.
Yes? Who is it?
It's Mrs. Harris.
Oh, all right.
Come with me.
But what for?
Hurry. I'm going to take you to a room down the hall.
Down the hall?
Yes.
But why? I don't understand.
Never mind. Just come with me.
So, when Jane and Paul arrive at Mrs. Whitcomb's door...
Mrs. Whitcomb? Mrs. Whitcomb?
Paul, why doesn't she answer?
Mrs. Whitcomb!
Who is it?
That's not Mother.
Who is it?
It must be the daughter. Open the door, Abby.
No, I don't want to. I'm afraid of you.
No, we're not going to hurt you.
You promise?
Yes, of course we promise. You are Abby, aren't you?
Yes, sir.
Oh. What a terrible scar on your arm. Did that happen when your house burned down?
Yes, sir.
And what happened after that?
Daddy and Mother brought me here.
Does any company ever come, Abby?
Well, sometimes hurt people do.
Hurt people. I see. And then what happens?
Daddy fixes them.
He does? And did he fix you?
Yes, sir.
Evie, how did you get in this room? It isn't your room, is it?
No, Mother brought me here. She said I was to sleep here.
Did she say why?
She said the sick lady was to use my room.
Which is your room, Evie?
It's down the hall.
Well, Evie, you get back into bed and go to sleep. We'll see you in the morning.
Yes, sir.
Good night, Evie. Come on, Jane. This must be the door.
Why do you suppose Mrs. Harris moved Mother in here?
I don't know. But we'll soon find out. Mrs. Whitcomb!
Oh, try the door. There's something wrong.
Yeah, maybe you're right.
What?
Come on.
Don't come any farther.
You!
Your mother isn't here, Mrs. Evans.
Isn't here? What do you mean?
Now look here, Mrs. Harris.
Stay where you are. I have a gun. Please don't force me to use it.
Oh!
All right. But suppose you tell us just what's going on. Where is Mrs. Whitcomb?
I don't know. I just came in here to see if she was all right. She was gone.
You expect us to believe that? Evie told us you brought her in here.
Yes, I brought her here.
Well, where is she?
She's gone.
Gone?
Yes. And now you mustn't delay me any longer. I must find Mrs. Whitcomb. Stand back. Don't try to follow me.
Say, now, wait a minute.
Stay where you are.
She does walk like a cat.
Well, come on.
Where, Paul?
Downstairs.
Downstairs?
To that room Dr. Harris has rigged up like an examining room. I've got a hunch.
A hunch? Oh, have you, Paul? Well, the door of the examining room stands a few inches open. There's a light on inside, and a thin golden shaft shines out through the crack of the door into the dark downstairs of the old house. So listen, Paul. Listen to the sound coming through that open door. The sound of someone happily at work.
Come on. We'll have a look before he knows we're here.
Oh, do you think Mother...
I don't know.
What's he doing?
Looks to me like he's fixing a hypo.
Yes, but what... Oh, there's Mother, stretched out on the table.
Yes. Come on.
Oh, hello?
What's going on down here? What's the matter with Mrs. Whitcomb?
Please don't try to rouse her.
Why not?
It's the heart condition.
Mother! Mother!
No, please. You really mustn't. It might be fatal.
Oh, maybe he's right, Jane.
He mustn't be disturbed to be roused roughly by the shock.
All right, all right.
Oh, Mother.
She'll be all right, Jane.
Yes, she will. If you'll just permit me to go ahead.
We'll permit you to do nothing. What I want to know is, how did Mrs. Whitcomb get down here?
Why, I carried her.
Carried her?
Yes, I found her unconscious on the floor in the upstairs hall.
And how do you suppose she happened to be out in the hall?
My wife may have disturbed her.
Yeah, your wife is a little odd.
Oh, you mustn't mind her. She's just a nervous type. And
She's that, all right.
perhaps she frightened Mrs. Whitcomb. She'd have meant nothing by it. But with Mrs. Whitcomb's heart so bad...
And then you found her and carried her down here, is that it?
That's right, Mr. Evans.
I see.
I wanted to care for her properly.
You, like caring for people, don't you?
Oh, yes.
Paul, look at Mother.
She's stirring.
Oh, she's regaining consciousness.
You seem disappointed, Doctor.
Oh. Where am I? Mother. Oh, Jane.
If I were to administer the hypodermic...
You keep out of this.
How did I get down here?
We're not quite sure. Dr. Harris says he carried you.
Dr. Harris?
Yes. Try to think now. Can you remember what happened before you fainted?
Yes, Dr. Harris came into the room.
Oh, never mind, Mother, never mind. Don't try to tell us any more now.
If you'd just permit me, I could quiet her.
Get back, you. You've treated your last patient.
No, you mustn't say that. You wouldn't interfere with my work, would you? A doctor's work must not be interfered with.
No? Wait till I get down to Seattle tomorrow and look up the authorities.
Well, someone's plans are not working out quite right, it seems. Just what those plans are, Paul isn't certain. But he does know that something is wrong. So wrong that he feels he must sit up and keep guard outside one of the upstairs rooms where Jane and her mother are preparing for bed.
Now, just lie there quietly, Mother.
Jane, I'm frightened.
You must be quiet, Mother. Here, I'll put another cover over you. There now. Feel better?
Yes, I must tell you what happened, Jane.
All right, Mother. I'd like to know what happened, but please try to be calm.
But I feel you must know.
All right. Just what did happen?
Well, I was here in my room preparing for bed. I heard a noise, and I turned around and found myself face to face with Dr. Harris.
And possibly he just came in to check on your condition.
No, I don't think so. He started walking slowly toward me, and he had the most strange look on his face.
Yes?
He came closer, and then he raised his arms as though he was reaching out for me, and I...
Yes, Mother. What then?
Oh, I guess I must have fainted. I don't remember anything more until I regained consciousness down here. Oh, it was a very shocking experience, Jane.
Yes, Mother, I know. Now try not to think of it anymore. I'll stay here with you for the rest of the night. Now you try to go to sleep.
Yes, a very shocking experience. But Mrs. Whitcomb does go to sleep. Sleep from sheer exhaustion. And eventually Jane sleeps too. Outside the door, Paul dozes, then awakens. The storm has ceased, and it's quiet. Quiet, that is, until... That's a familiar sound, isn't it, Paul? It's coming from that window. There, now you can see better. That half moon casts a dim light from behind those scudding clouds, but enough for you to see what's happening on the roof of the wing to the left and below. The doctor seems very busy up there. Busy piling bundles of faggots against the upper wall of the house. And what's that? He's pouring something over the faggots. It's kerosene. Do you hear anything, Paul? No? Your wife and her mother are still asleep. It's all right to leave them now, Paul. Leave them and climb out of the window. And if you're careful, you can edge along the eaves to a better vantage point.
Hello? Who is it?
You'll soon find out.
Stay back, stay back.
Hey, put that...
There, you see. I was too quick for you. Now that I have this blanket torch in my hand, you'll be more patient, won't you? Because if you don't, I'll just touch the torch to the faggot like...
Hey!
Don't be frightened. If you try to jump down, that's what I'll do. And poof, everything will be shining and crackling.
Including you.
Of course. And you're responsible because you're going to interfere with my practice.
So that's it.
You know what it means to me to care for the injured, the sick?
I've got an idea. It means enough to you to keep you from putting up a barricade at the bridge. Maybe you even weaken the bridge on purpose. It means enough so that you tried to see to it that my wife would step in that hole in the floor and fall and break a leg. And that my mother-in-law...
Yes, it's true. All those things and more you don't know about. But there's a reason.
Sure. The reason is you're crazy as a loon.
No, that's a mistake. Although I can understand why you make it. No, sir. The world is at fault, not I. I'm not a madman saying that everyone is crazy but myself. I'm saying the world is sentimental.
Sentimental?
I was a great surgeon once. A great surgeon. Why, it was my very life. I've sacrificed everything to attain my proficiency. You will laugh when I tell you that I was an artist, a pure artist. But that's the truth. Nothing mattered to me but my work, the art of surgery. The house burned then, and I was disfigured, as you see me now. And you know what happened? They didn't want me anymore. My skill was unimpaired, but they didn't want my skill because they couldn't tolerate my appearance.
So that's it.
And now that you set away my last refuge...
Stay back from those faggots.
No, you've left me no choice.
Stay back or I'll jump down there.
No!
Jane, no, get back from the window.
Oh, look at the window at the other gable. Mrs. Harris, she's got a gun.
Mrs. Harris, put on that gun. Put it down. Do you know what you're doing?
Yes, I know. I know very well.
Why, you...
Yes, I shot him. What else could I do?
Mrs. Harris was right. What else could she do? Her husband had finally driven her to the last extreme. She had seen his inept care disfigure the little daughter from a burn scar that would mark her the rest of her life. She had seen him so happy in doing it that he'd begun to think he was a real doctor. In support of this belief, he'd made up a story about being a great surgeon before having been scarred by fire. And then he'd begun to invent ways of getting people injured so that he might have patients to care for. She'd stood all these things. But when she saw him lean toward the kerosene-soaked faggots, torch in hand, she realized that he had lit the fire which had burned and disfigured both himself and the child. And so she shot him, bringing to an end 18 terrible years of life as the wife of a hopelessly crazy pyromaniac.
CBS has presented The Whistler. Original music for this production was composed and conducted by Wilbur Hatch. Tonight's story was written by William Fifield, directed by Ted Bliss, and came to you from Columbia Square in Hollywood. Next week, same time.
I, the Whistler, will return to tell you another unusual tale. Good night.
This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The Signal Oil Program, The Whistler. That whistle is your signal for the Signal Oil Program, The Whistler.
I am the Whistler, and I know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. Yes, I know the nameless terrors of which they dare not speak.
Yes, friends, it's time for the Signal Oil Program, The Whistler, rated by independent research the most popular program on the West Coast. Remember, let every traffic signal remind you, with new Signal gasoline, you do go farther than ever. Look for the familiar big yellow and black circle sign that identifies those popular Signal service stations in 7 western states from Canada to Mexico. And now, the Whistler's strange story, The Thin Line.
It's a thin line that separates infatuation from hate, so thin and fragile that one can change into the other in a split second. Mark Naylor would agree now that the line is a thin one, if Mark were alive. But he didn't discover it until too late. That was the trouble with Mark. He always discovered things too late. When he discovered that marrying an old woman for her money doesn't lead to happiness, it was too late. When he discovered he was in love with Artist Mayo, her pretty companion, it was too late.
Okay, you're too late, Mark. There's nothing you can do.
Of all the places people go for asthma, she has to pick this dried-up jerkwater town in the desert. Well, I'm going to put my foot down, Artist.
I said it's too late. She's taken a lease on this place for 6 months, and she's going to stay here. But why did you agree in the first place?
Well, did I know it was going to be like this?
You really fell for the travel folders, didn't you, dear? A romantic mining town, the essence of the Old West.
Yeah, that's a laugh. Why didn't you say something?
Well, you're the head of the family, darling. I only work here.
Sand. Everywhere you look, sand. Sand in your eyes, in your ears, in your teeth. Oh, what a trap.
Well, there's no use fretting about it. Emma won't leave.
No, Emma won't leave. Her asthma. Always, day in, day out, her asthma. The climate's good for her.
Ah, but you love her.
Ah, but I don't. Don't needle me. I've had all I can take.
Oh, I'm sorry.
You're sorry. Well, there's one consolation. She can't last forever.
And neither can you. I'll bet she hits 90.
Is that par for the course?
With women like Emma, it is.
I thought I was being smart when I married her.
Well, you met me, darling. Doesn't that mean anything?
I know it. That does mean a lot.
Well?
Well, what?
Well, what are you going to do about it?
What can I do?
Sometimes you disappoint me.
Why?
Oh, skip it.
Oh, now look, Artist.
Why do you keep complaining about it, Mark? That's all you've done for the past 6 months, and it won't do you any good.
I'm open to suggestions.
Well, it's time you started thinking for yourself.
Maybe I'm not so bright. All I know is she wants to live here. And then when I think of her bank account, I don't feel like arguing.
Do you want me to draw you a diagram?
Maybe better.
Now, you'd better think about it for a while. I've got to go into town and get a prescription.
Oh, I'll go with you.
No.
Well, why not?
Well, it doesn't look right.
But I don't see why.
There's such a thing as being discreet. I'll go alone.
Oh, great. The old brush off.
Don't be stupid. Now, just relax and think. It'll be a new experience for you.
Artis has given you something to think about, hasn't she, Mark? That's the way Artis is, always suggesting, never coming right out with a flat statement. And there's something about her that makes you listen. Maybe it's the way she handles those foreign-looking eyes. Maybe it's the way she walks, the graceful, capable way she does everything. Maybe it's just because she's Ardis Mayo and she can twist you around her little finger. She is beautiful, isn't she? Maybe that's it. She's such a complete opposite of Emma, your wife.
That you, Mark?
Yeah, it's me.
Where have you been?
Out riding.
Alone?
Well, who would I be with?
Oh, you've been riding a lot lately, Mark.
What else can you do in this blasted country?
Oh, why do you talk like that? You know what upsets me? With my asthma...
I thought this place was supposed to fix your asthma.
We haven't been here long enough.
You talk about me being unreasonable. You want me to stay here and rot just because you can't catch your breath once in a while.
Mark, we've been over all this before. I'm going to stay until I've given the place a fair trial.
Well, that could be years. You know what it's doing to me, don't you?
Mark, I'd give in to you if I could. But I can't stand living along the coast. You know that.
I wonder.
You wonder what?
I wonder if your asthma's the real reason we left California. There's no community property law in this state.
Mark, how can you be so unfair? I'm ill.
I am, too. I'm sick of this place.
And sick of me.
No, I didn't say that.
But you think it, don't you, Mark?
Now, what are you trying to do? Put words in my mouth?
Mark, when we were married, I realized that it wasn't a normal thing to do. But you really seemed sincere when you told me that you weren't the type to be happy with a woman your own age. So I went through with it. But now everything's changed. You're disagreeable and unkind.
Well, I'm irritable because of this filthy country. Look at this place. Nothing but sand and heat. And nights with no sound but that wind. And you suffer because I go off the handle once in a while.
There's more to it than that.
Oh, now what?
You said you were out riding alone this afternoon. You weren't telling me the truth, Mark. You were riding with Ardis. You've been riding with her quite often. You've fallen in love with her, haven't you? Now, in a way, I suppose it was my fault. I should have known better than to hire such an attractive girl as a companion.
Look, I don't want to talk.
You've got to talk about it. Our marriage was a bargain, Mark. You owe me something, too, dear, in return for a promise of security. A promise that when I go, you'll have everything.
I'm not kicking about our marriage, Em. It's just living here that's driving me crazy.
I doubt it. You were conscious of her while we were living in California. I've been hoping that it was one of those affairs that would die out, but it hasn't. And I've lost your companionship.
Oh.
You've made me feel miserable and undignified. You made me feel as though I don't want to go on living.
Now, don't go into hysterics.
Oh, how can I help
Well, just take it easy. All right. If it'll make you any happier, I'll stop riding with Ardis.
It's going to take more than that, Mark. There's only one way to straighten out this situation. I'm going to let Ardis go.
You can't do that.
It's the only way to settle it. And nothing is going to change my mind.
I think what you're doing. Ardis is... Oh, what's the matter? Don't you trust me? Can't you take my word?
No, Mark. I don't trust you. I'm doing this for my own peace of mind.
Well, I won't hold still for it, Em. It isn't fair to Ardis. Oh, why can't you be sensible? Why can't you...
It's no use, Mark. I'm letting Ardis go. And if you don't like it, you can go too.
All right. All right, I will.
Mark, you don't mean that.
I'm in love with Ardis. I may as well admit it. If she goes, I go.
Mark, how can you be so cruel?
How can you be such a stubborn old fool?
Oh, get out. I don't want you near me anymore. Oh, get out!
Well, Mark, that does it. It's over now. The 2 years of your life you've gambled are wasted. Emma and her fortune are out of the picture, aren't they? You keep telling yourself it's just as well, that it was a mistake from the start, that you were a fool to think you'd get something for nothing. You can forget about your conversation with Ardis this morning. There's no need for that now. At least you're free. There'll be an efficient Nevada divorce, then you and Ardis can forget it.
Yes, Mark, you're still on the same side of that thin line, aren't you? There's nothing in the world now, except Artis.
That's all she said?
Yeah. Get out. Period.
Well, what are you going to do?
Get out. What do you think?
Well, it seems rather foolish. You think she'll give you a divorce?
Of course. Why not?
You don't know her. Listen, Mark, she'll hang around your neck until the day she dies.
Wait a minute, Artis.
Don't argue with me, Mark. I know her like a book.
Look, if you're talking about the money, I don't care.
Well, I do. You know, Mark, Emma's a very unhappy woman. She suffers a lot, and, well, in a way, it would be a blessing if... Well,
If what?
There is a way, Mark.
Stop talking in riddles. Now, I tell you, she's through with me. As a matter of fact, I'm glad of it. She can take her pot of gold and find herself another husband.
She will if you're stupid enough to let her.
If you're suggesting I go back to her, you're just wasting your time.
I'm not suggesting you go back to her.
Huh?
I said there's a way, Mark. She's old, infirm. You're her beneficiary.
Artis, you mean... Why, no, I couldn't, Artis.
Oh, shut up.
But listen, well, murder's one thing.
Oh, you listen. Now, you can take your choice. Emma can have a nice, respectable automobile accident on her way to town. Or I leave tonight, alone.
Be serious.
I was never more serious in my life.
We never get away with it. There'll be questions, 1,000 of them. The whole town knows about you and me.
So what? We'll throw it in their teeth. So we love each other. So Emma gets despondent and commits suicide.
People don't commit suicide by running automobiles into ditches.
Oh, you don't know what you're talking about. There was one last year, and I know the exact place. All right. What is it, Mark? Is it Emma or me?
Well, Artis, Well, give me time to think.
There's no time to think.
But killing her,
All right. Goodbye, Mark.
Wait a minute, Artis.
Well?
All right.
Good.
When?
Tonight.
With the prologue of tonight's story, The Thin Line, the Signal Oil Company is bringing you another strange story by The Whistler. But now, what's the latest information about that new car you've been waiting for? Well, due to various reconversion problems, instead of the 500,000 new cars manufacturers had expected to produce by now, only 75,000 were actually made. You know what that means. That old car will no doubt be with us much longer than we counted on. It's going to take much better care than cars ever needed before if parts that have already gone so far must stand up under still more mileage. Just lubrication won't be enough. It'll take expert lubrication by a man who knows cars and is conscientious about getting every part, giving it its full share of the exact lubricant it needs, and never missing a single one. And where can you find such a man? Why, right at that friendly station in your neighborhood, wearing Signal's yellow and black circle sign. You see, because your Signal dealer is in his own business, he has naturally made car care his specialty. And because he wants to stay in business permanently, he does the kind of job he's proud to stand back of. The kind of job that will keep you his steady customer. That's why your Signal man is a mighty good man for you to know now, when you really want your car to go farther. And now, back to the Whistler.
Well, Mark, the combination was too much for you. The dull, dry monotony of a desert town, your complaining middle-aged wife, and Artis Mayo. That's the big reason why you agreed to commit murder, isn't it? You forgot about the money and the desert. Nothing seemed important except Artis. And you found yourself agreeing before you knew what was happening. But you're beginning to waver now, with the desert wind wailing outside the window as you stand over Emma's bed with Artis.
It's over.
Listen to her heart.
Yeah. She's alive, still beating.
Well, let's get her out of here before she comes to.
Wait a minute, Artis. No, we're not going to get away with this. They'll catch up with us, I tell you.
Oh, shut up, Mark.
I know
It's too
they'll
late
catch up
now.
with us.
Get a
can't,
hold of
Artis.
yourself. You are going through with it. Do you hear me? Come on now, help me.
All right, Artis. Well, is this the place?
Wait a minute. Yes. Yes, it's a 100-foot drop over that bank. Come on, get out.
All right.
I'll take her feet. Okay. No. Put your arm under her shoulders. Under. Yes. Careful now. Now into the front seat. Easy. There. Don't let her fall on the steering wheel, you fool.
Sorry. Okay. Now what?
Fingerprints. Give me your handkerchief.
Oh, here.
There. Takes care of the steering wheel. Now, clamp her hands on the wheel in the driving position, so it'll be her fingerprints in case anyone should get snoopy.
Hands are cold. Okay.
All right. Now put it in gear, start it rolling, and jump.
Look, are you sure everything's...
Oh, of course I'm sure. Hurry up.
All right. Okay, here goes.
All right, jump. There. That ought to do it. Come on.
Well, what do you mean?
We're going down to check up.
A very thorough girl, isn't she, Mark? The car is deep in the gulch. The one light still burning shows that. And you scramble down to it. The wreckage is quite satisfying, isn't it? And inside it is Emma Naylor.
How about it?
She's dead, all right.
It's quiet down here, isn't it? Don't have that blasted wind whipping around.
Let's go back.
Where?
To the house to phone into town and inquire about Emma. She's been gone a long time, and we're worried about her. Then we come back here and we find her.
We find her? Why not let them find her?
With the ground full of our footprints up on the road and all around the car? Oh, no, Mark. We do the finding.
Never thought about that. Guess I better let you run things, hadn't I?
That's a good idea. Oh, and Mark.
Yeah?
I'll be staying at the hotel for the sake of appearances.
Well, but when can...
That's going to take time, Mark. There'll be an autopsy, an inquest, and then, well, maybe in 6 months or so.
Yeah. Look, Artis, I'm sorry I busted up on you. I guess you're right after all. It wasn't so tough at that.
You're all set, aren't you, Mark? You've decided all your nervousness was imagination. You can hardly wait now to get away from the desert and start your new life with Artis. Even the sheriff is cooperative. He seems to feel genuinely sympathetic, and he's very quick to explain that the questions are merely for the record.
You know how it is, Mr. Naylor. Just routine.
Sure, I know. I'll tell you everything I possibly can.
How old was Mrs. Naylor?
57.
I believe you said she came here for her health.
That's right.
How long had you and Mrs. Naylor been married?
Oh, 11 months.
Did you know her very long before that?
About a year.
How'd you happen to meet Mrs. Naylor?
Well, I was selling burial plots, and she was one of my prospects.
You didn't continue with that line of business, did you, Mr. Naylor?
Well, no. After we were married, my wife wanted me to devote all my time to her.
I see. Now, Miss Mayo, how long were you in Mrs. Naylor's employ?
Oh, it must have been about 5 months.
You were working for her before she came here, then?
Yes.
Have you always done this line of work, Miss Naylor?
Oh, I've done it for quite a while.
How many other people did you work for before you were employed by Mrs. Naylor?
Oh, there were several.
Are you married, Miss Mayo?
No, I'm not.
Have you ever been married?
Yes, I'm a widow.
Well, I guess that'll do for now, folks.
Well, you'll probably think up something else for us later on.
Yeah. You'll probably be finding me quite a pest. But you know how it is.
Oh, sure. We know how it is.
Well, I better be getting back to town. I'll see you later, folks.
Goodbye. You never told me you'd been married.
Never occurred to me to tell you.
Well, I thought I knew everything about you. This is a new slam.
Oh, you're not going to pout about it, are you? You never told me you were a tombstone salesman.
I sold burial plots.
What an intriguing way for Emma to meet her future widower.
Don't kid about it. I'm in no mood for
Oh,
jokes.
stop fretting, Mark. Everything is going beautifully.
She's right, isn't she, Mark? Not a hitch so far. Except for an unexplained delay in the inquest. You wait. In the house you and Emma had shared on the edge of town, kept indoors by the heat and the desert wind. There are long hours to kill, all by yourself, with nothing to do but smoke cigarettes and think. Artist is almost a stranger now. She won't see you because of appearances. And on the rare occasions when you are together, there's no feeling of relief at all. Just a kind of nervousness that makes you jump at each other's throats.
Mark, will you shut up? I tell you everything's all right.
Well, then why the delay? This keeps up, I'm going to start talking to myself.
It's only been a few days.
Oh, it's been a week. They're holding it up on purpose. I tell you, they've got something on
Oh,
us.
they haven't got a thing.
I don't care. I can't stand this much longer.
You've got to.
Oh, look, why couldn't I tell him I've got to run back to the coast on business?
You told the sheriff you'd given up your business.
Well, you could explain to him.
Oh, don't be idiotic. It's out. Oh, listen, Mark. We're almost in now. Let's not start wrangling. Think about where we're going when we get the money. Florida, Miami Beach.
I don't like Florida.
Oh, you'll get over it. You've never seen anything like Miami in the winter.
I said I don't like Florida.
You may as well learn right now that you're not going to get anywhere taking that tone with me.
Well, I don't care what you think. I'm going back to the coast.
Sure you are. The Atlantic coast, Miami Beach.
You know, someday you're not going to get by with that.
What?
That smug, irritating attitude of yours. You think you know all the answers, don't you?
Depends on who's asking the questions.
Now, what do you mean by that?
You answer that one.
Yes, Mark, the line that divides infatuation from hatred is a fine one. And you don't realize you just crossed it. That the groundwork is all prepared for your discovery a few days later of an entry in one of Emma's diaries.
January 18th. Today, I finally decided to take Artis's advice to go to the desert. I know Mark won't approve, but Artis is right after all. My health does come first. That little liar.
Who is it?
Mark.
Oh, don't knock the door down. Just a minute. What's the matter with you? I told you not to come here.
Close the door.
Now, wait a minute.
I said close the door. Now go on, sit down. I want to talk to you.
Why are you looking at me like that?
Go on, sit down. All right, since you're an expert on questions and answers, how about this one? Whose idea was it coming to the desert, yours or Emma's?
What's that got to
Shut
do
up.
with...
It has everything to do with it. It means you had the whole works planned before we left California. You figured me for a sucker, didn't you, Artis? Yeah, you had the whole picture. Convincing Emma to come here, knowing it'd make me willing to kill her after kicking around in the sand and heat for a few months.
but
Don't argue with me. It's all there in Emma's diary.
What do you mean it's in her diary?
I mean, there's enough foundation for some pretty solid guessing. You even had the community property law figured out, didn't you? Yeah, back there, I was legally entitled to half her income. Here, I don't get a dime. You knew that'd work on me, too, didn't you? Especially with that sand grinding into my brain.
It was Emma's idea.
Oh, don't give me that. You suggested it to her. You kept prodding her until she gave in.
Keep your voice down.
You want to marry me, don't you? Why?
Well,
So you can take care of me like you did Emma. That's it, isn't it?
If you don't keep quiet,
You
I'll...
do nothing. And you're not running away from me any longer.
Keep away from
I'll
me.
show you who's doing the thinking from now on.
I said keep away from me.
I just want to get my hands on that lily white neck of yours.
I'm warning you,
You
Mark.
put down that gun.
Get away from me. Mark!
You let me hear you argue now. Why, you... Oh.
You big baboon.
So it didn't work out, did it, Mark? The thing got a little too complicated for you. You were never cut out for murder. You knew it from the first. And now that it's over, even the sheriff is convinced that you'd be the last person in the world who'd ever think of killing anyone.
But I'm telling you the truth, Sheriff. I shot him in self-defense. Yes, he came into my room in a rage, and he tried to kill me.
Now, wait a minute, Miss Mayo. You're not trying to tell me that a spineless little guy like Mark
Oh,
Naylor...
but you don't know him.
Don't tell me I don't know him. Why, he'd pass out at the mention of murder. And you're trying to tell me he walked right up to you and tried to kill you with his bare hands while you held a gun on him without any reason?
He had a reason.
What?
Well, I don't know what it was, but...
Oh, you don't know what it was, but you're sure he had one. I guess that'll be all, Miss Mayo.
But, Sheriff,
I said that'll be all. You can save the rest for your trial in court. I'm holding you for the murder of Mark Naylor.
The Whistler will return in just a moment with a strange ending of tonight's story. Meantime, let me ask you a question. Why do you suppose it is that the new 1946 cars are putting so much emphasis on more miles per gallon of gasoline? Is it because folks today are interested in making dollars go farther? Well, yes. But even more, they're interested in the reasons back of that mileage, the improved engineering, the higher compression, and better carburation that make the new cars go farther on each gallon. And there you also have the reason why Signal Oil Company is so proud to announce that you now go farther than ever with new Signal gasoline. You see, that increased mileage is the result of power, amazing new power. The same power that gives new Signal gasoline quicker starting, faster pickup, and quieter, higher anti-knock. That's why we say look to your speedometer for the final measure of gasoline quality. You'll find that the super-powered gasoline that gives you peak performance is also the gasoline that now helps you go farther than ever. New Signal gasoline. And now, back to the Whistler.
Yes, Mark, you crossed the thin line. And once across it, everything fell to pieces. You didn't realize until the last moment, until the instant between the blinding flash of the gun and the plunge into blackness, how much you hated Artis. How far to the other side of the line the murder of Emma Naylor had thrust you. And it was all so unnecessary, Mark. If you'd only read further in Emma's diary, particularly the last entry.
But, Mr. Coroner, I don't understand how a woman in Mrs. Naylor's condition could go riding in an automobile.
Frankly, Sheriff, I think she was capable of almost anything. There's no arguing with the results of the autopsy, and of course the entry in her diary is conclusive.
Well, that's good enough for me.
Enter the verdict in the record, clerk. Death by suicide from a self-administered dose of Aminol taken in a fit of despondency after being deserted by Mark Naylor, her husband.
That's all, sir?
Yeah, that's all. The case of the death of Emma Naylor is closed.
Next Monday at 9 o'clock, The Whistler will bring you another strange tale. The Whistler is broadcast for your entertainment by the marketers of Signal gasoline and motor oil and fine quality automotive accessories, and by your neighborhood Signal dealer. This program, directed by George W. Allen, with tonight's story by Buckley Angel, music by Wilbur Hatch, is transmitted to our troops overseas by the Armed Forces Radio Service. That whistle is your signal for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler. This is Marvin Miller speaking, reminding you to look for those familiar yellow and black circle signs that identify those popular Signal Oil stations in 7 western states from Canada to Mexico. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Wait a minute. Have you heard the strange tales of the Whistler?
I'm the Whistler.
You cops are going to be on the scene of a crime instead of coming in after it's all over. Tonight, I'm going to do a little exterminating.
Sunday night, and again CBS presents The Whistler.
I, the Whistler, know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales, many secrets hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. And so I tell you tonight the story of the Double Cross. It is Christmas Eve in the big, lonely city of New York. Outside, the snow falls in huge floating flakes. Inside an apartment, young Joe Blake sits on the floor before a small Christmas tree with his 4-year-old nephew, Timmy. Joe's sister died 2 years ago, and for a while the child's father tried to look after Timmy. But being a detective lieutenant, the father, Steve, found it almost impossible. A year ago, young Joe had become involved with some hoodlums and would have gone to reform school but for Steve's intercession. Joe has kept out of trouble since then and has been living with Steve and taking care of the apartment and little Timmy.
When will Santa Claus come, Uncle Joe?
Well, I don't think he'll come until you go to sleep, Timmy.
How's he going to get in?
Well, he comes down the chimney.
What chimney?
I never thought of that. Well, maybe he comes through the window.
They're all locked, Uncle Joe.
Well, I'll open one after you go to bed, kid. He'll get in. Don't worry about that.
Open the biggest one.
The biggest one? Why?
Well, I saw Santa Claus, and he's fat. And a pony is big, too.
Oh, I see. Well, I don't know about the pony, Timmy. Kind of scarce these days.
Huh?
Well, ponies are kind of extinct.
Well, I could keep my window open. No one would smell them.
Wouldn't you like to have a train just as well? If you don't get a pony, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Attaboy, Timmy. Well, you better go to bed now. It's after 11, and old Nick won't come unless he's sure you're asleep. How about it?
When is Daddy coming?
Oh, he'll be along soon. Come on, Timmy. You're going to turn in. There we are. Tucked in fine. Night, Timmy.
Don't forget to open the window.
I won't. I'll open them all.
Police call's on the other end of the dial, Joe.
Huh? Oh, hello, Steve. I didn't hear you come in.
Let me help you.
I wasn't looking for the police call.
No?
I just put Timmy to bed.
Why so late?
Oh, he wanted to see Santa Claus. He's going to be kind of disappointed in the morning.
How so?
Well, it's a pony.
Well, maybe you can buy him one, Joe.
Are you kidding?
No.
I don't get it. What's the matter with you, Steve? Something go wrong tonight?
Have you been here all evening?
Why, sure.
Haven't been out.
Don't I always stay with Timmy when you work late?
You didn't slip out for an hour or so while Timmy was asleep, huh?
No, why should I?
But you could have.
Sure I could, but I didn't.
Joe, when I got you out of that last scrape, I did it because I had a lot of faith in you, in your promises.
I still don't get it.
I was the one who got you that relief job in that department store. I vouched for you.
I know that. What about it?
Somebody opened the store's safe tonight. Somebody with slick fingers. Sensitive fingers like yours, Joe.
What? Why, I've been near the store since noon.
You sure?
Certainly, I'm not crazy. I've had my lesson.
I wish I could believe that.
I swear I haven't been out of this house. Why should you try to pin anything like this on me just because I'm working there during the holiday season?
I'm not trying to pin anything on you. Just has all the earmarks of your abilities to open a safe.
That's not fair, Steve. I'm through with that kind of stuff. I got plans. I'm going to make something useful of myself.
You're sure you weren't out of this place?
I swear I wasn't, Steve. I swear it.
Okay. I'll take a chance on it. I'm not on the case, but I heard about it. Now, look, they'll start checking on all the records of guys like you, and they'll probably drop around to see you tomorrow.
I didn't leave the house, Steve. I didn't.
Okay, but you got to have an alibi.
Well, Timmy was here.
Timmy's a baby. He won't count.
Oh, hello, Steve.
Why, evening, Captain. Come on in.
Yeah.
You know my brother-in-law, Joe.
Yeah, I remember him.
What can I do for you? Sit down. I was just ready to turn in, but sitting around reading for a couple of hours. Kind of drowsy.
Yeah? How long you been here, Steve?
Oh, I got off duty at 8. Been home since 8:30. Why?
How long has Joe been here?
Oh, he was here when I came in. He's been here all evening.
Hasn't been out?
Certainly not. What are you getting at, Captain?
Joe's been working mornings at Shelby's department store, hasn't he?
Yeah, that's right.
Well, their safe was open tonight around 9:30. They closed at 7:30. I thought we'd check up on the boys with sensitive fingers.
Joe? Why, he hasn't been out of the house. I'll swear to that.
You will?
Certainly I will. Ah, Joe's through with that kind of stuff.
Yeah? Well, then how would you explain this, Steve?
Why, where'd you get that cigarette case?
Wait a minute. Let's see that.
Sure. We found it beside the safe.
Joe, this is the case your sister gave you a year before last. I had your name engraved on it.
Yeah, but how did it get there? I've never been near this store safe.
No? Well, I suppose you just lost it somewhere.
When did you see that case last, Joe?
Oh, yeah. I had it this morning. As a matter of fact, I hadn't missed it.
You expect me to believe that, Steve?
No.
And you expect me to believe that you were here all evening?
No. You dirty little rat. You did pull that job.
No, I swear I didn't, Steve. I swear it.
You know what this means, Steve? You haven't been here all evening. You're lying. You're trying to furnish an alibi for Joe. Do you know what that means?
Yes, I know what it means. Sneaking little crook, I believed in him. Get him out of here. Get him out before I break his neck.
Steve, please listen.
There'll be a hearing about you, Steve, in the morning. But Joe can't explain how his cigarette case happened to be near the safe. He remembers having lunch with a few of the old gang. Maybe it disappeared then. But nothing can be proved. So Joe is convicted and sent to prison for 2 years. Steve is discharged from the police force and goes into seclusion, his heart filled with bitter hatred for Joe. 2 years pass, and Joe is released, determined to make a success of his life regardless of his past. Steve has disappeared, but Joe meets Della Kenton, daughter of wealthy John Kenton. Della persuades her father to engage Joe as his secretary.
Guess who, darling?
Huh? Why, I can't imagine. But if I could, I'd guess it was Della.
Well, you'd guess right. Are you going to type all day, Joseph?
No, not all day, darling. I'll be through in a few minutes.
I've got a message for you. I knew you were busy, so I answered the phone. It was a man, thank heaven, and he said to tell you that he'd located your friend Steve.
What? Did you get the address?
Yes, darling, but don't get so excited. Here it is, 454 East 17th Street. That's certainly a dilapidated part of town. Whom do you know who lives there?
A fellow I used to know. I've been trying to locate him for 2 years. Well, it is a sort of a cheap locality, isn't it?
May I go with you?
Oh, darling, I'd rather you didn't. I won't be gone long.
I hope not. And don't forget, Father is arriving on the midnight train, and he expects us to meet him.
Yeah, I remember. I'll be back soon.
All right, darling. I'll be ready.
So long, Della.
Just a moment. Haven't you forgotten something?
Have I? What?
Are you a married man?
Certainly not. That is, not yet.
Well, then don't act so much like one. Come back here and kiss me.
Oh, I'm sorry, Della, darling. I was so excited I forgot. Bye, dear.
That's better. Now you can go. Go on.
I won't be gone long.
I hope not, because I want to talk to you about Christmas.
Christmas?
Yes, we're going to give a Christmas party, and I want you to help me.
Oh, yes, of course, darling. I won't be long. Timmy. Well. How are you, baby?
Huh? What do you want?
Why, Timmy, don't you remember me? It's your Uncle Joe. Oh, gee, it's good to see you.
Uncle Joe? Gee, Uncle Joe.
By golly, I've been looking for you and your dad ever since, well, for over a year. Where's your dad?
I don't know. Someplace, I guess.
Yeah? How long you been in this place?
Oh, a long time.
What's Steve doing?
I don't know.
It's almost Christmas again, Timmy. Remember that last Christmas when you wanted a pony? What would you like to have most this Christmas? Huh? How'd you like a bicycle or a pair of skates? Or... Hey, what's wrong, Timmy? Why, you're crying.
I I'd like to have a bicycle,
Say,
but
what are you doing in bed at this time of the afternoon?
I couldn't ride a bicycle.
Timmy, what is it? Tell me, baby.
I don't know, Uncle Joe. I just can't walk.
When did this happen?
Last summer, first my foot wouldn't work, then my leg wouldn't work, and...
Oh, Timmy.
But I'll be all right pretty soon. As soon as Pop gets the money for the operation.
Of course you will, Timmy. You'll be all right in no time at all. Oh, that must be Steve now. I'll close your door for a minute, Timmy. I want to talk to Steve.
You'll come back, Uncle Joe?
Yeah, I'll be back a lot now. Hello, Steve.
What are you doing here? Who let you in?
I walked in. Door was open.
Well, it's still open. Get out.
I've been looking for you ever since I got out.
What for?
I wanted to explain things. I'm sorry about what happened to you, Steve.
I don't want any explanations.
Hey, what's wrong with Timmy?
Are you going?
You look like you'd been drinking a lot, Steve.
So what?
You wouldn't be living in a place like this if you were working.
I'm getting by all right.
What about Timmy's operation? Can you take care of that?
I will.
Well, maybe I could help, Steve.
Why, you thieving little rat. I wouldn't take anything from you if Timmy and I both starved to death.
Don't be a fool, Steve. I haven't got anything, but I may be able to raise some money.
How? Open another safe? Now get out of here before I throw you out.
You're drunk, Steve.
I'm not drunk and I don't need you. Get out!
Okay, Steve. Okay, I'll go. But if you don't care about Timmy, I do.
Now, look, Timmy's got to be operated on within 30 days. It'll take $2,000, maybe more, and I'll get it. I won't steal it the way you would. And I'll get it. Now get out of here before I brain you.
So long, Steve. I'll be seeing you.
Dusk has descended as Joe leaves the cheap apartment and drives to the palatial estate of his fiancée, Della. He has decided to ask Della's father to lend him the $2,000. As he turns into the drive, a man steps out from beside the gate and stands before his car.
What do you want?
I want to talk to you, Joe.
Who are you?
Freddie Alside. You remember me, Joe?
What do you want, Freddie?
Mike Slavich wants to have a little gab fest with you.
Mike Slavich? Where is he?
Turn out your lights and turn off your motor.
What are you doing here?
Mike will tell you.
Hiya, Joe. How you doing?
What are you doing around here, Mike?
Want to talk to you. Mind if I get in? You've been doing all right since you got out, haven't you, Joe?
Well enough.
I'll say. Living in this big joint, engaged to old man Kenton's daughter. That's what I call climbing. You're the old man's secretary, ain't you?
Yeah, get to the point.
Old man Kenton's got a safe in that house. It's got a lot of rocks in it.
What about it?
We thought you might help us get them. You know the combination of the safe.
You're crazy. I wouldn't think of it.
We could change our mind. Couldn't we, Freddie?
Yeah, more ways than one.
Get out of this car.
You don't scare, eh, Joe?
No.
Well, we mean business. If that don't scare you, maybe something else will.
You think so?
We know a quiet little spot where no one would find you for weeks, if ever.
Well, a real gun. Shoulder holster and everything. We've come a long way since we were kids, Mike. Started out with the cap pistols, and now the real thing.
Yep. All you do is squeeze it. It squirts lead instead of water.
How far do you think you'd get if you did squeeze it?
We've never been pinched yet. No record, no fingerprints, no nothing.
First time for everything, huh? Cigarette, Mike?
Yeah. Thanks, Joe. Oh. Get a load of the cigarette case, Freddie. Joseph from Della. Fancy stuff. Well, how about it, Joe?
Well, looks like I'm stuck. I think you guys mean business. What's your plan?
Old man Kenton's out of town. We walk in with you, you open the safe, take the rocks, and we all leave.
All leave?
We'll take you with us. We'll hide out for a day or so until they start looking for you. You'll be accused, you know.
Now, wait a minute.
Come on, get going, Joe. Out of that car and up the drive. Open it up, Joe. Quit stalling.
Okay. It's open.
Hand me the stuff.
There you are.
Thanks. Now, let's go.
Joseph, are you in the library?
Get out there and talk to her. Tell her you're leaving town for a few days. No monkey business. We'll be watching.
Yes, Della. I'll be right out.
Oh, where have you been, darling? We've got to meet that train.
Well, Della, I was... I'm sorry, but you'll have to meet your father alone. I got to run out of town tonight on business. I'll be back in a few days.
What? Well, when did this come up?
Just a few minutes ago. I'm going to drive.
Well, all right, darling, if you must. Will you be back in time for the Christmas party?
I hope so, Della.
Well, I'd better get to the station. The train will be in a few minutes.
Yeah. Goodbye, dear.
Goodbye, and take care of yourself, Joseph.
I'll try, darling.
As soon as she gets out the drive, we'll leave. You take my car, Freddie. I'll drive with Joe. Come on.
Now, 2 days later, the story of the jewel theft breaks in the newspapers. Joe Blake is suspected, and old man Kenton has offered a reward for the recovery of the stones and apprehension of Joe.
Gee, Mike, he's offering $10,000 for the recovery of the rocks and $2,500 for the capture of Joe.
I see. Well, we'll lay low for a few more days, then skip to Chicago and unload this stuff.
Why do that? You got a better deal right here in town.
How do you mean, Joe?
You'd make a lot more by collecting this reward than you would from a fence out of town.
You mean we go back to Kenton and hand over the stuff?
Why not?
Not a bad idea. We'd have to take you with us and turn you in.
Well, certainly. You'd have to do that to prove how you found the jewels.
What's your plan?
Oh, look. You guys are a couple of private detectives, and you read about the reward, see? You just happened to spot me and grab me. Brought me back to Kenton. You turn over the stuff, and he pays off. I'll make a break for the door. You got to take a few shots at me to make it look real, but you shoot wild. I get away. Then later on, when the coast is clear, I'll drop around. That leaves you in the clear, and I don't get locked up.
I think it's a nutty idea. What if it don't work?
Shut up. That ain't a bad idea, Joe. I'll take you up on that. So, Mr. Kenton, me and my partner read about the theft and saw this guy's picture and happened to spot him in this lunchroom. So we nabbed him. Well, here he is, and there's all your jewelry.
Yes, this is all here, every bit of it. Check it over, Della. See if your jewels are all there.
Yes, Father. Nothing of mine is missing.
Very well. I suppose you want the reward?
Well, after all...
I'll give you this check for $10,000 now for the return of the stones, and I'll withhold the $2,500 until he is booked by the police and locked up.
Well, okay, but we captured him. What more do you want?
I prefer it that way. I want to be sure that he's locked up, and if he gets out in 20 years, it'll be too soon for me. You certainly pulled the wool over my eyes. And when I think that Della might have married you, an ex-convict...
Can't always judge a book by its cover.
It doesn't seem possible I could have been such an utter fool.
You got a lot of things to learn, Della.
The sooner you get him out of here, the better.
Well, here's your check, and
So
when...
long, Della.
He's getting away!
Come back here.
Why?
He's locked it from the other side.
He won't get far. I must have hit him.
Call the police.
Never mind. We'll get him. That $2,500 belongs to us. Come on, Freddie, out this window. He won't get far.
Do you think you hit him, really?
No, I missed him deliberately. Shot high. Now that I think about it, I'm just a sap. That was our chance to get rid of him. So illegally. He knows too much. I don't trust him.
Yeah, but we ain't really cops.
So what? Any citizen's got a right to catch a fugitive. Come on, we're going to get that baby.
Joe makes a getaway and heads for a little hotel where he hides out for another day. Then the papers break with another story, and Kenton has increased the reward for Joe's capture. Joe studies this over for a while and realizes the possibility of Mike's double-crossing him for the additional reward. He slips out for a while, then returns to his room around 8 in the evening.
Who is it?
Open up or I'll kick it down.
Steve.
Well, so here you are, the rat himself.
What do you want, Steve?
What do you think?
Are you back on the force, Steve?
I will be when I get through with you. Because of you, I got kicked out. And now you're the one who's going to set me back in harness again. Funny how things work out.
Oh, you know about the reward, do you?
Yeah, I do. Once a crook, always a crook. I knew you'd pull something sooner or later.
How's Timmy?
He's just going to be fine in a few days.
What do you mean?
He can have that operation now.
Oh, good. I'm glad to hear that.
You're not half as glad as I am. And the thing that pleases me most is the way I'm getting the dough. Boy, this rap is going to send you away for 20 years.
So what?
Get your hat and start walking. And don't try that fade-out stuff on me, because I like you so much, I'd as soon plug you as look at you. Thanks, Mr. Kenton. Thanks very much. I wouldn't have come out so soon, but, well, this money is a lifesaver.
How's that, Bradley?
My kid, Timmy's got to have an operation, and I didn't have a cent. Has to be done in a few days or he won't live. Check's a real Christmas present.
Mr. Bradley, what do you think they will do with Joseph?
Oh, he'll get 20 years. Two-time loser.
What a shame.
I had a lot of faith in that boy. So did Della. I just can't understand it.
There's been some others who felt that way.
Well, what did he have to gain? He was engaged to Della, and he could have had everything. And he was very stupid to do what he did.
What do you mean?
Well, he took a chance on his life when he escaped from this room. He knew those two men had guns. Good thing for him that the big fella couldn't shoot straight.
They fired at him?
The big man did, as he went right through that door.
Look up above the door. All 3 shots near the ceiling.
Yeah. Yeah, I see. You know, I'd say there was either very good shooting or he had a gun that kicked like a mule.
It wasn't a big gun. Snub-nosed revolver.
Snub-nose? Not a service pistol?
No, I'm sure it wasn't.
I may drop in on you in a few days, Mr. Kenton.
Certainly, Bradley. Anytime.
I want to ask you a few questions, Joe.
Did you collect the reward?
I did last night.
How's Timmy?
He went to the hospital this morning.
Oh, that's swell. Gee, I'm glad. Well, what do you want to know?
He didn't pull his job alone, Joe.
How did you arrive at that conclusion?
Who were those guys who captured you?
Said they were private detectives.
One of them was a swell shot. He placed every slug in the same spot, above the door, deliberately. They were in this with you, gagged to cop the reward that was sure to be offered. Otherwise, they'd have popped you in the doorway, you were to get away, and then all meet later and share the proceeds.
Yeah?
But in the meantime, they changed their minds, Joe, and decided to cut you out. They double-crossed you.
What do you mean?
How do you suppose I knew where you were hiding? A guy phoned me and tipped me off. They figured they had no police record. Nothing you could say would implicate him. They're safe. Why attempt to shield a double-cross you?
That's just what I figured those rats would do.
You might as well spill it, Joe, and determine to crack this case.
Yeah? What would happen if you cracked this one and another one besides? Set you up as a lieutenant again, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Okay. I was forced to open that safe at the point of a gun.
Tell me another one, Joe.
If you want to grab the other 2 guys, I'll make a deal with you.
A deal?
Let me talk to your fingerprint expert and get me out of this cell.
Are you kidding?
I want you to take me to Old Man Kenton's. There's a Christmas Eve party going on there tonight.
I wouldn't trust you across the hall.
It means just as much to you as it does to me, and probably more. I'll guarantee results.
Okay. What's your plan?
I'll tell you on the way out to the Kenton place.
All right. Hey, Sergeant, let us out of here.
Come with me, gentlemen. Father's waiting for you in the library.
Looks like you're going to have quite a party here tonight, Miss Kenton.
It sure does.
Here are the 2 detectives, Father.
Oh, yes. Come in, gentlemen. Come in. Close the door, Della. I sent for you men because you did a good job of capturing Joe Blake and returning the jewels.
Yeah?
I'm having quite a number of guests here tonight, and I've just received some disturbing news. Joe Blake has escaped.
Escaped?
Holy mackerel.
He may make another try to steal the jewels while we are occupied with our guests.
I see. You want us to see that nothing happened.
I want you fellas to stay here near the safe, and if he does come, grab him.
Sure. You won't have a thing to worry about.
Good. Come along, Della. Our guests are beginning to arrive.
All right, everybody, don't make a move.
Father!
Joe!
Lay your guns on the desk, boys. Thanks. Get over the other side of the room, Della. You too, Kenton. Things might happen.
What's on your mind, Joe?
Spread your hands flat on that desktop, Mike. You too, Freddie, and keep them there. Make one move, and I'll drill you both, you dirty double-crossing rats. Forced me to open the safe at the point of a gun, and tipped off the cops so to find me. Because you were afraid I might horn in on the reward.
This guy must be nuts, Mr. Kenton.
Which one of you phoned Steve Bradley? Come on.
Well, I didn't, Joe. I thought you was going to contact
Shut
us.
up, you little dope.
Yeah, but he's mad, Mike. I don't want him to think I tipped the cops.
Shut up. You did it, Freddie. You're the one.
No, honest, Joe, I didn't. I didn't. Please, Joe.
Open that safe, Kenton. I'm really taking those jewels this time. But I won't be bothered by Mike and Freddie.
Joe, I didn't do it, honest.
I'm going to place one right between your eyes, Freddie. Right between your eyes.
Joe!
He's bluffing.
Don't anybody move. I'll open the door.
Hello, Mr. Kenton.
Hello, Bradley.
We traced Joe Blake to the edge of your estate. I thought we'd better look in for...
Just in time, Steve. Put up your hands and step into the room.
What goes on here?
The cops are going to be in on the scene of the crime instead of coming in after the crime's over. I'm going to take some jewels and do a little exterminating. But first, I'm going to make these guys do a little talking. I want to know which one of you guys tipped off Steve about me. Say something, Mike.
This guy's crazy. Says we made him steal the stuff.
That the voice you heard on the phone, Steve?
No.
What have you got to say, Freddie?
It wasn't me. I tell you, it wasn't.
It must be him.
Yeah, it certainly sounds like him.
I thought so. Right between the eyes, Freddie.
Please, Joe, don't.
He won't shoot.
Hand over that gun, Joe. Give it to me.
Oh! He did it. I told you he meant it.
You're crazy, Joe. You're crazy.
I killed a cop, so why should I worry about killing a couple of rats like you? Start talking, Mike. Tell him you guys forced me to open that safe.
You can't bluff me. There's no proof of such a thing.
No? All right, Sergeant. Check Mike's fingerprints on the glass-top desk. Step on it.
Yeah, sure.
Mr. Kenton, look in the second drawer of the safe. You'll find my cigarette case wrapped in a handkerchief.
What? By George, he's right.
I put it there the night I opened the safe. Let the sergeant compare the prints with the ones on the desktop. I've been near that safe since the night the stones disappeared.
What are you trying to pull, Joe?
You have no police record, Mike. I didn't want you to go through life like that, so I fixed one up for you. Remember the night you forced me into this? I offered you a cigarette? Well, you got a record now, Mike.
Well, Mike's prints on the desk check with the ones in the cigarette case.
And how about that photo of prints you found on that safe I was supposed to have opened several years ago? You brought them along?
Say, why, they're all the same. They all check.
Now you guys start talking. Go on, tell it all.
I'll tell nothing. I don't know what you're talking about.
Right between the eyes, Freddie. Right between the eyes.
Tell him, Mike. Tell him he means it.
I'll tell him nothing.
Joe! Well, that finishes Freddie. Are you ready to talk, Mike?
Yeah, I'll talk, Joe. I'll talk.
You robbed that department store. You planted my cigarette case there. You copped it at the lunchroom, didn't you?
Yeah, that's right.
I had nothing to do with that job. And you did force me to open this safe, didn't you? My cigarette case proves that.
Yeah, that's right. I'll admit it. You're innocent, Joe.
All right. There you are, Steve. You can get up now.
Yeah, very nicely handled, Joe.
Hey, I thought you was... I've been framed.
Pour some water on Freddie. Joe was using blanks.
Hey, Joe. No, Joe, I'll tell everything.
Nothing more to tell, Freddie. It's all been told.
Well, that certainly leaves you in the clear, Joe. And, Joe, I want to apologize for everything.
Okay, Lieutenant. Apologies accepted.
Merry Christmas, Joe.
Same to you, Steve. And tell Timmy that Della and I will be down to see him in the morning.
Well, there you are. Everything worked out very nicely, just as everything should, but seldom does. But there's something I should explain about the person who tipped Steve off as to where to find Joe. It wasn't Mike, and it wasn't Freddie. No, it was Joe himself. It was Joe who phoned Steve, knowing it would give Steve an impetus, a new start in his career of sleuthing. And it really worked. And it saved Timmy's life, and Joe's too, for that matter.
CBS has presented The Whistler. Original music for this production was composed and conducted by Wilbur Hatch. The Whistler is written and directed by J. Donald Wilson and originates from Columbia Square in Hollywood. Next week at 9:30...
I, the Whistler, will return to tell you another unusual tale. Good night.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The Signal Oil Program, The Whistler. That whistle is your signal for the Signal Oil Program, The Whistler.
Whistler. And I know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. Yes, I know the nameless terrors of which they dare not speak.
Yes, friends, it's time for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler, rated tops in popularity for a longer period of time than any other West Coast program in radio history. And Signal gasoline is tops, too, tops in quality. It takes extra quality, you know, to give you extra mileage. And Signal is the famous Go Farther gasoline. So look for the Signal circle sign in yellow and black that identifies friendly dealer-owned Signal stations from Canada to Mexico. And now the Whistler's strange story. Chain reaction.
Johnny Turner was packing his suitcase, but mentally he was tearing up his train ticket to Chicago. It had been several years since Johnny used to wonder, while barnstorming the country, if his mind was playing tricks on him, if Diana could really be as beautiful as the image of her that clung to his thoughts like adhesive. When he came back, he found that Diana was everything he dreamed of and more. She was not only as beautiful, she was married. She had everything that money could buy, but still she kept coming around to see him, still as approachable as a park bench. Now, as she sat on his bed in the cheap rooming house, watching him pack, he realized all over again how close love is to hate, as close as the two sides of his last thin dime.
So you're leaving, Johnny, huh?
You catch on quick.
Just to avoid me, is that it? Where are you going?
Traveling. I got a road job selling song sheets and razor blades. If I work hard, they'll put me on buggy whips. Any more questions?
Johnny, darling.
Go away. I'm not in the market.
Johnny, why don't you stop pretending? You still love me. You know you do.
I said go away. You depress me.
You need me, Johnny.
I need you like I need 3 thumbs.
You really don't mean that.
Try me again.
All right, Johnny. Have it your way. I just dropped by to see if you'd be interested in a job.
I have a job.
This one pays a lot of money.
Then my income tax will be too high. No.
A lot of money. Just fly a plane.
Whose?
If you're interested, you can get all the details tonight. It's a nice setup, Johnny. And temporary.
Like everything else.
Are you interested?
Yeah.
Oh, Johnny.
In the dough, sweetheart. You're so eager. But then you always were.
I don't ever remember you throwing rocks at me, darling.
Where do I get the details?
How about Mike's Cafe for dinner? Do you have enough money to get your pants pressed?
Yeah, sure. Maybe both legs.
Oh, here, Johnny, take this.
I told you before, I don't need any handouts.
Stop being so touchy. You won't get this job if you come looking like a tramp.
If I get the job, who will I be working for?
My husband.
Oh, your husband, huh? What are you up to, Diana?
Well, nothing. Nothing at all, darling. See you tonight.
Bartender.
Yeah?
That clock right?
Sure. What's the matter, pal? Your girlfriend stand you up?
No. Maybe your husband did.
Huh?
Skip it. Give me another bourbon and water.
And send it over to our table, will you, bartender?
Yeah, sure, lady, sure.
Hello, Johnny. This is, Frank.
Sorry we kept you waiting, Turner.
Oh, that's all right. There are 2 kinds of people in this world. Those who are always waiting for somebody and those who keep you waiting.
You just made that up?
Yeah. I get better as the evening goes along.
Shall we go to our table, gentlemen?
Sure. Walsh, my bar bill, take care of it, huh? I left my wallet in my other suit.
You do get better as the evening goes along, don't you?
Somehow you hadn't pictured Diana's husband this way, had you, Johnny? A bald, red-faced, chubby little man with bright, beady eyes, thin, moist lips that seem to be fixed in a perpetual grin. He keeps sizing you up all through dinner, asking question after question. You become slightly annoyed.
Look, Walsh, are you going to write the story of my life or give me a job?
Now, don't be that way, Johnny. Naturally, Frank has to know a few things before...
I thought you'd given him the build-up.
She has, Turner. Diana is quite certain you'll be able to do the job.
Uh-huh. You haven't told me yet what the job is, Walsh.
Now, there are 3 parts to it. 1, you do as you're told. 2, you keep your mouth shut. 3, you fly a plane.
How much does the third part pay?
It's not piecework. The whole job pays $5,000. It won't take us more than 3 weeks to complete the job. $5,000 is a lot of dough for 3 weeks.
Keep talking.
You'll be working for the Continental Salvage Company.
What are you going to salvage?
Gold?
Well, that sounds like nice work. The money in it?
We're in business to salvage gold from the ocean bottom. Now, take a look at this.
Oh, a map. Just like in the movies, huh?
This area here, Cuba, Jamaica, during the war, several ships went down here. They were carrying large shipments of gold. Most of the gold is still there.
Most of it? I don't recall hearing about it.
A lot of it has already been salvaged. You don't hear about it because the government has a habit of demanding a rather large cut in the profits. So most of the salvage work has been kept quiet. However, we're going down there after the gold on a big scale, legitimately.
Uh-huh. Big business.
We're a stock corporation, Turner, with $500,000 invested capital.
See, where does my job come in?
Your job is to scout the area ahead of the salvage vessel, and the only way to cover that much water is with a plane.
What do you say, Johnny?
Do you want the job?
Okay, Walsh. You just bought yourself a pilot.
Even for $5,000, there's something about this deal you don't like, Johnny. And the following day, when you see the Queen Oriana, the ship chartered by Continental Salvage Corporation, you like it even less. An old broken-down tub, built back in the 90s as a yacht, now part of a small fleet of fishing boats. There's nothing left of her bright work, and the varnish is all peeled off her rotting mahogany. She doesn't look safe enough to sail in a fish pond. The last thing to go aboard her is the plane you're to fly. A trim, sleek-looking cabin cruiser fitted with pontoons. You look her over very carefully, don't you, Johnny? And you notice the extra gas tanks. And you also notice that the plane is without radio. As you slip out of the plane and jump down to the deck, Walsh comes toward you.
Well, what do you think of her, Turner?
She'll do.
Think she's good enough to fly nonstop over the Gulf of Mexico?
Gulf of Mexico? You ought to brush up on your geography.
My geography's all right.
And your sense of direction is not so good. We're not going that way.
Answer my question.
Okay. If you want to fly the Gulf of Mexico, I guess she'll oblige. But I wouldn't figure on setting it down in the water. The Gulf can get awfully nasty at times. In bad weather, this plane wouldn't last an hour.
I said nonstop, didn't I?
Yeah. Yeah, that's what you said.
You watch him as he waddles down the deck and disappears into his cabin. And you wonder about his sudden interest in the Gulf of Mexico. Yes, there's something about all this you don't like. And then, just before you sail that night, while Walsh is below decks, you meet Diana. Her eyes are glazed with the sweet sorrow of parting.
Goodbye, darling.
Goodbye, Diana.
When you come back, Johnny, I'll be waiting for you.
You said that the last time, remember?
Don't you think I know what a terrible mistake I made?
I think saying goodbye is a sort of pastime with you. Some women enjoy crocheting or tatting.
It's not too late, Johnny. When you come back, we'll have enough money to go away together.
If we do come back according to plan, your husband will still be able to outbid me.
But I love you, Johnny.
I may decide to stay in Cuba.
You won't. Because you love me, you know you do. No matter where you go, you will always come back to me.
You know something, Diana?
What, darling?
You're so right. The way I feel about you is like a disease.
Oh, Johnny.
I'll come back.
Without him?
What did you say?
If anything happened to him on the way back, an accident...
You'd be sitting pretty, wouldn't you? All that dough?
We'd be sitting pretty, darling. And we'd never have to say goodbye again. This would be the last time. The last time, Johnny. Well?
Who knows? Accidents do happen.
With the prologue of Chain Reaction, the Signal Oil Company is bringing you another strange story by The Whistler. But now a word to you drivers. If you want to keep performance up and wear down during the months of hard summer driving ahead, it's time to see your Signal dealer now for a spring changeover from winter-weary lubricants. Costly transmission and differential gears need the protection of fresh summer-weight Signal Gear Lube. For limbering up the chassis, there's no spring tonic like a Signal double-check lube job. And, of course, your motor should be drained and refilled with fresh motor oil. Wait a minute. Did I say motor oil? Well, don't you say motor oil. Be sure you say Signal Premium Compounded Motor Oil. For Signal Premium is the improved type lubricant that far outperforms the finest regular motor oils money can buy. You see, because Signal fortifies 100% pure paraffin base with scientific compounds, Signal Premium does more than just lubricate. In fact, tests prove Signal Premium actually keeps motors 6 times cleaner and reduces cylinder wear 1/3. Your guarantee of a sweeter running motor. But remember this, only Signal service stations have Signal Premium Compounded Motor Oil. A mighty good reason, I'd say, why there's just one place to take your car for this spring's changeover. Your neighborhood Signal service station. And now back to the Whistler.
You could hardly ask for a better job, could you, Johnny? $5,000 to fly a plane for the Continental Salvage Corporation in the Caribbean. The work is easy and the opportunity unlimited. Yes, unlimited, Johnny. If anything should happen to Walsh, an accident, you and Diana, his wife, would be sitting pretty. The boat goes out on the 11 o'clock tide that night. On the second day out, you discover the ship is off its course, and you hurry to find Walsh. There's no answer from his cabin. As you turn and start down the deck, you run into the mate.
Hey, you seen anything of Mr. Walsh? Well, look, you don't have to talk my ear off. Just answer yes or no. Listen, you're the mate on this tub. We're way off our course. I tried to tell the captain, but he's so drunk we'll be in Madagascar before he straightens out. Why don't you answer me? What's the matter with you?
He stares at you stupidly, then walks away without a word. Yes, that's something else you'd notice. There's something strange about the crew, isn't there, Johnny? There are 6 Chinese who sleep below decks. None of them speaks English. The cook is a Korean, and his conversation consists of a wide grin. The 3 deckhands are fresh out of Portugal. The mate is a sullen German. And the captain lies in his bunk in a drunken stupor. There isn't a man in the entire crew you can talk to. But wait, you've forgotten the radio operator. Quickly, you hurry to the radio shack. You find him at his table. A kid. A gangly kid with a shock of red hair that keeps falling down over his forehead. And he looks nervous, frightened.
My name is Turner, Johnny Turner. I'm the pilot for that plane on deck.
Mine's Scott. Melvin Scott. They call me Scotty. Glad to know you.
I just wanted to check the time from Arlington.
Oh, sure. It'll be on in a few minutes.
Uh-huh.
I was just writing a letter to my kid's sister in Scranton. Thought I might get it in the mail when we put in somewhere.
Yeah. You're not exactly an old sea dog, are you, Scotty?
No, No, it's my first job.
You like it?
I don't know. I want to make good and all that, but...
You send our position in lately?
Yeah, a couple hours ago. Mr. Walsh gave me the message. There it is on the spindle.
Can I look at it?
Sure.
Uh-huh, I thought so.
What? What's the matter?
But this is all wrong, kid. We're not within 200 miles of this position.
What?
Yeah. Oh, this is all beginning to add up. Have you taken a look at that diving equipment on deck?
Yeah, I kind of wondered about that. It doesn't look so good to me.
I wouldn't wear it in a bathtub.
I hate to think of anybody using that stuff.
Maybe no one was ever supposed to use it, kid.
What do you mean?
Maybe this whole trip is a phony. A broken-down tub that's a cinch to go to pieces before we reach the Caribbean, moth-eaten diving equipment, a crew that doesn't speak a word of English, and... Look, kid.
Yeah?
You better report our correct position.
Well, gee,
I've figured it out, Scotty. I know exactly where we are.
Well, look, Mr. Turner, I don't want to get into any trouble.
You will if you don't do as I say.
I didn't know that stuff I was sending was phony.
Well, you do now. Okay, kid, what'll it be?
All right, Mr. Turner.
Good. Get on the key and start sending. Scotty, I'll give you...
You turn around to find Walt standing in the doorway, his eyes wild, red-rimmed, the gun trembling a little in his pudgy hand.
Come on, Turner. We're getting out of here.
He was just a kid. Why did you have to...
Very sad, I know. Now, come on.
A poor, dumb, innocent kid.
I said, come on. We're going for a little airplane ride, Turner. Time you started earning your money.
On deck, you find the crew ready to set the plane overside with a cargo boom. Walsh holds a small black valise in one hand, waves the gun in the other, shouting orders. Then the two of you climb into the plane. A few minutes later, you're gathering speed like a roller coaster, the waves slapping at the pontoons, and then slowly she lifts. You climb to 3,000 feet and level off. The gun in Walsh's hand is still in your back.
You can put the gun away now, Walsh.
Keep flying.
Where to?
A few miles north of Tampa. My wife will be waiting there, on the beach.
And after that?
Mexico, across the Gulf. Think you can make Veracruz?
That depends.
On what?
When do I get the $5,000?
When we land in Mexico.
You expect me to believe that?
Why not? Don't you trust me?
Look again, friend. I'm not a stockholder.
What do you mean?
Didn't take you long to pack that valise. How much is in it? All the assets of the Continental Salvage Corporation?
Like Diana said, you're a smart boy.
Almost $500,000. That's a lot of fish to feed to the sharks.
Shark?
Yeah, look down there.
Makes me dizzy.
As long as we're both in this plane, anything that happens to me happens to you. Throw the gun away.
Sorry.
Come on, Walsh. Which goes into the drink, the gun or you?
The gun stays where it is.
Okay.
You climb to 5,000 feet. His hand is steady, the gun still in your back. You cut the throttle and drift for a moment, then lurch and nose straight down. Through the windshield is the blue water of the Atlantic. You can hear the wind sing louder and louder past the wings. You look at Walsh again. He's pale, but his gun hand doesn't move an inch. At 2,000 feet, it twitches. At 1,000, you stop breathing. The water comes at you like a tidal wave. The plane twists wildly. You pull open the throttle. The wind hits you like a pneumatic drill, threatening to crack the plane wide open. And then, by a miracle, you level off.
Okay, Walsh, you win.
I could have told you. I always do.
At the risk of being delightfully corny again, may I say something?
What?
You'll never get away with this.
No?
When that boat captain sobers up, he'll get a message to the Coast Guard. You'll be wanted for murder.
Let me tell you something, Turner. By now, there's nothing left of that ship but splinters.
Oh?
I guess I forgot to tell you. A friend of mine named Vogel. Sort of a clockmaker. Very handy, especially with explosives.
Explosives?
That's right. I planted Mr. Vogel's bomb in the ship myself. Now that old tub is gone, and you and I, we were blown apart with it. You see, Turner, I thought of everything.
Yeah. Yeah, you sure did.
By nightfall, you reach the west coast of Florida. Finally, Walsh gives you the signal, and you bring the plane down on the smooth water of a lagoon. You taxi as close to the shore as possible and then cut the motor. The plane bobs gently up and down, and you sit waiting. Walsh keeps looking in the direction of a small cottage some 200 yards up the beach. Then at his watch.
Well, are we going to wait here all night?
I'm going ashore. Wait here.
What makes you think I will?
This, my boy. This little valise with $500,000 in it.
Oh?
Ever since we left the boat, you've been figuring on some way to relieved me of it, haven't you?
Frankly, I have kicked the idea around once or twice.
Stop wasting your time, Turner. All you're getting out of this deal is the $5,000 I promised you. Who knows? When you drop us safe and sound in Mexico, I might be tempted to throw in another 5.
That's big of you.
I'll be right back. Don't go away.
I won't, Walsh. I won't.
You watch him as he wades ashore, still holding the small black valise. You can see him in the bright moonlight running along the shore. Then he disappears into the trees that surround the cottage. And you wait. 15 minutes. A half hour goes by, and still Walsh hasn't returned. You slip a wrench into your jacket, ease yourself into the water, and start for the shore. A few minutes later, you're hurrying toward the cottage, and you're almost there when the front door opens, and you duck into the shadows. The wrench is in your hand, and you wait. Then you hear the footsteps coming along the path, closer and closer. As they reach you, you step out of the shadows, holding the wrench high in the air.
Johnny.
Diana. Where's Walsh?
Back there in the cottage.
What happened?
What difference does it make? I have the bag. Let's get out of here.
Diana, what happened?
He's dead. I had to do it, Johnny. For us, I had to. There's $500,000 here, darling, and it's all ours now. Johnny, wait. Where are you going?
The cottage. We can't leave him there.
Why not?
He was supposed to have been blown up with a boat, remember?
What are we going to do?
We're going to take him with us. We can dump him out in the Gulf. Come on.
No, Johnny. No, I don't want to go back there.
Oh?
Here. You can have the bag if you think I'm going to run out on you.
All right. Wait here. I'll be right back.
You find Walt sprawled on the cottage floor, stabbed to death, the murder knife a few feet away. Quickly, you pick him up and return to the beach where Diana is waiting for you. Then you wade out to the plain, and a few minutes later, you're skimming across the bay, headed toward the Gulf. Some 20 miles out, you help Diana open the door. A bright moon rides between broken patches of cloud. With a vicious kick, you help her push the body of Frank Walsh out into space. Its size shrinks like a punctured balloon and disappears into the dark waters of the Gulf. You nose the plane up for a steady climb and then level off. Mexico, Johnny. A little more than 1,000 miles over the Gulf. Mexico with Diana and $500,000.
Johnny.
Yeah?
I'm not sorry it turned out this way, are you?
Why should I be? I got you and $500,000. What more could a guy want?
I told you we'd be sitting pretty, and I meant it.
Yeah, by morning we'll be in Mexico. We can land this crate, burn it up. No one will ever know. We can start all over like nothing ever happened.
And we'll never have to say goodbye again, darling.
Never, baby. Never.
The Whistler will return in just a moment with a strange ending to tonight's story. Meantime, a tip to you drivers who have wished there was some way to be sure that the gasoline you're choosing is tops in quality. Check your speedometer. Because in gasoline, it takes extra quality to go farther, which explains why we're so proud of the fact that throughout the West, from Canada to Mexico, Signal is famous as the Go Farther gasoline. Sure, you Signal drivers are enthusiastic about Signal's quicker starting, Signal's faster pickup, and Signal's smooth knock-free power. But remember this, the only way today's Signal gasoline can give you that superior kind of performance which you expect of a superior quality motor fuel is by helping your motor run more efficiently. And when your motor runs more efficiently, you don't have to guess about it. You see proof of it right on your own speedometer in mileage, the thing Signal gasoline is famous for. That's why Signal says, to be sure of the tops in gasoline quality, there are just two things to remember. One, it takes extra quality to go farther. And two, Signal is the famous Go Farther gasoline. And now back to the Whistler.
Yes, it was a lucky break, wasn't it, Johnny? When you accepted Frank Walsh's offer to fly for the Continental Salvage Corporation in the Caribbean. Now Walsh is dead, and you're on your way to Mexico, racing through the night sky over the Gulf with Diana and the small valise containing $500,000. You look down at the dark, churning waters of the Gulf, and you feel strangely detached from the world, free of it, free of its laws and its justice. Yes, Johnny, no one will ever think of looking for you. They will all believe you were blown up with the boat chartered by the Continental Salvage Corporation. 36 hours later, you scarcely enter the minds of the Coast Guard officer and the police lieutenant aboard the salvage ship Queen Oriana as they look down on the lifeless body of the murdered radio operator.
Well, there he is, just the way we found him.
Any identification?
Mm-hmm. His radio license, name's Scott. Melvin Scott.
Mm-hmm.
And we also found this, a letter he was writing to a man named Vogel.
Let me see.
It's about meeting Vogel in New Orleans with $500,000.
Yeah. You should see me play the innocent kid. My own mother wouldn't know me. I found the bomb you gave Walsh. He'd already planted it. I dumped it overboard the first night out. The way I got it figured, Walsh won't try a getaway in the plane to Mexico until tonight. It'll be a cinch for me to get into his cabin and switch bags on him. And I'll have $500,000 when I meet you in New Orleans. It's really funny. But...
Yeah. Looks like the joke was on Scott. He was shot before he got a chance to switch bags.
You send an alarm out on this man Walsh, his pilot Turner?
Mm-hmm. The whole Gulf area has been on the lookout. But no one sighted them. No one will.
You mean Walsh and Turner got away?
No, they didn't. I managed to get some information out of the mate with my limited knowledge of German and a lot of gestures.
And what's that?
The mate saw this radio operator, Scott, around the plane the other night. You can still smell the gasoline in the afterdeck. Scott drained the extra gas tanks. That plane didn't have enough gas to take them more than 100 miles out over the Gulf.
Let that whistle be your signal for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler, each Wednesday night at this same time. Brought to you by the Signal Oil Company, marketers of Signal gasoline and motor oil and fine quality automotive accessories. Signal has asked me to remind you, to get the most driving pleasure, drive at sensible speeds, be courteous, and obey traffic regulations. It may save a life, possibly your own. Featured in tonight's story were Frank Lovejoy and Joan Banks. The Whistler was produced and directed by George W. Allen, with story by Sidney Renthal and music by Wilbur Hatch, and was transmitted to our troops overseas by the Armed Forces Radio Service. Next Wednesday, for a full hour of mystery over most of these stations, tune in a half hour earlier. Enjoy The Saint as well as The Whistler. Marvin Miller speaking. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System. The Signal Oil program, The Whistler. That whistle is your signal for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler.
The Whistler, and I know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. Yes, I know the nameless terrors of which they dare not speak.
Yes, friends, it's time for the signal oil program, The Whistler. Rated by independent research, the most popular program on the West Coast. Remember, let every traffic signal remind you, with new Signal gasoline, you do go farther than ever. Look for the familiar big yellow and black circle sign that identifies those popular signal stations in 7 western states from Canada to Mexico. And now the Whistler's strange story. Poison is quicker.
Most men lead lives of quiet desperation, said Thoreau. Quiet desperation. How well little Alfred Smithers, who never read a word by Thoreau in all his life, knew the meaning of that phrase. All the nagging dullness of a humdrum existence and a tiresome wife. Yes, the saucy little servant girl Alfred had married in London so many years before had become a lazy, slovenly housewife whose untidy little home had miraculously survived the Blitz. Now, with the coming of peace, Gracie Smithers sat in her dingy front parlor night after night, reading murder mysteries and yawning, while Alfred gazed blankly at his daily express and wished he were rid of her. Wished it with all his heart and did nothing about it.
Oh, well, that's another one off me docket. The author didn't play fair, though. I still don't see how that little what's-his-name could have been the Crimson Hangman. What you thinking about, Alfie?
Nothing.
Still waters run deep, you know. You don't just sit there thinking about nothing. Only a perishing statue does that.
I was thinking about the days.
What?
The days aren't so bad. At least I have something to do at the office. At least I keep occupied.
What's the matter, Alfie? Getting the jitters?
Never mind.
Don't you like our happy little home all of a sudden?
If you must know the truth, Mrs. Smithers.
I say now, what's got your back up?
Oh, nothing.
Feeling sorry for yourself again, dearie?
Oh, shut up. Get back to your murder rubbish and don't bother me.
Really, Alfred Smithers?
Read, can't you? Let a man have a little peace and quiet.
There's nothing to read. I was hoping you'd pick up some more thrillers for me at the bargain shop tomorrow.
All right, all right. What you want me to get?
I wrote down the titles somewheres. Got them ready for you. Oh, yes, here they are. Dearest Alfred.
What's that?
Oh, don't get the wind up, lovey. It's only a book title.
Doesn't sound much like a murder mystery to me.
Perhaps it isn't. I thought I'd like to see the Alfred in real life if he's anything like Alfred in the book.
Very amusing.
The others are all thrillers, though. Death is my bridegroom. There gives you the creeps, don't it? Nobody loves me. That's a murder that looks like suicide.
Yeah.
This way out, a spine-chilling cat and mouse game, the catalogue says. I could hang. Don't know that one. And the last one, poison is quicker.
Rubbish. Nothing but tripe.
Alfred Smithers, you're a snob. Everybody reads murder novels.
I don't.
Oh, you've always thought yourself better than anybody else. Especially better than me. I've never been good enough for you.
That's for you to say, my dear.
That's a fine thing to say to your wife.
Oh, give me a list, Gracie. I'll pick the books up tomorrow.
Well, okie doke. Here's the list. Be sure and get Poison is Quicker. It's all about somebody murdered for insurance. Stark realism, the catalogue says.
Cheap trash. Dearest Alfred, death is my bridegroom. Nobody loves me. This way out. I could hang. But poison is quicker. Dearest Alfred, death is my bridegroom. Nobody loves me. This way out. I could hang. But poison is quicker.
Alfred, what's the matter? Why are you shaking so?
I don't know. I must have caught a chill or something.
Almost like a note to you, isn't it, Alfred? The barely coherent elliptical style of a suicide note. If Gracie were dead and that note were found beside her body, you try not to think of it. Why, it's monstrous. You're thinking of murder. You want to be rid of her, but not that way. Still, if you simply left her, you'd have no money. And Gracie does have insurance. But poison is quicker, she said. Poison. That arsenic powder you used in the garden. The thoughts in your mind all that night and all the next day. It's coming out now from its hiding place deep inside you. And then when you return home that evening, it happens. The little push that makes you a murderer.
Well, where are they?
Where's what?
My books, dearie. You said you'd bring them home with
Oh,
you.
I'm sorry, Gracie. I forgot all about them.
You forgot?
Yes, Gracie. They're things on me mind.
Other things on your mind. Such an important little man, aren't we, Elfie? Can't keep a promise to your own wife.
I couldn't help it, Gracie. They slipped me mind.
Like fun they did. You done it deliberate. I know you did.
Gracie, don't raise your voice. It's vulgar.
Oh, so now I'm vulgar, am I? Well, if I'm not good enough to do things for, I'm not good enough to do things for you. You can make your own tea and toast tonight.
Don't shout at me, Gracie. Don't scream.
Oh, don't. I'm sick and tired of getting the frosty eye from you, dearie. You're not so high and mighty. Just a miserable little clerk in a dirty little office.
That'll do.
Oh, just a second, Your Highness.
Gracie! Don't. You'll only upset yourself. I'll make tea for the both of us.
You'll make none for me. That wishy-washy, weak stuff you'll brew for yourself. I'll make me own.
All right. For once, I'll do it your way.
Eh?
Tonight, I'll make it the way you want it, Gracie. Just as strong as you like.
With the prologue of tonight's story, Poison is Quicker, Signal Oil Company is bringing you another strange story by The Whistler. Inflation. You hear that word all around you these days. But in the midst of higher and higher prices and dollars that buy less and less, it's gratifying to find a product that actually offers more quality than ever before in history, but still sells at its pre-war price. Yet that's just what you get in new Signal gasoline. Of course, improvement isn't new to Signal gasoline. Since that day 14 years ago, when Signal Oil Company introduced the first guaranteed anti-knock gasoline at no extra price, Signal gasoline has been constantly improved to give you the benefit of every latest development in the automotive and petroleum industry. But today's Signal gasoline, in which the atoms in gasoline molecules have actually been rearranged to create amazing new power, is so superior to pre-war gasolines, it's really a completely new type super fuel. To discover what thrilling performance there's still left in your car, try just one tankful of new Signal gasoline. When you step on the accelerator, you'll know why Signal products, although still young in years, have grown and grown in popularity. Until today, those friendly stations displaying Signal's yellow and black circle sign now serve 7 western states from Canada to Mexico. And now, back to the Whistler.
But poison is quicker. Strange what a book title can do to a man, isn't it, Alfred? Who would think it could be the stepping-off place to murder? And yet Gracie's dead now, the victim of arsenic poisoning. And you're already playing a new role, the part of a shocked husband, the little man who seems so dazed and bewildered. It's only 4 hours after you made Gracie such a nice cup of tea, and now she's dead. And Police Sergeant Jellaby is questioning you. You're thankful you're still in the safety of your own home. You might lose your head if you were in the hostile atmosphere of a police station.
Are you sure you can't think of any reason why your wife would wish to take her own life, Mr. Smithers?
Not right now, Sergeant. I just can't think now.
I'm sure you understand we must get to the bottom of this unfortunate affair.
Of course.
Now, about the question of motive, then.
Well, the books. Might have been the books.
Books?
But it's such a tiny thing.
You'd better tell me about it, Mr. Smithers.
Well, my wife is very fond of reading. Last night she asked me to pick up some novels for her in the city today, and I was so busy that I forgot all about them. She was rather upset when I come home without them.
Upset enough to kill herself, Mr. Smithers?
Oh, good heavens, no. At least I didn't think so then.
You quarreled about it?
Oh, no, we never quarreled. She was upset, as I said, and it disturbed me.
In what way?
I felt rather guilty about failing her, so while she was making our tea,
Your wife made tea after your little incident?
Oh, yes, she always done that. She said I made such audible tea. Our neighbours can tell you that.
Who are they?
Well, there's Mrs. Applegate next door. She's a widow, and then there's Henry Small across the road.
I see. Go on, Mr. Smithers. You said you felt guilty.
Oh, yes, so I did. So while she was making the tea, I decided to surprise her. Make up for what I'd forgotten to do, like, you know.
In what way?
Well, I remembered the rental library on the Queen's Road might still be open, so I thought I'd better take a quick walk over there and pick up a few novels for her. I left the house without a word. Wanted to surprise her, like, see?
How long were you gone?
I left at 6:30. It was foggy, you know the way it gets this time of year. So I was longer than I'd bargained for. Over half an hour I was.
And these are the books you got her?
Yes, Embers of Desire and Love in the Desert. Sort of thing most women like to read.
Did your wife read this sort of thing as a general rule?
I don't know. I never much thought about the books she read.
What books did she ask you to get for her in the city?
Books?
Yes, what titles?
Oh, well, I know it's absurd, Sergeant, but I simply can't remember.
Are you quite sure?
Well, I just can't think of them. I mean, to say, I forgot about them in the first place, and now I'm so mixed up.
Perhaps it'll come to you later. Now about the note.
Yes?
Doesn't it strike you as rather odd?
I don't think I know what you mean, Sergeant.
Well, it isn't coherent, for one thing, and she didn't sign her name to it for another.
I thought of that. My wife, she must have been under great mental strain when she wrote it.
I can see that. Decided to take her life on a sudden impulse, eh? Must have thought you'd left the house in a fit of anger, then hurried about the business of writing the note and putting the arsenic in her tea.
It's a terrible thing to think about, ain't it, Sergeant?
Right. Arsenic poisoning's not the most pleasant of deaths. Since you weren't here to prevent it, perhaps it's just as well you didn't get home until it was all over.
Yes. Is that all, Sergeant?
Yes. You'll be notified when to appear for the inquest, Mr. Smithers. I'll see you then. Good night.
And so you've gotten away with murder, Alfred. Or have you? Is Sergeant Jellyby as stolid and blind as he seems? He certainly didn't seem too sympathetic. Was that merely his official manner, or does he suspect you? And was your trip to the rental library after you'd watched Gracie die as clever an alibi as you thought? You had to lie about the type of novel Gracie read. You deliberately brought home those trashy love stories to ward off any questions about the suicide note. But if Henry Small or Molly Applegate should remember that Gracie read mystery novels... you made a mistake there, Alfred. But it's too late to rectify it now. All you can do is attend the inquest with Molly Applegate and Henry Small on either side of it.
A nasty business, this, Alf. It'll soon be over, though.
I hope so, Henry.
You think that the coroner's jury could have made up their minds by now. Can't see why they're taking so long about it.
Well, it really isn't so long, Mrs. Applegate. They've only been gone a few minutes.
An harrowing ordeal for you. That's what it is. I don't see how you could be so cool up there on the witness stand.
The man can't reveal his grief in public, Mrs. Applegate.
That he can't. You done yourself proud, Alf. Me, now, the few questions the coroner asked me, they had me shaking like a leaf.
Pretty silly, if you ask me.
How you mean, Molly?
The few questions he put to you. Didn't really need to call you as a witness. Same goes for me as far as that goes. I'm sure I could have told a sight more if I'd been asked.
Just what do you mean by that, Mrs. Applegate?
They're coming back. The jury's coming out.
Mrs. Applegate, I'd like to know what you...
Now, here's the coroner.
Members of the jury, have you reached a verdict?
We have.
How find you the case of the deceased Grace Smithers?
In the light of the evidence disclosed, we find the deceased Grace Smithers is suicide while of temporarily unsound mind. Well, that's it, Elf. There it is.
My, yes. Nothing to worry about now.
What do you mean? Nothing to worry about.
Well, really, Mr. Smithers.
Well, what do you mean by it?
Nothing to make you bite me head off, I'm sure. Only that it's official now.
Oh, sorry, Mrs. Applegate. I'm not quite myself, you know.
Well, I didn't mean to snap at you myself.
You're right, of course. I haven't anything to worry about now. Nothing at all.
Nothing to worry about, Alfred. Then why is fear so clammy and cold inside you? You've always been afraid of so many things. And now you've actually killed Gracie, you're afraid you'll be found out. That's the greatest fear you've ever known. Murder was so easy, but that was only the beginning. What about Molly Applegate? What more could she have told if she'd been asked? The question haunts you all during the funeral and through the next day and the day after when the insurance man calls at the house.
Just one more question for our files, Mr. Smithers.
I don't see why I have to answer any more questions. You can get all your information from the police records.
It's a formality we have to follow, Mr. Smithers. My company's not in business for its health, you understand.
But surely I told you everything you want to know.
Just one more thing. What really made your wife take her own life?
That's in the evidence at the inquest. It's available to you.
My instructions are to get it in your own words. You want your wife's insurance, don't you, Mr. Smithers? No sense in going to pieces, you know. If I were in your shoes, you know what I'd do? Take a trip.
If you was in my shoes.
Yes, do you good. Now, what about your wife?
I guess the war was too much for her. She finally gave way after it was all over.
Sergeant Jellyby told me you said that.
Then you seen the police.
Well, it's part of my job, you know.
Is that all you want?
I think so. The money will come through in due time, Mr. Smithers. Good day.
Panic won't help you at all, Alfred. Still, Mr. Chatham, the insurance man, seemed much too suspicious, didn't he? Why all the leading questions? If he were in your shoes, he said, he'd go away. As if he knew that was already in your mind. For that's your plan now, isn't it? The moment you get your money, you'll go away, start all over again in another town, maybe even another country. You hold to that thought all the next day. And then you stop at the corner pub on your way home from the office and have a beer with your friend Henry.
Well, here's to you, Elf. A long life and no slip-ups.
No slip-ups?
Accidents. Hope nothing ever goes wrong for you. Cheerio.
Cheerio.
Oh, that's a bit of all right, what?
Yes, it is.
Ran into that insurance bloke this afternoon, Chatham.
You did?
Tells me you're thinking of going away.
What gave you that idea?
I don't know. Perhaps he didn't say that exactly. Said he mentioned it to you. Where are you thinking of going, Elf?
Well, I haven't got them.
South of France is the spot this time of the year.
Well, I haven't even thought about it, Henry.
Here, speaking of France, by the way, I read across a rum item in the paper last week.
Oh?
This French bloke's wife killed herself, see? Suicide. Plain as the nose on your face. Bloke collects the insurance and then skips off. Hops off to Paris and starts blowing in his brass on riotous living, you might say. The gendarmes picked him up like that. Give himself away, he did. He killed her himself. If he'd stayed where he was, nobody'd have been any the wiser. Now, the way I look at it, Elf... Elf, where'd he go? I say there, Peg!
Looking for your friend, Mr. Small?
Well, he was here only a second ago. I was just chinning, not looking at him especially, and he ups and disappears.
He walked out while you was talking, Mr. Small. White as a sheet he was, just like he'd seen a ghost.
It wasn't a ghost you'd seen, was it, Alfred? Merely the folly of trying to go away. Henry Small's right. People would immediately start to talk. Wait, though. Henry Small never invited you to have a beer before. And why did he tell you that story about the Frenchman? It's very suspicious. As frightening as Molly Applegate's remarks at the inquest. What was the information she could have given the coroner? The question beats at your mind again as you walk home from the pub, trying to hurry through the fog that's come up.
Mr. Smithers?
Oh,
I hope I didn't startle you, Mr. Smithers.
you did give me a bit of a turn, Mrs. Applegate. I didn't notice you waiting at the doorway.
Thought you'd be along about now. I've been waiting for you.
Waiting for me?
I know how it's been for you since Gracie passed on. I thought perhaps you were tired of having your tea alone by now, eh?
Oh. Well, I haven't thought about it much, Mrs. Applegate.
As a widow, I know what it's like to be lonely myself. I just got some lovely fish and chips at the shop, and I left tea on at home. So if you'd like to come in...
Well, really,
I thought we might have things to talk about.
Things to talk about?
I'm a woman what keeps her eyes open. I know how things were with you and Gracie.
What you mean?
In our mystery books.
Well, what about them?
Believe me, I understand.
Understand what? What is it to understand?
You can trust me not to breathe a word to anyone.
Mrs. Applegate, I'm sure I don't know what...
Alfred, you've known me long enough now to call me by my right name. You can call me Molly if you want to.
Oh, I'm sorry. I really must be getting home.
Oh, but our tea.
I don't want no tea. I'm not hungry, Mrs. Applegate. Good night.
What's happening to you, Alfred? Sergeant Jellyby, Henry Small, the insurance man, Molly Applegate. They've all talked to one another about you. Are they playing a cat-and-mouse game with you? You've got to find out how much they know. Ask Henry Small. Question him skillfully, cunningly, so that he won't suspect anything. But get the truth from him. That's it. Invite him to the house. He's late in arriving, though. By the time he does get there, it's late afternoon, and fog is beginning to creep through the streets again.
What did you want to see me about, Elf?
Well, Henry, I'd like to apologize about the other night at the pub, you know.
Apologize? What for?
I suppose you thought it was odd of me going... I said... Why are you looking out the window?
Oh, nothing. What's up, Alf?
I wanted to talk about something else, too.
What's that?
Well, I don't quite know how to say it.
Something troubling you, Elf?
Why do you say that?
Helps sometimes to get it off your chest. Like I was saying to Molly Applegate this
Why
morning...
must you keep looking out that window?
What's that, Alf?
You expecting something? Is that it? Is that why you was late?
Here he is. He's coming now.
Oh, you're talking about?
Another minute and you wouldn't be able to see him for the fog.
Oh, is it? Here. Let me see.
Them uniforms don't keep out the cold in weather like this.
No, he can't.
What's up, Elf?
He can't come here.
What's wrong?
He can't come here.
Look here, mate. Easy does it. Now, look, Elf. Is anything the matter? He's at the door, Elf. You better let him in. Elf, don't you hear him? You better go to the door. Elf! Elf! Good heavens. Elf, what have you done? Here, let me help you.
You can let him in now, Henry. You all thought you were so clever. But poison is quicker.
The Whistler will return in just a moment with a strange ending to tonight's story. Meantime, a word about a sight that's becoming more and more common these cold mornings. Somebody trying to start his car, but no luck. The reason? Another war-weary battery has gone dead. So that this can't happen to your car, I'd like to suggest that you take advantage of your Signal gasoline dealer's complete battery service. At least every 2 weeks, stop in to have him check the water level and remove destructive corrosion from the terminals. If your battery seems run down, your Signal dealer has the latest equipment to tell its exact condition, as well as to give you a thorough recharge job. In the event that you need a new battery, he has top-quality Signal batteries, fully guaranteed for long, trouble-free service. And I might add, Signal dealers also have America's finest spark plugs, champion spark plugs, which play such an important part in cold weather starting. So stop in at your signal dealer soon. You'll find he's much more than just a place to buy Signal's famous Go Farther gasoline and fine lubricants. For wherever you see Signal's yellow and black circle sign, there you'll also find complete Signal service and accessories to help your car run better, look better, and last longer. And now, back to the Whistler.
Yes, Alfred, poison is quick enough to kill you while that uniformed figure still rang your doorbell. The cat and mouse game is over. The moment you saw his vague form coming up the walk through the fog, you knew that giant paw was descending on you. The police had come for you at last. So now you lie dead in a huddled heap in your little kitchen, while Molly Applegate, aroused by Henry Small's outcry, and Henry talked to the newcomer about you.
Terrible, terrible. How soon do you think the police will get here?
Sergeant Jellaby ought to be here at any time now.
Not that he can do anything. Nobody can now.
What made him do it?
Well, mate, the minute he saw you, he makes a dash for the kitchen. By the time I realized something was up, it was too late.
Oh, poor fella. Seemed to go all to pieces after his wife died.
I did what I could for him, too. Stood him a drink the other night. Ran out on me while I was telling him some yarn or the other.
I must say I was wrong about him.
Wrong?
Well, I feel proper ashamed of myself now, but I got the idea she hadn't been a good wife to him. I tried to tell him so.
Poor old chum. Ain't it funny how he jumped on the edge the minute I spotted you coming up the walk? Thought you might be bringing me a quid or two on the football pool this week. Instead, you called on old Alf.
What gets me? Why does he do it just when I'm ringing the bell?
What was it you had for him, Mr. Postman?
A special delivery letter, registered, from the insurance company. It's the money from his poor wife's policy.
Next Monday at 9 o'clock, The Whistler will bring you another strange tale. The Whistler is broadcast for your entertainment by the marketers of Signal gasoline and motor oil and fine quality automotive accessories, and by your neighborhood Signal dealer. This program, produced by George W. Allen with tonight's story by Leslie Edgley, music by Wilbur Hatch, is transmitted to our troops overseas by the Armed Forces Radio Service. That whistle is your signal for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler. This is Marvin Miller speaking, reminding you to look for those familiar yellow and black circle signs that identify those popular Signal Oil stations in 7 western states from Canada to Mexico. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System. Signal gasoline. Let every traffic signal remind you, you do go farther with Signal gasoline. Yes, you do go farther with Signal. The Signal Oil Company and your neighborhood Signal dealer bring you another curious story by The Whistler. Tonight, a pattern for terror.
I am the Whistler, and I know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales hidden in the heart of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. Yes, I know the nameless terrors of which they dare not speak. A kaleidoscope is a simple instrument, a toy, made of a tube with a few mirrors and bits of colored glass, nothing more. Yet when you revolve it slowly, an unending series of complicated patterns appear, always changing, never the same. On this midnight of December 10th, 1944, the mind of Ted Stratton, as it struggles for consciousness, is like a kaleidoscope. One of the patterns is this.
Hello, darling.
Norma's party at her house, high on the hill in Marin County, looking down on San Rafael and San Francisco Bay. And Larry Craig, handsome, talented Larry, playing Chopin waltzes on the piano. A pleasant pattern, Ted. Bright reds and yellows, sparkling, cheerful. And with Norma at your side, complete. But the design's starting to change. The reds and yellows are fading. And deep blues and purples are creeping in.
Ted Stratton, you're being entirely ridiculous.
Ridiculous, my foot. It isn't as if this is the first time, Nora. I'm getting a little tired of it.
What are you trying to say?
I'm simply suggesting that your relationship with your virtuoso friend in there is slightly more intimate than pupil and teacher.
Ted.
Been going on for weeks, hasn't it?
You know what you're saying.
Sure. Why don't you tell me? Why don't you come right out and spill it? It was all a big mistake getting engaged. That's me, Stratton, the mistake. No runs, no hits, one error.
Ted, you're drunk.
So what? What else can I do? Can't play the piano like Mr. Craig? Gotta do something?
You have to shout?
Yes.
You can make a bigger fool of yourself by walking in there and telling everybody. Yes, why don't you do it upright? Make a real party out of it.
You know, that's an idea.
I never heard of anything like that.
A deeper pattern, Ted. Deep blues and purples. And the green tinge of jealousy mixed with the sound of party talk and the taste of champagne. The kaleidoscope in your mind slowly turns and the pattern gets still darker. Norma's party for you. And there she is again, at Ted's side, gazing at him like a crooner-struck Bobby Soxer as he plays. And then the pattern turns red.
Shut up, Craig! I could kill you, Craig. Do you hear me? I could kill you.
Nothing now. Just blackness. No colors. No pattern. It's cool, quiet, except for the monotonous moan of the foghorn down at the point near San Quentin Prison. Cool, peaceful. The fog has turned to a drizzle, and it feels good on your head, clears your mind, takes away the nagging ache. Open your eyes, Ted. Look around.
Where am I?
Black, swirling fog, everything black. Can't even see the moon. It's almost raining. You're wet and cold. Raise your head. A hot knife jabs in the face. Breathe in that cool air and try again. There's an automobile. An open convertible. That string of yellow lights over to the left, wavering like a clothesline in a high wind, finally settles into... Yes, Ted, you must have stopped here on the way home from Norma's party.
Party? Yeah, party. What am I doing here? The car, who's... Larry's. I'm in Larry's car.
Alone in Larry's open convertible. Remember Larry? You could kill him. It's just what you said, wasn't it? You could kill him.
Where's Larry? Gotta find Larry. Go back. Go back to Norma's. No. Wait a minute. Not yet. Better check first. Telephone.
down the highway a half mile, Martinelli's Roadhouse. You can call her from there. She'll probably laugh and tell you Larry is pacing the floor, wondering what happened to his car.
What do you want to drink?
Oh, I think I'll have a daiquiri, darling.
Oh. Come on, Leona.
That man, he...
What'll you have, mister?
Mind if I use your telephone?
Yeah, go right ahead.
Thanks.
Sorry. Around the corner to the right. This is the house phone.
Oh, okay. Hello, Norma. Never mind that. Tell me, where's Larry?
Why, isn't he with you?
What do you mean?
He left right after you did.
He left?
Naturally. What else could he do after that horrible scene? You must have been out of your mind.
Tell me exactly what happened, Norma.
I don't want to discuss it.
You've got to.
You have a lot of apologizing to do, Ted Stratton.
That's not important now.
Well, maybe not to you, but what do you think I'm going to...
Norma, will you please tell me what happened?
Well, after you said all those terrible things right in front of everybody about wanting to kill him, you grabbed your hat and walked out. He just stood around looking embarrassed and...
How long after I left?
You must have seen him down at the highway.
I must have seen him down by the highway.
Ted, where are you? Hello? Hello, Ted. Hello? Operator!
I must have seen him down by the highway.
Signal. Signal. What's in a name? The name Signal. Well, for instance, Signal Oil Company sponsors the Whistler. In addition, for 14 years, the name Signal has stood for the finest petroleum products that money can buy. But most important today, Signal Go Farther gasoline is helping Western drivers stretch their gas stamps. For it's true, you still go as far as before the war with Signal. And I'll tell you why. You see, modern gasolines are composed of many ingredients, each of which does a specific job. For instance, the very volatile, highest octane components, such as isopentane, give pep and anti-knock. And these are the ingredients reserved for war. That's why Signal Oil Company frankly admits no gasoline today can give you all the brilliant performance you found in pre-war Signal gasoline, and which you'll enjoy again in even further improved Signal post-war gasoline. But other ingredients give mileage, and these components are still in the famous Signal formula. In fact, additional new hydrocarbons rich in mileage have even been added. That's why more and more wise drivers who keep track of their mileage are finding it's as true today as before the war. You do go farther with Signal gasoline. And now, back to the Whistler.
Ted Stratton stands in the telephone booth of the Roadhouse for over a minute, receiver in hand, staring dully at the phone dial, trying to think, trying to remember what happened after he left Norma's party. Nothing, no dice. Just the red rage at Larry before he walked out, then blackness, a blank, until he opened his eyes in Larry's car parked at the edge of the highway.
Norma says I left, and Larry left right after me. Just after, in front of everybody, I said I wanted to kill him. It's impossible. I couldn't have.
But that's not what you told everybody, is it, Ted? That's the one thing you do remember. You could kill him.
No!
Easy, Ted. That's only your reflection in the big mirror on the wall. No wonder they jumped when you walked into the bar. Clothes torn to shreds, an ugly gash over your right eye. Larry must have been tougher than you figured. Look at your right hand, Ted, swollen up like a bunch of bananas. Better get out of here.
Guy, I tell you, I know. I don't know what he looks like, but... call you back. Well, get your call through okay, brother?
Yeah, thanks.
Just a minute. You look like you could use a drink.
Thanks, no, I...
Hello?
What?
That's Rose. Sings with the band weekends. Maybe I can set you both up, huh?
Oh, that would be a swell idea, mister.
Sorry, I'm in a hurry.
Oh, don't be that way.
He's just playing hard to get. Come on, pal. I feel generous. This one's on the house.
He doesn't do that for everyone. How about...
I gotta go, I tell you.
Oh, just one.
Get out of my way. Let me go.
You trying to push me.
Hey! What are you doing? Tire. Let the air out of the tire. Trying to stall me. No time. Fix it later. I gotta go.
They're onto it already. You're sure of it. You can see tomorrow morning's headlines. Body found on highway, attacked by unknown assailant. Police searching Marin County for murderer. That's why the bartender was wise, tried to stall you. Lucky you caught part of that phone call he was making. Thought that flat tire would stop you, did they? Can't go much farther, though. It's in shreds already. Look, the service station down at the junction. You've got to take a chance. You're lucky. No customers.
Yes, sir?
Got a flat tire.
Yeah, so I see.
I gotta change it in a hurry. Could you help?
Sure. Got the dolly right here. Have it offered it.
I'll help you.
Here we go. There. Now.
I'll get the tire on.
Good.
Let me see, where did
Yeah, there it is on the floor under the steering wheel. Must have been using it tonight, huh?
Yeah, I guess so.
Pick it up, Ted. The feel of it in your hand. Familiar, isn't it? Part of that hazy pattern in your mind. You have used it tonight, positive. You can feel it in your right arm, swinging the iron bar hard through the air, landing with a sickening thud on someone's head. There's no doubt anymore.
You must have been crazy to run on a tire like that. Good one, too. Plenty of tread left. Ain't fit for the junk heap now, though.
I was alone on the highway. I didn't have a jacket.
Yeah, alone? Couldn't have waited long. Every cop in the county's on the road tonight. They give you a hand, you know.
What did you say?
Why, cops. Must be 1,000 of them tonight, passing by the station. Won't say nothing about what's up, but I can tell they're looking for someone.
They're looking for someone, huh?
Yeah, a lot like the night they escaped over at San Quentin a few years back.
Yeah, maybe so. Can you hurry a little?
Yeah, sure. Hey, where you going?
San Francisco.
Good. I'll ride across the bridge with you.
Who?
Hello, officer. Just fixing up the man's tire. Be ready in a shake.
Didn't mean to scare you, buddy. McGregor, State Patrol. Left my partner around the corner in the car. Got to pick up another one in San Francisco. Okay?
Well, I don't know.
Well, you said you were going to San Francisco, didn't you?
I meant that... Okay. I'm going to San Francisco.
Nice night for ducks.
Yeah, kind of wet.
Due to bust loose with some real rain any minute. Say, you ever thought of putting that top up?
Huh? Oh, yeah, the top.
This is one of them fancy automatic ones, isn't it?
Yeah, automatic.
Well, how about putting it up?
Well, it doesn't work. It's broken.
Oh? Pull into that toll plaza for a second, will you? I want to check with the boys.
Yeah, sure.
Hello, Mac. Wet enough for you?
Yeah.
I was just... Who's this?
Guy's giving me a ride into town. Left Charlie with a patrol car. Gonna pick up another one at headquarters.
I see. Come into the toll room a second, will you? Something I'd like you to look at.
Sure. I'll be right with you, buddy.
This ought to be it, Ted. You can see them in the glass-enclosed toll room looking at a paper, then at you arguing about something.
Maybe you can run for it. No. Look at that motorcycle cop up in front. He's looking at you, too. And there must be 5 of them behind you, all waiting. Well, don't sit there and shake. Do something. Wipe the seat off. Anything. Ought to be a rag in the glove compartment. There. Now what? Oh, yes, you're cold. Get that blanket out of the back seat. Your heart stops cold, then races like a trip hammer. There, under the blanket in back, huddled on the floor, is a body. A foot with the gray suede black leather shoes sticking out from under the blanket.
Wait a minute, Mac. All right. You can see for yourself. Well?
Huh. You're right, Mac.
Sure.
Wrong guy.
Okay, see you in an hour or so. Come on, buddy, let's get going.
Yeah, okay.
Sorry about that last. Eddie's a new man.
Eddie? What do you mean?
Well, the guy at the plaza. New guy. Got the jitters, you know.
Oh, yeah.
Seems like everybody's got the jitters tonight. You stopped at Martinelli's about a half hour ago, didn't you?
Yeah, I had to make a phone call.
Martinelli's got the jitters, too. Called headquarters about you.
Me? How come?
Well, he happened to know we were after a big duck tonight. Thought you were it. So did Eddie. Just like I've been telling the chief. You only ask for trouble when you tip off the amateurs.
Say you're after someone?
Yeah.
Who?
I was just saying it don't pay to tip off the amateurs. Pick it up a little, will you? I'm getting wet. Maybe this blanket in the back...
Wait a minute, no.
What was that?
Nothing.
That was close. The other blanket on top of the seat, remember? And he didn't look down. It can't last much longer, Ted. You're ready to drive the car off the road, anything, but you haven't a chance on the Golden Gate Bridge. Cops at both ends and 200 feet down to the water on either side.
That crazy idiot. Follow him.
Huh?
Hurry up. That car, he must have been doing 70. We can catch him at the toll station. That's good for 30 days. He's got to slow up for the toll station.
He's going right through.
Follow him. We might catch him at the signal.
Maybe this is your chance, Ted. You'll get him out of the car anyway while he's writing out the ticket. Your luck's holding out.
I knew it. Look up there. He's tangled with that truck at the intersection. Slow down. I'm going to teach that guy a lesson. Pull up here. Okay. I better get out your side. Up against the pole.
Yeah.
Stick around. All right, everybody. One side. Who's the driver of this car? All right.
It's your only chance, Ted. Mingle with the crowd for a minute, 2 minutes, 3. He's busy now, taking names and numbers, writing out citations.
Now, don't argue with me. When you passed us on the bridge, you were doing 70. You're plenty lucky nobody was killed. Why, I'd just as soon hang 20 years for manslaughter around your neck as swat a fly. Now, don't give me any more back talk. You can save it for the judge.
He's forgotten about you, Ted. Ease back toward the car now. He can't see you with people crowding around him. There you are. All set now. Get everything ready. Once you step on that starter, you'll have to move fast. Okay, the switch.
The keys. Where are the keys? I had them. I left them.
Going somewhere, buddy?
No,
Shut up. Jerry. Yeah, Mac. Take over, will you? I gotta get down to the station. Okay. All right, get going. Here's the keys. I don't play hunches very often, but when I do, I'm usually right. Start the car.
Listen, I'm late now.
You'll be plenty late tonight, brother. You know, there could be a million reasons why you got an egg on your noggin. Black eye, torn clothes. There might even be a reason why you ain't got a registration on the steering wheel. Maybe it ain't back from Sacramento. Maybe you just bought the car. Maybe you lost it. Okay, so I pass him up.
Listen, officer, you're right. It isn't my car. It belongs to a friend of mine. Girl in San Rafael, Norma Schaefer. I bought it tonight.
Shut up. I ain't finished. And I ain't saying I'm right yet.
Listen, you can phone her.
I said shut up. All right. So I pass up the black eye and the torn clothes and no registration, figuring you got good reasons. But there just ain't a good reason for a guy riding around on a rainy night with a top down.
I said it didn't work.
Maybe it doesn't. I can be wrong. Give it a try.
Where? I don't know.
You don't know how, huh?
She didn't tell me.
It's very simple, pal. All you gotta do is this. And up she comes. I was right, wasn't I?
Oh, listen, I can explain.
You'll have a chance to explain. Don't worry. Only it looks to me like maybe you didn't want to seem too strange to the car with a copper sitting next to you. Maybe you borrowed it without bothering to tell the guy who owns it, huh?
You seem to know all about it.
I'm still guessing. Like I told you, we're after a big duck tonight. But I ain't above hauling in a car snitcher on the side.
And there went your last chance, Ted. You may as well give up, spill the works. You were out of your head, maybe a complete insanity. You're in a locked room at the station now, and the car is safe in the garage downstairs. It's only a matter of time until someone looks under the blanket on the floor in the bag. 2 a.m. 2 hours since you woke up with the rain in your face, parked on the highway. You're too tired to care now. Your head feels full of broken bottles. You wish they'd call Norma and get it over with. Find out from her that it's Larry's car. The same Larry Craig they found on the highway.
Okay, Stratton.
Huh?
We finally reached her.
Norma?
Yeah.
Okay.
Tell me, Stratton, why did you give me the bum steer?
What?
Why did you tell me it was her car? She told us who it belonged to.
I thought you would. What next?
Just a little friendly advice. Next time, tell the truth and you'll save yourself a lot of trouble.
What do you mean next time?
Next time you pick up a cop in a borrowed car. Okay, you can go.
You mean I can leave?
Sure. Unless you want to spend the night here. Come on. Hey, what's the matter with you?
Oh, nothing.
Down the stairway here to the garage. Yeah, here's your car.
Oh, say, Mac, will you hold it a minute? I didn't get this baby logged. Thought you were going to be here longer.
Yeah, so did I.
I got the motor number and description, but I got to check the luggage compartment. Just a sec. Yeah, looks okay. Seems pretty silly, but these things are important sometimes. Now the back seat.
There's nothing there.
Just checking. Blanket.
No, not the
What's the matter with him?
He passed out. What's under that blanket?
Nothing.
The Whistler will return in just a moment with the strange ending of tonight's story. Meantime, a word about a way you can add actually thousands of miles to the life of your aging tires through a service offered by Signal gasoline dealers. I'm talking about scientific tire switching. You see, tests prove that the right rear tire gets almost 3 times as much wear as the left front, and the left rear gets 50% more wear than the right front. That's why tires should be switched at least every 4,000 miles, or oftener if you drive on bad roads. Your Signal dealer knows the proper method of crisscrossing tires to get maximum wear from each one, including the spare. And while the tires are being switched is an ideal time to have them thoroughly examined, so any small injuries can be found and repaired before they spread and perhaps ruin the tire. Here again, your Signal dealer is completely equipped to give you the finest in modern tire repair, whether it's a small patch or a full recap. You see, those friendly dealers displaying Signal's yellow and black circle sign are much more than just a place to get Signal Go Farther gasoline and fine Signal lubrication. Each Signal dealer has a complete line of automotive services and fine accessories to help your car run better, look better, and last longer. And now, back to the Whistler.
It was too much, Ted. Too much to take right from the start. You were hanging by a thread from the moment you opened your eyes at midnight on the highway.
You welcomed the sea of blackness that engulfed you when Wilbur lifted the edge of the blanket in the police garage. It was rest at last and peace. You finally open your eyes in a white hospital room with a white hospital smell in the air. The first thing you see is a pair of shoes underneath the bed next to you. The black and gray suede shoes. Remember?
Sure. He just needs a good rest.
Norma?
Ted.
Norma.
Oh, Ted. Oh, I'm so sorry about everything. It was my fault.
Norma, those shoes.
They're keeping him in the next room. There's an officer with him all the time.
And, brother, when you slug him, they stay slugged. He's got a fractured skull.
Oh, Larry, come on in. He's awake.
Hello, hero. How do you feel?
Larry.
I was just checking our victim.
Huh? Oh, what?
Okay, so he's your victim. But I softened him up for you. You must have done the trick with that tire iron, huh?
I don't know what you're talking about.
The convict, dear. Don't you remember?
No, convict.
Hey, he doesn't remember. Maybe that's why you were playing games with me.
Well, in case you don't know it, Ted, he would have killed me if it weren't for you. He had me on the ropes down at the car when you came up from behind. The last thing I remember is you shoving me into the bushes and taking him on, gun and all, with that tire iron.
Oh.
And maybe you don't think you made a monkey out of me, riding into San Francisco with a guy tucked away in the back seat all the time. He must have come to and crawled out when we stopped at the accident, I guess. But Jerry nailed him before he'd gone 100 yards.
But, Ted, dear, why in the world did you have to try to take him in by yourself? Why didn't you come back to the house and telephone?
Wait a minute. I remember. I stuck him in the back seat, took off. I started to pass out. Pulled over on the shoulder.
But, darling...
Now, don't ask him why, Norma. You may as well get used to the fact that the guy just likes to do it the hard way.
Next Monday at 9 o'clock, The Whistler will bring you another strange tale. The Whistler is broadcast for your entertainment by the marketers of Signal gasoline and motor oil and fine quality automotive accessories, and by your neighborhood Signal dealer. This program, directed by George W. Allen, with tonight's story by Harold Swanton, music by Wilbur Hatch, is transmitted to our troops overseas by the Armed Forces Radio Service. This is Marvin Miller speaking, and suggesting that you let every traffic signal remind you that you do go farther with Signal gasoline. Yes, you do go farther with Signal. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The Whistler, another Signal mystery.
I am the Whistler. And I know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales, many secrets hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. Yes, I know the nameless terrors of which they dare not speak.
Tonight, the Signal Oil Company, marketers of Signal's famous Go Farther gasoline and motor oil, bring you another in a series of strange tales by The Whistler. The story of a strange and desperate crime, a crime so carefully planned it was practically foolproof. But first, I'd like to take a moment to tell you about Jack Henley, whose signal service station in Santa Ana, California, has been on the same corner for 13 years. While I was getting acquainted, it rather surprised me to find how many cars come to this station for lubrication. As many as 298 Signal Safety Chart lubrications in 1 month. You see, Jack Henley guarantees no squeaks for 1,000 miles. Because folks know that Henley stands back of his work like that, many drivers trust their car's entire care to his signal station. One of his old customers, a doctor, recently remarked, "I've traded with Henley's signal station for 10 years because I know my car will always be ready to go." Well, friends, there in a nutshell is one reason why so many drivers are switching to signal stations these days. They know that signal dealers, being in business for themselves, give the conscientious kind of service that keeps regular customers. And they'll be there, year after year, standing back of their work. These days, when cars must last, that's the kind of service you need. The kind you will find at your friendly neighborhood signal oil dealer. And now, the Whistler.
Edward Bowman and Marco Lorenz are the proprietors of a popular little lending library in a quiet residential section of town. They cater to a highly respectable clientele, a clientele who might be surprised to overhear their breakfast table conversation this morning as they sit in the back of their shop, huddled over a crudely drawn diagram. The smoke from their cigarettes curls upward to hang like a cloud in the stream of morning sunlight. Suddenly, Marco, with a gesture of disgust, pushes the diagram aside.
The whole thing is impossible, Eddie. They got the place locked up tighter than a drum.
I thought you was the guy who never gave up. Here's $100,000 in negotiable bonds, and you want to kiss it goodbye. Listen, Marco, look at this diagram. Now, look, here's the vault where they keep the bonds. Now, it's 5 yards from there to the door. Here is where we can cut the wires on the alarm system. See? Once we get inside, the job's a pushover.
Sure, it's a pushover, if we can get inside. It ought to be. We spent 3 months casing the joint. But how do we get in? You couldn't blast through that door. And as for the windows, I suppose you're going to shrink yourself down and crawl between the bars.
Well, what's wrong with using a hacksaw?
I already told you it takes too long. It's too risky.
They've only got 2 bars in each window. If we could get 1 bar out, I might be able to squeeze through.
What we need is a 9-year-old kid, a small 9-year-old.
Yeah, one with a criminal record preferred. Hey, are you still planning to fence this stuff with Jake?
Yeah, right after we pull the job. I'm not taking any chances. Jake will give us $50,000 for the bonds. And then we're sitting pretty. No hot money, no stolen goods. Yes, sir, we'll be sitting pretty.
If we could only dream up a way to crack that office.
Don't tell me we got a customer this end.
I'll go. Oh, good morning, Mrs. Miles.
Good morning, Mr. Bowman. I brought someone in to meet you. This is Mr. Johnson.
Well, how do you do?
Put her there, Bowman. And the name is Shorty. Shorty Johnson. Known to millions as a small change kid with a $1 million personality.
Well, just call me Eddie.
Shorty is my new tenant.
Your new tenant?
Yes, he just came in from the east. He plans to go to work in the aircraft industry. Fuses, you know.
Fuselage, ma'am, fuselage. Yes, sir, Eddie. I walked out on a great theatrical career to come out to the West Coast and serve my country. A great career.
You're an actor?
Acrobat, my boy, acrobat. Played the palace for 8 weeks. Tumbling Tom Thumb, the world's mightiest mite. That's how they build me. But from now on, I'm taking my cues from Uncle Sam. Yes, sirree. Well, now then, what have you got in the way of a rootin', tootin', hair-raising yarn?
Well, I got
That was the first thing Shorty asked about when he moved in, Mr. Bowman, where he could get books. I think you're going to have a very steady customer on your hands.
That's right, Eddie. I'm a sucker for exciting literature. Mysteries, westerns, spicy stories, anything.
Yeah. Well, we got a new mystery called Another Man's Poison. It's a bestseller.
Nah, I'm tired of poison. Haven't you got something with a lot of gunplay in it? You know, an old-fashioned gangster story with lots of shooting?
Yeah, well, let's see now.
What's keeping you, Eddie? Oh, sorry, Mrs. Miles. I didn't see you.
Hello, Mr. Lorenz.
Marco, this is Mr. Johnson, Shorty Johnson.
Huh?
What are you staring at, brother? Haven't you ever seen a midget before?
Oh, sure. How are you?
Shorty just came in from the east. He's renting a room over at Mrs. Miles.
Oh, I see.
Yes, Shorty's quite a bookworm. That's why I brought him over this morning. I told him you boys had the best rental library in town.
Well, I hope he's as good a customer as you are, Mrs. Miles.
Well, I guess we might as well push off, ma'am. Nice meeting you, boys. I'll see you around.
Yeah, you bet.
Sure.
Goodbye, Mr. Bowman. Mr. Lorraine.
Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Now I've seen everything. The richest dame in town takes in a roomer.
Well, why not? She's got plenty of room to spare.
Yeah, I guess so. Friendly little guy, wasn't he?
Oh, Shorty? Yeah, kind of a character. How big would you say he is?
Huh? Oh, about 4 feet tall, 75 pounds. Why?
Just the right size. Sure. Just right.
What are you talking about?
Oh, nothing. Just an idea I had.
Now, what could Marco be thinking? Could it be how very fortunate it is? Just when they need a very small man to complete their plans, a midget walks in? But what kind of man is Shorty the midget? The kind who would listen to a business proposition? It certainly wouldn't seem so, as Shorty, just a few blocks away, spends a quiet evening at the home of his wealthy benefactor, Mrs. Miles.
Ha! He got him. Right between the eyes, too. Hot dog.
What are you reading now, Shorty?
Temptations of a Gun Moll. The boys just got it in today.
I suppose this one is a regular humdinger?
A pipperoo, to say the least, ma'am. You'll have to read this one, Mrs. M. Make your blood pressure zoom right up to 300. Yes, sir, just what the doctor ordered.
Shorty, what would my friends think if they caught me reading Temptations of a Gun Moll?
Only trying to improve your education, ma'am. I used to teach school, you know.
My, you've certainly had a checkered career, haven't you?
Checkered is the word for it, ma'am. But no more. From now on, it's a time clock and a pair of overalls.
Oh, then you've heard from the plant?
Yep. I'll start to work any day now. A simple, honest toiler. That's my new role in life.
Well, that's fine.
I guess it's about time I started paying you back for everything I owe you.
Now, Shorty, we agreed not to talk about that. Why, goodness sake, you've been such a help to me. I don't know how I'll get along when you go to work.
On the contrary, Mrs. M., on the contrary. Having you fuss and worry over me makes me feel like, well, like there's someone taking an interest. You know what I mean? After 10 years of traveling around from one circuit to another, living out of trunks, feels pretty good to talk over your problems with someone besides agents and producers.
Oh, you poor boy. It must have been terribly hard for you all those years.
It wasn't easy, ma'am, especially for a fellow like me. Say, listen here, young lady. Don't you know what time it is? 11:30. Come on now, come on, off to bed with you.
Oh, not yet.
Oh, yes, come on now.
Oh, no, but I'm not sleepy.
Now, none of your back talk, miss. Hurry up now. Scat.
Oh, all right, you tyrant. Oh, I guess I'll take that book if you're through with it.
Are you going to pass up Shakespeare tonight?
Well, I think I ought to branch out a little. One can get in a rut with Shakespeare, you know.
One certainly can. Well, good night, ma'am.
Good night, Shorty.
Oh, wait a minute.
Yes?
Aren't you forgetting something? The picture on the wall?
The picture? Oh, the safe. I don't think that's really necessary, Shorty.
Oh, yes, it is. You want to wake up some morning with your throat cut? Besides, you're liable to poke your eye out in your sleep with one of those rings.
Oh, all right. But it seems so silly. I've never used that safe for anything but old love letters.
Well, from now on, you're keeping your jewels there. You certainly need a man to look after you.
I guess I have one.
Well, you store your little trinkets away.
All right.
I'm going to curl up on the sofa with sagebrush destiny.
All right. Now, let me see. Now, my rings, bracelet, brooch. I guess that's all. Oh, my pearls. I almost forgot. There. Well, that's done. I hope you're satisfied. Good night, Shorty. Shorty. Why, for goodness sake, he's sound asleep.
Yes, the little man is sound asleep. The tight, sharp little face is relaxed now, and the lamplight reveals a network of fine lines around the eyes, a tired droop in the lips. The old lady smiles down at the small, strange figure on the couch, then she turns off the light and quietly leaves the room. But a few blocks away, in the back room of the rental library, there is no sleep, no rest. Eddie Bowman and Marco Lorenz sit facing each other across the kitchen table, their eyes narrowed, their voices raised in an excited argument.
You're crazy. You're crazy, Marco. You're off your nut. We can't get away with a thing like that.
What do you mean we can't? I got it all worked out. Shorty's room is in the back of the house, and he's got a separate entrance.
And the old lady sleeps upstairs in the front of the house.
That's right. Drive over there tomorrow night, about midnight, when the old lady's sure to be in bed.
Oh.
She won't hear a thing. We get Shorty first. He'll come easy.
Yeah.
The thing is a cinch the way I got it planned.
Okay.
Now, look. We give Shorty the combination to the vault.
Uh-huh.
Then we push him through the window, and he cracks the vault.
Yeah.
Won't take more than 2 minutes. We get the bonds and take them right over to Jake.
Uh-huh.
50 grand in cold cash, and the rest is smooth sailing.
Yeah. And what about Shorty?
He won't be any trouble. We got a nice barrel of cement for him. Only for him, it won't even take a barrel.
Hey, no, Marco. Let's not get mixed up in anything like that.
No one can pin a thing on us. We got a perfect alibi.
A perfect alibi for the robbery, yeah. But what about the other?
Okay, what happens when Shorty's missing? Old Lady Miles calls the police. Meanwhile, the police are trying to figure out how the bond firm was robbed. Well, they find out the midget's missing. Naturally, they put 2 and 2 together.
And they find out he was a steady customer here, so they come around here and start pumping us.
Sure. But they're not going to be looking for a body. They're going to be looking for an escaped thief. And we don't know a thing about it. The setup is beautiful. Absolutely foolproof.
You are listening to The Whistler, another signal mystery brought to you by your friend, the Signal Oil Company, marketers of Signal's famous Go Farther gasoline and motor oil.
So Marco and Eddie, partners in the business of lending books and borrowing other things, have decided to add a third and unwilling partner, but only for a very short time. Tonight is the night, and they've driven out to the home of Mrs. Miles to pick up their intended victim, Shorty the midget, at his private entrance in the rear of the house.
Shorty. Hey, Shorty.
Funny, there's a light on. Shorty.
Who is it? Oh, Eddie and Marco.
Yeah, we just dropped over for a little visit.
Well, it's awfully late. I was just getting ready for bed.
Well, we just stay for a minute.
Well, I really...
Hey, what goes on?
What are you packing for?
Well, boys, I guess you got me cornered. I couldn't pass my physical over at the plant. I'm leaving tomorrow morning.
Leave? What?
Yep. I wired my agent. He's got a great part for me in a New York show.
So you're walking out, huh? Going back to the big dough.
Oh, gee, fellas, I don't want you to think I'm a heel, but what else can I do?
Get away from that suitcase.
Marco, please be careful. I've got everything all neatly packed.
I thought you were trying to hide something, you little rat. Trying to get away with one of our books, huh?
Hey, what do you know? Sagebrush Destiny. A brand new one, too.
Oh, please, Marco, I didn't mean anything bad. I just didn't have time to finish it. I was planning to send it back, honest.
Where's the other one? Temptations of a Gun Moth.
Mrs. Miles is reading it. Oh, don't be so, Marco. Here, take the book.
Put that book back in the suitcase.
But I thought...
You heard what he said.
Well, say, what's the idea? Eddie, what...
We mean business, short stuff. Now, come on, snap into it.
Sure. Sure, Eddie.
Now close the suitcase.
Okay. Say, what's all this about, fellas? I don't like practical
Shut up. Okay, Eddie.
Eddie, what are you... Eddie!
You take him to the car. I'll bring the suitcase. set. Move over, Shorty.
What are you guys up to? Is this some kind of a joke?
Shut up!
Ah!
Well, things are working out better than we planned. Yeah, you're leaving town at a very convenient time, Shorty. Very convenient.
What's all this about, fellas? I haven't done anything wrong. I don't like this, Marco. What's Eddie doing with a gun?
Never mind about the gun. Just keep your mouth shut and your eyes open, and you'll be all right.
I don't like this, Marco. Let me out, please.
I said keep your mouth shut.
But where are we going?
Might as well tell him now, Marco.
Yeah. Ever hear of the J.M. Donahue firm?
Stocks and bonds?
Yeah. That's where we're going right now.
But what for?
For 100 grand in negotiable bonds.
You're crazy, Marco. You can't get away with a thing like that.
Oh, yes, we can. With your help, short guy.
What are you talking about?
The only way to get into the place is through a window. And that's where you come in.
No, I won't do it. You can't make...
You'll do it all right, my friend. You want to keep healthy.
Poor Shorty. Either way, it's not going to be so healthy for him, is it? But he doesn't know that as the car pulls up to the curb at the rear of a small building, and the three of them alight. The preliminaries are over quickly. A snip of the pliers and the emergency alarm system is cut. Eddie goes to work on the window. A few twists of Eddie's jimmy and...
There. As easy as slicing a cake.
Okay. Here, Shorty. Combination of the savers on this paper. Can you read it?
Yeah, I guess so.
Okay, now when you get inside, the vault's just a few feet to your right. Go straight there. Open it and get the stack of bonds. And bring them straight back here, understand?
Yeah, I understand, Marco.
And listen, you little runt. No funny business. We can see every move you make. We ain't got these rods for looks, see?
I know it.
Okay, come on, Shorty. I'll give you a boost. Give me a hand.
Here.
Okay. All right, grab hold.
That's right.
Atta boy.
You can squeeze through the bar sideways. That's it. In you go now. Okay?
Okay.
All right, get going. And don't waste any time.
Do you think he can crack it, Marco?
You'd better. It's a simple combination. If there's any trouble, we'll know he's stolen.
Hey, he's turning the dial now.
Yeah?
Hey, that's right. 4 to the left. Yeah. Now right. 2. Then back. Okay, that should be it. Pull it open.
Did it?
Yeah. Hey, he's getting the bonds now.
I told you it'd be a pushover. Did you fix it with Jake to take the stuff tonight?
Yeah, I told him we'd be there at 2:30. It's 20 after now.
Good. Okay, Shorty, don't bother to close the vault. Just bring the stuff over to the window.
Okay, here it is, you guys.
Look at that lettuce. 100,000 smackers right in my hand. Not bad, huh, pal?
Hey, listen, Marco, give me a hand. I can't get out of here by myself. Hurry up, I gotta catch a train.
Yeah. Maybe you're gonna catch a train. Okay, here. Get my hand.
Wait a minute. I heard you. What did you mean?
What are you talking about?
What you just said.
Don't waste time. Take my hand.
No. What did you mean? Maybe I'd catch a train.
He didn't mean nothing, Shorty.
No, I was just kidding, Shorty. Come on, take my hand.
No.
I thought you wanted to get out of there.
No, I see it now. You're going to kill me, so I can't squeal on you. No, I see it.
No, listen, Shorty, no. We'll even cut you on the take, honest. Only just come on down. Get out of there.
No, now I see it. I'm going to stay here. Stay here and wait for the cops.
Marco, he's running back. He's going to... Eddie! What's the matter? I got him. He won't blab to the cops now.
Crazy fool. We had a perfect alibi, and you had to butcher.
Yeah, but Marco, I...
Never mind. There's no time to talk now. Let's get out of here.
But, Marco, they can't pin anything on us
They
now.
can't pin anything on the midget, you mean? We'll find his body in there. And then they're going to start looking for the guys who stole the bonds. Only now it won't be just a grand larceny rap. It'll be murder.
I'm sorry, Marco. I must have lost my head. I thought if he got into that vault and hid...
We could have gotten him out some way, given him our guns, given him half the take, something. But now...
Well, what are we going to do?
I don't know, but we got to get another alibi quick.
Yeah. Hey, how about this? Suppose we just walked into the police station, see? And told them we heard gunshots near there, see? That ought to throw them off our trail.
Yeah, it might work. It's dangerous, but we got to do something. I guess we better take a chance. Only come on, we got to get this stuff over to Jake's first and get rid of it.
Pretty risky, isn't it, Marco? 100,000 in bonds missing, and a body lying at the door of the open vault. And you're going to walk into the police station and tell them about it. But, well, it may work. Anyway, you feel better about it now that Jake has the bonds and you have the cash safely put away. And the desk sergeant doesn't seem too interested when you walk in and start to tell him about it.
Where'd you say you heard these shots?
In the vicinity of 4th and Powell Street.
How long ago?
About 15 minutes, I guess.
Uh-huh. Yeah, what took you so long? That's not that far from here.
Well, you see, at first we thought they might be backfires from a car. So we drove on a ways, and we talked it over and decided to come back and report it.
Okay. Hogan, take down their names and addresses.
Okay, Bud. You first.
Huh?
Come on.
Marco Lorenz.
Marco Lorenz. Address?
Bowman Lorenz Library, Ridgely Street.
Ridgely Street. Okay. Your name?
Edward Bowman.
Address?
Same as his.
Business together?
Yeah. Is that all?
I guess so.
Just a minute, boys. You say you run the Bowman Lorenz Library? Books?
Yeah, that's right.
Mm-hmm. What were you fellas doing driving down near 4th and Powell Street this late at night?
Well, you see,
we were going on a vacation. We wanted to get an early start. You know, miss the traffic.
Yeah, I see.
Yeah. We even got our suitcases out in the car.
Oh. You even got your suitcase in the car, huh? Hogan.
Yeah?
Maybe you better run out and take a look at the car. Yeah. And you'd better bring in the suitcase.
Okay.
Hey, what's the idea?
It's dangerous to leave valuables in a parked car on the street at night. You wouldn't want it stolen now, would you?
Yeah, but we were just leaving.
Yeah? Well, if you don't mind, I'd like for you to stick around for a few minutes. You see, I'm very much interested in books.
Books?
Yeah. This one, for instance. Called Temptations of a Gun Moll. Ever see this one before?
Why, I don't know.
That's funny. Because it has your stamp on it, see? The Bowman Lorenz Library.
Yeah, well, where'd you get that book?
Oh, I picked it up a few minutes ago. Oh, good, Hogan. You got the suitcase?
Yes, sir.
Well, gentlemen, I've been thinking about taking a vacation myself, and I'd like to see what to take along. You won't mind if I just take a look at what you're carrying, will you?
You can't do that. You can't search a person's possessions without a charge against
And
them.
who knows? Maybe I've got a charge.
What?
Maybe the charge is suspicion of robbery, shall we say? Okay, Hogan, open it up.
Robbery? That's ridiculous.
Is it? What'd you find, Hogan?
Well, nothing much, Sarge. Kids' clothes. Hey, wait a minute. There's something down here at the bottom. Hey, Sarge, take a look.
Yes, that's what I was looking for.
What'd you find?
As if you didn't know. Jewels. I suppose you didn't think they'd be missed this soon. But we got an emergency call to go out to Mrs. Miles' house about an hour ago.
Shorty.
Listen, you can't pin a jewel robbery on us. That old dame can't do that to us. We know who did it, no matter what she told you.
She didn't tell us anything. When we got there, she was sitting on a sofa with this book in her hand.
So what?
But she wasn't reading. She couldn't. You see, she had a little round bullet hole right between the eyes.
No.
Lock him up, Hogan, on suspicion of murder.
Now, in just a moment, the Whistler will return to give you the ending of tonight's tale. But first, let me give you a life insurance tip for your car. The youngest cars on the road today are 3 years old. Most are much older. Vital parts for many of these cars can't be replaced. And when one irreplaceable part wears out, the whole car stops running. Uncle Sam says that 1 in every 12 cars will break down and go out of service this year. To help prevent that happening to your car, your Signal oil dealer takes this double precaution when he lubricates your car. He has a safety chart on which the engineers who made your particular car show every lubrication point and the exact oil or grease it should have. Before he returns your car to you, your Signal dealer checks every part against this safety chart. Not just once, but twice. That's your double assurance that no irreplaceable part on your car will be left unlubricated and thus wear out. It's typical of the extra thorough job Signal dealers do to help today's cars go farther. If it's been 1,000 miles or 2 months since your last lubrication, Now's a good time to get acquainted with your neighborhood Signal oil dealer. Make a date tomorrow to have your car Signal safety lubricated. And now, back to the Whistler.
Well, that was quite a mix-up, wasn't it? For a crime that was supposed to be foolproof. What Eddie and Marco didn't know was that Shorty pumped a bullet into Mrs. Miles and was getting away with her jewels when they kidnapped him to help them rob the security office. Yes, Shorty killed Mrs. Miles. Eddie and Marco shot Shorty. And now they'll die for the murder Shorty committed. It all came out even, didn't it? Well, no, not quite. Because, you see, in the hospital ward, the doctor bends over a still, small figure. He shakes his head. Shorty Johnson will live. The shots Eddie fired didn't kill him. So Eddie and Marco will burn for a crime they didn't commit. And Shorty will go free for it. Yes, free. But he won't get off without paying. Oh, no. Because as a result of the gun wounds, the mightiest might of them all, the tumbling Tom Thumb, who lived by his agility and skill, will lie helplessly in his bed all the rest of his life, a hopeless paralytic.
The Whistler is broadcast for your entertainment by the Signal Oil Company, marketers of Signal's famous Go Farther gasoline and motor oil, and your neighborhood Signal dealer, at your service to keep your car running for the duration. The Whistler was produced and directed by George W. Allen. The story was by Harriet Reig. Music composed and conducted by Wilbur Hatch. This program is being transmitted to our troops overseas by the Armed Forces Radio Service. Next Sunday night at 7:30, the Whistler will bring you another Signal Mystery. Bill Pennell speaking. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The Signal Oil Program. Yes, the Signal Oil Program. The Whistler. That whistle is your signal for the Signal Oil Program, The Whistler.
I am the Whistler, and I know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. Yes, I know the nameless terrors of which they dare not speak.
Yes, friends, it's time for the Signal Oil Program, The Whistler, rated tops in popularity for a longer period of time than any other West Coast program in radio history. And Signal gasoline is tops, too, tops in quality. It takes extra quality, you know, to give you extra mileage. And Signal is the famous Go Farther gasoline. So look for the Signal circle sign in yellow and black that identifies independently operated Signal stations from Canada to Mexico. And now the Whistler's strange story. Death of Mr. Penny.
On the icy slope high above Clear Valley Ski Lodge, the two people, racing down together side by side, appeared like two moving specks of black against a sea of white. To the little man who had his field glasses carefully trained upon them, the picture was far more complete. He saw a very handsome couple, the woman fresh, radiant, and wholesome, the man tall, athletic. And as they swung to a stop at the end of the ski slope, their happiness with each other seemed very apparent. Yes, Mr. and Mrs. Frederick Eklund seemed perfectly matched. The little man with the field glasses could not help but marvel at the strange course of true love. How it could so neatly bridge the gap between the fact of Mrs. Eklund's almost fabulous wealth and the modest means of Mr. Eklund, the mere ski instructor. And the little man had to admit that the two were getting along famously.
Oh, darling, you're wonderful.
Your favorite ski instructor?
My favorite ski instructor.
Oh, well, then you'll accept my criticisms a little more graciously, Mrs. E. At last, Christie was bad. Fine way to turn an ankle.
And be carried home by the tall, bronzed instructor. I think I'll do it.
I think you won't. We're heading back to the lodge right now.
All right, darling, whatever you say. But, I've still got that headache.
Barbara,
Yes?
something on your mind? You were so quiet up there on the slope just before we came down.
Quiet? Just taking time to tell myself I'm not in a dream. That we're really together. Married. And so happy.
Are you sure that's all?
I'm sure that's all. And the headache can either be cured or made worse by a dry martini. Shall we go take the gamble?
Oh, you don't have to suggest that twice.
I wonder if you'll always be such an agreeable man.
Yeah, as long as I'm thirsty. Let's go.
An agreeable man. Yes, Fred, you've been that with Barbara, haven't you? That and more. And you know that she appreciates it, that you've made her very happy. But you also know that there is something disturbing her this afternoon. Something more than a simple headache. You worry about it yourself. Bring it up again as the two of you sit by the roaring fire of the lodge and look out at the landscape through a giant picture window.
You, still don't feel any better, dear?
No. I'm afraid I'm going to have to go upstairs, nap for a couple of hours before dinner. Mind?
You know I don't.
What will you do to amuse yourself?
Oh, look at the scenery?
Well, it's not novel enough. You know it too well.
Oh, no. I see something different every time I look out the window. Here, I'll prove it. Did you ever see anything like that?
I don't see what... You mean that little man on the terrace?
Uh-huh. The one with the field glasses. Looks like an African explorer. Now, you can't say I see anything like that every day.
No, but I didn't mean people. Frederick, if you don't mind, I'm going upstairs right now.
Oh, but you haven't finished
I'm sorry, darling. I don't want my drink.
Oh. Well, I'll go up with you, dear.
No, please, Frederick,
Hmm?
you could do something for me. That new book I want. The manager said they have it in the village now.
Oh, I'll drive right down. I'll get it for you, dear. Glad to. But, are you sure you're all right?
Oh, I will be. Just give me an hour. I'll be bright as a new penny. Bright as $1. By dinner time.
Sounds worth waiting for. Go ahead, darling.
Thanks, darling.
You watch Barbara turn away, go to the stairs. A moment later, you get up, start outside as if to get the car. But at the end of the terrace, you stop and wait a moment. He goes right inside, doesn't he, Fred? The funny little man that Barbara didn't want to look at. You walk back and see him hurry up the stairs after her. 10 minutes later, he's back down, heading toward the cocktail lounge. You walk in casually and slide into the booth beside him.
Well, Mr. Penny?
It's going very well.
You got it?
I did. 5,000 as usual.
I was a little worried this afternoon. Thought Barbara might have guessed something.
About you?
Mm-hmm. But I was wrong.
Of course. Oh, Barbara threatened me today. She said that this must be the last payment. She's convinced that you'd be quite understanding about those letters.
Oh. I'll have to take a different tack.
Yes, or spoil the act. Oh, they're really nothing, you know, the letters. She just feels that you'd be very hurt if you ever knew there'd been another man in her life once, a married man.
I hurt.
You know, Freddie, you are the odd one. Long as I've known you, I always marvel. What is it that keeps you from simply presenting your case to these women, demanding all the money you want?
Obviously, my dear Penny, you'll never know women. There are things that cannot be told. One of the things is that love alone is not sufficient to hold their man.
You're right, I suppose. Well, I've always left that part of it to you.
Yeah, and let's keep it that way, huh? I'll take care of the romancing. You stick with the business end of the deal. If you don't mind, I'll take my half of the money now.
To be sure, Freddie. To be sure.
As you conclude your present business with Mr. Penny, he excuses himself and hurries away. A moment later, you're conscious of the voice, the song that comes from the lodge dining hall.
Maybe Monday.
Susan, a delightful girl, isn't she, Fred? Talented and beautiful. Yes, and since you met her a month ago, she's been quite overwhelmed by your charm. You stroll across the lobby and stand there at the entrance of the dining hall and watch her as she sings.
He'll build a little home.
She's beautiful, isn't she?
Oh, Penny, I thought you were leaving.
I'm going in to have dinner.
Now, look, Penny, Barbara will be coming down soon. She isn't pleasant to be with when you're,
Your wife is resting, Freddie. She won't be down for some time.
But...
Shh! I want to listen.
And so all else above, I'm waiting for the man I love.
That was wonderful, wonderful. Oh, Susan sings beautifully, does she not, Freddie, my boy?
Mm-hmm. She's, quite a girl. Quite a girl.
Yes. Another one of your many side interests. You've always had them, haven't you? Frankie, my boy, let us go out on the terrace for a moment. I want to talk to you. Come along.
It's the idea we've already talked everything out?
No, not quite, my boy. After you.
All right, what's on your mind, Penny?
Susan. I want to speak to you about Susan.
Oh?
You're quite interested in her, aren't you?
Oh, I don't know. Just for laughs, maybe.
Oh, I see. Then you won't mind if I ask you to stay away from her.
To stay away? You're asking me... Wait a minute, Penny. You don't mean that you...
You find it amusing, my boy.
Why, she wouldn't even look at you.
But, Freddie, she has many times, so often that I don't want you to see her anymore.
Oh, just like that, huh? And just what do you do if I ignore your advice, lover boy?
Oh, I could make things rather unpleasant for you. Really, I could.
Really? Like what?
Oh, tell your wife that you're my business partner. That we're blackmailing her together.
You know what I'd do?
No, what would you do, Freddie?
I'd tell her you forced me into it a trick. I was only playing along with you until I saw my chance to turn you over to the police. Barbara's very much in love with me, Penny. She'd believe it.
Yes, I suppose she would. Well, in that case, I should have to tell her about the Carson widow. The incident at Sun Valley 2 years ago.
What?
That the police are interested in finding the man who went skiing with a Carson woman the morning she was killed. Accidentally.
Now, wait a minute, Penny.
I could tell your wife what really happened, Freddie. So be a good boy and stay away from Susan, eh?
With the prologue of Death of Mr. Penny, the Signal Oil Company brings you another strange story by The Whistler. Here in Hollywood, where The Whistler is produced, this is the week when the movie folks decide who's going to win the coveted Oscars. It's too bad there isn't an Oscar for gasoline, because I'm sure that Signal gasoline would run away with the honors for outstanding performance. Just as some actors become typed in certain roles, you may have typed Signal gasoline for economy because of its reputation as the go-farther gasoline. But economy, mind you, is only half of Signal's story. You see, the thing which makes Signal's good mileage possible, the extra efficiency today's Signal gasoline coaxes from your motor, also makes Signal the logical choice for more dramatic performances, calling for instant starting, flashing pickup, or smooth, effortless power. So if you want your car to perform as if it had just won an Oscar, just you keep these 2 points in mind the next time you buy gasoline. 1, it takes extra quality to go farther. And 2, Signal is the famous Go Farther gasoline.
It came as a shock, didn't it, Fred? Mr. Penny's warning. And you wonder if your odd little partner really means to carry out his threat. to make trouble for you if you continue to see Susan. He could make things quite difficult, reviving the Carson incident at this time. It would never do if your wife Barbara found out about that, would it? But in the days that follow, you decide to risk it, to test Mr. Penny's threat. And then one evening at the lodge, as you sit in the cocktail lounge with Barbara.
Fred,
Yes, dear?
did you happen to run over to Shelville the night before last?
Shelville? Why, no.
Betty mentioned it this afternoon. She and Greg thought they saw you there.
No, they were mistaken. Oh, I did go down to the village here. That's the night I ran into Higbee, an old friend of mine. You remember, darling, I called you, told you I'd be late getting back.
Yes, I know.
As a matter of fact, Higbee and I spent most of the evening at the Buckhorn Cafe talking over old times. See here, Barbara, you don't think I'd lie.
Of course not, darling. You know how Betty is, wrong as usual. See if you can get the waiter, will you, dear? I think I'd like another brandy before turning in.
Oh, Freddie, my boy. I could say that this is a pleasant surprise, but it isn't really. I've been expecting you.
Can I come in?
Well, I was about to retire, but...
Thanks. I won't take up too much of your time.
Oh, no hurry. Fix yourself a drink, my boy.
Thanks again.
Oh, none for me. I have my glass of milk, you see.
Well, here's to you, Penny. The winner.
Oh?
She's all yours. Susan, I mean. I'll stay away.
Oh, good.
You told Barbara you saw me in Shelville the other night, didn't you?
Did I?
Yeah, it was just a warning, just in case I had any ideas about not playing ball, huh?
Well, I could have told her you were with Susan, but I didn't.
Thanks. It was big of you.
I thought so. However, Freddie, my boy, if you insist...
I know. I'll stay away from Susan. It's all settled.
Settled? No, not quite. I've been thinking, Freddie, my boy.
What about?
The money we collect from your wife. $5,000 every 3 months. Well, it doesn't seem worthwhile.
Now, wait a minute. I wouldn't push Barbara too hard.
Oh, 2,000 more isn't such a push.
Yeah, but there might be trouble. I wouldn't try. Let's leave it the way it is, huh? 5,000's good enough.
Oh, perhaps, but when one has to split it 2 ways...
I said it's enough.
For you, perhaps, but not for me. Yes, I've been thinking, Freddie. I've been thinking I should dissolve our little partnership.
What?
Yes. I think that from now on I shall keep all the money.
Wait a minute. I'm the one who gave you Barbara's letters in the first place.
So what?
You think I'll hold still for you cutting me out?
But, my boy, there's nothing you can do about it. Because of Sun Valley, Mrs. Carson.
Why, you...
Oh, please don't get excited.
I ought to wring your scrawny little neck.
But you will not. You will do nothing. Now, please, go. I'm quite tired. Good night, Freddie.
For a moment you stand there, staring at the little man. You watch him as he calmly drops a sleeping capsule into the glass of milk. As he raises it to his lips, he smiles at you. And you know he has you at his mercy, don't you, Fred? You whirl and rush out into the corridor. And as you hurry back to your room, the rage within you mounts with each step. Yes, Mr. Penny has complete control of the situation for the present. But you're not going to let him get away with it, are you? No, the money he gets from your wife means too much to you. And you know that somehow you're going to get rid of Mr. Penny and the threat he holds over you. It isn't until the following afternoon that you know just how you're going to do it. On an errand for Barbara, you stop at the village drugstore, Pop Grandin's place.
That be all, Freddie?
Yeah, I guess so, Pop.
Okay. Oh, say, you going back up to the lodge?
Yeah, why?
I wonder if you'd mind dropping off a prescription for me.
Oh, of course not.
You can just drop it off the desk. Come on back. I'll make it up right away.
You walk with Pop Grandin to the back of the shop. Watch him as he prepares the prescription. Then your eyes wander over the shelves lined with bottles. At the far end of the lower shelf, you see a bottle filled with tiny red capsules, just like the one you saw Mr. Penny drop into the glass of milk last night.
Oh, dreaded that telephone. Excuse me, will you, Freddie?
Oh, sure.
I never saw it to fail. Every time I get back here, that doggone...
Couldn't have picked a better time.
As you take the bottle down off the shelf, the idea hits you, doesn't it? Yes, this could be the way, couldn't it, Fred? Quickly, you unscrew the cap, drop a capsule into your pocket, and replace the bottle. Then your eyes skip along the shelf and finally stop on a small bottle filled with white powder marked poison. Deadly poison, Fred.
Sorry to be so long, Freddie. That was Mrs. Ferguson, and you know how she is. Talk. Yeah, now where was I?
The prescription.
Oh, yep. That'll only be a minute, Freddie. Sure nice of you to do this little favor for me.
Not at all, Pop. Not at all. It's a pleasure.
You're thankful that Barbara is out when you return to your room at the lodge. Quickly, you empty the contents of the red capsule into the wash basin. Then you fill the capsule with a white powder you took from the shelf at Grandin's drugstore. Moments later, you leave the room, the capsule containing the deadly poison safely tucked away in your pocket. Early that evening, you pay another call on Mr. Penny.
Oh, come in, Freddie, my boy. Come in.
Thanks.
I'm going out shortly. You don't mind if I finish shaving, do you?
No, go ahead.
Make yourself at home, my boy. Fix yourself a drink.
Thanks. I'll skip this one.
As you wish. Tell me, to what do I owe the honor of this visit?
Well, I thought maybe you'd reconsider.
What? After the way you double-crossed me with Susan? Not a chance, my boy. Not a chance.
I'd take a smaller cut.
And as a matter of fact, I've been seriously thinking of asking your wife for more money.
I told you before that would be a mistake. She won't pay it.
We shall see. We shall see. What are you doing, Freddie?
Oh, just looking at this magazine on your nightstand. Holidays, huh? Planning a trip?
Perhaps.
Oh, look, Penny, I need the money. Why can't we make some sort of arrangement?
You're wasting your time, my boy. This is too good a thing for me to share with anyone. I am rather surprised and annoyed, too, that I didn't think of handling the matter this way long ago.
You won't change your mind?
No. After all, you still have Barbara. She's a wealthy woman. Do you begrudge me a few $1,000s now and then?
All right. That's the way you want it.
Yes, that's the way I want it, my boy.
Good night.
Good night. No hard feelings, Freddie.
No.
See you in the morning, then.
Yeah. Maybe you will, Penny. Then maybe not.
It's done, isn't it, Fred? There were only 4 capsules in the box. You replaced one with a capsule containing the deadly poison. And now all you can do is wait. And you know it won't be long, for Mr. Penny takes a sleeping capsule every night. You're a little disappointed the following morning at breakfast when you see Mr. Penny sitting at his usual table. It was a little too much to hope for, wasn't it, Fred? That he'd take the poison capsule the first night. But then there are only 3 capsules in the box now. The next morning, you're in for another disappointment. For as you enter the dining hall, you see Mr. Penny again, sitting at the table near the window. He looks up as you and Barbara seat yourself only a few tables away. He smiles, nods, then returns to his morning paper. And then something that Barbara says startles you.
Only 2 left, Frederick.
What?
Only 2 empty tables left. I'm glad we came down to breakfast when we did. I hate to wait.
Oh, yes.
Oh, goodness, darling. You jumped so. Something wrong?
No, of course not. I had my mind on something else.
Yes. You were thinking of the capsules in the box, weren't you, Fred? There are only 2 left now, and it's an even money bet. However, the following morning when you arrive at the dining hall, Mr. Penny is absent. It's almost 11 o'clock when you and Barbara leave your table, and there's been no sign of him. You're sure he's dead, and you're free at last, aren't you, Fred? Yes. With Mr. Penny out of the way, the Sun Valley incident is closed. It'll be a simple matter with your connections to find someone more trustworthy than Penny to do your blackmailing. As Barbara hurries upstairs for her scarf, the desk clerk calls out to you.
Oh, Mr. Eklund.
Yes? What is it?
A message for you, sir. This envelope.
Oh, thank you.
For a moment, you're puzzled. Stare at the envelope. Then you rip it open. And suddenly an icy hand closes around your heart as a tiny red capsule tumbles out of the envelope into the palm of your hand. Penny has known all along, hasn't he, Fred? He must have watched you in the mirror when he was shaving, saw you place the poison capsule in the box. A cold wave of fear sweeps over you as you realize what he'll do now. Your first thought is for you and Barbara to get away. You hurry to your room upstairs, and as you're about to open the door, you hear Barbara's voice.
Well, yes. Yes, whatever you say. What? No, not here. I'll meet you at the point. Inspiration Point, tonight. Yes. 9 o'clock, Mr. Penny.
Mr. Penny isn't wasting any time getting his revenge, is he, Fred? Your first thought is to get away, and then suddenly you realize it's useless to run. He'd find you and Barbara sooner or later. No, you've got to take care of him now, once and for all. And this time you can't afford to miss. That night you're standing in the shadows of the fir trees near the point. You see Barbara hurrying up the path. Mr. Penny is not far behind.
Hello, Penny.
What? Oh, it's you, Freddie. What are you doing here?
I could ask you the same thing, but I know what you're doing here. Too bad you'll never keep that appointment with my wife, Penny.
What?
Take a look down there. It's an awful drop, isn't it?
What are you going to do?
You're a smart little operator, Penny. You ought to be able to figure that out.
The Whistler will return in just a moment with a strange ending to tonight's story. When you passed a signal service station during the past few days, you may have noticed the picture of the happy bluebird on the sign outside. Well, Mr. Bluebird is there to remind you that if you want your motor to sing this spring, you'll be wise to make your next oil change a change to the improved type Signal oil that does so much more than just lubricate. Signal Premium Compounded Motor Oil. Well, naturally, Signal Premium has 100% pure paraffin base, the finest lubricant known. But in addition, Signal Premium contains scientific new compounds that protect your motor in ways no regular oil alone can do. For instance, one compound in Signal Premium Compounded Motor Oil actually cleanses your motor of carbon, gum, and varnish. A second compound in Signal Premium protects costly bearings from corrosion. And still other compounds do other important jobs to keep your motor happy as a bluebird. Good reason, I'd say, to make your spring oil change a change to Signal Premium Compounded Motor Oil. Sold only at Signal service stations.
It's all over, isn't it, Fred? Mr. Penny is out of the way at last. The threat he held over you is gone, and now you're free. Back at the village, the Buckhorn Cafe, you spend the next several hours chatting with old friends, and then, shortly after midnight, you return to the lodge to your room. As you enter, you're surprised to see Barbara pacing up and down.
Oh, Fred, where have you been?
At the village, dear. I told you I had to...
Did you hear about it? The accident?
Oh, the man who fell off the cliffs, yeah. They were talking about it in the lobby when I came in. Matter of fact, the sheriff is down there now talking to the manager.
The man's name was Penny.
You knew him?
Yes. He was blackmailing me, Fred.
What?
He came to me about a year ago with some letters I'd written. Foolish letters. He wanted $5,000 for each one. I laughed at him. They meant nothing to me, and I threatened to call the police.
You threatened?
Yes, I threatened to. But then Mr. Penny showed me some other letters. A woman's letters. Mrs. Carson.
Mrs. Carson?
Her letters to you, Fred. When you're at Sun Valley. He said the police would be anxious to see them. I couldn't believe you'd done anything wrong. But then when he said send the letters to the Idaho police, I was afraid.
He's been blackmailing you all this time because of those letters to me?
Yes.
Barbara, listen to me. I've got...
It's not true, is it, Fred? The skiing accident. You didn't kill it, did you?
He told you that?
This morning. He called me on the phone, told me he could prove it, that you'd killed it, and made it look like an accident.
That's not true.
Oh. Then he was lying. Oh, I knew it, darling. I knew it all along. But I agreed to meet him at the point tonight. He said he'd bring all the proof I needed. Letters, documents, all the evidence.
He had all that with him tonight?
Yes. But he never arrived. He fell off the cliffs on the way.
Yeah. Yeah, he fell off the cliffs.
Oh, darling. I'm so glad Mr. Penny was lying. If he'd had any evidence on him, the police certainly would have discovered it when they found his body. Wouldn't they?
Yeah. Yeah, I guess they would. I'll go, Barbara. I'm sure it's for me.
Let that whistle be your signal for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler, each Sunday night at this time. Brought to you by the Signal Oil Company, marketers of Signal gasoline and motor oil and fine quality automotive accessories. Featured in tonight's story were Gerald Moore, Dorothy Lovett, and Jeff Corey. The Whistler was produced by George W. Allen, directed by Gordon T. Hughes, with story by Joel Malone and Adrian Jondeau, and music by Wilbur Hatch. All characters portrayed on the Whistler program are fictional. Any similarity of names or resemblance to persons living or dead is purely coincidental. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Have you heard the strange tales of the Whistler?
I'm the Whistler.
No, it wasn't a dream. It was too real. This is what I've been afraid of. I know you don't believe me. You think I'm insane, both of you.
Friday night, and CBS presents The Whistler.
I, the Whistler, know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales, many secrets hidden in the hearts of men and women who stepped into the shadows. And so I tell you tonight the weird story of the Avengers. In the great Southwest, a range of high mountains extends as far as the eye can see. This is mining country, silver and gold. Halfway down the mountain is a tiny village, the mining town of Rainbow, a raucous sort of place composed of a number of stores, many saloons and the Federal Land Office, where the fortune hunters file their claims. 15 years ago, Rainbow was a rip-roaring village, and in a back room of the Crystal Palace bar, a young man and a young woman hold an earnest conversation.
Tell me, Miss Martin, how long have you been in this town?
Oh, about 2 years. Came here from Kansas City.
And you know my brother, John Maddox?
Well, I certainly do.
How well do you know him?
Well enough. He came out here a year ago, and he's been hiding out up on the mountainside ever since. Got a cabin up there.
Prospecting, of course.
Who isn't?
How well do you know him?
Oh, he used to come into town quite often. I got acquainted with him in here. First, I fell for him in a big way, but he seemed to resent it. Finally gave me the cold shoulder.
Well, he has a wife and a 5-year-old daughter back east.
That's what he said, but I didn't believe him. He's a bit nutty, isn't he?
Nutty? No, I wouldn't say nutty. He's a smart boy. He's an engineer. Graduate of the State School of Mines.
He is? Well, what's he doing here, living like a hermit?
I wonder. So he gave you the cold shoulder, huh?
He certainly did.
Well, John is an educated mineralogist. He came out here to make a strike.
And if anyone does, he should be that one. Maybe he's located a vein of ore.
What do you have on your mind, Mr. Maddox?
Well, I thought maybe you'd seen him visiting the Assayer's office a little more often than usual.
And what if I have?
Or the land office?
Go on, Mr. Maddox.
Well, I wouldn't be interested in knowing the activities of an ordinary prospector. But a graduate mining engineer like John, well, he may have a lead on something good.
Yes?
And I thought that, as I heard, you might be more or less familiar with his activities.
That's right. I am.
And maybe you'd like to come in with me.
What do you mean?
You know where he's been working. You know the area he's most interested in, so if you let me know, I'll beat him to it. We'll split.
Split?
That's right. How about it?
Sure. Why not? You know, I think I'm going to like you, Mr. Maddox.
Frank is the name, Melva.
All right, Frank. This is it. He has found a spot. It didn't mean much to me until now, but he's been working on the same location for a week or more. I'm sure he's hit something.
Good. That's all I wanted to know. I'll just drop in and surprise him. See you later, Melva.
See you later, partner.
And so that night, John Maddox is working on some maps and papers. The meager lamp throws a dim light about the room. For an hour, he sits at the table. Then suddenly the silence is shattered by a sound from the kitchen.
Who's there? Come out of there. Come on. What are you doing here? What do you want?
Nothing.
How long have you been in that kitchen?
Why?
So you're the little thief that's been stealing my things, huh? What are you after this time?
Nothing.
I know who you are. You're Tony Watson.
So what?
Just this. You're the one who pinched my camera, my binoculars. Yes, and several other things.
I did not.
And I'm turning you over to the sheriff right now.
Sheriff! No, I didn't take him. I didn't. I didn't steal anything, but
But what?
I know who did.
Why, you little liar. You're the one. And believe me, you're caught on the job this time, and I'll... just a minute. Sheriff.
I didn't.
Hey, come back here. Why, that little devil. Just a second. Well?
Hello, John.
Frank.
That's right, your brother Frank himself.
Come in. What do you want? What are you doing here?
Oh, just dropped in town. Thought I'd see how you were doing.
Getting along all right.
But you might like to hear about your wife and your daughter.
Is that why you came here?
Your wife is very well. Your daughter's just 5 years old today. I'm still wondering how you're getting along and when you're going to send for them.
I know all about that. I'm going to send for them very soon.
Are you? All going to live in this little shack?
Certainly not. There's something a lot better by the time they arrive.
Will you? Oh. Didn't have a dime when you left.
Yeah, thanks to you and your lies. I know who's responsible for Father's cutting me off with only $1. You.
Have you struck pay dirt here, John?
No.
What are all these interesting papers and maps on the table?
Nothing.
Oh, but they must mean something.
Get away from that table. Let him alone.
Put up your hands and stand
if
back.
If you touch those papers...
Get back there. Uh-huh. Interesting. So you have struck something. All ready to be recorded.
Frank, if you dare, I'll kill you.
Why do you think I came here?
You
Don't
dirty...
worry, I'll settle up later. I'll see you get a share.
My wife and my daughter, Doreen, they haven't a cent. I've not been able to give them anything in months. You can't do this.
Do what?
You put those papers down, Frank, or I'll break your dirty neck.
You'd better stay where you are.
Oh, no, I'll kill you. First, I'll kill you.
John, you're crazy. Keep back. Keep away.
You crazy fool. I told you I'd shoot. You're the fool, Frank. You're the fool. You won't get away with this. I'll see to that. You'll pay, Frank. I'm not through with you yet. You and everything you hold dear will be taken away. You will pay it back, Frank. To me and mine. If I have to climb out of my grave.
John. John!
Frank stands for a moment, then stuffs the papers and maps into his pocket and rushes to the door and into the night. A few seconds later, a face at the window disappears and suddenly reappears through the back door. And the boy stands looking at the inert figure on the cabin floor.
Huh. Serves him right. You won't tell the sheriff anything about me now.
15 years have passed, and now the little mining village of Rainbow is a thriving city of mines and smelters. And the richest mine of all is the one owned by Frank Maddox. And Frank Maddox rules the city. Frank is married now and has a child, a girl of 5. The child has been ill for days. And tonight, as Frank Maddox steps through the door, his wife meets him with a strange, vacant stare.
Melba, what's happened? How is she?
She's... Oh, Frank.
All those doctors, and they couldn't save her.
No. They said she didn't have a chance. They did their best.
Fools, what good are they? What are they paid for? They don't even know what was wrong with her.
No, Frank. But, well, whatever it was horrible. She died in agony.
Specialists. I told them they could name their own price. The sky was the limit.
It didn't seem to make any difference.
Oh, the poor little thing. The poor baby.
It didn't seem to be anything serious at first. It was just a week ago. She was sitting at her desk, drawing pictures, and then all of a sudden she started to gasp for breath and fell to the floor in a faint.
Yes, I know.
And then she lapsed into a coma. Oh, Frank. Frank, what was it? Why?
Darling,
couldn't they...
what is it?
I can't get my breath.
Here, drink this.
Frank, I didn't want to tell you, but I'm frightened. I've had it for several hours. It's just like the baby. The same thing.
The baby and now you. I know what it is. It's him. It's John.
John? Your brother?
Yes, I knew this was going to happen. John told me.
But John's dead.
The night the baby took sick, I saw him in a dream. He told me something was going to happen to us, and last night I saw him again. He was grinning and laughing. He told me that...
Told you what?
He told me that he'd finally reached through to me, that he'd finally made contact.
That's crazy.
He said tomorrow would be a sad day for me. Today.
But it's a dream.
I know, but he said something else. He said that now his wife was dead, that the sooner I made things right with his daughter, Doreen, the better.
Frank, that's nonsense.
No, there must be something to it. I'll find the girl. I'll get her down here. I'll try to fix things up. Maybe that'll stop all this.
Frank, please use your head. It was a dream.
I've got to find that girl. I'll send Anthony to find her. I'll explain the whole thing to him. He can find her.
But why tell him about it?
Well, he's my assistant. I confide in him. He'll find her.
Very well, then. Tell Anthony. Tell him to find her and bring her here. Because if you... Frank.
Melba, darling.
Please find that girl. Doreen.
Frank Maddox carries his stricken wife to her room and calls the doctor. The next day, he explains in a way to his young assistant, Anthony Watson. Anthony rushes to the east to locate Doreen Maddox, and needless to say, he does. Before she knows what it's all about, she's aboard the train with young Anthony.
Didn't you even know you had an Uncle Frank?
Oh, yes, of course. But I didn't know much about him.
When did your mother die, Doreen?
5 years ago. She committed suicide.
What became of your father?
Oh, he went west to prospect for gold or silver or something. But he got into trouble. Someone shot him, and that's all I know about it.
Has your Uncle Frank ever offered to help you?
No, not that I know of. Mother never mentioned it if he did.
He's a very rich man, you know, and, as I've told you, very ill.
Ill?
Well, he's sort of mentally ill, as well as physically.
Oh?
Doreen, are you... That is... Well, a girl as lovely as you should be engaged, or in love.
But I'm not.
You're not? Really?
No.
Oh, that's wonderful. I can't believe it.
Well, it's the truth, whether you believe it or not.
Oh, I believe you. And, well, I'm glad to hear it.
And so you see, Doreen, I'd completely lost track of you. I wondered about you and your mother since the tragic death of your father.
Mother died several years ago, Uncle.
Yes, I should have attempted to locate you long ago.
Should you?
Yes, you're my brother's child. It was my duty to look after you. See that you want for nothing.
Oh, but I've been getting along all right.
I've not been well, Doreen. I've been quite ill lately. I've been terribly upset, my nerves.
Perhaps you've been working too hard.
No, it isn't that. Doreen, I'd like you to stay here. Make this your home. And I have a check for you, a little present, $5,000.
No, please, Uncle. That isn't necessary.
You must accept it, Doreen. You must.
I don't need it. I'll be glad to stay here with you until you're better. But really, I don't know what I'd do with $5,000.
I'd feel better if you accepted it. And perhaps your father would...
Father would what?
Doreen, I must tell you. I've got to tell you. It's driving me mad. John is trying to kill me.
Uncle, Father's been dead for years.
I know, but he died hating me.
Hating you?
He blamed me for his having been cut off with only $1 in our father's will. But he was wrong, and, well, now he's trying to kill me.
Oh, I can't believe such a thing.
I have horrible nightmares. John appears to me, always threatening me. He came to me the night my little daughter became ill, and then after she died. He came again when my wife was stricken and said that after she was gone, it would be my turn.
But that's just your imagination, Uncle. Well, get it out of your mind.
I can't. I'm afraid to go to sleep.
You only see him in your dreams?
Yes, but each time he comes nearer, closer, more real. Oh, it isn't just imagination. I'm afraid that one of these days I'll see him when I'm not asleep.
And you think my being here will help matters? Is that it?
Yes. If he knows you're here, that I'm taking care of you and have your welfare at heart, perhaps he'll let me alone.
Prove to him that he judged you wrongly?
Yes. I must make him understand. I can't go on this way. I'm a physical wreck. I'm afraid my mind will snap.
I understand, Uncle. I'll try to help you. But you must try to get this off your mind.
Yes, I'll try.
You'd better go to bed now, Uncle.
Please take the check.
Very well. Good night.
An hour passes, and in spite of himself, Frank drops into a fretful sleep. He moans and tosses about, and as usual, he dreams of John again. Sees him come through the wall and stand in the center of the room.
You won't get away with it, Frank. Everything and everyone you hold dear will be taken away. You'll pay it back, Frank, to me and mine.
No. Let me alone. Anthony! Doreen! Doreen!
Uncle! Uncle, what is it?
What's happened? Doreen, he was here just now. I saw him. I heard him laughing.
But, Mr. Maddox, that isn't possible.
I heard him, I tell you. You could hear his laugh all over the house.
I heard nothing, Uncle. Not a sound.
I woke up, I tell you. I heard him.
But, Uncle, you must have been dreaming. Well, I haven't been asleep since I left you. I've been reading. I didn't hear a sound.
You didn't hear anything, really?
No, not a sound.
You, Anthony?
I heard nothing. You were just dreaming.
Oh, no, it was too real. This is what I've been afraid of. I know you don't believe me. You think I'm insane.
Uncle, please.
Yes, maybe I am.
Come, Anthony.
No, Doreen. Don't go, please.
But, Uncle, there's nothing I can do. It's up to you. You must convince yourself that it's all imagination. Good night, Uncle.
And then the next night comes, and Frank dreams again, the same frightful dream. John appears, repeats the same words, and laughs in the same way. Frank is wide awake now, shaking with fear, and all the while trying to convince himself that it's only his imagination. Then the bedroom door opens suddenly. Doreen steps into the room. Her face is white with fear. She trembles as she moves slowly toward the bed.
Uncle.
Doreen, what is it? What's wrong?
Uncle, just now, I heard something.
What? Doreen, what did you hear?
I must have been dreaming. I must have. But it was so clear.
Your father?
Yes, I heard him. And he was laughing.
Then if you heard him, it must be true. He has come back.
Oh, did you hear it, too?
Yes, he was here in this room. What did he say to you?
I can't remember. I was so frightened. But I heard him. And that laughter.
Now you believe me. Now you know I'm not imagining things.
Oh, Uncle, I don't know. I'm so frightened I don't know what to think. I can't stay here any longer. I've got to leave. I can't stay another night.
Oh, Doreen, please, don't go. Not yet. Promise that you'll stay just a while longer. Please.
But, Uncle, All right, I'll try. I'll stay.
Then comes the next night, another dreadful night of horror. Frank tries his best to control his mounting fear as evening passes and midnight comes. He fights sleep, the sleep that brings him nothing but horrifying dreams and the voice of John. But finally he can hold out no longer, and his eyes close. A half hour goes by, then...
Frank, you're not asleep, Frank. You're wide awake, and this is real.
John, what do you want? Tell me. I'll do it. I'll do anything.
I told you you'd pay. Everything and everyone dear to you would be taken away. At this very moment, your wife is dying, Frank. First your daughter, now your wife, and then you.
John, please, I'll do anything.
Then sit down at that table and write. Write a will. Everything to the one it belongs to. My daughter, Doreen.
Yes, I'll do it.
And a confession, Frank.
Confession?
A confession that you came to my cabin that night and killed me.
Oh, no, I can't, John.
You can and you will.
They'll hang me.
They won't hang you.
No?
Write the will and the confession.
Yes, but I'm afraid that...
They won't hang you. Because in just 1 minute, you will be dead.
John,
Hurry,
no.
Frank. You haven't much time to save your soul. You're going to have a stroke, Frank. In just a minute, you'll feel a sudden beating of your temples. A stroke is what they'll call it. And you'll be dead. Hurry.
Yes, I'll write it. I will.
Your conscience will be clear, Frank, and that'll be best for you. I know. I said I'd reach you if I had to crawl out of my grave.
There it is. Now, please leave me alone, Frank. Please, please.
It's too late, Frank. You're going back with me. Look at the clock. 15 seconds left. Now it's starting. Your head is beginning to whirl. Strange sounds beat in your ears. Faster. Faster. Do you hear?
Yes. Oh, please don't, John.
5 seconds. There it is. You're dying, Frank. This is the end. The end of Frank Maddox.
No, John! John! No!
Uncle Frank! Anthony!
Doreen, what's happened? I heard him screaming.
Anthony, I think feel his pulse.
I can't find it. Not a trace.
Anthony, is he?
I don't know. He's had a stroke, I think.
I'll call the doctor.
Yes, I'll have to go after him. His car is out of order. Come on. It may be too late for the doctor, but we'd better get him anyway. Use this phone and tell him I'll be there in a few minutes.
In here, doctor.
What happened to him?
I think he had a stroke.
A stroke, eh? Well.
We heard him screaming, and when we got here, he was unconscious.
Well, he's dead. But he didn't have a stroke.
What?
You can see for yourself. He's been stabbed in the heart. You don't need me. You want the police.
You say, miss, that you heard your uncle screaming?
I did.
What did it seem to be? A scream of pain?
No, I couldn't make out what it was. But it sounded as though he was horribly frightened. It seemed as though he was pleading with someone.
Did you hear him, Anthony?
Yes, it sounded just as Doreen said, as though someone or something were after him.
What do you mean by something?
Well, I just used that as a form of expression.
And when you reached him, he was on the floor, unconscious?
That's right.
Was he dead?
We didn't know. I couldn't find any pulse, but that doesn't necessarily mean anything. That's why I went for the doctor.
And you didn't notice the knife wound in his chest?
No.
Did you see it, miss?
No, it may have been there, but I didn't notice it.
Are you sure he didn't have a stroke, Doctor?
Positive. He may have had a collapse, fainted, but there was no stroke. He died from this stab in the heart.
What sort of instrument would you say was used?
Well, I'd say a long, thin knife, about a half-inch wide.
Like a letter opener?
Yes, sort of a stiletto.
Doctor, had you been treating Mr. Maddox lately for any particular ailment?
Well, I've been attending him frequently of late.
What was troubling him?
I don't know.
Oh, you don't know. Are you sure?
Well, I couldn't find any definite physical trouble, but he was becoming terribly run down. Seemed to get worse each day. He couldn't eat nor sleep. Extremely nervous. Hypertension. I gave him sedatives and tonics, but they seemed to do no good, so I finally came to the conclusion that it was mental.
Mental? What do you mean?
I think he developed some sort of phobia, a fear. What, I was never able to determine. In time, it would have resulted in insanity and finally death, or perhaps a stroke and death. But in this case, it was not a stroke.
You've been attending his wife?
Yes.
What is her ailment?
Carcinoma, but she doesn't know it. There's nothing more I can do for her, except alleviate the pain.
Miss Maddox, from the tone of your uncle's screams, would you say that there was some person in the room with him at the time?
Yes and no.
Yes and no? What does that mean?
I mean, he may have thought someone was here with him.
May have thought someone was with him.
Yes, that is...
Well, from all appearances, there was someone with him. The someone who stabbed him.
Anthony, was Miss Maddox in this room when you came in?
No, we met in the hall and came in together.
Neither of you saw the knife wound.
I'm sure I didn't.
Doreen, you just said that he may have thought someone was here in this room. What do you mean?
Well, he was afraid of...
Afraid of what? Afraid of who?
Afraid of my father.
What? Why, your father's been dead 15 years.
Yes, but that's just it. I may as well tell you. He was afraid my father was trying to kill him. That's what was wrong with him, why he couldn't sleep.
Oh, bosh. Now it's spooks.
No. He said that father appeared to him every night and threatened him.
Threatened him? Well, all right, so he threatened him. Why?
He said father hated him, that father thought Uncle Frank had caused him to lose his inheritance.
Well, Doctor, you think that's what was wrong with Frank?
Could have been. Quite possible.
All right, I'll grant you that. But no spook produced that knife wound. Doreen, do you believe that your father lost his inheritance because of your uncle?
No, I do not.
Are you sure?
I'm sure father did not lose his part of the estate because of Uncle Frank.
Are you sure? Could you prove that?
Well, no, I couldn't. But I never heard father mention it. I never heard him accuse Uncle Frank.
What brought you here?
My uncle sent for me.
Why?
Because he was afraid of my father. He thought my being here might help matters.
That's right, Captain. He sent me for Doreen. I located her and brought her here.
Oh, me. Oh, my. This gets worse and worse. You know all about it, too, did you?
Yes, Mr. Maddox confided in me. He had the idea that if Doreen were brought here and he showed good intentions toward her, that John would leave him alone.
Oh, poor John. What a busy guy.
It isn't funny.
You said it. Frank Maddox has been murdered, and it wasn't a spook. I know who did it, and I know why.
What are you talking about?
Frank Maddox didn't send for her. She came here of her own accord and for a definite reason.
She did not. I brought her here.
You're lying. You're trying to cover up for her.
I am not.
Because you're in love with her. Anybody can see that.
Well, what if I am in love with him? That doesn't have anything to do with this.
Frank Maddox sent me for her.
He did not. She knew that Frank was the cause of her father losing his inheritance. So she came here to kill him, and she did.
Well, that doesn't make sense. Why would she kill him? What would she gain by that?
Ever hear of revenge? If it hadn't been for Frank, her father would have been wealthy, and so would she.
But she didn't know about her father's accusations until Frank Maddox told her himself.
Oh, then you admit that she does know about it now.
I knew nothing about it until Uncle Frank told me. But I still think father was wrong.
Whether you knew about it before you came here or learned it after you got here, what's the difference? It's a motive. You stabbed him. You left the room, and then you met Anthony in the hall. You stuck Miss Maddox, and you haven't a chance.
Wait a minute.
Mrs. Maddox, don't come in here.
And why not? Why shouldn't I come in here?
You shouldn't get up. You should...
I know all about it. I know what's happened. I've heard every word.
You're very ill, Mrs. Maddox.
I know. I heard you. And now I know what's wrong with me. I know what carcinoma is, Doctor.
Please go back to bed.
No, not just yet. Well, this girl, Doreen, you're wrong. She's innocent. She had nothing to do with it. That is, not directly.
What do you mean, Mrs. Maddox?
She didn't kill Frank. I did.
You?
She's perfectly innocent. Frank did send for her. He was afraid of John. He dreamed about him every night. He did think John was trying to reach him from the grave, trying to kill him. It was his imagination, I know, but he really believed it. And he had a good reason to believe it.
What reason?
I've heard Frank moaning and yelling for weeks and weeks. I heard him tonight. I came in here and found him on the floor. He'd made a will. This paper. Leaving everything to Doreen and explaining why. Oh.
Sit down, Melba.
Yes. Well, he came out of his faint, and I found this will. I went wild when I saw it. He tried to get it away from me. He said it had to be that way. We struggled for it, and I took the paper knife and stabbed him. I went back to my room, but I've been standing outside the door. I heard everything, particularly what you said about me, Doctor. So what does it matter? This girl is innocent.
What is this paper? Let's see it.
I'll tell you what it says. It leaves everything Frank has to Doreen. And the reason why? Frank killed John.
What?
Yes. It was all my fault. I knew John had made a strike, and I told Frank about it. Frank went to John's cabin and killed him, took the maps and the papers and filed an claim. I was the one responsible for everything. But it all rightfully belongs to Doreen. And now... Well, now that I've heard the doctor's sentence, what does it matter?
Well, Doreen, that was lucky for you. Lucky that Melba was standing outside the door and heard the doctor. But oh, what I know about you, Doreen. You and Anthony. Anthony did bring you down here. But on the way, he fell madly in love with you. He told you about your uncle's fears, and so between the two of you, you decided to make his dreams more than real. Anthony arranged a little radio speaker in Uncle Frank's room. Yes, it was Anthony who spoke to Frank, not John's voice from the grave. Anthony merely amplified Frank's dreams, yes. You and Anthony planned to work on Frank psychologically in order to get that will and the confession. But how did Anthony know the exact words to use? The words John used when he was dying that night in the cabin? Why, because Anthony was the little boy John caught in his cabin that night. The boy who heard every word said between Frank and John. The smart little boy who saw it all.
CBS has presented The Whistler. Original music for this production was composed and conducted by Wilbur Hatch. The Whistler is written and directed by J. Donald Wilson and originates from Columbia Square in Hollywood. Next week, same time,
I, the Whistler, will return to tell you another unusual tale. Good night.
This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The Signal Oil Program, The Whistler. That whistle is your signal for the Signal Oil Program, The Whistler.
I am the Whistler, and I know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. Yea, I know the nameless terrors of which they dare not speak.
Yes, friends, it's time for the Signal Oil Program, The Whistler. Rated by independent research, the most popular West Coast program in radio history. And Signal gasoline is tops, too, tops in quality. It takes extra quality, you know, to give you extra mileage. And Signal is the famous Go Farther gasoline. So look for the Signal circle sign in yellow and black that identifies friendly dealer-owned Signal stations from Canada to Mexico. And now the Whistler's strange story. Murder in Haste.
Albert Taylor was two people. To the Cafe Society crowd in Miami, he was the charming young husband of a silver fortune from Denver. To his wife, Helen, aged 45, amply mature, the silver fortune, he was something else again, an unpleasant little boy whose unpleasantness had a tendency to make the large fortune into a smaller one. This made for friction, of course. After 3 years of marriage, Helen was heartily sick of both Alberts. And Albert, too, had reached the saturation point. As a matter of fact, the unpleasant little boy was on the verge of a tantrum.
Albert, is that you?
Yeah.
Albert, I'm awfully upset.
Oh, what now?
My bracelet, the diamond and emerald one. I put it in a drawer of my vanity last night after the party.
Well, what about it?
It's gone. I've questioned the servant.
Did you call the police?
No.
Good.
What do you mean?
I told you I wanted to buy some things, Helen.
I see. And what did you do with it?
I sold it, of course.
You sold it? That's very interesting. It didn't occur to you, of course, to consult me.
It occurred to me. I rejected the idea after due deliberation.
Why, you
And I
insolent...
don't want a scene about it, Helen. I took it, I sold it, period. I'm through consulting you about anything, you understand? There'll be no more sitting up and begging. That's what you want, isn't it? Come one, come all. Watch Albert, the trained terrier. Eats, sleeps, walks, talks, thinks like a human being.
That's enough,
You
Albert.
bet it's enough. I'm sick of it. I'm through with being your favorite charity.
You don't know how right you are.
What do you think you're doing?
I'm going to call the police and tell them you've stolen my bracelet.
Give me that phone. Now,
I told you what I'm going to do, Albert. Let go of me.
you want to watch me jump, don't you? You want to crack the whip and watch me jump.
Albert, don't. Please,
Well,
Albert.
I'm through with that, Helen. I'm through with you and your whip cracking. All through. Helen? Helen, I'm sorry. Helen?
Why don't you do something, Albert? Why don't you go over there to the hearth and pick her up? Or perhaps you're not as dazed as you look standing there in the middle of the room. Maybe even now you know she won't ever get up because she struck her temple on the andiron when you hurled her across the room. Yes, Albert. She's lying there so very still because she's dead.
With the prologue of Murder in Haste, the Signal Oil Company is bringing you another strange story by The Whistler. You know, friends, while watching some Christmas shoppers this morning, the thought occurred to me, if people would only choose their gasoline as carefully as they pick out Christmas gifts, a lot more drivers would be using Signal gasoline. And for good reasons. If you've traveled the West much at all, you already know that from Canada to Mexico, Signal is famous as the Go Farther gasoline. But even more important to you is the quality in Signal gasoline, of which that mileage is your best proof. For after all, in order for a gasoline to give you better mileage, it has to make your engine run more efficiently. And when your engine runs more efficiently, you naturally enjoy quicker starting, faster pickup, smoother knock-free power. The kind of superior performance you expect of a superior quality gasoline. That's why we say, to be sure of the tops in gasoline quality, there are just two things to remember. One, in gasoline, it takes extra quality to go farther. And two, Signal is the famous Go Farther gasoline. And now back to the Whistler.
Yes, Albert. There'll be no more ugly squabbles, no more jumping through hoops for Helen, because the last argument was final, wasn't it? So final that your wife Helen lies dead in front of the hearth. A minute later, you've decided on the only course of action possible. You leave her in her bedroom and lock the door. The servants in their separate quarters are used to your arguments and probably have paid no attention. 2 hours and 20 minutes later, you're standing on the observation platform of the Limited Express bound for Jacksonville and points north.
Nice night.
Huh? Oh, I didn't hear you come out.
It's all right. I say, it's a nice night.
Yeah.
Saw you running for the train when we were pulling out. Just made it, didn't you?
Yeah, kind of close.
Been in Miami long?
No. I've been fishing off the Keys. Just a week or so.
I see. My name's Ricketts.
Oh, glad to know you. I'm, Brown, Richard Brown.
Mm-hmm. Going up to New York, Brown?
Yeah. Well, I guess I'll be getting inside, Ricketts.
Good idea. And a breezy out here. I'll go with you.
You knew it the minute he opened his mouth, didn't you, Albert? Ricketts is a plainclothes cop. And there can be only one reason why he's so interested in you. He's right behind you as you walk back through the train to your seat. And you're wondering if he'll sit beside you when you stop there. And then, when you're 10 feet from your seat, it hits you. You realize why he's following you. Your luggage with your initials E.T. on it is in the baggage rack over the seat. And Ricketts is just waiting for you to stop there. You hold your breath and keep on going.
Brown?
Yeah?
Isn't this your seat?
Why, no. I have a compartment up ahead.
Oh, I see. Well, good night, Brown.
Good night.
There's only one place to go, the club car and the bar where you can sit for a minute and think.
Yes? Make it a Manhattan dry.
Dry Manhattan, yes, sir.
Is this your magazine?
Oh, no. No, go right ahead. You going to New York?
Yeah.
Oh, it ought to be cold up there this time of the year. A lot of snow and all that, huh?
Yeah, I suppose so.
Yeah. I'm as excited as a kid. I haven't seen snow for an age. Matter of fact, I haven't set foot in America for 5 years. Oh, it's great to be back. I get a kick out of just talking to an American again.
Yeah.
I was sitting in my compartment a few minutes ago thinking that
You, got a compartment?
Yeah, a couple of cars ahead.
My name's Brown, Mr.
Jameson. Leslie Jameson.
Jameson?
Yeah.
Wait a minute, you're not the mystery writer.
Oh, I'm afraid I am.
Here you are, sir. Dry Manhattan.
Oh, thanks. Well, here's to you.
What's the matter?
Nothing. Say, Jameson, why don't we go to your compartment? Be quieter there. We can have the drinks sent in.
Why, of course. Well, that's a good idea.
Yes, Albert. The compartment would be quieter, and you'd feel a little more comfortable. Particularly since you noticed your friend, Mr. Ricketts, stroll into the bar and sit down. Still hunting for the occupant of your seat, no doubt. Mr. Jameson finds his compartment pleasanter, too.
A man can't stay forever in Buenos Aires and continue to write for the American public. He's got to keep in touch, don't you think so?
Huh? Oh, yes, of course. So, you say you left Buenos Aires?
Yeah, I'd planned to anyway, but I made it a little earlier on account of that nasty business with my assistant.
Oh, I see.
I'll probably go back in a year or so. Say, Brown, did you ever read anything of mine?
Well, I can't say I've done much reading in the detective storyline. You have a serial running in one of the magazines right now, don't you?
Yeah, Murder in Haste. I don't suppose you've read it, huh?
No. I'm sorry. If I'd known I was going to meet the author, I'd have boned up on it.
Well, don't apologize, Brown. Hey, how about a nightcap before we turn in, huh?
Why, it's early, Jameson. Surely you're not going to give up the ship so soon.
Oh, I've got to confess, I'm a little bushed.
Tell me more about your agent in New York. You were saying you've never met him personally, huh?
Oh, you mean Farrell? He's always a great agent. I've often wondered what he looks like. Sometimes I think he must be a magician with a long beard. The way he pulls royalties out of a hat. Sold my leading character to a radio series.
You've never even been to New York?
No, never. I'm probably the only man in the business who can say that. Well, Brown, it's close to midnight, and I
Jameson, what about this serial you're running? Maybe you could bring me up to date on it, and...
Brown, I'll tell you about it tomorrow. Right now, I'm awfully tired.
It's early, Jameson.
Now, look here, I don't want to be rude, but I'll have to ask you... Hey, what's the matter? What's that?
Hey, they're trying to stop.
Sounds like something's
Get
wrong.
off! Look out!
Hey,
Jameson!
An open switch, a signal down, and the southbound local is suddenly there on the same track without warning. It's over in a split second. Then you open your eyes, Albert. You're all right, miraculously safe in the tangled network of steel and splintered wood that used to be a Pullman car. And there's Leslie Jameson. He wasn't so lucky, Albert. There's nothing you can do for him now. The other end of the coach is in flames, and they're moving toward you.
If I can make it out this window. There.
Here, let me help you. Give me your hand. That's it.
Thanks.
You all right?
Yeah, I think so. I'm a little dizzy, scratched up, I guess.
Yeah, I see you. Oh, it's you, Mr. Brown.
Huh? Oh, Ricketts.
Yeah, you're lucky. This car got it worst of all. Look at that fire.
Yeah, just got out in time.
Say, that fellow you were drinking with at the bar, went to your compartment with you. Is he still in there?
Huh? My compartment?
I'm pretty sure he's Albert E. Taylor. Murdered his wife in Miami. Is he still there?
Why, no. He left a few minutes before the crash.
Oh. Well, you better get on ahead, Mr. Brown. I got to give him a hand here. You make it up to the crossing?
Yeah, I guess so.
Well, take it easy. There's a highway restaurant up there.
Sure, I'm okay. Thanks.
Okay, Brown. Take it easy.
Well, Albert, you stand there dazed for a minute, watching the fire move closer. Then you decide to take a chance. Crawl back to Leslie Jameson's body, take his wallet, his ring, and watch. Exchange them for your ring and watch, engraved, "To Albert with all my love, Helen." Then as the flames move close, you find his briefcase and bag and crawl out with them. 10 minutes later, you stagger into the highway restaurant at the grade crossing.
Say, I wonder if you could help me.
You hurt, mister? We got a doc in the back room. Come on.
No, I'm all right. I just want to get out of here. I thought I could hire a car or get a bus to New York.
You were in the wreck, mister?
Yes.
Well, look, I'm the news correspondent here. Could you give me your name, please?
I'm Leslie Jameson.
Uh-huh. Leslie Jameson. Hey, wait a minute. Aren't you the fellow who writes those murder mysteries?
Yeah, that's right.
Well, if that ain't a coincidence, Frank.
Yeah.
Only last night you and me made that bet.
Well, sure. Now we can settle it once and for all.
Yeah, we was betting which one would turn out to be the murderer in that magazine serial you're running.
Yeah, well, that's very flattering. Say, I wonder if you could help me about the bus I made.
Well, say, Mr. Jameson, could you give us an advance tip on the murder?
Yeah, then I won't have to wait for the magazine to come out tomorrow to collect from this guy.
Oh, it says you... Who was it, Mr. Jameson?
Who? Well, I don't think it would be fair to reveal the...
Give me a fast cup of coffee, will you?
Yeah, sure.
Ricketts.
Oh, hello. Pretty rough out there. 3 cars gone. What are you guys standing around here for? Have you been out there and looked at it?
Well, I gotta stand by this counter.
Yeah, and I'm a reporter, pal. This is where they're bringing them. This is where I get my stories. Yeah, and I was getting a swell story.
Skip it. How do you feel, Brown?
Brown? Well, that's Leslie Jameson, the writer.
Huh? I thought your name was Brown.
Well, of course you know how it is.
Here's your coffee.
Thanks. No, Mr. Brown, I don't know how it is. How is
Leslie
it?
Jameson, a famous mystery story writer, traveling incognito, narrowly escaped death when the crash...
You see, Ricketts, I didn't want people to know.
Oh, I get it.
We've been reading Mr. Jameson's serial, Murder in Haste. I had a little bet with Frank here on who the murderer was.
Well, I can tell you that. I read the last installment last night.
Yeah?
Sure. Got it at a newsstand in Miami.
Oh, we ain't got it here yet. Oh, come on, Mr. Jameson. Who done it?
Yeah.
Well, I don't want to spoil the story for you. Gotta finish it.
Uh-huh. Afraid we won't buy another copy of that magazine, huh?
Yeah, come on, Jameson.
Well, you see, gentlemen, it's a matter of ethics. A writer
What
can't...
do you mean, ethics? I know how it ends.
Well, sure, Jameson, sure. I can tell the boys I got it straight from the author's mouth. Oh, come on. What gold?
Well, I don't want to review...
I got you a car, Lieutenant.
Oh, good. Be right with you. Say, you guys know anyone who wants to go up to New York? I got some unfinished business up there. I'm hiring a car. I'd like to get somebody sharing the driving.
Well, Jameson here.
Well, sure. You said you were going to New York, didn't you, Jameson?
Well, as a matter of fact, the bus...
Well, come on. Give me a hand in the driving, huh?
Well, all right.
Good. But first, give the boys a break. Tell them who the murderer was.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. It's against my principles.
Well, it's your business. Come on. It was the old lady who did it.
I knew it. Pay me.
You got a hotel space in New York, Jameson?
Well, not yet. I thought I'd arrange when I arrived.
Oh. You haven't been around much lately, I see. Probably isn't a room to be had.
Oh, is it that bad?
Worse. Well, I think I might be able to fix it up for you at the Midtown. I know the manager there.
Oh, I couldn't possibly...
Forget it, Jameson. Glad to help you out. Can you fix him up, Walter?
I think so. Just signed the register, Mr.
Jameson. Leslie Jameson, the writer?
Well, why didn't you say so?
Look, I don't want to put you out.
Nonsense. We're honored, Mr. Jameson. I'm a mystery fan myself. I want to tell you that Murder in Haste had me fooled right up to the last page. Peters.
Yeah, boss?
This is Mr. Leslie Jameson. Get the boys over. We want to take a few pictures.
Right.
Pictures? Now, wait a minute. I don't want any
Nothing
pictures.
to it, Mr. Jameson. Just a couple of boys from the papers. I know you're tired, but it won't take long. And, Peters.
Yeah?
I have some flowers sent up to Mr. Jameson's room. We'll have the pictures taken there. Peters is our press agent, Mr. Jameson. He'll take care of you.
Certainly will, Mr. Jameson. Right this way.
Now, look here, Peters.
Huh?
You look like a reasonable man. I never have my picture taken, and I don't intend to stand for it now.
You don't know New York newspaper photographers, Mr. Jameson. It's much easier if you give in.
What'll happen if I refuse?
You'll find out.
And you did find out, didn't you, Elbert? You were helpless. There was nothing you could do. They came, they saw, they took pictures. And all you could do was rage and try to keep your face covered. And that only made a better story for them. They were delighted, Elbert. The next day, there are pictures of you in the tabloids hiding your face under the caption, Leslie Jameson, mystery author, stages publicity scene in the room at Midtown Hotel. The second page of the same paper carries news that you, Elbert Taylor, wanted for the murder of your wife in Miami, perished in the train wreck. But you're all mixed up now, aren't you, Elbert? You almost wish Helen was with you again to make the decisions for you like she used to. And then suddenly there's nothing for you to do. The decision is all made.
Yes?
Mr. Jameson?
Yes?
Mrs. Jameson's on her way up.
What?
Your wife. I assumed it would be all right to tell her.
Oh, yes. Mrs. Jameson.
Hello. Leslie?
What are you...
Maybe I'd better come in. Well?
Well, what? What are you going to do about it?
You're an awfully simple sort, aren't you, Mr. whatever your name is?
I suppose I am.
How did you expect to get away with it after all the publicity? Where is he? What have you done to him?
Now, wait a minute, Mrs. Jameson. I can explain everything.
Maybe you'd better.
Your husband was killed in that train wreck in Florida. I had reasons for wanting to disappear, so I took his identity. I never meant to keep it up. If you'll just...
Just what?
Look, there's nothing we can do for your husband now. He was killed in the wreck. You believe that, don't you?
I don't know.
Look, I'm going to leave town. All I ask is that you forget you ever saw me.
Oh, I see.
Well, what are you going to do?
Well, I could go to the police, of course.
Oh, wait a minute. I can make it worth your while.
Oh, stop simpering. Does anyone know you're here in New York?
No.
That's very fortunate. You see, Leslie and I didn't get along. As a matter of fact, we've been separated for some time. He said he was cutting me out of his will. With Leslie dead, I don't get anything at all. But with Leslie alive...
Wait a minute. You wouldn't...
Why not? He could retire right now and live on his royalties without doing another lick.
You mean you want me to keep this up?
Yes.
Don't be ridiculous. There are a dozen reasons why I can't. They'll discover it in a week.
You have his identification.
Yes,
I know
but...
his signature. I can imitate it perfectly. I know his background like a book. You may as well get used to it. Mr. Jameson.
I tell you, I won't do it. It's the most fantastic thing I've
There's
ever heard
a
of.
Lieutenant Ricketts down in the lobby. He seemed quite interested in our relationship. If you like, of course, I could bring him up to date.
All right, Mrs. Jameson.
Darling, just call me Ruth.
Ruth.
Yes, what is it?
I tell you, this can't go on. You're spending money like a child. $28,000 in 3 months besides the deposits I made to your account. Behind in the rent, the maid hasn't been paid. Well, look at these bills. Just look at them. I haven't got a penny.
Are you all through? There's your quarterly royalty check due tomorrow.
Well, that'll only pay part of the bills.
It's not paying any of them, darling. That's going into my account.
Oh, I see. And maybe you've got a fast way of getting out from under these bills?
That's your worry, baby. Not mine.
Well, what is it now?
I'm afraid it's the same old thing, dear. I just can't seem to hold on to money.
How much this time?
Quite a bit, I'm afraid. I want $25,000, Albert.
20? What are you talking
I have an
about?
obligation to meet. I need the money this afternoon before the banks close. And don't tell me it isn't there because the check covering movie rights to Stolen Murder was deposited yesterday.
You know, you make very good sense.
You'd better hurry down to the bank. It's after 2.
Ruth, be honest with me. How long do you intend to carry on with this?
Why, indefinitely, dear. I know when I have a good thing.
There's no end?
There is if you want one. There are the police.
You could be decent about it, you know. There could have been plenty without bleeding me to death.
I think I've been pretty fair with you.
6 months now, no sleep. Pounded day and night. Can't
Oh,
eat.
this
Trying to
isn't getting
dodge
us
my
anywhere.
shadow. Getting nowhere. Afraid all the time. Dagger hanging over my
Albert,
head.
what's happened to you? Get hold of yourself.
No way out now, is there? Trapped. Run into a corner. No way to turn.
Albert, what are you doing? Albert, get away from me!
Main floor.
Yeah.
Just a minute, mister.
I'm sorry, I'm in a hurry.
You're Jameson, aren't you?
Yes.
In a hurry?
I'm on my way to the bank. It closes in a few minutes.
Take your time. There's always tomorrow, you know.
But I can't. I've got
Your wife's upstairs, isn't she?
Well...
I saw her go up a few minutes ago. I'm Sergeant Lake, Jameson. I want to see her, and I'd like to have you along. After you.
The Whistler will return in just a moment with the strange ending to tonight's story. Meantime, a message especially for you drivers who have new cars or expect to be getting one. Just any motor oil won't do, you know, for today's high-efficiency motors. No, sir. They need special protection against corrosion, wear, and carbon if they're to give you the long, trouble-free service you have a right to expect. That's why Signal has brought out a new and finer motor oil, especially created to give modern motors this extra protection. Of course, Signal Premium has 100% pure paraffin base, but in addition, a total of 5 scientific new compounds have been added to Signal Premium motor oil. As a result, actual tests prove that this new type Signal oil keeps motors 6 times cleaner and reduces cylinder wear 1/3. Get that. Motors actually stay 6 times cleaner and cylinder wear is reduced 1/3 with Signal Premium motor oil. So if you want to keep the performance of your car young, make your next oil change a change for the better. Switch to the new type Signal oil that's your guarantee of a sweeter running motor. Signal Premium motor oil. And now back to the Whistler.
And that's how it ended, Albert. With the two of you, you and Sergeant Lake, standing over Ruth's body where you left it on the floor of your apartment upstairs. It's over now, and somehow you feel relieved. The hounding, the fear, the dagger hanging over your head, they're gone now. And you lean back in the chair in Sergeant Lake's office at police headquarters and tell them the whole thing.
I couldn't take any more of it. I knew it'd go on for the rest of my life. Day after day. Year after year.
I see.
You know, of course, she's not my wife.
Yeah, that's why I was following her, and she knew it. Oh, and incidentally, that's why she hit you for that $25,000 this afternoon. It was the last big bite.
What?
There were plane tickets in her purse. She was on her way out.
You mean it was the last time?
That's right. But what I can't figure is why you let her shake you down in the first place, after the jam she was in Buenos Aires.
Buenos Aires. Wait. She was the assistant.
Of course she was your assistant down there. What's the matter, Jameson? Have a lapse of memory or something?
Assistant. Yeah, he told me. I remember. On the train that night, just before the wreck. Tell me, Sergeant.
Yeah?
Down there in Buenos Aires, what was it she did?
You have lost your memory, Jameson. It was all over Argentina 6 months ago. That's why I've been following her. I was all ready to pick her up. She's wanted down there for murder.
Let that whistle be your signal for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler, each Wednesday night at the same time, brought to you by the Signal Oil Company, marketers of Signal gasoline and motor oil and fine quality automotive accessories. Signal has asked me to remind you, to get the most driving pleasure, drive at sensible speeds, be courteous, and obey traffic regulations. It may save a life, possibly your own. Featured in tonight's story were David Ellis and Joan Banks. The Whistler was produced by George W. Allen, with story by Eleanor Beeson and music by Wilbur Hatch, and was transmitted to our troops overseas by the Armed Forces Radio Service. Next Wednesday, for a full hour of mystery over most of these stations, tune in a half hour earlier. Enjoy The Saint as well as The Whistler. Marvin Miller speaking. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System. That whistle is your signal for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler, rated tops in popularity for a longer period of time than any other West Coast program. And Signal gasoline is tops, too, tops in quality. It takes extra quality, you know, to give you extra mileage. And Signal is the famous Go Farther gasoline, available wherever you see the Signal circle sign in yellow and black that identifies independent signal dealers from Canada to Mexico.
I am the Whistler, and I know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. Yes, I know the nameless terrors of which they dare not speak.
And now the Whistler's strange story. Search for an unknown.
The tall, dark-haired man and his companion moved away from the bar, crossed the cocktail lounge, and stopped before the huge windows to gaze out over the city. As they stood there, watching the flickering lights across San Francisco Bay, the girl unconsciously began toying with the shiny new wedding band on her finger. Then, as the man raised his glass to drink, she turned and looked up to him.
What are you thinking about, Frank?
Albert Maxwell. The little guy over there across the bay waiting in the death cell.
What time is it?
He's got 10 minutes to go.
He deserves to die.
Yeah. But if I'd played this case smart, things might have turned out better. Sometimes I wish I'd never been mixed up in it at all.
Do you, darling? If you hadn't, you wouldn't have met me.
I'd have found you somewhere, darling, sooner or later. You know, Julie, maybe I ought to give it up. Quit making like a private eye and take up selling shoelaces.
I'd much rather you remain Frank Ferguson, private investigator.
Funny, most wives would object.
Would it make any difference if I did?
Maybe. Maybe not. Come on, Julie, let's go home.
All right. Frank, in a few minutes, when the execution's over, you're going to forget the whole thing, aren't you?
Sure. Sure, I'll forget it.
As Frank Ferguson and his bride of 24 hours moved across the cocktail lounge toward the elevators, he wondered if he could forget it, forget the story at all.
Of course, it wasn't his. He'd only played a small part in it. Actually, it was Duncan McKay's story. Duncan McKay, head of the largest gambling syndicate west of the Rockies. And Ferguson's thoughts went back to the night it all began. The night months ago when he arrived at McKay's heavily guarded estate in San Mateo, had been ushered into the billiard room by Jim Slade, McKay's bodyguard.
Mr. McKay.
Yes, Slade, what is... Oh, come in.
So, you're a billiard expert.
So you're Ferguson, huh?
Yeah, I'm Ferguson.
You know, you don't look...
I don't look like a private eye. That's what they keep telling me.
You play?
By the boys along Montgomery Street, I was voted most likely to rip up the table in 1949.
Yeah, how'd you play this one?
Against the cushion. Where else?
5 says I do it the hard way.
5.
You can deduct it from my bill, huh?
Why did you send for me, McKay?
Well, they tell me you're a pretty smart boy.
Let's get to the point, huh?
Sure. The point, Ferguson, is that somebody is out to kill me.
That's news?
All right. I've been threatened before, but this time, well, it's a little different. I received a letter a few days ago, a letter threatening my life.
Doesn't sound like any of your former playmates, huh?
Yeah, that's right. They wouldn't operate that way. From the crowd, you don't get advance notice. You suddenly wind up in an alley full of slugs.
So you got a letter. Why worry? You got a nice setup here. You can hide behind your steel fence and those guards. There isn't a chance of anybody getting close enough to you to do any damage. What are you so nervous about?
I'm not nervous, Ferguson. Not worried at all. Let's say I'm amused. My curiosity has been aroused. This whole thing intrigues me.
I don't get it.
You will. Here, just a second. Yeah. Yesterday afternoon's paper on page 2. Pictures and everything.
Mm-hmm. So a couple of citizens in Frisco received threatening letters. Same as yours?
Yes, the same.
Julie Wilson, Albert Dobbs. A hat-check girl and a hardware clerk. Friends of yours?
Never saw them before in my life.
She's a good-looking dame.
If you like hat-check girls.
I don't throw rocks at anybody.
According to the paper, the Wilson girl doesn't know Dobbs, and he's never heard of her. So there it is, Ferguson. 3 strangers. We each get a letter threatening us with death, and we don't know why.
There must be some connection.
Now, that's why I hired you, Ferguson. I want you to find out what that link is. What ties me up with a hat-check girl and a guy who sells nuts and bolts in some crummy hardware store.
You resent the company, McKay? That's what's bothering you?
At some point in our lives, our paths must have crossed. Somewhere we...
Somewhere along the road, the 3 of you kicked somebody in the teeth, and now this somebody wants to introduce you to an embalmer the hard way.
Look, I want you to find out all there is to know about this Wilson dame and this guy, Albert Dobbs. Where they're from, what they've done, who they know, everything. I want a complete report on both of them.
All right, McKay. I'll even find out what kind of toothpaste they use. Let me see you make this shot, huh? 10 says that you don't.
10 says I do.
Thought you said you weren't nervous, McKay. I'll add it onto the bill, I'll see you around. Don't worry, I'll take care of everything.
You smile as Ferguson leaves, don't you, McKay? Confident that once he finds out all there is to know about Julie Wilson and Albert Dobbs, once the link is established between the 3 of you, that you'll know is threatening your life, and then you'll take care of everything. In the days that follow, you wait anxiously for some word from Ferguson, and then finally one evening...
Yes?
Hello, McKay. This is Ferguson.
Well?
I thought you better know, McKay. Somebody else received one of those letters. A guy named Brovelli. Gino Brovelli. You know him?
Brovelli. I never heard of him. But put him on the list, along with Julie Wilson and that Dobbs guy. Talk to him.
Okay, but he won't answer.
Why not?
He met with an accident. He's on a slab at the morgue.
with the prologue of Search for an Unknown, the Signal Oil Company brings you another strange story by The Whistler. But first, a word of wisdom about a major purchase that many of you drivers will be making during the coming winter months: a new battery. When you compare the cost of different batteries, remember this: the important thing is not the first cost, but the cost per month, which, of course, depends on how long the battery lasts. Measured by that yardstick, one of today's most economical batteries is the new Extra Long Life Signal Deluxe battery. Instead of being guaranteed for only a year or 18 months like most batteries, the new Signal Deluxe batteries are guaranteed for a full 2.5 years on a service basis. The secret of this amazingly long life is their improved type all-rubber separators, the finest kind known to battery engineering. In addition, this improved construction helps Signal Deluxe batteries deliver up to 35% more power, a great help in taking care of the many electrical gadgets on today's automobile. So before you buy any battery, find out from your Signal dealer the generous trade-in he's now offering for old batteries, plus his convenient credit terms on new Signal Deluxe batteries. You'll see for yourself that on a per-month basis, it actually costs less to enjoy the quicker starting and long dependability of today's finest battery, a Signal Deluxe battery. And now back to The Whistler.
You don't like to admit it, do you, McKay? But the news is more than a little disturbing. The news that the killer has claimed his first victim. A man named Brovelli is dead. A man who, along with Julie Wilson and Albert Dobbs, received a threatening letter similar to the one that was sent to you. But the killer will never reach you, will he? Not as long as you remain within the protective walls of your estate, with Jim Slade, your bodyguard, close by your side. You're going to play it safe and wait until you find the link, the tie between you, Julie Wilson, and Albert Dobbs. And then you'll go after the killer yourself. As you pace the floor of your library, 1,000 questions flash through your mind. Questions you waste little time asking when Ferguson finally arrives.
That's what I said, McKay, a window washer.
Rovelli, a window washer.
Yeah, he fell out of a 20-story window late yesterday afternoon. It looked like an accident, that is, until this letter came around to his boarding house this morning. The landlady spotted it the way it was addressed, you know. She called the cops.
Now, wait a minute. Rovelli was already dead when the letter arrived.
Yeah, the letter was postmarked yesterday at 5 p.m. Rovelli took a dive around 3.
Yeah, but why mail a letter to a man after you've already killed him?
Well, maybe the killer saw an opportunity to knock off Brovelli ahead of schedule and took it. That's one way of looking at it.
Yeah, there's another.
A couple of more, McKay. Suppose Brovelli wasn't on your friend's list at all. Suppose the letter was written by some crackpot, a guy with a warped sense of humor.
You said the letter was the same.
Well, sure, but anybody can get a piece of butcher paper and scrawl something on it with a hunk of red crayon.
Ah, you think that's what happened?
No, here's what I think happened. The killer hears about a guy falling out of a building. This gives him an idea. He decides to make you sweat a little, so he writes the letter. You get the picture?
Yes, I get the picture.
Your nerves are showing, McKay.
All right. What do you find out about the others? The Wilson girl. Dobbs.
Well, here's a 10-page report on Julie Wilson, or a hat-check girl faces life. She's a sweet kid, McKay.
Is she, Ferguson? How'd you meet her? Barroom pickup? She throw herself at your feet when you bought her a beer?
No. It was all very formal, McKay. The gent who owns the club where she works introduced us. Like I said, she's a sweet kid. I've been to the club lots of times. Somehow I never noticed her.
Yeah, maybe that's because you never check your hat, huh?
Touche.
Now, how about this hardware clerk, this Albert Dobbs? What'd you dig up on him?
I didn't. He's disappeared.
Disappeared?
I went around to his hotel this afternoon. The clerk told me he packed up and left. Address unknown.
Fine. That's great.
Well, don't get excited. I got a couple of leads I'm going to check on as soon as I get back to town. I'll find them, McKay.
I'll see that you do. And call me the minute you line up anything.
Sure.
Slade?
Yeah?
You show Mr. Ferguson out and see I'm not disturbed for the next few hours.
All right, Mr. McKay.
It's almost 4 a.m. when you finally set aside the report on Julie Wilson. You've been over it again and again and again, but it's revealed absolutely nothing, not the slightest clue, not a single link to connect your life with that of the girl. You turn out the desk lamp, lean back in your chair, and close your eyes. There's still Albert Dobbs, the hardware clerk, isn't there, McKay? Yes. Perhaps in his story you'll find the missing pieces of the puzzle. The days drag on. You wait impatiently for Ferguson to call, but he doesn't. And then on the morning of the 4th day, Slade interrupts you at breakfast.
Yeah? What is it, Slade?
It's about Ferguson, Mr. McKay.
Yeah? Well, what about him?
He's been checking up on you.
You what?
Yeah, that's right. Been going around town asking a lot of questions. They're all about you.
I don't like that, Slade. I don't like that at all. I'm not paying him to pry into... Wait a minute. How did you find out?
I've had one of my boys tailing him for a week.
Why, Slade?
Well, I thought it would be a good idea.
Yeah, what else have you found out?
He's been spending a lot of time with that Julie Wilson. They're getting real chummy. Real chummy. Of course, she's a good-looking doll.
Yeah.
He's up to something, Mr. McKay. Maybe she's in it with him.
You never trusted Ferguson, have you, Slade?
No. Why hasn't he told you he's found Albert Dobbs?
You what?
Yeah. That's something else I found out. My boy tailed him 2 days in a row to a crummy little hotel on Mission Street. Only it wasn't until a couple hours ago he found out who Ferguson was seeing there.
Dobbs?
Dobbs. Ferguson was talking to the little guy in the lobby.
It hasn't turned out the way you planned at all, has it, McKay? Slade is right. Ferguson must be up to something. You're not exactly sure just what it is, but you're not going to take any chances. You hurry to the phone and dial. And as you do, you notice your hand is trembling. You call Ferguson's office. There's no answer. Then you ring his apartment.
Hello?
Hello? Who is this?
Well, who'd you wish to speak to?
Ferguson. I'm a client of his.
Oh, just a minute.
It's the Wilson dame. She's at his apartment.
Uh-huh.
Hello?
This is McKay.
Yeah.
Was that the Wilson girl?
Oh, yeah. We figured it'd be a lot safer if she stayed here at my place while I'm away.
You're not going anywhere, Ferguson.
Well, you're wrong, McKay. I am.
Oh, you're wrong, Ferguson. I want to see you right away.
Sorry, I'm due at the airport in half an hour. I'm flying down to L.A. I'll see you when I get back. I'm on to something.
Yeah, I'll bet you are. All right, Ferguson. I'll see you when you get back. You can count on it.
Leaving town, is he?
Yeah. He didn't mention Dobbs. We got to get moving, Slade. Ferguson's a smart operator. If he can fit this puzzle together before I do, he'll have me right behind the 8-ball.
Yeah. He gets a story from the girl, from Dobbs, checks on your background, and he's in.
Yeah.
He can cause you plenty of trouble and cost you plenty of money, too.
Well, that may not be what he has in mind, but I'm not going to take many chances. From now on, I'm going to handle things my way. Tonight, we're going to drop around to Ferguson's apartment and have a nice, long talk with Julie Wilson.
Yes?
Hello, Julie.
Hello? Who...
We're friends of Ferguson.
Oh, well, he isn't here right now.
Yeah, I know. Come on, Slade.
Oh, just a minute. What do you want?
Relax. Nobody's going to hurt you. We just want to talk, that's all.
About what?
This. Little report on you, Julie. I want to be sure you didn't leave out anything on purpose. Now, sit down.
I don't know anything about it. You gotta believe
Come
me.
on, sister. Now, take it easy, Slade. You might hurt the pretty lady.
Please, I've told you all I know. Now leave me alone.
What did you tell Ferguson? What did you tell him he forgot to include in his report?
Honest, I don't know what you mean.
Now, look, it's getting late and my patience is getting a little bit Oh, hello, Ferguson. You got back from L.A. in a hurry.
What's the idea, McKay?
Oh, we just dropped around to have a Friendly chat. That's
Look,
all.
McKay, I don't like guys to call on my girl unless she invites them.
Your girl?
That's what I said. Julie and I are going to get married.
Please, Frank, it's all right.
Married, huh? You know, I don't get you at all, Ferguson. When I showed you her picture in the paper, you didn't know it.
I didn't then. This happened kind of quick between us.
See?
I don't think you do, McKay. Whether you do or not, you can take a powder now and take your ape with you.
Listen, Ferguson.
All right, Slade, don't annoy Mr. Ferguson. His trinker figure is nervous. He might do something rash. Come on. We'll see you around, Ferguson. Remember, I still want to talk to you.
What do you think, Mr. McKay?
I'd say the girl was leveling. But I'm still not sold on Ferguson. And we'll find out soon enough. Where's Dobbs hiding out?
Mission Street, near the waterfront. Not too far from here.
Let's go see him. You know, he might have the answer.
Yes. You want to believe that, don't you, McKay? That Dobbs holds the key to the mystery. That once you've heard his story, you'll know who sent the letter threatening your life. A quarter of an hour later, you park your car on Lower Mission Street, while Slade hurries into a small, dimly lit hotel. A few minutes, and he's back.
He's registered under a phony name. The clerk said he hasn't come in yet.
Yeah, you sure?
Cost me $5. I'm sure.
All right. We'll wait. Give me a cigarette, will you, Slade?
Sure, Mr. McKay. Yeah.
Thanks. What time is it?
A little after 2 o'clock.
2 o'clock. What's keeping him?
Think he'll show?
He's got to.
I never saw you like this, Mr. McKay. Jumpy. It isn't like...
All right, I'm jumpy. What do you expect?
Sure.
I don't like this setup, Slade. Don't like it at all. I've always known who my enemies were. Always been able to take care of them when they came around looking for trouble. This time I don't know who I'm up against. Makes a lot of difference, Slade. Makes a lot.
What's wrong?
Up ahead. Just turned the corner. Coming this way.
Could be.
Wait till he walks by.
Dobbs?
Huh?
Like to talk to you.
You're police?
No, we're not the police. Here, take it easy, Dobbs. We're not going to hurt you.
No, wait.
Now,
Now
relax. Come on.
Hello, Dobbs.
Who are you?
A handy guy for you to know, if you want to level with me.
But I don't understand.
Hey, we'll talk about it on the way.
Where are we going?
Down to my place on the peninsula. Nice, quiet, very safe place for both of us, Dobbs.
Both of us?
I think it'd be a good idea for us to have a little talk. Maybe we can add up a few things and find out who's trying to kill us.
Us? You mean you two?
Yeah, we're both in the same boat. Now get in, Dobbs. We're wasting time.
Shortly after 3 a.m, you arrive at the gates of your estate. Watch them swing open. You nod to the guards and drive on up the roadway to the house. And a few minutes later, you're sitting in the library, facing Albert Dobbs across the desk.
Sure you won't have one, Mr. Dobbs?
No, thank you.
Yeah. Now go ahead, Slade. Fix yourself a drink.
Thanks.
So you don't know why anyone would want to kill you, eh, Dobbs? No idea at all.
No, Mr. McKay, I don't have any idea at all.
You're scared, aren't you?
Well, yes, I am. Aren't you?
Now, look, suppose you start in from the beginning. Maybe we can help each other.
Start in?
Yeah, I want you to tell me all there is to know about Albert Dobbs. Where you're from, where you've been, what you've done, who you know, everything.
Oh, I see. Yes.
Now, go ahead.
Yes, well, I was born in 1893.
1893? Yeah, might as well pull up a chair, Slade. This is going to take a long time. But I've got a hunch this is it, and it's going to be worth it.
The Whistler will return in just a moment with a strange ending to tonight's story. Meantime, I'd like to ask one of you ladies a question. Are you going to serve iced tea with your Thanksgiving dinner?
Of course not. In cold weather, we prefer a hot drink.
Precisely. And just as you choose a different diet in cool weather, remember your car needs a different cold weather diet, too, if you want to keep performance up and wear down.
Just what do you mean by a cold weather diet for a car?
Well, first of all, the transmission and differential should be drained and refilled with the correct winter grade of signal gear lubricant. If your front wheel bearings and speedometer cable haven't been repacked for 5,000 miles, now's a good time to have your signal dealer tend to that. And, of course, the tired old motor oil should be drained and replaced with Signal Premium Compounded Motor Oil, the new type oil that does so much more than just lubricate.
What more can an oil do than lubricate?
A good question. You see, because scientific compounds have been added to Signal Premium Compounded Motor Oil, it actually removes carbon and prevents corrosion. That's why more and more drivers who want a sweeter running motor are switching to Signal Premium Compounded Motor Oil. And now, back to the Whistler.
It's almost dawn now, and you're tired, aren't you, McKay? You lean back wearily in your chair, close your eyes, listen to the voice of Albert Dobbs as it drones on and on. Names, dates, places, and more names and dates and places. Not a one stirred a single spark in your memory. But the story of Albert Dobbs isn't over yet, is it? Somewhere your paths must have crossed. Somewhere you met the one person who now wants to kill you both.
I had to leave. I went back to Los Angeles.
Oh, wait a minute. When was this again?
Well, let's see, 1929.
All right. 1929, L.A. Where'd you live?
On 54th Street, near Figueroa.
Where?
54th Street. I had a small flat near the... What's the matter, Mr. McKay? Have I said something?
In an instant, your thoughts race back through the years. Back to that unfortunate little affair on 54th Street in Los Angeles. 19 years ago, wasn't it, McKay? You were just one of Galetti's strong-arm boys then, selling protection to small shopkeepers. And that night, your methods of persuasion proved fatal to a man who ran a grocery store. You're confident now that you're on the right track at last. Dobbs, the frightened little man who sits facing you across the desk, has established the link. The rest of his story will supply information you've been looking for. But you don't want your bodyguard Slade around to overhear.
Slade.
Yeah, Mr. McKay?
Yeah, why don't you turn in and get some sleep?
Oh, that's all right. I don't think...
You better turn in, Slade.
Sure. You're the boss.
Now, all right, Dobbs. About 54th Street in L.A. Now, suppose you tell me who... Hello?
McKay, this is Ferguson.
Yeah, what do you want, Shamus?
Look, McKay, you can thank Julie for this call. She talked me into it. I was in favor of letting you sweat.
What are you talking about?
Till I made that trip to L.A., I wasn't sure. I am now. I've got your man, the guy who's trying to kill you. As soon as I hang up, I'm calling the police.
Oh, wait a minute. You know who...
Yeah. A guy named Maxwell died in L.A. His brother's been after you a long time, McKay. With all that protection you had, he couldn't get close to you. So he figured out a way to get you to come after him.
What?
That letter he sent you. He knew if he mailed the other two to a couple of strangers, people you'd never heard of, your curiosity would be aroused. The letter he sent to Julie was a blind. But the one he sent to himself was going to pay off.
To himself?
He'll kill you the first time he gets you alone, McKay, so I thought I ought to warn you. His real name is Albert Maxwell, but we know him as Albert Dobbs.
Dobbs? Dobbs is...
That's right. I'm Albert Maxwell.
Wait a minute.
You got me wrong. You got... Sleep! Sleep!
Let that whistle be your signal for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler, each Sunday night at this same time. Signal Oil Company has asked me to remind you that the community chest drive, now in progress, deserves the support of all of us because all of us benefit either directly or indirectly through improved community conditions. So give generously to your community chest. Featured in tonight's story were Willard Waterman and Frank Lovejoy. The Whistler was produced and directed by George W. Allen with story by Adrian Jondeau and music by Wilbur Hatch and was transmitted to our troops overseas by the Armed Forces Radio Service. Remember at this same time next Sunday, another strange tale by The Whistler. Marvin Miller speaking. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Let every go signal remind you that you do go farther with Signal gasoline. The Signal Oil Program. The Signal Oil Company and your neighborhood signal dealer bring you another curious story by The Whistler. Tonight, the body wouldn't stay in the bay.
I am the Whistler, and I know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales, many secrets hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. Presently I'll tell you of nameless terrors of which they dare not speak.
But first, here are 2 tips for getting in extra miles of driving out of your present gas ration. 1, keep your tires fully inflated. You see, when tires are soft, they drag on the pavement. It's as if you were constantly going uphill. That's not only hard on tires, it wastes gasoline, which could be taking you farther. And now, tip number 2. Invest your ration coupons in the gasoline that's been famous for years for long mileage. Signal Go Farther gasoline. No, Signal doesn't promise you all the brilliant performance of pre-war Signal gasoline. Everyone knows certain gasoline ingredients have gone to war. But true to their tradition of quality, Signal does guarantee you today's Signal gasoline is the finest that can be made under wartime limitations. Mileage is still its outstanding feature, and mileage is what you want today. So invest your next ration stamp with your neighborhood Signal gasoline dealer. Then see if you too don't say, Signal gasoline is your best buy today. Signal does help you go farther. And now, The Whistler.
This is where it was, right here. Not where the story ended, as Jim Mars thought it would, but where it really began. This is the spot where the beautiful Monica Lee's body came to the surface and was discovered by the police. They identified it and returned it to a small town down the coast where it was claimed by relatives. And Jim Mars quit thinking about it. That was 6 months ago. Yes, this is where it was. On the dock by the bay outside the Skyland Club. Jim Mars' Skyland Club. Here comes Jim Mars. He owns the Skyland Club. He likes to see a crowd in the club, but he doesn't see one now, and he scowls. He walks around the tables and up the stairs to the door that says manager on it. He tries it, but it's locked.
Who is it? Jim Mars. Open it.
Just a second.
What's the matter with you, Tony? You scared of something?
I keep it locked lately. No use taking chances.
What chances? Everything all right?
Sure, but who knows? Somebody's always beefing. They're bound to when you're running a clip joint.
I thought you knew what to do when anyone beefed. You gotta be tough. That's the only way to be right.
Sure, if you can't do it any other way.
There isn't any other way. You know what's the trouble with you, Tony?
Sure, I got ulcers.
You got ulcers. You got holes in your head.
All right, you tell me.
You lost your nerve, Tony.
What?
I said it. You ain't got your nerve anymore. I've been keeping my eye on you ever since that little blonde on the floor show was found in the harbor. Why should it bother you? You didn't kill her. Or do you feel responsible?
Yeah.
Yeah, what?
I brought her in here to give her a chance. She was a good, clean kid. And it was a good thing I tried to do for her. I wouldn't have cared if it had been one of the others, but it has to be her that gets washed up out of the harbor.
And for that you lose your nerve? Listen, I've heard of guys losing their head for a gal, but never their nerve. And a dead dame at that.
Monica Lee wasn't a dame. She was a nice, clean kid. She didn't know from nothing.
Meaning what?
Meaning she wasn't brought up to understand she couldn't say no to a guy like you.
Some people learn hard.
You think you taught her anything?
Listen, things are either right or they're not right, see? I got no time for teaching. Now, while we're talking about things that ain't right, what about this club?
Sure, Jim. What about it? If Monica had lived, we'd be making money by now.
But she didn't. And it ain't paying, is it?
No, not quite. We're losing a little.
All right. I put enough dough on this plate to start 3 clubs. I want to start taking some in, see?
Jim, you know you can't take it out if it's not here.
You're the manager. See that you get it here, then. Or I'm through with you. And I mean through.
He's sort of a nasty character, isn't he, Tony? He's got all the courage in the world. You had it once, till Monica was killed. Maybe if you could get your mind clear, you'll think of some way to get even with him. Maybe you'll think of something. Walk. Walk, Tony. How did you happen to walk down here, Tony? Down by the dock? Is it a coincidence, or did something attract you? Yes, there's someone right over there who will be glad to see you. She trails you down here, and she's waiting, Tony.
What do I get if I bump Jim off? Nothing but trouble. It's not true what he said. I haven't lost my nerve since Monica got killed. I got it yet. I'm just playing it smart. What happened to Monica? What's that got to do with it? Hey, what's that dame doing over there on the pier? Hey! Hey, you! Stop that! Wait! Here, you can't do that.
I can't do what?
Jump!
What?
Jump! I thought you were gonna...
To jump?
Yeah. Well, I'm sorry. I didn't mean...
You were wrong.
All right. Guess I was. Must have been saying things.
Yes, I guess you were.
It's the place. A friend... A girl. They pulled her out of this water here. I can't...
A girl?
Yeah, she was... Something happened.
And you're haunted by the memory.
No, who said I was?
I thought that's what you were saying.
I wasn't. I said I wasn't.
Oh, yes. I heard you.
Well?
You just came down here because it's a nice place to walk. Beautiful scenery. Lovely atmosphere.
No.
No.
I was just walking and thinking, and here I am.
And figuring I might jump.
I saw you there. I swear it looked like...
It must have been on your mind. Were you thinking yourself?
Me? Why should I?
Yes, I see what you mean. I thought maybe it was on your mind. About that girl.
What about the girl?
Not a thing. You mentioned it. What's the matter with you? Somebody putting drops in your drinks lately? Or is it indigestion?
No, it's nothing. Just a guy I was thinking about, that's all. A guy I was talking to a while ago.
Jim Mars?
How did you know? Do you know Jim Mars?
I know a lot of things, Tony.
What?
You know me? Who are you?
Stop. Let me go.
Okay, I won't hurt you. Only it's so dark I can't recognize you.
That's just as well. You might not want to know.
Stop it. Tell me who you are.
Maybe Jim Mars wouldn't like it.
The devil with Jim Mars.
And your sentiment for Monica.
How do you know her name was Monica?
I told you I know a lot of things. Like what you were thinking about on your lonely walk tonight. You were thinking you'd like to kill Jim Mars, weren't you?
You're pretty smart, aren't you? You know an awful lot.
That wasn't hard to know. Jim always did give you a bad time, Tony.
Who are you? Tell me.
Here. Why don't you light my cigarette?
Sure. Monica. Monica. No, it can't be.
You should know, Tony.
Monica. No, Monica's dead, killed by Jim Mars. Dead and in the bay and now on the ground.
Let's not go into details, Tony.
I don't get this. I thought you were dead.
Do I sound dead? Do I look dead?
Your voice sounds a little different, maybe, but so help me, Monica, you look just like always.
Now, let me tell you this, Tony Canello. I'm not the same Monica I was before. You know what happened, and we won't go into that. But I'm telling you now it can't happen again. I've come back here because I have work to do, and I mean to do it. Are you following me?
Yes, Monica, of course. Haven't I always?
Never mind. I just want it straight. You're not going to help me kill Jim Mars. I want to know it this minute.
Yes, Monica, yes. I'll help you. Believe me, I will.
And no funny business, Tony. Well, relax.
I'm glad you're back, Monica. I'll breathe easier.
And I wonder how Jim Mars will breathe.
Not so easy. And not very long, I hope. How you going to work it?
I'd like to scare him to death.
I'm afraid it'll take a little lead, too.
I'll go back to work just like nothing had happened to me. You're never to admit that you see or hear me. That's all.
It's going to be pretty nice having you around, Monica. It'll seem just like old times.
That's right. Just like old times.
You are listening to The Whistler, brought to you by your friend, the Signal Oil Company, marketers of famous Signal gasoline, your best buy today. Remember to let every go signal remind you you do go farther with Signal gasoline.
Life will be a lot simpler with Jim Mars out of the way, won't it, Tony? And it helps to have Monica on your side, doesn't it? She gives you strength and nerve. It's pretty nice. But, Tony, don't ask yourself if it makes sense or not. Take what's given and be thankful, but don't be too curious about Monica. That'll keep till later. One thing at a time, Tony.
Pretty awful, Tony.
Monica, where'd you come from? I didn't hear you come in. Close the door. Been here long?
No, just a minute. I thought I'd drop in and haunt you. But I don't seem to bother you. You must think I'm a real person.
You're real enough to me, baby, and maybe you think that doesn't bother me. You know, I feel like a new man since you got back.
You've got nothing on me. I feel like a new woman.
Boy, that is a good one. Hey, reminds me, Jim was here the other night.
Did he see me in the chorus?
I couldn't tell, and I didn't mention it. He didn't let on to me. Some of the boys tell me he's acting pretty jumpy lately.
Good.
I've instructed everyone in the chorus and around the joint that you're not here.
Yeah?
Somebody asks about you. They don't know from nothing.
Swell, Tony.
Yeah, what do you want?
Boss, Jim Mars just came in the club.
Where is he now?
He's coming over this way.
All right, Joe, leave your switch on.
Sure, boss. He's right here. Hi, Joe. Who are you talking to, yourself?
Well, somebody has to tell me off when there was nobody else. Look, I've been waiting for a horse to run for 3 weeks. So today he runs, and I'm not on him. Well, you take it from there.
And he won by a mile. Well, you might as well try Yabo in a 7 tomorrow.
Yabo? Well, gee, Mr. Mars, thanks.
Hey, Joe. You remember Monica Lee?
Monica? Oh, sure I do. Hey, she was some chick.
Have you seen anyone around here lately that looks like her?
Like Monica? No, nobody could look like Monica, Mr. Mars.
No? No, maybe you're right. Well, where's Tony tonight?
The boss is upstairs in his office. And thanks for that dog, Mr. Mars.
Don't get aboard unless he's better than 10-1.
Okay. Boss, did you hear?
Yeah. Okay, Joe. He's wise, all right.
Beginning to work.
It's a nice little gadget, huh, Monica?
Ah, sweet. Say, where can I go and listen to what he has to say to you?
In the accountant's office. There's no one there now.
How do you work it?
This switch here, kick it up
Yeah.
like that. Now beat it. It don't make a sound because it comes through here, this door.
Boy, are you getting brave. Door wasn't even locked. Oh, Tony, you can't really be that busy.
Oh, Jim. How are you? Sit down.
Sure I ain't taking time you need for business?
Quit it, Jim. You know I always got time for you.
Oh, sure. You can give me a minute, I guess, huh? Only make it brief, huh?
Ah, quit kidding, Jim.
Oh, I'm kidding, huh?
Well, aren't you?
Yeah, guess I am.
What's eating you, Jim?
Only you, Tony, that's all.
Why me?
This big shot stuff you're putting on with me, I don't like it, see?
Oh, no, Jim, I don't see. I didn't know what you're talking about.
Okay, so I'm nuts. Just forget it. Make out like I didn't say a word. Anyway, maybe it's something I ate or drank.
Or did.
What?
Maybe it's something you did that upset you.
Nothing upset me, I tell you.
Well, I thought you said it did. And I didn't know but what it might be something in your past that was on your conscience.
Tony, since when have I had a conscience?
Oh, I heard about guys getting one all of a sudden.
You talk like you got holes in your head all of a sudden. Now drop it.
Want a drink?
Not now. I want to talk business.
Shoot.
Don't tempt me.
That's sharp. Pretty sharp.
How's business?
Huh?
You making any money yet?
Ah, well, you'll be glad to hear business is better.
How much better?
A couple of $100 a week.
Expense about the same?
About.
Payroll?
Practically the same.
What do you mean, practically?
Oh, well, you know how things are these days. Had to give the dealers a couple extra bucks a night. I try to keep them happy.
Quit babying them. Make them happy.
That way they knock down too much.
How about the girls?
The girls?
Yeah. Any new ones?
Sure. A few in the chorus. You know what the turnover is.
Well, I guess I'll breeze. Keep it in mind what I said about this joint paying.
Yeah, sure, I'll remember.
Well,
Jim, was there anything on your mind about the girls?
No. I just saw some frail down there last week. Looked like Monica. I wanted, John.
That couldn't be, could it?
I never had one come back to life yet.
You're bragging, Jim.
Yes, Jim. That sounds just like old times.
What was that? Who said that?
Said what?
You heard her, Monica. That was Monica's voice.
You're nuts, Jim. I didn't hear a thing.
You didn't?
I didn't hear anybody but you.
You're crazy. That box, it must have come out of that.
Well, that's not even on.
Want me, boss?
I was just trying to see if it was on, Joe, that's all. See, Jim wasn't even on.
You sure you didn't hear nothing?
Look, Jim, you better go see the doc.
How do you know you're not the one that's nuts?
I just asked myself.
Oh, nuts. I couldn't be. Why would she say that?
What'd she say?
Just like old times.
Yeah, that'd be Monica, all right. She was always saying it.
But these aren't old times.
No. And Monica's dead. That was her they dragged out of the bay, wasn't it?
You ought to know. You identified her, didn't you?
Yeah, I did. But she'd been in the bay a long time.
Yeah. Well, it was Monica, and if she ever comes around, I'll have something to say to her. With lead.
That would make it just like old times.
Well, Jim, just like old times. Or so everybody says. There's something funny going on around here, isn't there? It's almost like a conspiracy, and yet you know it can't be. And you're getting worried. It's maybe just a little too much like old times, what with Monica around.
Yeah, who is it?
Jim, hello.
Monica. Monica. Monica, is it you?
Yes, Jim.
Baby, I can't believe it. How can it be?
Well, you don't seem very happy to hear from me.
Believe me, baby, 1,000 times I've been sorry for what I did. 1,000 times I'd have brought you back if I could.
And here I am, Jim.
But how? Where?
I don't think you believe me.
But let me see you. I gotta talk to you, baby.
Well, you're talking to me, Jim.
But I want to see you and talk. You drive me nuts. I've been seeing you day and night, hearing your voice. What's it all about, anyway? Monica, you're not dead.
You killed me, didn't you?
Don't throw it up to me. I didn't mean to shoot her. I lost my head.
Sure you did, Jim.
I'm sorry, Monica. Honest. Give me a chance to show you.
I may.
Right now. Let me see you and prove to myself that I'm not going nuts. That you're real. I won't hurt you.
No one is ever hurt by something he's not afraid of. Jim, I'm not afraid of you.
Good for you, baby. Now, you let me see you?
Oh, sure, Jim. I never could resist you. But it's going to be different this time.
You said it, baby. Where are you?
Drop around to the club. At 11, I'll be in Tony's office.
Why there? Why don't you come up here?
Jim.
All right. Good. Can't you make it sooner?
Now, Jim. Be a good boy.
All right. I'll be waiting.
Me too, Jim. It'll be just like old times.
And now you're really confused, aren't you, Jim Mars? Partly relieved because now you know Monica is really back, but more confused because you can't figure out how she got back. You don't happen to believe in ghosts, do you, Jim? Well, you'll know soon enough. Remember, 11 o'clock in Tony's office.
You alone, Tony?
Huh? What do you think?
I'll get smart.
Okay, take a look around.
I don't see her.
That's tough.
Where is she?
Suppose you tell me who you're looking for. I don't mind reading.
Yeah, that's right, you ain't. Look, I was talking to Monica today. She said she'd be here at 11.
You must be haunted. Monica's dead. And who should know that better than you?
I told you I talked to her today.
Jim, didn't you kill Monica 6 months ago?
Oh, I thought so.
Then how could you talk to her?
She was here, I tell you. I know that.
Did you go see the doc yet?
He said there was nothing wrong.
Maybe you better have somebody check on him.
You think I'm crazy? Well, I'm not. Because it could be Monica. She might not be dead.
I thought you dumped her into the bay.
That's just it. I didn't. That's something I've never been able to figure out. Her turning up in the bay. Unless I only wounded her and she started crawling for help and fell off the dock.
Oh, so you're not even sure you killed her?
Oh, I don't know. We'll find out in a minute. It's 11 o'clock and she's...
Gentlemen, please don't get up, and I'll join your friendly circle.
Circle. Triangle, and I don't like triangles.
Triangles? What are you talking about?
Now, boy.
You heard her?
Who?
Monica, listen to you nuts.
Brother, you really blown your top. What do you mean by Monica?
Well, look at you, dummy. Can't you see her?
So help me, Jim. You and I are the only ones in this room.
Monica, did you hear that? Tony can't see you. He can't hear you.
What does it matter, Jim, as long as we can see each other? As long as we can be together.
Sure, baby. Just us.
Us? What are you talking about?
I'm talking to Monica. You keep out of it.
Jimmy, you telling me you can actually see Monica here in this room?
Sure. Come here, baby. Just to show Jim you're real.
Is she coming to you?
Monica, come on, baby. Come over and prove it.
Where is she now, Jim? On your lap?
Don't be afraid, baby. Come on.
You don't know it, Jim, but you belong in the nut house.
Monica! Oh, baby, don't just stand there and look at me. Say something.
Jim, you better go home and hit the hay. I'll have the doc come over and give you something. And tomorrow we'll get it fixed up for you to go to some nice, quiet spot and rest up.
Monica, say something. Tell me you'll forgive me for what I did.
You're really going off your nut, Jim, begging for forgiveness from a ghost. And you said if you ever saw Monica again, you'd talk to her with lead. Well, go on, Jim. If you see Monica, go ahead. Talk with lead. That should show you there's nobody there. Go ahead, start shooting.
Monica, listen.
Go ahead, Jim. What are you waiting for? Talk with lead. Go ahead, Jim.
Yeah? Okay, well, maybe I will.
Look out! Jim!
Hey, boss, what's wrong? Were those shots Hey, Tony and Jim Mars.
They're both dead.
Monica, are you all right?
Only don't call me Monica.
The Whistler will return in just a moment with a strange ending to tonight's story. Meantime, picture this situation. Pieces of steel rubbed together 2,000 times a minute. Heat up to 2,800 degrees. That's what happens to your pistons every time your motor runs. And that's why, if your motor is to last out the duration, it needs the 7-way protection of Signal 4-Star Motor Oil, the finer motor oil that's solvent refined. This latest, most costly process known to oil engineers, solvent refining, gives Signal 4-Star Motor Oil, with its pure paraffin base, the finest lubrication money can buy. Solvent refining gives Signal 4-Star Motor Oil triple-strength film that clings to your motor surfaces for longer miles. Solvent refining makes Signal 4-Star Motor Oil flow freely in winter cold, yet retain its body when your motor's hot. Because of solvent refining, Signal 4-Star Motor Oil forms less carbon, keeps your motor cleaner, smoother. Added up, these features are today's best assurance of longer motor life. So if it's been 1,000 miles or 2 months since you last changed oil, do your motor the favor that will help it go farther. See your neighborhood Signal dealer and say drain and refill with Signal 4-Star Motor Oil. And now, back to the Whistler.
Well, Tony and Jim Mars lying dead, smoking guns in their hands, and Monica standing over them. Her gun in her hand, but she hadn't had to use it. And suddenly she doesn't like the name Monica. No wonder. It's not hers. Hers is Maria. Maria Lee, not Monica Lee. That explains, of course, why Jim Mars didn't shoot her, but instead turned his gun on Tony. You see, the minute she walked in and Jim met her face to face, he knew she wasn't Monica. He guessed exactly right, that she was Monica's sister, who looked enough like her to be a twin. Right away, he figured Tony was in on some kind of frame-up deal, and so he shot him. Later, perhaps, he would have attended to Maria, too. But Tony shot him at the same instant his gun went off. Why? Well, Tony's plan was very neat. He figured Jim would shoot Maria, or Monica's ghost, and he'd shoot Jim. He'd be out of any rap on the plea that he had tried to stop Jim's shooting of Maria, and he'd be rid of both of his troublesome friends. Yes, you see, Tony knew Maria wasn't Monica, too. He knew from the start, better than anybody. Because it was Tony, jealous Tony, who had found Monica wounded by Jim's bullet, and to get even with them both, had finished the job and dumped her body into the bay.
Next Monday at 9 o'clock, the Signal Oil program will bring you another strange tale by the Whistler. The Signal Oil program is broadcast for your entertainment by the Signal Oil Company, marketers of Signal's famous Go Farther gasoline and motor oil, and by your neighborhood Signal oil dealer, who is at your service daily to keep your car running for the duration. The Signal Oil program, produced by George W. Allen, with story by Hugh Keegan, music by Wilbur Hatch, is transmitted to our troops overseas by the Armed Forces Radio Service. Bob Anderson speaking for your friend, the Signal Oil Company, and suggesting once again that you let every go signal remind you that you do go gasoline. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The Signal Oil Program, The Whistler. That whistle is your signal for the Signal Oil Program, The Whistler.
I am the Whistler, and I know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. Yes, I know the nameless terrors of which they dare not speak.
Yes, friends, it's time for the Signal Oil Program, The Whistler. Rated by independent research, the most popular West Coast program in radio history. And Signal gasoline is tops, too. Tops in quality. It takes extra quality, you know, to give you extra mileage. And Signal is the famous Go Farther gasoline. So look for the Signal circle sign in yellow and black that identifies friendly dealer-owned Signal service stations from Canada to Mexico. And now the Whistler's strange story. Hasty conclusion.
Professor Wagner sat in his office in the old brick chemistry building, a late issue of the Chemistry Journal open on the desk before him. The drowsy afternoon sounds of the campus and the reassuring tick of his secretary's typewriter made him sleepy, unable to concentrate on his reading. The article was in fine print, and the professor found himself tempted to drop it into the wastebasket. But he was forced to continue reading. When the dean published, the rest of the department was expected to read it. Suddenly, he turned back the pages and reread the article more carefully, his mind shuttling between memory and suspicion. Why was all this so familiar? Could it be what he suspected? His secretary, with her spinster's efficiency, would know.
Very interesting. Very. Oh, Miss Rhodes,
Yes, Professor Wagner?
did you type this latest article of Dean Emerson's?
Why, yes. Good, isn't it? He's had much favorable comment.
The subject interests me. Didn't it seem familiar to you?
Yes, it did. I remember thinking so when I typed it.
Any idea where you might have read it before?
Why, some thesis notes. One of the students.
That's it, of course. Nielsen's notes.
Nielsen? Oh, yes, the graduate student.
Where are they, Miss Rhodes?
In the files. I remember you particularly wanted them saved.
Get them. Oh, this is too good to be true.
Let me see. Lloyd Nielsen. Poor man, such a tragedy. So young to be taken like that.
Yes. Very unfortunate. Are they there?
Yes, here they are. Oh, all that research and never to finish it. It doesn't seem right.
I'll take them, please. Now let's see the dean's article. Here. Yes, identical. I thought this was better than his usual drivel. Get him on the phone, Miss Rose.
But he's lunching at the faculty club.
Call him there. Tell him I want to see him at 3 o'clock.
But he's...
If there's any question, tell him it's about the late Mr. Nielsen.
I'm pleased that you like my paper, Wagner.
An important contribution, Dean Emerson. You have every reason to be proud.
I'm glad of any prestige I may bring to the college.
And rightly so. The next dean will have quite a position to maintain.
And that's not immediate. I have many more good years.
Still, there's always the unforeseen. The little mistakes that can end a career so untimely.
Wagner, what's on your mind?
A student named Nielsen. Lloyd Nielsen.
Nielsen?
The name means something to you?
No.
Oh, surely you remember him, the one who died?
We've had so many students.
Not like him. He did a brilliant piece of research. Something about the valence of barium.
Oh, I recall it vaguely. Too bad he didn't finish.
He did. His findings have been published.
But that's impossible. How could he?
Come, Emerson. I just told you I read your paper.
What are you suggesting?
You stole Nielsen's material and published it as your own.
You can't mean that. You have no proof.
In my files, there's another version of those notes. Enough to prove you're a plagiarist, a thief.
You're lying. There are no other notes.
Oh, yes, there are. You forget Nielsen was my student, too.
It must have been a mistake, a coincidence.
If the papers had been in your own field, toxicology, yes. But they weren't, Emerson.
You've never liked me, Wagner. This is nothing but malice.
Call it ethics.
And you want to expose me for the sake of your ethics.
Oh, then you admit there's something to expose.
Well, I mean, Wagner, isn't there some way we can settle this quietly?
That's better. May I smoke?
Yes, certainly. Have one of mine.
Thank you. Yes, Emerson. There is a way. Quiet, but honorable, of course.
Anything.
Naturally, for the good of the college, I'll have to ask you to withdraw.
Withdraw?
But I'll be fair. I'll keep the reason to myself.
Generous of you.
I think so.
But to give up my whole career, you don't know what you're asking.
Better than having the truth come out.
Wagner, for heaven's sake, must it be this way?
Just what you would do in my place, isn't it?
I see. And I have no choice but to resign.
Very wise.
I suppose I should thank you.
Well, there's a way to show your gratitude. As chairman of the appointments board, you can name your successor.
My successor? Do you mean that
yes.
you...
I'll expect to replace you as dean.
So that's your ethics. Why, you... I won't do it.
Oh, you're suddenly very scrupulous.
You contempt... Get out of my office.
Very well. Then the truth will have to be known.
I'll deny it. I'll discredit you.
All right, a scandal, if you like.
Get out of here.
You'll hear from me later, Emerson.
No, wait, Wagner. I'll come back. I'll do as you say. Anything to...
I thought you'd see it my way. I want your resignation right away.
Right away? Can't you give me some time?
How much time?
Well, a day or two anyway.
So you can squirm out of it? No. I can't wait that long.
But a few hours at least, this evening. Come to dinner at my house tonight. Mrs. Emerson retires early, and we can talk about it afterwards.
What time?
6:30?
All right. 6:30.
I'll have an answer for you then.
There's only one possible answer. Good afternoon, Dean.
You're sure you won't have some coffee, Professor?
Thank you, Mrs. Emerson. Nothing more.
Marion, don't insist on coffee when I've told you I'm serving port.
But everyone doesn't like port, Charles.
You mean you don't?
Well, that isn't what I meant at all. You're so irritable this evening, dear.
Nothing of the sort.
Well, it's always a sign when you're worried. Is something wrong?
I've told you nothing's wrong, Marion. Drop it. Here you are, Professor. Rather good color, don't you think?
Thank you. You're not having any?
Oh, not supposed to. Trouble with my eyes. Go ahead.
Very good. Very good indeed. Pleasant here in the summer house.
The dean enjoys dining out here. Although I feel it's still early in the season. There's a chill in the air.
If you're cold, Marion, perhaps you wouldn't mind...
Oh, of course. You two have business to talk over.
If you're asleep when I leave, I'll see you Monday.
Leave? Oh, yes, the ski club. I'd forgotten.
I'll be going as soon as the professor and I finish.
Well, I hope the snow is still good, Charles. Well, good night, Professor.
Sorry to hurry you off, Mrs. Emerson.
Oh, you're not. I want to get back to my detective story. So interesting. Now, I tell the dean he ought to write one. With his knowledge of toxicology, he must know many clever poisons that leave no trace.
Marion, for heaven's sake.
Well, after all, they're only stories. No one behaves as they do in books, do they, Professor?
Huh? Oh, I don't know.
Oh, I mean, the victims are so stupid. If a man's your enemy, you don't blindly allow him to poison
Will you go, Marion? You rattle on and on.
Charles, I hate to have you drive to the ski club in this state. You are worried.
I'm not worried, Marion. Besides, I'm driving up with Dr. Phillips.
Oh, well, all right, dear. Well, good night, Professor.
Good night.
Well, Wagner, I've considered your demand.
Have you?
There's nothing else for me to do but to agree.
Nothing else?
I'll resign at once, and you'll be appointed dean.
Nothing else, Emerson? No other way?
What do you mean?
Very clever of you. Getting me to dinner, and then I know what you've done.
Done?
I see it all now. You poisoned me.
What?
There was poison in that wine.
Poison? Why, you're mad.
Your wife gave you away, didn't she?
Wagner. Wagner, why are you doubled over like that?
The pain. My stomach. Oh, you won't get away with it.
Will you listen to me, Wagner?
Dr. Phillips, I'll get him. Cross the street.
You can't tell him a story like that. I won't let you.
Get away.
No.
Let me go.
No, listen to me. I didn't poison
Let me go.
you.
Let me go, I say.
Wagner, don't. Put down that decanter, Wagner!
For a stunned moment, you stand there, and then suddenly find yourself running pell-mell down the gravel path toward the garden gate, doubled over, clutching at the burning pain in your stomach, knowing it's your life now, unless you can get across the street to the doctor's office before the poison strikes you down. A minute later, you stumble up the steps and burst into the doctor's office. Phillips acts quickly, efficiently.
Pulse a shade fast, blood pressure up a bit. Well, that's probably due to excitement. You say the pain's gone now, huh?
Yes. Seemed to vanish the minute I got here.
You've been nervous lately, working hard?
Why, yes, but...
Putting in a lot of nights at the Lamb?
Well, there's the usual rush around exam time.
Tell me, what did you have for dinner over at Emerson's?
Let's see, shrimp creole, avocado salad.
That's enough for me. Wagner, old boy, you can forget about poisoning. You've got yourself a case of gastritis, that's all.
Oh, I see. Well, I've got to get back to Emerson. Emerson will wonder what'll happen to me.
He doesn't know?
No, I didn't want to worry him. Said I was going into the house to phone. Well, I'll say good night, Doctor. Thank you.
Oh, I'm going to walk over with you.
To Emerson's?
Yes. Do you mind?
No.
I was just on my way over when you came. Come on.
Well, the dean's rather busy.
That's all right. He's expecting me at 9 o'clock.
Expecting you?
Yes. After you, Wagner.
With the prologue of Hasty Conclusion, the Signal Oil Company presents another strange story by The Whistler. But now, 2 points it'll pay every driver to remember if you want to be sure you're getting the tops in quality when you buy gasoline. 1, in gasoline, it takes extra quality to give you extra mileage, to go farther. And 2, Signal is the famous Go Farther gasoline. After all, the only way any gasoline can put more thrilling performance into your car is by helping your motor run more efficiently. And when your motor runs more efficiently, naturally, you get better mileage. So mileage is really the best yardstick of gasoline quality. That's why we're so proud of Signal's good mileage. And it's why Signal says, when you buy gasoline for your car, to be sure you're getting the tops in quality, there are just 2 things to remember. 1, in gasoline, it takes extra quality to go farther. And 2, throughout the West, from Canada to Mexico, Signal is the famous Go Farther gasoline. And now, back to the Whistler.
Well,
Professor Wagner, it's all changed, isn't it? Your discovery of Dean Emerson's plagiarism almost provided the means of settling yourself into a very comfortable spot. But it's anything but comfortable at the moment. As you stand at the Dean's front door with Dr. Phillips, your mind is racing wildly. You were foolish to believe immediately that the Dean had poisoned you. Foolish to run to Phillips so quickly. Now you're wondering what they're going to find out there in the summer house, whether Dean Emerson is alive or dead, and what you will tell them.
Oh, hello, Doctor. Right on time. Charles ought to be through with... Why, Professor, I thought you were with Charles. Well, come in.
I had a slight pain. I went to Phillips to get something for it.
Oh, I'm sorry. Are you and the Dean almost through?
Why, no. As a matter of fact, there were a few more points we hadn't...
Oh, well, that's all right. We won't rush you.
So kind of you to take Charles with you to the ski club, Doctor.
You're driving Emerson to the ski club?
Yes, care to come along?
Oh, no, I couldn't. I have a busy weekend. I couldn't.
Professor, you seem as nervous as Charles did. What's got into you two?
Well, nothing at all. Excuse me, I must get back to the Dean.
You go out the rear door, Wagner, into the quiet night. Your heart pounds, choking you in a surge of anxiety as you reach the green lattice building at the far edge of the lawn. At first, you see nothing in the dim lights of the summer house, and you're almost convinced that Emerson has recovered and walked away. Then your eyes focus on the sprawling shape at your feet, right where you left him.
Emerson! Emerson, for heaven's sake! Emerson, please!
Yes, Wagner, dead. You knew he might be, yet you kneel there, stunned, numbly shaking him, totally unprepared, and then... They're coming out here, Wagner. Out to the summer house. In half a minute, they'll find you with the body, and the whole college will cry murder. Then you see the square, protecting shape of the nearby garage. You gather a strength you'd forgotten in 20 years of desk work, and quickly drag the body around into the shrubbery behind it.
I've been anxious to have you see my fuchsias, Doctor.
Yes, Marion, I'm glad you thought of it.
Oh, Professor. Isn't Charles out here?
He went to the chemistry building to get a copy of his article.
Well, how strange. There's a dozen copies in the house. It isn't like him to miss his engagements this way.
Well, that's all right, Marion. I'll tell you. I'll get a ride with Mason and leave my car here for the Dean. He can drive up when he's ready.
Well, I'd rather Charles didn't drive over those mountain roads. He's been so nervous lately.
Oh. Well, I guess I've got to wait for him.
It's too bad.
Wait a minute, Doctor. There's no use in your doing that.
Doing what?
Delaying your trip this way. See here. Why don't I drive the Dean up in your car?
Well, I thought of that, but you said you'd be busy.
Oh, nonsense. It's nothing very urgent. I don't like to leave Emerson in a spot like this. Besides, in view of what you said about my being overworked...
You're perfectly right. The change would do you good. Well, that's it then. My car's in the garage here. The Dean is kind enough to rent me his garage. Here are the keys.
This is very nice of you, Professor.
Oh, no, not at all.
Well, I'll see you to the door, Doctor.
Thanks, Marion. Left my coat in the hall.
It's a wild chance, Wagner, but you've got to take it. A possible way to dispose of that burden in the shrubbery behind the garage. There've been accidents before on that steep, snow-covered road that winds up to the ski lodge. Quickly, you drag the body around into the garage and force the awkward shape into the turtle back of the doctor's car. Then you hastily get behind the wheel and step on the starter.
Professor, wait. Oh, did Charles come back?
No, I thought I'd pick him up at his office.
Oh, well, here, I brought this bag.
Oh, yes, thank you. I forgot that.
Oh, and his glasses, too. He left them on the dining table.
I'll take them to him.
Well, I don't understand his forgetting them. Well, he can't read without them, and perhaps I'd better drive over with you.
Oh, there's no need for that. I'll take care of everything.
You don't object to driving me to the office, Professor?
Oh, I'm sorry. No, of course not.
Well, thank you. You're sure sure he hasn't been here, Miss Rose?
I'm sure. He rarely comes to the office at night.
But couldn't he have come in without your knowing it?
Oh, no. I have these reports to finish by morning, and he gave me his key.
Well, then he didn't mean to come here at all. I don't understand it.
Why don't you let me take you home, Mrs. Emerson? He's probably there by now.
Well, I suppose there's nothing else to do, but I'll wait up for him. I want to be sure he's all right.
Quite a spot, isn't it, Wagner? Mrs. Emerson determined to see her husband and his body in the turtleback of the very car you're riding in. You've got to think of something. Some way to get rid of her. Convince her that the Dean's all right. Then, as you pull up to a stop sign, you notice the lights of a drugstore at the corner, and you begin to see a way out. You pull over to the curb.
Why are you stopping here, Professor?
Just had a thought. He may be at the faculty club. I'll go into this drugstore and phone.
Oh, I'll go.
Oh, no trouble. I'll only be a minute.
Emerson's residence?
Is Professor Wagner there?
Why, he and Mrs. Emerson drove off just a few minutes ago.
I see. I'm calling from the faculty club. The dean's just leaving here, and he wants Professor Wagner to meet him in front of his office as soon as he can.
Well, I'll have Mrs. Emerson tell the professor when they return.
Thank you.
You drive Mrs. Emerson home, Wagner, and there the maid delivers the message you so cleverly planted over the phone. Mrs. Emerson's convinced now, and she retires, relieved that her husband is all right. 10 minutes after you leave her, you're on the highway, heading the doctor's car toward the mountains. The 60-mile trip is unchallenged until you near the ranger station at the foot of the dangerous 2-mile grade. And then suddenly you remember. The ranger will make a check, and he's got to see 2 men in the car. You put on the brake and pull up at the side of the road. Get out and open the turtleback, and you drag the body up to the front seat. Then you get back in and prop him up beside you. Pull your hat down over his face. Nervous and trying to keep from trembling, you drive on until you're stopped by the ranger.
Sorry, can't let you go on, folks. We're in for a blizzard.
But they're expecting us at the ski lodge.
I guess you can make it as far as the lodge, all right, but you're taking a chance of being snowed in. When we get a storm this late in the spring, it's usually a good one.
We'll take that chance.
Okay. Sign the passenger check. Yeah, right here. All right. Other fellow will have to sign, too.
But he's asleep.
Oh, sorry. Regulations.
Yes, but he's had a hard day. I hate to disturb him.
Well, okay, you sign for him, huh?
Yes. Thanks.
Mm-hmm. All right, drive on. Take it easy.
You drive another 1.5 miles through a trough of snow, looking for a break in the high white walls, some place where you can send the car over the edge. And then, as you reach the narrowest part of the road, you see it. No barrier on the outside, and a sheer drop to the bottom of the ravine far below. You maneuver the car close to the edge, and then open the door on your side, and jump clear as the car with its grisly load plunges over the side. You stumble the rest of the way to the lodge, clawing at your face and tearing your clothes to create the final evidence for your accident story. The distance is farther than you remembered, and you drop with exhaustion as you reach the door and Phillips and Mason hear your faint knock and drag you into the lodge. And as they chafe your hands trying to thaw you out, you gasp your accident story. You watch their faces for a sign of suspicion, but there's nothing but sympathy. You're getting it across, Wagner. They're believing you.
Couldn't see through the windshield. And suddenly I knew we were going over. I called to Emerson to jump.
Steady, Wagner. Better lie down.
But he didn't jump. He was too late.
Come on now. Don't try to talk anymore.
I think we better try to get Emerson.
From that ravine, we're snowed in already. It'll take days.
It was all my fault. I shouldn't
Forget that. Lie back and rest.
All right.
There you are. Now relax and don't worry. It was an accident. Nobody's going to blame you.
Of course not. It was bound to happen on that road.
Might have been any of us.
You really think so?
Of course. Now, for Pete's sake, relax. You need sleep.
It's going to be all right, Wagner. You can count on us.
Thanks. Thanks.
The Whistler will return in just a moment with a strange ending to tonight's story. Meantime, a word about the something extra you get when you have your car lubricated at a dealer-owned Signal service station. Instead of taking chances on memory, your Signal dealer checks against Signal's factory-recommended chart, which shows every lubrication point on your car and the exact type of oil or grease it should have for long, trouble-free life. And then, just to make doubly sure not a single part has been overlooked, your Signal dealer checks each point again, which explains why we call it Signal double-check lubrication. This is typical of the many little differences in Signal service that can make such a big difference in the way your car runs. And the reason? Well, being in business for themselves, Signal dealers naturally have more incentive to serve you better. And now back to the Whistler.
Well, Professor Wagner, you're safe now. Safe in bed where Mason and the doctor put you after hearing your story. They've assured you that no one will blame you for the accident. It was a dangerous road. The snow was blinding. You lost control of the doctor's car and jumped clear as it plunged into the steep ravine with Dean Emerson in it. No way they could know that he was already dead when he took that final plunge. You sink into the warm bed, exhausted from your strenuous night, limp with relief. You drop off immediately and sleep heavily and undisturbed for several hours. Then suddenly you're wide awake, trying to recognize this room, this strange bed. You're fighting to clear your mind when it strikes again, a shattering stab of pain in your stomach. You find yourself doubled up in agony, the same knife-like pain you felt hours before in the summer house.
Doctor! Doctor! Phillips!
Wagner, what's the trouble?
My stomach. That pain again, like before. Pain.
Hold on, I'll take a look. Take it easy now. Hurt when I press here?
Oh, stop! Yes, there.
Good Lord, man, it's your appendix.
Appendix?
You threw me off with that poison idea. Afraid I made a hasty conclusion.
Hospital. Get me to a hospital.
No time, too much snow. That's going to break in 1 minute. I've got to operate right now, Wagner, right here. You game?
Yes, hurry.
What is it, Phillips?
His appendix. Got to work fast.
Bad?
Bad enough to kill him if I don't get to it right now. Stay with him, Mason. I'll get my instruments.
Right.
Good thing he drove up in my car. There's not a thing to work with here. Good Lord, Mason.
Phillips, what's the matter? What is it?
Mason, my instruments. They're in the car.
I'll go get them.
Oh, you can't. My car's at the bottom of that ravine. He hasn't got a chance, Mason. Wagner hasn't got a chance.
Let that whistle be your signal for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler, each Monday at 8. Brought to you by the Signal Oil Company, marketers of Signal gasoline and motor oil and fine quality automotive accessories. Signal has asked me to remind you, this is Naval Reserve Week. Veterans of any branch of the service may keep their wartime rates by joining the peacetime Naval Reserve. Ask about it at your nearest Naval Reserve headquarters. Featured in tonight's story were Charles Halton and Norman Field. The The Whistler was produced by George W. Allen with music by Wilbur Hatch, story by William Engvik, and was transmitted to our troops overseas by the Armed Forces Radio Service. This is Marvin Miller speaking for the Signal Oil Company. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System. The Signal Oil Program, The Whistler. That whistle is your signal for the Signal Oil Program, The Whistler.
I am the Whistler, and I know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. Yes, I know the nameless terrors of which they dare not speak.
Yes, friends, it's time for the Signal Oil Program, The Whistler, rated tops in popularity for a longer period of time than any other West Coast program in radio history. And Signal gasoline is tops, too, tops in quality. It takes extra quality, you know, to give you extra mileage. And Signal is the famous Go Farther gasoline. So look for the Signal circle sign in yellow and black that identifies friendly dealer-owned Signal stations from Canada to Mexico. And now the Whistler's strange story. The first year.
The story of Lydia Winters falls naturally into two parts, separated by exactly 1 year, almost to the minute. Her marriage to Elliot Larkin ended, of course, on New Year's Eve, somewhere around midnight at a place called Silver Lake Lodge. The circumstances surrounding its ending are a matter of record now in the files of the police department, Homicide Division. The beginning is another story, a personal one. Just a year before, early on New Year's morning, Lydia Winters had stood at the door of her uncle's apartment with Elliot, listening to the whistles ushering in the new year.
Darling,
Huh?
listen.
It's official now, a brand new year.
Brand new life.
I better go in now, Elliot.
Look, Lydia, let's go together. You can speak your piece and I'll back
I've
you up.
already told you I want to talk to Uncle Philip alone, darling.
Oh, but why waste New Year's Eve? Good Lord, woman, it'll only take a minute to
I
tell
love
the old
you,
boy.
dear, and I'm going to marry you. But you might as well learn right now when I make up my mind, I mean it.
So Marty tells me.
Poor Marty.
Yeah, poor Marty. Looked like you hit him with a poleaxe when you told him tonight.
He'll get over it. They all do.
I wonder if we will.
Maybe. But it'll be fun while it lasts.
Lydia, why are you marrying me?
Oh, you dance well, you're good looking. You have charm of a sort, and of course...
My money.
Your money. I'm tired of depending on Uncle Philip.
Ah, you're a worldly woman.
But very practical. Kiss me, darling. Good night, Elliot.
I'll pick you up tomorrow at noon.
Mm-hmm.
We can be married in Greenville and run up to Silver Lake Lodge for a couple of weeks, huh?
You're so capable, darling. All figured out for me.
Yeah, except Uncle Philip.
Just leave Uncle Philip to me, dear. Good night.
Good night. Happy New Year.
Well, Uncle Philip.
Oh, it's you.
You old darling, waiting up for me?
There's a very good reason, Lydia. I want to talk to you. Seriously, for once.
Oh, and I know just what it's about. You don't approve of Elliot, do you, dear? You think he's a fortune hunter, irresponsible, unworthy of me. And I'm so hard and thoughtless and gullible.
You through?
Yes.
Good. Then please understand this. If I have any concern about Elliot Larkin, it's on his account and not yours.
Is that so?
Exactly. In the proper hands, he might understand you, grow up into a decent human being. With you, he hasn't a chance.
Now, wait a minute. If you think you can tell
let
me...
me finish. That's beside the point anyway. You're just like your mother was, Lydia. The same selfishness, the same abysmal ignorance of the true meaning of marriage. You're not in love with this man. He's not in love with you.
You're pretty sure of yourself, aren't you?
Of course I'm sure. To get to the point, Lydia, I will not approve your marriage to Elliot Larkin or any other man until you indicate some small understanding of what the word means, until you're able to look upon it as a sacred contract instead of an adventure.
I see. Now, I'd be grateful if you'd step off the soapbox while I tell you something. I don't care what you think.
Listen to me, Lydia.
I'm through listening to you. I'm of age, Uncle Philip. Tomorrow afternoon, I'm marrying Elliot, whether you approve or not. I don't care about you or your money or anything else. It's my life, and I intend to live it as I please. I'm leaving at noon tomorrow, Uncle Philip, and there's nothing you can do about it.
Nothing I can do about it, eh? Yeah.
Hello?
Ballinger?
Yes?
Phil Ridgely. I hate to get you up, old man.
Oh, not at all. New Year's, you know. We're having a little party.
I want to see you right away, Ballinger, about my will.
Oh. How about tomorrow morning?
I said right away. Now.
Good Lord, Phil. You can't do a thing like this now.
Why not?
Why, it's vicious. If there was any chance for success of Lydia's marriage, it's destroyed by this thing. You can't play with people's lives as if they were puppets.
It's my money, Ballinger. I can do with it what I please. Now get this again. The new will is to provide that if Lydia and Elliot Larkin live together as man and wife under the same roof for a period of 10 years, they are to receive the principal legacy of $500,000 jointly, or half to each other as they may choose. That failing, it goes to the Children's Relief Fund. Got that?
That's clear enough.
Now, if at any time during those 10 years either one of them die by any means, the entire sum is payable to the survivor immediately.
Now, look here, Philip. I realize I'm in no position to question your moral code, but this thing is fiendish. Why, it'll set them at each other's throats.
Perhaps it will, Ballinger. Perhaps it will. It's a sort of a test, you know. If I'm right, if the marriage means nothing to either of them, it will destroy them. On the other hand, if I'm wrong, it will be a real reward.
Yes, but don't you see? It's not a will, Philip. It's a weapon.
Maybe. I know I won't live to see it work out. But you'll see it, Ballinger. You're to acquaint them with the provisions the moment I die. There's a comfortable retainer in there for you to see it's followed to the letter. You know, I envy you, Ballinger. It should prove very interesting.
With the prologue of The First Year, the Signal Oil Company is bringing you another strange story by The Whistler. But now, a brief suggestion to help you enjoy new driving pleasure during the new year. To be sure of the tops in gasoline quality, there are just two things to remember. One, in gasoline, it takes extra quality to go farther. And two, Signal is the famous Go Farther gasoline. And now, back to The Whistler.
Yes, Lydia, it began on a New Year's Eve at a party with Elliot Larkin, when suddenly, impetuously, you decided that here was the answer to Uncle Philip's tyranny, an avenue to freedom. And it's worked out fairly well, hasn't it? It's not a storybook marriage, of course, but you didn't expect that. Still, Elliot is fairly presentable, reasonable, and charming, and you're sure he's wealthy enough to keep you well-dressed and entertained. And until something better comes along, you're content. It was an evening in October that changed all that. The two of you had just arrived home from a football game.
Old Johnny Gates. Can you imagine running into him that way?
I felt like a lost sheep with the two of you huddled together all
Well, I haven't seen him since college. Oh, here, let me take your coat.
Uh-huh.
There. That was a lucky break running into him that way, you know?
Where are the cigarettes?
Oh, a minute. Oh, here you are. Catch.
Thanks. What do you mean, lucky break? You didn't pay any attention to the game.
Well, he's leaving his job. He's going to the Orient.
Oh?
Yeah, he represents some cordial outfit, liqueurs, that sort of thing, you know. Well, I mean, that's the job he's leaving. It's a pretty good job.
What's that got to do with you?
He says he'll recommend me to replace him if I want it.
You mean you're going to work?
Well, why not? I can't be a playboy all my life, you know. What?
Elliot. Elliot, darling, what in the world got into your head?
What's so funny, huh?
Help me, Elliot. You working? Oh.
Yeah, well, you better answer the phone.
Yeah. Excuse me, darling. Hello?
Mrs. Larkin?
Yes?
This is Mr. Ballinger, your uncle's lawyer.
I'm not at home to my uncle, Mr. Ballinger. You can tell him to...
Just a minute, Mrs. Larkin. I'm calling to tell you that your uncle passed away this afternoon.
I see.
It's my duty as his executor to read to you the terms of his will.
Who is it, honey?
Just a minute, please. Uncle Philip's dead. Something about the will.
Oh, let me talk to him.
I'll handle it. Mr. Ballinger, perhaps you don't quite understand my relationship with Uncle Philip.
Wait a minute.
Elliot.
Give me that phone
What do
now.
you think you're doing?
It's time I knock some sense into your head, Angel. You may as well know it now. We're broke.
Well, what?
Oh, as close to it as you can get without selling the furniture. That's why I took Johnny up on the job.
Hello?
You had money. A lot of it, you
Never
saved.
mind that now. You just tell Mr. Ballinger we'll be glad to talk to him. You hear? Go on, take the phone.
Hello? Hello, Mr. Ballinger.
Yes?
We'll be over right away.
How'd it taste, dear?
What?
Humble pie.
I'm not in the mood for that sort of thing, Elliot. Why didn't you tell me you were broke?
You didn't ask. You just went along with what everyone believed about the Larkin
You
fortune.
think that was fair to me?
Well, it works two ways, Angel. After all, I was under the impression your Uncle Philip's worldly goods were practically in your pocket.
I see. Well, I guess I'd better make this clear, Elliot. I don't love you. I never did.
Oh, now take it easy.
And bright and early tomorrow morning, I'm leaving this house and I'm not coming back.
Really? Well, I'm going to miss you terribly. Where are you going?
Does it matter very much?
No, not really. Tomorrow's up to you, Lydia. Tonight, on the other hand...
I'll see Mr. Ballinger alone.
We're going together, darling. Somehow I'm just a little curious about your uncle's will.
You mean this thing forces us to love each other?
More or less. That is, if you want the money. You will live together under the same roof for 10 years.
Yes, I heard it the first time, Ballinger. Now, are you sure it'll hold up under probate?
It's quite legal if that's what you mean.
Naturally. You didn't know Uncle Philip very well, Elliot. Most efficient man in the world.
Well, that's it. If there are any questions, Lydia?
No.
Good night, Larkin.
Night.
Amusement, Elliot, or the beginning of hysteria?
A little of each, I suppose. You know, you must admit the old boy had a sense of humor.
Must I?
10 years, 9 to go. Well, I guess there was a time when I'd be willing to do anything for $500,000. Right now, I don't know.
It won't make any real difference, Elliot. I want that money. You live your life, I'll live mine. No questions, no answers.
Except to the watchdog.
Ballinger? Yes, we can handle him.
I suppose it's worth a try. All right, dear. What's the first move?
Your friend, Johnny Gates.
Johnny?
You'll need that job now. You have a wife and home to support. Remember?
At that moment, you're forced to admit something to yourself, aren't you, Lydia? That Uncle Philip was right. That your marriage to Elliot Larkin is a farce, a hollow, mocking thing that was never meant to be. And there's something else, Lydia. The strange will. As the weeks pass, you know it for what it really is. An instrument of torture. A weapon striking back at you from the grave. Yes, Uncle Philip might as well be alive and laughing at you, telling you that you can't win. But through it all, you're determined that somehow, some way, you'll defeat Philip on his own ground. Then on New Year's Eve, the night marking your first year together, Elliot calls you at the apartment.
Yes?
Lydia, I thought you might be interested. I've got that job.
Johnny's?
Yeah, he's giving it up, leaving right away.
Oh, nice. Tonight I can drink champagne that's paid for.
Oh, about that. I won't be able to make dinner until later. I'm helping Johnny celebrate.
Oh, don't worry about that. I meant to tell you we can skip the dinner plans. I'm meeting Marty Bell at the Zebra Club.
Marty Bell, huh? Well, true love never dies. Good old Marty.
Don't tell me you object, darling. I'll see you tomorrow, Elliot.
You'll see me tonight if you insist on going there with Bell. I'll come down to the Zebra Club.
And what? Don't play the jealous husband, Elliot. That's really overdoing it. Goodbye.
Lydia! Lydia!
Marty. Marty, you're very amusing.
But I mean it, Lydia. I love you.
Does anyone really mean that?
I want you to go away with me, Lydia. Leave Elliot.
Please, Marty. Trying to break up the perfectly matched, adoring Larkin?
It isn't breaking anything up, and you know it. You're not fooling me, Lydia.
Stop it, Marty.
You don't care a hang for Elliot.
I said stop it.
Hello.
There's someone coming over to our table, an old friend.
Really? I don't see anyone
Mr. Ballinger. What an unexpected surprise.
Yes, I dare say.
I'd like you to meet Marty Bell, an old friend of Elliot's.
Oh.
Marty, Mr. Ballinger.
How do you do, Mr.
Marty's
Ballinger?
keeping me company while I wait for Elliot, but he has an appointment. Maybe you'd sit in for a while, Mr. Ballinger.
Glad to.
But
then Marty won't have to waste any more time.
I'm not wasting time,
It's
Lydia.
all right. You've been a dear, Marty. I'll tell Elliot. Now run along.
Nice to meet you, Bill.
Yeah, same here. Well, goodbye, Lydia.
Bye, Marty, and thanks so much. He's such a dear.
Lydia, I've been intending to bring this up for some time. I've been disturbed about things that I've been hearing.
Things? What things?
About you and Elliot.
Oh?
You know, when there's any sign of trouble between you, you're on dangerous ground.
Why, Mr. Ballinger, I don't know what you're talking about. We're getting along beautifully.
Where is Elliot, Lydia? It's New Year's Eve. You two should be together.
Well, of course we should, but the night's only beginning, Mr. Ballinger. Why, I talked to Elliot only a little while ago. He's going to be here.
Do you mind if I wait?
I know. I'd appreciate it if you would. Wait, there he is now. He just came in. Would you excuse me a minute? I'll tell him where we are. Excuse me?
Well, sure.
Would you let me through, please?
Oh, sure. I'm sorry, lady.
Pardon me,
It's
please.
okay.
Elliot!
Oh, there you are. Where's Marty? I want to talk to
He's
him.
not here, Elliot. Come over to the table with me.
He ran out, huh?
I sent him away. Ballinger's here.
Ballinger?
Smile, darling. He's looking right at us.
What? Oh.
Would you let us through, please?
Yeah, excuse us. Won't
Thank
you? We're sorry.
Right here, darling. Right here. Well, here he is, Mr. Ballinger, my stray lamb. Dear, you remember Mr. Ballinger?
Hello, Larkin.
Yes. How are you, Ballinger?
Sit down, my boy. I just ordered a round of drinks.
Why, how nice.
If you'll permit me, I'd like to offer a toast on your anniversary. 1 year, isn't it?
That's right.
Ah, one beautiful year.
Yes. Well, we can drink to that, and, of course, to your future. May you remain as happy as you are tonight.
Right now, Lydia, as you lift your glass and touch it to the others, listen to Ballinger's hollow toast. You realize that this can't go on, that 9 more years seem impossible. But it's impossible, too, Lydia, to sacrifice the money, isn't it? The money. The defeat of Uncle Philip on his own ground is uppermost in your mind. All you can think of an hour later as you sit beside Elliot in the car.
I hope Mr. Ballinger doesn't think it odd, our leaving so early.
I explained to him. I have to drive a friend to the airport.
Oh? Johnny Gates?
Yeah, he's flying to Seattle on the midnight plane. What I didn't tell Ballinger is that I'm going, too.
You're what?
Got my ticket, suitcase in the back.
Elliot, you can't do this.
Why not?
Because of what it might mean. Ballinger's suspicious now. What'll he think when he hears you've gone flying off somewhere on our anniversary?
Does that matter?
Of course it matters. It's got the power to cancel everything. You can't do it, Elliot. Wait a few days at least.
I'm sorry. It's my first assignment on the new job. Company expects me to wire them from Seattle in the morning.
Why did you agree to such a thing?
Maybe I've had all I can stand, Lydia.
For $500,000, don't be a fool, Elliot. Look, I'll do anything you say. I'll stay away from Marty. Anything, Elliot, just give me a chance.
Well, another helping, huh?
What?
Same humble pie.
Oh, Elliot, please be reasonable.
Oh, Johnny's expecting me. Lydia, I don't see how I can change things now. I'm supposed to be there.
There must be a way, Elliot. You'll regret this yourself. I know you will.
Well, I wonder.
What? What are you thinking?
Maybe Johnny can help us. Come on up with me. We'll talk to him. Maybe I'm a little dumb tonight, Elliot. Give me another rundown on that, will you?
Well, now, look, Johnny, it's simple. I'd just like an extra day here, that's all. You're flying north anyway. Couldn't you send that wire for me?
To cover you with the company.
That's right. Now, you see, that way Lydia and I can be together on our anniversary, and I'll be up there in a day or two.
Well, I don't suppose there'll be much doing over the holiday anyway.
Oh, not a thing. It's just that I don't want to beg off on my first assignment.
No, that wouldn't be so good. Okay, pal, I'll handle it for
Oh,
you.
swell.
Johnny, I appreciate this, too.
Ah, forget it. Elliot's done plenty for me.
Oh, Johnny, there's one more thing. I don't like the idea of turning in my plane ticket. You know, just in case the company should check.
Oh, I don't think they
Well,
will.
I'd rather not take a chance. Now, look, if it doesn't matter to you, you're leaving the company anyway, couldn't you turn yours back and go in my place all the way through?
Well, if you'll feel safer
Well, Johnny,
about
I
it.
really would.
Okay, let's have it. Say, I'll even check into your hotel for you.
Oh,
huh?
fine.
We better get going.
Yeah, right away.
Well, I'll finish packing. Be with you in a minute.
Satisfied, Lydia?
Perfectly.
Look, as long as we're going to make it look good to Ballinger, maybe we can go the whole hog.
How do you mean?
Well, after we drop Johnny at the airport, how about driving up to Silver Lake Lodge?
Wonderful.
Remember the first time we were there? A brand new year, a brand new life.
I remember it perfectly, Elliot. I'd love to go. I think it's exactly what Mr. Ballinger would like.
Well, Lydia, for the moment you've won. But the worry of the future is on your mind, driving down to the airport and watching Johnny Gates off on Flight 27. And all the way up to Silver Lake Lodge, you wonder about those 9 long years ahead. It isn't going to be easy, Lydia, but somehow you're determined to make Elliot continue to see it your way. A few miles below the lodge, you ask him to stop at a roadside store.
Sounds like they're having quite a time down in New Orleans.
Yeah?
I just want to get some cigarettes, Elliot. I'll be right back.
Take your time.
Yes, ma'am.
A pack of cigarettes, please.
Take your pick.
Oh, these'll do. Here you are.
Yeah, thanks.
A brief announcement, then back to the New Year's round-the-town celebration. Flight 27 of Peerless Airlines, northbound for Seattle, crashed and burned in an unexplained accident 1 hour ago. All on board were killed.
That news comes suddenly, doesn't it, Lydia? The answer to everything. To Elliot, the money, everything. Yes, Lydia, Elliot was on that plane, even if it was in name only. At this very moment, as he waits for you in the car outside, he's officially dead, certainly unidentifiable. And the words of Uncle Philip's will keep running through your mind.
If at any time either Lydia or Elliot Larkin die, the entire sum is payable immediately to the survivor.
You know how simple it can be now, Lydia. Yes, as you close the door behind you, walk through the bracing mountain air to the car, you realize that here is the opportunity of a lifetime. Freedom from Elliot and all of the $500,000 for yourself. And looking at Elliot relaxed, waiting for you, you know you're going to kill him tonight.
Sorry to keep you waiting.
Oh, it's all right.
Just as I went into the store, there was some sort of news flash on the radio. You hear it?
Newsflash? No, some other station, probably.
Yes, I suppose so.
Hey, I was enjoying that. New Year's Eve in New Orleans.
Please, I'd like it quiet. We'll be up at the cabin in a few minutes. Right now, I want to think.
Of course you want to think, Lydia, of the loaded target pistol in the gun case at the cabin, of how lonely it is there, of how easy it'll be to dispose of Elliot's body in that wilderness. Less than an hour later, you're at the cabin, ready to put your plan in operation. The pistol is just beneath your hand, stuck between the sofa cushions as you sit before the fire Elliot has built for the occasion. You steady your nerves and...
Elliot,
Just a minute, dear. I'm fixing the drink.
hurry it up, will you?
You're tense now, bracing yourself. You'll wait until he's moved around and is standing right in front of you, holding the drinks on the tray. That way it can't go wrong.
Around this way, darling. Right near the fire.
The Whistler will return in just a moment with the strange ending to tonight's story. Meantime, for Signal Oil Company and the almost 2,000 signal dealers throughout the states of California, Oregon, Washington, Idaho, Nevada, and Arizona, I want to wish you a very happy 1948. May your new year be filled with peace, prosperity, and the good health with which to enjoy these blessings. And now back to the Whistler.
Yes, the marriage of Lydia Winters Larkin ended in murder on a New Year's Eve at a place called Silver Lake Lodge, where she and her husband Elliot had spent their honeymoon just a year before. There's a complete record now in the files of the Homicide Division, a record of a detective's curiosity over the crash of a northbound airplane and the supposed death of a passenger named Elliot Larkin, of an investigation that led to a quick arrest and a complete confession. At police headquarters, Mr. Ballinger, the attorney, was remarkably philosophical as the lieutenant read the whole amazing story from a hurriedly prepared transcript of the confession.
I can't say that I'm surprised, Lieutenant. I was afraid from the beginning that Philip's will would lead to something like that.
Yes, the will, of course, gives us a solid motive. Although we already figured we'd find something like that. Oh, there's one more paragraph to the confession. You want to hear it?
Yes, read on, please.
Well, it goes on to say, once I knew that Johnny Gates was on that northbound plane traveling as Elliot Larkin, the way seemed perfectly clear. As soon as we got to the cabin, I got hold of a gun and waited for my opportunity. The first chance I had, I pulled the trigger twice without any warning, and it was all over. And then there's the signature, of course.
The only thing I don't understand, Lieutenant, is how you were able to make the arrest so quickly.
A good hunch on the part of one of the boys. You see, when he found out that Larkin was due up in Seattle on that new job, he flew up there as a matter of routine. Well, after that, of course, the arrest was over. Oh, they're bringing in the prisoner now. Do you want to...
Yes, I'll stay.
All right, Sergeant. In here.
I don't know how you ever expected to get by with this, Larkin.
Does that matter now? With Johnny Gates traveling in my name, I thought I had a perfect alibi. So I killed him.
And until our man walked in on you in Seattle, you still didn't know that your alibi had blown up in that plane.
Yeah. Funny thing, too. That night in the car, Lydia asked me if I'd heard a news flash. It must have been about that plane. I wonder why she didn't tell me.
Let that whistle be your signal for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler. Each Wednesday night at the same time, brought to you by the Signal Oil Company, marketers of Signal gasoline and motor oil and fine quality automotive accessories. Because this is New Year's Eve, the safety message with which we have closed every Whistler program during the past year has even more significance tonight. To get the most driving pleasure, drive at sensible speeds, be courteous, and obey traffic regulations. It may save a life, possibly your own. Featured in tonight's story were Betty Lou Gerson and Gerald Moore. The Whistler was produced by George W. Allen with story by Joel Malone and Harold Swanton and music by Wilbur Hatch, and was transmitted to our troops overseas by the Armed Forces Radio Service. Next Wednesday, for a full hour of mystery over most of these stations, tune in a half hour earlier. Enjoy The Saint as well as The Whistler. This is Marvin Miller speaking. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Have you heard the strange tales of the Whistler?
I'm the Whistler.
I no longer see fearful things in the night. All that has changed. Night and the shadows are friendly. Now it is the daylight that frightens me.
Another Sunday night, and again CBS presents The Whistler.
I, the Whistler, know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales, many secrets hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. And so I tell you tonight the unusual story of Legacy of Death. It was 10 years ago that Henry Mitchell, formerly a biologist, married Martha Holliston, the widow of a wealthy cotton grower. Martha continued to direct the business of the plantation with the aid of Henry as overseer. She had one child, a daughter, by her deceased husband, a girl named Doreen. Now the mother lies on her deathbed. She's been ill for almost a year and grown steadily weaker.
It won't be long now, Henry. And there's something I must tell you. Something you must promise to do for me.
Yes, Martha, I'll do anything.
It's about my daughter. Doreen is 21 now. She's a woman, and she'll be thinking of marriage soon.
I know, Martha.
I've watched her every move, raised her carefully. I've been stern in my opinions regarding her. And perhaps, at times, I've seemed too strict.
Yes, Martha, but a mother knows best.
Doreen has always been an odd child. You've mentioned that yourself many times. And as she grew older, she became more strange each day. A peculiar, exotic mind. She must still be guarded and handled carefully until she reaches 30.
What are you trying to say, Martha?
Doreen is the last of her father's line. And from that line, she's inherited something horrible.
What? You mean insanity?
No, it's not insanity.
Not insanity? Well...
But a horrible tendency. It skipped her father. If it appears at all, it always occurs in the early 20s. If it doesn't appear by the time they reach 30, then they're safe.
But what is it, Martha? What has she inherited?
The tendency to murder.
Good Lord.
She must be handled delicately, gently, like a flower. Treated as a minor until she's 30. And if she suffers no emotional upset by then, she's safe. Love, deep love, paves the way for possible emotional upsets, jealousy, hatred, and fear.
But it may skip her.
You must promise me that you'll care for her as you would your own daughter.
Yes, dear, I promise.
According to her father's request, I've left the estate to Doreen, with you as trustee and manager, at a yearly salary.
Yes, Martha, that's very good of you.
Until she's 30, she must have your consent in every matter, particularly marriage.
Yes.
If she defies you regarding marriage, then you must tell her the truth, but only then.
I understand, Martha. Oh, please don't say any more.
Now that I've told you, I can rest so much easier.
I'll send Doreen in now, dear. I'll be just outside.
Henry, you're a darling.
Doreen stepped into the room, knelt at her mother's bedside, and a few minutes later, Martha was gone. Now 6 months have passed, and Henry has hired another overseer, young Irving Wallace, a graduate of Agricultural University. Irving has fallen madly in love with the strange, unpredictable Doreen.
Do you realize, Doreen, I almost turned down the offer to take this job. And something kept saying to me, take it. And I did, darling. I don't know why at the time, but now I know.
The night. I love the night. And the river and the moon.
What?
Daytime and the sun unnerve me. never at ease, never able to think clearly. Till the sun goes down and I see the moon on the river.
It is pretty.
When I was a little girl, I was always frightened of the dark. I fancied all sorts of horrors waiting for me in every shadow.
Yes.
Now, in the last year or two, I've somehow lost my fear of the darkness. I no longer see things in the night. Night and the shadows are friendly. And it's the daylight that frightens me.
Doreen, what are you trying to say?
What?
What sort of talk is this? What's happened to you, Doreen? You've changed. You've grown distant and detached. We come down here to the river now, and you just stare at the moon and talk in riddles. I don't understand it.
No? I don't either.
Well, I don't like it, darling. It's not natural.
What do you mean by that?
Well, I mean, I don't approve of such ideas coming from the woman I love.
You don't?
I want my wife to be normal. I don't want her to be afraid of the daylight and come to her senses only at night.
What right have you to say what I shall like? And what do you mean by your wife?
What? Doreen, I thought...
Did I ever say I'd marry you?
No, but what else would I think?
Did I ever say I loved you?
Well, you surely gave no indication that you didn't. What's wrong with you, Doreen? Doreen!
What?
Oh, please, darling, tell me what's wrong.